Preface. As a wine tastes of its own grape, a book bears the stamp of its author, a truism that is particularly relevant to the pages that follow. There is no way I can view the subject matter I have chosen other than through the lens of personal experience. The Brazilians parading through these pages will be my Brazilians, as seen and interpreted through my eyes. Thus, I have an obligation to offer readers some explanation of my involvement with Brazil and its people *. For me, the land its citizens call Brazil, but we in the English-speaking world insist upon referring to as Brazil, can never cease evoking a kaleidoscope of memories and a spectrum of emotions based on experiences spanning 3 decades. From the moment I arrived at the Guararapes airport in Recife in June of 1963, the living organism that is Brazil laid siege to my sensibilities. The assault went far beyond what might be expected from the stifling heat, which I suffer badly, the unfamiliar language, and the oversized dimensions of nearly everything. I found myself stimulated as never before, constantly bombarded by the sights, sounds, smells, moods, and rhythms of this new world in the tropics. Brazilians may call me a Brazilianist, a reference to academics, mostly from the United States, who specialize in Brazilian studies and who began to come to Brazil on research projects in the 1960s, and have produced a large body of scholarly literature about the country. I do not consider myself a Brazilianist. This book is not intended to be a work of scholarship, and although I am a professor of law, my academic interests are unrelated to Brazilian studies. I would prefer to place myself within the tradition of a long line of foreigners who have visited or lived in Brazil, have been seduced by the land and its people, and who have attempted to set down their impressions and reflections for the benefit of other non-Brazilians. 11. X. Contents. In search of what makes Brazilians Brazilian. Chapter 16 Soccer Madness 387. Chapter 17 The Lesser Gods, Brazil's Heroes 412. Chapter 18 The Telenovela. A National Obsession 444. Chapter 19 In the Land of Carnival 466. Chapter 20 Whither Brazil? 486. Selected Bibliography 499. Index 525. Preface. As a wine tastes of its own grape, a book bears the stamp of its author, a truism that is particularly relevant to the pages that follow. There is no way I can view the subject matter I have chosen other than through the lens of personal experience. The Brazilians parading through these pages will be my Brazilians, as seen and interpreted through my eyes. Thus, I have an obligation to offer readers some explanation of my involvement with Brazil and its people *. For me, the land its citizens call Brazil, but we in the English-speaking world insist upon referring to as Brazil, can never cease evoking a kaleidoscope of memories and a spectrum of emotions based on experiences spanning 3 decades. From the moment I arrived at the Guararapes airport in Recife in June of 1963, the living organism that is Brazil laid siege to my sensibilities. The assault went far beyond what might be expected from the stifling heat, which I suffer badly, the unfamiliar language, and the oversized dimensions of nearly everything. I found myself stimulated as never before, constantly bombarded by the sights, sounds, smells, moods, and rhythms of this new world in the tropics. Brazilians may call me a Brazilianist, a reference to academics, mostly from the United States, who specialize in Brazilian studies and who began to come to Brazil on research projects in the 1960s, and have produced a large body of scholarly literature about the country. I do not consider myself a Brazilianist. This book is not intended to be a work of scholarship, and although I am a professor of law, my academic interests are unrelated to Brazilian studies. I would prefer to place myself within the tradition of a long line of foreigners who have visited or lived in Brazil, have been seduced by the land and its people, and who have attempted to set down their impressions and reflections for the benefit of other non-Brazilians. 11. XLL. The Brazilians. Over the years various traveling companions have enriched what for me has been a never-ending process of discovery. Ralph Nader, who shared the 1963 Odyssey with me, contributed both style and substance. His restless curiosity prodded me to venture beyond passive fascination and facile explanation. We threw ourselves with youthful abandon into a quest to make some sense of Northeast Brazil at a moment when the whole region seemed in ferment. The search took us to settings far removed from the precincts of the Harvard Law School, which we had escaped 5 years earlier. We marveled at the hilltop mansion in Ipipucos, on the outskirts of Recife, where sociologist Gilberto Freire had recreated with loving care the ambience of Brazil's colonial past, at a British club where no one spoke English, and at a Lebanese club where no one spoke Arabic, and at a political rally we viewed from a platform on the back of a flatbed truck, where we towered over a row of local politicians in front of us, gazed out at an audience of expressionless peasants, and dodged the swarms of oversized tropical insects that were drawn to the lights. Next it was the turn of a Harvard College undergraduate named Jeff Bingaman, a fellow student in a Portuguese language class I audited during the academic year, 1963-64, I spent at Harvard in pursuit of a Master of Laws degree. Jeff, now a U.S. Senator from New Mexico, helped me view things with a fresh sense of wonderment. Exploring the city of Salvador, capital of both the state of Bahia and of Afro-Brazil, we saw the incomparable Master Pastinha, 74 years old, blind in one eye, barely 5 feet tall, displaying his skills at capoeira, a style of foot fighting that originated in Angola and has been converted into a form of dance, the mysterious rites of candomblé, an African religion, and the launching of halos, or cloth-covered candles resembling miniature hot-air balloons, which then floated wistfully over the Bay of Salvador at sunset during the feast days of Saints Peter and Paul. On our last morning in the city, we could not resist visiting the medical school for a look at its ghoulish treasure, the heads of the legendary outlaw Lampião, his mistress Maria Bonita, and other members of his gang. When the authorities finally ambushed and gunned down the bespectacled Lampião and his associates in 1938, they decided to decapitate the corpses and display the Sev. Preface. XM. Aired heads throughout the interior of the Northeast, in order to convince skeptical backlanders that Lampião, a hero to many, had truly departed this life. Afterward, the heads found their way to the medical school of the University of Bahia, where they were preserved in jars of formaldehyde and became a tourist attraction. It was a holiday, and the school was closed. With earnest hyperbole, we told the watchman we had come thousands of kilometers just to see Lampião's head, and were leaving Salvador in a few hours. With the graciousness for which Brazilians are justly beloved, he yielded to our persistent entreaties and let us pass, wide-eyed, through the basement room where the grisly trophies were kept on display. In recent years my wife, Martha Gil Monteiro, has invested our trips to Brazil with a dimension lacking in my prior visits. Her lifelong passion for Brazilian music helped me to learn to appreciate the genius of Vinicius de Moraes, Tom Jobim, Maria Bethânia, Maria Cruza, Milton Nascimento, Caetano Veloso, and many others. As she researched her book Brazilian Bombshell, the biography of Carmen Miranda, I had the opportunity to become acquainted with some of the luminaries of the Brazilian entertainment world: Emilinha Borba, Braganha, Dorival Caymmi, Grande Otelo, and Sinval Silva, to name a few. Caught up in the swirl of Rio carnivals, we danced the samba in the streets with local revelers, convulsed at the costumes and antics of the transvestite Carmen Miranda band, and watched samba school parades that elevated the term dazzling to unimagined heights. On my second trip to Brazil I was involved in an incident that might easily have aborted my then embryonic love affair with the country. In June 1964, a scant 2 months after a military coup had toppled the government of President João Goulart and shortly following my arrival in Recife, I found myself detained and interrogated by the police, who were convinced that I had been involved in agitation during my 1963 sojourn in the city. When I denied this and demanded that the U.S. consulate be notified of my AR. Several years later, Lampieo's surviving relatives persuaded the government that the exhibit was unchristian, and the heads received a proper burial. 14. The Brazilians. Rest, they confined me to a squalid cell in a dungeon, where I could hear the cries of prisoners being beaten. It took the intervention of U.S. Vice-Consul Peter de Vos, who would later serve as U.S. Ambassador to Mozambique, Liberia, Tanzania, and Costa Rica, to secure my release, 24 hours after my arrest. Thoroughly traumatized, I resolved to leave the country immediately and permanently, but after a night's sleep, my terror subsided. It soon became evident that I was in no further peril. The incident had not gone far enough to force the authorities to expel me from Brazil in order to justify what they had done, and I was willing to refrain from making a public protest and to accept their explanation that a mistake had been made. As visit piled upon visit, there have been 16 in all, over the course of 30 years, these and other adventures and encounters have formed a coral reef of memories. Brazil, the infinite country, seems to hold a limitless store of surprises, delightful as well as shocking, my appetite for which has yet to be slaked. The images remain vivid to this day. Among them, a night at the Moulin Rouge, the liveliest spot in Recife's downtown red light district, where clean-cut American sailors create a turbulent sea of white as they dance wildly with prostitutes of every racial hue, oblivious to a human trunk with muscular arms outstretched in supplication, its deformed, useless legs tucked out of view, its head tilted back and gazing upward at the revelers, the face so exquisite it could have come from an Italian Renaissance painting. A drive through the rainforest of Rondônia during the burning season, when the air is so thick with smoke it blocks out the rays of the midday tropical sun and casts a ghoulish pall over charred tree trunks looming mournfully on both sides of the road. The thrill of sitting in Rio de Janeiro's monumental Maracanã Stadium, where Jeff and I watch Main Garrincha, one of Brazil's soccer immortals, as he comes within inches of scoring on a corner kick, and where Martha and I share the delirium of. Preface. 15. 90,000 spectators at a FLA Flu, a game between traditional Rio rivals Flamengo and Fluminense, and cheer the legendary Zico as he returns from a knee injury to make 3 goals for the Ruby Red and Black. The exhilaration of walking along Rio's Copacabana beach on New Year's Eve, where more than 1 million devotees of the African goddess Imanja place candles and offerings of cosmetics on tiny rafts, launch them out to sea, wade in the surf, and raise joyous shouts of Muito Axe, may you have everything that makes you happy. A visit to idyllic Alcantara in the northern state of Maranhão, in colonial times a thriving town inhabited by Portuguese nobility and wealthy locals, but abandoned by them soon after abolition and taken over by freed slaves, whose descendants have converted the town into one of Brazil's most pleasant tourist centers, where palatial homes and churches in various stages of decay serve as ghostly reminders of a bygone era. A trip to Curionópolis, the rowdy boomtown just outside the gold mine at Serra Pelada, where a group of gentle nuns mourn the death of one of their sisters, killed by a stray bullet when a hired gunman tried to assassinate a rural labor leader who was standing next to her at a bus stop. Attending an afternoon of worship at the Vale do Amanhecer, Valley of the Dawn, just outside Brasilia, where the cape-clad followers of the late Tia, and Neva, a truck driver who claimed she could be present on several planets simultaneously, gather around a small pond to receive forces emanating from the sun, moon, and elsewhere in the universe. Sitting on a curbstone on the Rua 7 de Setembro across from the lighthouse at the entrance to the Bay of Salvador, chatting with Sonia as she prepares Afro-Brazilian delicacies on a makeshift stove for passers-by, munching on an acarage *, enjoying the * white beans ground into a paste, mixed with onion, garlic, and salt paste, and fried in dende, palm oil, until the outside is crisp and reddish. 16. The Brazilians. Cool breeze whipping in from the ocean, and thinking how obscene it would be for fast food outlets to replace these magnificently turbaned, full-skirted Baianas, Bahian women. Watching a young woman as she sits out of motorist's view behind a sign at a traffic intersection during the rush hour in Brasilia, smacking with the flat edge of a stick the open palms of a little boy and girl, who then dash into the street with tears streaming down their cheeks and a pained expression on their faces, beg from motorists pausing for a red light, dart back behind the sign, deliver to the woman the money they have received, and hold out their hands for another smack. A descent by train in 1971 from Sao Paulo down a steep escarpment and through billowing clouds filled with deadly pollutants on the approach to Cubatao, an industrialized hellhole of a region that would soon gain notoriety as Brazil's Valley of Death. Edging forward in the evening traffic along the Praia do Flamengo in Rio, past a man pulling a cart on which two puppies sit calmly next to a large white mouse. Sampling my first feijoada, the Brazilian national dish made from black beans and pork, at the home of Paulo Freire in Recife in June of 1964, on the day before the army would arrest and jail the gentle, innovative educator whose literacy method would earn him worldwide renown. Discovering other Brazilian delights such as guarana, a soft drink made from the little round fruit found on shrubbery in the Amazon basin, cupuaçu, a sweet substance that might rival chocolate if a way could be found to produce it cost-effectively, and, of course, the nectar-like caipirinha, a cocktail made of lime, sugar, and cachaça, a white rum made from sugar cane. On at least 2 occasions, fate played a major part in helping me write this book. Upon my return from a trip to Brazil in February and March of 1986, I left all my notes, 2 full, fat notebooks in all, and clippings in a paper shopping bag on the floor of my office. That evening a cleaning person picked up the bag and tossed it into the trash. I figured out what had transpired only min. Preface. 17. Utes after a disposal truck had compacted all the garbage and litter from the Georgetown University Law Center and had left for the university campus. A frantic drive across town brought me to the truck just as it was about to depart for the District of Columbia dump in Lorton, Virginia. The driver, Yardley Jackson, and his assistant, James M. Bradley, informed me that my only recourse would be to follow them to the dump and then look for my things as they unloaded what amounted to several days' trash from the entire law center. The prospects did not seem bright, but the men encouraged me to give it a try. I followed them to Lorton and joined them in the cab of the truck as they entered the forbidding landscape of the enormous dump. We were directed to a spot that a bulldozer was approaching as it moved refuse into 15-foot piles, so there was not much time to search. Miraculously, the shopping bag, torn but intact and still holding its contents, slid out of the truck with the first wave of trash, and I was able to recover it. I would have thought that the odds were prohibitive that a similar mishap could occur, but I was mistaken. That October, while riding a bus in Rio de Janeiro, I absent-mindedly left behind a thick copybook with notes from my recent trip to Amazonia, São Luís, Recife, and Salvador. When I discovered the loss, I dashed to the nearby U.S. consulate, where one of the secretaries calmed me down and helped me to remember the color and posted destination of the bus. As luck would have it, its last stop, in the neighborhood of Uria at the foot of the Sugar Loaf, was across the street from the home of the American cultural attaché, Waliki Eiderling. A hurried call was made to Carmen Ha, his housekeeper, who dashed out, caught the bus just as it was arriving, and retrieved the notebook. There are numerous individuals without whose help this book could never have been written and to whom I would like to extend my profound gratitude for providing special assistance. In Washington, Imre Velez, Robert Goodland, Javier Ilons, Peter Jacob, John Lasky, Jeff Leonard, Vera Machado, Paul Malov, Richard Morse, Jose Naztine, Antonio Pimenta Neves, Luis. 18. The Brazilians. Antonio de Oliveira, Miriam Perel, Edgardo Reis, Matthew Schertz, Carlos Eduardo Lins da Silva, Brady Tyson, Chuck Weiss, Enrique Wetzel, America's Magazine, the Biography Group of Washington, and João Francisco Bezerra, my Portuguese teacher at the Brazilian American Cultural Institute. In São Paulo, Claudio Abramo, Ignacio de Loyola Brandão, the Canali family, Celia Costello, Fabio Kinder Comparato, Norman Gall, Eros Grau, Samira Dea Heidi, Lila Iannone, Flavio Jorge, Marilena Lazzarini, Pedro Paulo da Sena Madureira, Jose Mindlin, Joyce Mitchell, Renato Ortiz, Haquira Ozacabe, Lee Payne, Father Bill Reinhard, Renato Tucanduva, the Tucanduva family, and the Center for Nipo-Brazilian Studies. In Rio de Janeiro, Jose Almano, Marcio Moreira Alves, Rosenthal Alves, Ana Maria Bahiana, Antonio Rangel Bandeira, Marina Bandeira, Rui Belo, Maria Luisa Braga and her friends Alzira and Moises, Bruce Bushy, Sergio Cabral, Antonio Collado, Christiana Camerman, Roberto Carvalho, Ralph Della Cava, Marcia Clark, Roberto da Mata, Rubem Fernandez, Ana Figueras, Peter Fry, Heloisa Buarque de Hollanda, Francisco Ivern, S.J., Waliki Eiderling, Father Ed Lising, Cindy Lessa, Alfredo Machado, Sergio Machado, Cruz Maciel, João Carlos Magaldi, Ivan Maggi, Paulo Moraes, Susana de Moraes, Thompson Mata, Francis O'Gorman, Edina Palatinaki, Maria Augusta Rodriguez, Donna Roginski, Lenny Silverstein, Marcio Souza, and the Reverend Ed Timms. In Recife, Martin Adler, Marco Aurelio de Alcantara, Miguel Aras, Carlos Bacota, Antonio Magalhães, Lido Maranhão, Waldemar Oliveira Neto, Claudio, Solange, and Teresa Sudo, and Ana Vasconcelos. In Brasilia, Francisco Ferreira, Felipe Alons, Cesare Larraca, Rubens Recupero, and Plínio Sampaio. In Salvador, Nancy and Solange Bernabeu, Carabi, Juanita Elbain, David Caracane, Vida Costa Lima, and Father Dave O'Brien. In Porto Velho, Gabriel Lima Ferreira, Wimbru Enwald, Jim Lafleur, and Brant Milliken. In Porto Alegre, Ondina Fachel Leal, John Madel, and Paulo Azevedo Mora. In Curitiba, Carlos Guillen and Sandra Tura. Preface. 19. In Campinas, Eustaquio Gomes. In São Luís, Sergio and Monte Carmo Ferretti. In Manaus, Ronald Colavecchio, S.J. For reading chapters of the book and offering useful suggestions, Lonnie Athens, Marcelo Halleck, Carlos Hasenbalg, Tom Crattenmaker, Jim Malley, S.J., Mari Matsuda, Chris Burrell, Ginger Patterson, Lynn Stout, and Edie Weiss. Heartfelt thanks go to my agent, Carl Brandt, and to my splendid editor, Don Fair. A special nod of appreciation is due Pat Jalbert, who supervised the production of the book, and to Maggie Carr, for a terrific job of copy editing. For taking me to see the film Black Orpheus, I owe a debt of gratitude to Tom and Elizabeth Lambert. Finally, I must acknowledge what planted the seed from which my interest in Brazil blossomed. A Christmas gift from my cousin Amy Corbusier when I was 11 years old. Richard Halliburton's Book of Marvels fired my imagination with pulsing descriptions of the mighty Iguazu Falls and the Queen of Cities, Rio de Janeiro, and made me resolve to experience these exotic locales for myself one day. I have never once regretted that decision. Introducing Brazil. Here once was a time when the word Brazil conjured up fond memories of Carmen Miranda and her Tutti Frutti hat, some song lyrics about an awful lot of coffee, the cool, lilting rhythms of the girl from Ipanema, Fred and Ginger, flying down to Rio, and the bipedal wizardry of soccer's King Pelé. By the early 1990s, however, mention of Brazil was evoking images of street children being preyed upon and slaughtered by private death squads composed of off-duty policemen, and chainsaws and fires destroying the world's largest remaining rainforest. Over the past decade, the tropical Eden to which many of us at one time or another secretly long to escape has been frightening off tourists who have seen or heard news reports of violence in Brazilian cities and have decided to travel elsewhere. Indeed, Brazilians themselves seem to have lost much of the optimism, once the bedrock of their national character. As one of the country's most prominent authors observed in a letter to me in 1987, by all means, start the book already. Pretty soon you won't have a country to write about, mark my words. Get to work, man, or you'll be writing archaeology before you know it. Tom Jobim, the internationally famous Brazilian composer of popular music, was quoted as saying that the best way out for his compatriots is the airport of Rio or Sao Paulo. A million of them have followed his advice and abandoned their homeland in search of bet. During the tourist season, November to March, of 1985 to 86, at least 20 tourists each day experienced criminal assaults, according to the police unit charged with protecting visitors. Between 1988 and 1993, an estimated 500,000 tourists stayed away from Brazil, and caused the country to lose about $400 million in tourist revenue. The Brazilians' lives abroad. An estimated 332,000 have migrated to the United States. Once Brazilians confidently asserted that their economy was like the bumblebee, according to all the laws of science it should not be able to leave the ground, yet it somehow managed to fly. When the monthly inflation rate passed 45% in March of 1994 and threatened to pass 5,500% for the year, few took comfort either in this analogy or in the popular joke that Brazil cannot fall into the abyss because Brazil is bigger than the abyss. Yet by the end of 1994, Brazilian self-assurance was on the rise again as the inflation rate dipped sharply, the national stock market boomed, and a new presidential administration gave rise to the perennial hope that Brazil at last stood poised to assert its vast potential, and that the tarnish its image had recently acquired might evaporate like the morning dew. The romantic vision embraced by many outsiders has always been somewhat misleading, for Brazil and things Brazilian have never been exactly what they seemed. This has held true ever since 1500, when the first Portuguese explorers to cross the South Atlantic named the land mass they discovered the island of the True Cross. Some years later mariners stumbling upon the entrance to what is now Guanabara Bay suffered a similar misperception. They thought they had arrived at the mouth of a great river, which they called Rio de Janeiro, the River of January. Delusive appearances have recurred with metronomic regularity throughout the social history of Brazil. Black slaves seeking to preserve their heritage disguised capoeira, Angolan foot fighting, as a dance, and transformed the rich cuisine they once prepared as offerings to their ancestral gods into dishes ostensibly cooked for their masters, but which, in fact, they intended to share on the sly with their own African divinities. Brazilian efforts in the 19th century to create the impression that they were complying with British demands to terminate the slave trade in Brazil, when they had no intention to do so, made popular a descriptive phrase that has survived to the present day para inglês ver, meaning for the English or, indeed, anyone to see. Introducing Brazil. 3. The phenomenon of misperception persists to the present day. One of the most beautiful women in Brazil was, until a 1989 sex change operation, a man. Americans seeing capoeira for the first time commonly assume it is break dancing. The well-publicized sensuality that Brazil seems to exude and that reaches its apotheosis in the frenzy of the annual carnival in Rio in fact hides the repressive and repressed attitudes about sex that permeate much of Brazilian society. Thus images of Brazil cannot always be taken at face value. The former dominant perception of the country as a friendly playground or an exotic refuge in the tropics took no account of the social and economic inequities that consigned much of the population to lives of poverty, disease, and ignorance. It also missed the serious side of Brazil, the slumbering leviathan with the potential to become a great power, ever on the verge of awakening to claim its rightful place among nations. Since outsiders have traditionally misinterpreted what they see in Brazil, it is conceivable that Brazil's current negative image abroad is yet another erroneous impression drawn by foreigners. This is certainly what Brazilians would like to believe. However, it also could be that at long last the real Brazil has begun to emerge from the romantic mists that have long clouded the judgment of non-native observers. Or the truth may lie somewhere in between. It is easy to underappreciate the dimensions of things in Brazil. The Baixada Fluminense Lowlands, a group of poverty-stricken municipalities in the steamy flats just outside Rio de Janeiro, is home to more than 3 million people, its population exceeding that of Nicaragua. Guatemala, the largest country in Central America, has but 50% of the population of the megalopolis of Sao Paulo. Number 5 on the list of the world's geographically largest nations, Brazil resembles a continent more than a country. Its length added to its breadth approximates the distance that separates New York from London. Lisbon is closer to Moscow than Belém, a city in northern Brazil, is to Porto Alegre in the south. At one time the municipality of Altamira in the Amazon basin. The Brazilians matched France in size. If one discounts Alaska, Brazil is about 185,000 square miles larger than the United States. It occupies just under one-half of the area of South America and borders all but 2 of the other 11 nations of the continent. The cliché that it is a land of startling contrasts holds true. Brazil's far-flung borders include 1/3 of the Earth's remaining tropical forests, drought-stricken backlands occupying 10% of its territory, a mineral-rich central plateau and rolling plains in the temperate south, and a river basin that discharges into the Atlantic Ocean a volume of water equal to that flowing through all the rivers of Europe. There are more Brazilians than all but 5 of the world's nationalities. They are a young people. The 1980 census found that nearly one-half of them are under 20 years of age. More babies are born in Brazil each year than in the United States and the former Soviet Union combined. Brazil is the largest Roman Catholic country on earth, and only Italy has produced more bishops. It has the largest black population outside Africa, and more Japanese live in Brazil than anywhere else except Japan. Before the current recession wreaked havoc, Brazil had the 8th largest market economy in the world. There were only 5 nations that exported more armaments, 5 that produced more aircraft, and 8 that manufactured more motor vehicles. Brazil was the 2nd largest iron ore producer, the 6th largest gold producer, the 7th largest steel producer, and the 8th largest producer of aluminum. It ranked 1st in production of sugar, 2nd in production of soybeans and cattle, and 3rd in production of corn. Among the planet's privately owned television networks, Brazil's Rede Globo yields only to CBS, NBC, and ABC. The network's well-crafted telenovelas, soap operas, enjoy high ratings in Latin America, Western and Eastern Europe, and even the People's Republic of China. They hold their own in competition with programs exported from the United States. In the 1960s and 1970s, Brazil in some ways resembled the United States at the end of the 19th century as it pushed with explosive energy into its vast hinterlands, the last frontier, as a French journal once put it. This was the image that inspired. Introducing Brazil. 5. John Huston's final words in the 1979 film Winter Kills. In the role of an unscrupulous billionaire, just before he falls to his death he shouts to his son, "Take our money out of the Western banks and put it in South America. Brazil. Brazil. They're the next ones up." Indeed, there was once a sanguine vision of Brazil that held that the nation possessed sufficient human and natural resources to enable it to overtake the United States as an economic power, that while the 20th century has been the American century, the 21st would belong to Brazil. Looking with great anticipation beyond tomorrow has long been a shared article of faith for Brazilians who embrace the slogan Brazil, country of the future. However, with typical self-deprecation, many were wont to add such caveats as "but the future never comes," or "ours is a land of unlimited impossibilities." There might have been resignation as well as frustration lurking behind these wry reservations, for Brazil faces obstacles far more formidable than those the United States had to surmount in its climb to adulthood. For example, when North Americans opted to industrialize, technology was relatively simple and inexpensive, and hence easy to acquire or replicate. Brazil's commitment to large-scale industrialization did not occur until well into the 20th century, at a historical moment when technology had become exceedingly complex, costly, and difficult to import. Moreover, although social and economic disparities existed in the United States in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, they were minor compared with the yawning chasm that now separates Brazil's haves and have-nots. Poverty has become so pervasive and has reached such dire proportions that the social fabric is tearing to shreds. The relatively recent shift of Brazil from a primarily rural to a primarily urban society has added to the strain, as metropolitan centers struggle in vain to accommodate an influx of migrants from the countryside, and to stem the rising tide of crime and other social disorders. The Brazilian political system, its evolution stunted by 2 decades of military dictatorship, 1964 to 85, and a long tradition of corruption, has given the impression of being incapable of responding to the current crisis. The economy, moreover, has been racked. The Brazilians, by chronic inflation and groans under the enormous, conflicting needs of investment for long-term growth and expenditures for programs to alleviate current social problems. The latter have become a matter of critical concern, as Brazil is now a leading producer of human misery. Every 6 seconds a Brazilian baby dies from a diarrhea-related disease. Every 30 minutes one Brazilian contracts leprosy and another tuberculosis. Tropical diseases are rampant. The country has an estimated 1 million cases a year of malaria and 10 million cases of schistosomiasis, which attacks the intestines and liver. The number of Brazilians carrying the HIV virus that causes AIDS is reckoned to range between 500,000 and 1 million. In 1983, 47% of Brazil's 18-year-olds could not pass the physical examination for compulsory military service. A 1988 survey by the Brazilian Health Ministry disclosed that only 33% of Brazilians at age 18 had all their teeth. Chronic nutritional deficiencies have taken a grim toll. The average height of a Brazilian male is the equivalent of the average height of a 15-year-old boy in the United States, while the average height of a Brazilian woman matches that of a 12-year-old American girl. About 2/3 of all Brazilians have been classified as poor. Of the families that make up this miserable majority, 71% lack running water, 79% have no refrigerator, and 85% live without sewage disposal. 1/2 of Latin America's illiterates are Brazilian. Total illiteracy claims 20% of the population, and functional illiteracy reaches double that figure. Out of the total number of Brazilians 10 years old or older, fewer than 18% have completed 4 years of primary education. Of the 65 million Brazilian children below the age of 19, more than half are not attending school. To put this in a slightly different perspective, of the more than 75 million Brazilians qualified to vote, 40% are either illiterate or semi-literate, and 68% do not have a primary education, figures that do not bode well for the viability of democracy in Brazil. Brazil's per capita income puts it in 105th place among all nations, behind Barbados, French Guiana, Suriname, Gabon, and Paraguay. A World Bank study several years ago found that Brazil, introducing Brazil, 7, had the world's highest concentration of wealth, with the richest 10% of the citizenry enjoying 50.6% of the nation's income. A more recent survey concludes that the poorest 50% of Brazil's population and the richest 1% have approximately the same share of the national income. 5% of the population owns 80% of the land. Economic hardship has inspired new enterprises, such as the illegal sale of young children to foreign couples. One source has estimated the 1988 outflow at 50 per week. As a British magazine advertising a television documentary on the subject phrased it, "It's not only coffee Brazil is exporting these days." A few years ago it was fashionable for Brazilians to refer to their country as Belindia, an amalgam of the productive capacity of Belgium and the poverty of India. By the early 1990s, use of the term Belindia had faded and was replaced by talk of the Africanization of Brazil. Brazil has a unique Janus-like quality that enables it to gaze into both the past and the future. Brazilians have simultaneously experienced such disparate phenomena as an outbreak of bubonic plague and a growing AIDS epidemic. The unbridled violence of their frontier towns mirrors that of the American Wild West, while a disastrous radiation accident in central Brazil in 1987 evoked memories of Chernobyl. This enables one to observe in Brazil not only American history repeating itself but also what might lie ahead for American society. For example, The homelessness that has become a feature of life in American cities has been endemic in Brazil over the past decade or two. The poverty affecting ever-increasing numbers of American children has long afflicted large numbers of Brazilian children. The actual violent crimes, and the perceptions of violence, that are beginning to inhibit foreign tourists from visiting the United States is replicating the negative effect violent crime has been having on tourism in Brazil. The savage capitalism that greatly exacerbated social and economic disparities in Brazil during the 1970s in certain ways foreshadowed the decade of the 1980s in the United States. Indeed, it may not too be far-fetched for Brazilians to suggest to their neighbors to the north, "We are you yesterday, and we are you tomorrow." The Brazilians. Of course, to compare Brazil to the United States, Belgium, India, or the less developed countries of Africa overlooks the qualities that set Brazil apart from these and most other nations. The special characteristics of Brazilianness have contributed significantly to the current plight of South America's ailing giant. They are what make Brazilians Brazilian, and what will ultimately make or break Brazil. The distinctive features of Brazilianness emerge from human factors, the singular interplay between Brazilians and their physical environment, and the magic that permeates both land and people. These are the aspects of Brazil that have long seduced and inspired foreign observers. Here are a few examples. Stefan Zweig, the Austrian novelist who found refuge in Brazil as the perpetrators of World War II menaced Europe, was so taken by Brazilian society that he penned the classic Brazil, Land of the Future, in which he called Brazil one of the most lovable countries of our world. Orson Welles found Brazilian folk culture so fascinating, and life in Rio de Janeiro so congenial to his sybaritic tastes, that he recorded an epic coastal voyage by a fisherman from the Northeast and explored the origins of the samba in his unfinished documentary It's All True. The stark drama in the lives of juvenile delinquents in Sao Paulo inspired Argentine-born director Hector Babenco to film the gripping Pixote. Marcel Camus, the French filmmaker, discovered in the hillside slums of Rio the setting for his celluloid gem Black Orpheus. Mario Vargas Llosa, the Peruvian author-turned-politician-turned-author, applied his prodigious talents to capturing and brilliantly bringing to life the messianic fervor and violence of a 19th-century Brazilian backlands revolt in his novel The War of the End of the World. Elizabeth Bishop, the American poet, found Brazil was so full of surprise and stimulation that she composed some of her best verse while living there for nearly 2 decades. Introducing Brazil. 9. It is difficult not to fall under the spell cast by Brazilians. Jack Harding, in his 1941 travel book I Like Brazil, noted, "Anyone who does not get along with them had better examine himself, the fault is his." Cordiality is a defining characteristic of their behavior. They radiate an irresistible pleasantness, abundant hospitality, and unfailing politeness, especially to foreigners. The gentleness factor is ubiquitous. Even the Brazilian political leader who brought the country to the verge of fascism, President Getulio Vargas, radiated this quality. A plump-faced, benevolent father of the poor figure, he could not have been more different in style than his contemporaries, some would say soulmates, Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. The tender and delicate touches that mark the Brazilian way of conducting interpersonal relations in no way contradict the sense of the grandiose often projected by Brazilians in a land with natural wonders such as the world's largest river drainage system, the world's largest fluvial island, and the world's largest swamp. It should be no surprise that Brazilians have been able to boast of man-made phenomena like the world's largest hand-excavated hole, the world's largest soccer stadium, the world's largest hydroelectric dam, and what is probably the world's largest illegal gambling operation. The Brazilian affinity for grandeur may derive in part from history. Brazil is the only Latin American country to have gone from colony to empire. Upon achieving independence, the new nation could proudly boast of having emperors. And remarkable rulers they turned out to be. The 2 emperors who ruled Brazil during the 19th century were larger-than-life figures, a father and son with little in common, yet both were distinctly Brazilian in their personalities, the one energetic and insatiable in his lust for life, the other bookish, gracious, and endearing. These two sides of the Brazilian national character, cordiality and grandiosity, coexist harmoniously. Indeed, to borrow an insight from Brazil's contribution to North American jurisprudence, Elizabeth Bishop once alluded to this characteristic when she noted that there is no word in Portuguese for understatement. The Brazilians. Law professor Roberto Mangabeira Unger, the most original feature of Brazilian culture is the conviction that one can be at once sweet and great. The amiable Brazilians cope amazingly well. In the face of discomforts and hardships that might drive others to protest or even open revolt, they exhibit forbearance and an extraordinary degree of adaptability. Perhaps these qualities developed as a reaction to the futility of openly challenging Brazil's traditional class structure, rigid laws, and unresponsive bureaucracy. Perhaps these traits reflect a sense of fatalism that the Moors brought to Portugal during the Middle Ages, and the Portuguese later brought with them to the New World. Brazilians characteristically seek subtle ways to circumvent difficult situations. Instead of resorting to confrontation, they prefer to use what they call the jeito or jeitinho, a difficult-to-translate term referring to what a French scholar once described as an ingenious maneuver that renders the impossible possible, the unjust just, and the illegal legal. It is a rapid, improvised, creative response to a law, rule, or custom that on its face prevents someone from doing something. The jeitinho personalizes a situation ostensibly governed by an impersonal norm. On the other hand, the maxim that in Brazil appearances often deceive fully applies to both the greatness and the sweetness of the Brazilian people. Lurking behind their sense of grandiosity is an inferiority complex exemplified by the pronouncement of poet Oswaldo de Andrade, "My country suffers from a cosmic incompetence." Brazilians are wont to ignore their own virtues and fixate on their shortcomings. As the writer Nelson Rodrigues has observed, we are narcissuses in reverse, who spit on our own image. Feelings of inferiority once caused many Brazilians to deprecate their own indigenous culture and look first to Europe and then to the United States for models to imitate. Such attitudes helped hold back the process of industrialization, since Brazilians could not bring themselves to believe that goods produced at home could match those they imported from abroad. In addition, beneath the Brazilian vocation for greatness lurks a traditional habit of indulging in excessive rhetoric and display, and, as a Brazilian intellectual once pointed out, a childlike Introducing Brazil. 11. Tendency to project the sort of utopian dreams that might consume a young boy reading about Napoleon or Alexander the Great but not comprehending the effort that would be required to emulate their accomplishments. Indeed, Brazilians rely much more on improvisation and spontaneity than on sustained effort proceeding from careful planning and preparation. This is yet another aspect of the immaturity that on the one hand adds youthful exuberance to the charm they exert but on the other hand keeps them from achieving greater economic and social progress. The celebrated sweetness of Brazilians often obscures the dark side of their nature, a capacity for extreme violence that runs like a murky undercurrent throughout the history of the land, from the colonial period up to the present day. Examples abound: the extermination of Indians, the suppression of slave revolts, the execution of rebels seeking Brazil's independence from Portugal, the slaughter of peasants challenging the system of landholding in the countryside, the contemporary urban crime wave, most of which, in truth, amounts to an undisguised form of class warfare waged by the poor against the rich, the so-called death lottery, a macabre form of protest by inmates of a seriously overcrowded prison, whereby they drew lots and killed the winner in order to call public attention to their plight, and the systematic assassination of street children. Indeed, the voiceless and ceaseless neglect that has consigned thousands of young people to living on city streets and in brothels amounts to a more subtle but no less significant expression of societal brutality. Brazilian cordiality has also created misimpressions in the area of race relations. On one level, blacks and whites can display in their dealings with one another a genuine human warmth that blurs our color lines and has produced a high degree of social integration, a major achievement if not the major achievement of Brazilian society. Yet this does not mean that Brazilians live in a racial democracy, as many have convinced themselves. The ease with which individuals of different racial backgrounds intermingle has served to obscure recognition of the existence of a subtle and not so subtle racism that makes it difficult for blacks to enjoy the same political, social, and economic opportunities as whites. The Brazilians. The legacy of slavery perhaps goes beyond the lingering racism infecting contemporary Brazilian society. It may contribute, at least in some part, to the low value Brazilians place on human life, including their own. They often manifest a reckless indifference to, or, better yet, an unabashed preference for, physical risk. The behavior of Brazilians once they grab hold of the steering wheel of an automobile is one example. Another may be found in the practice of young, mostly poor, people who train surf, or stand atop moving trains, a pursuit depicted graphically in the otherwise forgettable film Exposure. Although other psychological factors surely share responsibility for this trait, by accepting the dehumanizing of one sector of the country's population through their long toleration of involuntary servitude, Brazilians may have subconsciously depreciated the worth they placed on each human life. There are other societal ills that can be traced at least in part to slavery. For example, the slave owner could do as he pleased with his slaves without having to answer to anyone for the consequences of his actions. The master-slave relationship replicated the medieval relationship between the Portuguese king and his subjects, and it came to define the link between the powerful and the powerless in Brazil. Large landowners in rural Brazil claimed this privilege, as did the republican governments and dictatorial regimes that ruled the country. Indeed, a sense of being above the law became a prerogative of the nation's haves. The notion of impunity, the avoidance of personal responsibility, became deeply ingrained in Brazilianness and has proved to be a barrier to development. The vastness of Brazil has made inevitable the crystallization of strong regional differences among Brazilians. According to the accepted stereotypes, Paulistas, people from the state of São Paulo, are hard-working and entrepreneurial. Cariocas, residents of Rio de Janeiro, carefree and fun-loving. Mineiros, inhabitants of the state of Minas Gerais, cautious and frugal. Nordestinos, northeasterners, introverted. And Gauchos, people from the extreme south, fiercely independent. Yet these distinctions have served to enrich rather than to fractionalize the country. The explanation for Brazil's capacity to gain strength through diversity may lie in the fact that Brazilian society has long exerted a vigorously centripetal force, no doubt a legacy from Portugal, which throughout its history has demonstrated a remarkable. Introducing Brazil. 13. Tolerance for cultural, religious, and racial diversity. The ease with which non-Portuguese immigrants have been assimilated perhaps best illustrates this characteristic. Over the past century and a half, Brazil has welcomed Italians, Germans, Spaniards, Syrians, Lebanese, Japanese, and others. Once in the melting pot, immigrants, or, to be more accurate, their children, have become totally Brazilian. Even American Southerners resettling in Brazil immediately after the fall of the Confederacy experienced this transformation. There are other elements that agglutinate Brazilians. The Portuguese language provides one common bond. There are variations in regional accents but no regional dialects, despite the vast size of the country. The mother tongue spoken in Portugal resembles nothing so much as windsurfing from consonant to consonant, as one observer has noted. Softened and made mellifluous by the slaves imported from Africa, the Portuguese one hears in Brazil is a delight to the ear. The rituals and traditions of the Roman Catholic Church, to which an estimated 90% of the population at least nominally adheres, also serve to hold Brazil together. Another unifying force is soccer. The country eats, drinks, and dreams football, as it is called. Not only is the sport practiced in every corner of Brazil, but some of the important professional teams, such as Flamengo of Rio de Janeiro, have large national followings. The television networks in recent years have become a critical homogenizing element, especially with their telenovelas, which enthrall viewers from every social class, from gold mining towns in the Amazon frontier to the glass and concrete apartment complexes of São Paulo. Although deep diversities of opinion and amoeba-like parties that constantly fractionalize and reorganize characterize politics in Brazil, one factor shared by Brazilians from virtually all points on the political spectrum is a passion for development, a deeply felt conviction that Brazil's future depends upon the acceleration of material growth and progress. This tenet sets Brazil apart from the Hispanic countries of the hemisphere and is perhaps a legacy of the Portuguese, who during their golden age as a world power indulged a taste for the pragmatic rather than the speculative. It also explains, at least in part, the affinity that many Brazilians feel toward the United States. The Brazilians. Despite the constancy of traditional values, especially within the family and in the countryside, Brazilians embrace modernism with unrestrained enthusiasm. Examples of this passion include the magnificent airport of Belo Horizonte, the spectacular shopping malls that stand as temples of consumerism in large cities throughout the country, and, most dramatically, the futuristic design and architecture of Brasilia. The construction of a new capital on a barren plateau in the interior of the state of Goiás was like Brazil's attempt to sketch on a clean slate, and gave free rein to Brazilians' power of imagination and to their vision of a dynamic tomorrow. There is an interesting paradox here. The idea, and the name, of Brasilia dates back to 1822, yet at the same time Brasilia is very much a city without a past, and as such it symbolizes an absence of historical memory, yet another facet of Brazilianness. Developmentalism and a taste for newness are youthful traits befitting a young country. Brazilians, however, go one step further. As singer Caetano Veloso once observed in an interview in The New Yorker, staying young is an idea that is present all over the world, but in Brazil it is an obsession. This is especially true in Rio de Janeiro, with its tropical sun and glorious beaches, where life is a perennial beauty contest and the desire to preserve juvenescence impels most society matrons over 40 years of age to submit themselves at least once to the scalpel of the cosmetic surgeon. Environment has played a major role in shaping salient features of Brazilianness. As an American writer once observed, Brazilians are drowned in beauty. The warm climate and lush landscape of the tropics have helped create an overripe sensuality that permeates every level of society. The resplendence of the land has contributed to the popular, if tongue-in-cheek, saying God is a Brazilian. Asterisk. Asterisk as a counterpoint, a joke often told by Brazilians has one of the angels complaining to the Lord about the disproportionate physical splendor and resources he allocated to Brazil, and the concomitant absence of natural scourges such as hurricanes and floods. "Ah, but wait till you see the people I'm going to put there," was the Lord's reply. Introducing Brazil. 15. The abundance of natural resources has convinced Brazilians that the land will continue to yield limitless wealth capable of sustaining Brazil's march to inevitable greatness. This mindset merges calamitously with what the Brazilian subconscious has retained of the mentality of Portuguese rulers, explorers, and colonists who saw in Brazil only riches to extract, and had no intention of investing anything in return. The result is a careless attitude toward nature that has pushed Brazil toward the brink of ecological disaster. Thus a constant flow of industrial and domestic waste is destroying Guanabara Bay, the once glorious gateway to Rio de Janeiro. Cubatao, an industrial enclave nestled at the foot of the plateau that holds the nearby metropolis of São Paulo, once could claim the dubious distinction of being the most polluted city in the world. The destruction of the Amazon rainforest by the slash-and-burn land-clearing techniques practiced by settlers forced by economic exigency to migrate from other regions of Brazil, and by mining techniques that pay little heed to ecological consequences, may yet convert the jungle into a desert. It is paradoxical that despite this thoughtless exploitation and neglect of the environment, Brazilians relate warmly to their native land. Their popular songs often reflect a genuine and touching affection for Brazil, an emotional attachment that comes directly from the heart and is quite distinct from the type of chauvinistic national pride upon which mindless patriotism often feeds. A measure of the gravity of the current economic crisis is that it is causing Brazilians to emigrate to Europe, Japan, and the United States in increasing numbers. Brazilians have a penchant for joyfulness. The spirit of carnival, not merely as exercised in the world-famous Bacchanalia of Rio de Janeiro but in the popular street celebrations of cities like Salvador and Olinda, sets a universal standard for exuberance. Brazilian fans at the quadrennial World Cup Soccer Championships always bring with them a contagious enthusiasm that proves irresistible to spectators from other countries. According to Joaquim Trinta, the creative genius who revolutionized Rio's annual carnival extravaganza, if you consider the planet as a living, the Brazilians' entity, Brazil is its heart, thus, Brazil's function is to bring happiness to this earth. Asterisk. Brazilians often reach other emotional extremes as well. They can be unabashedly mawkish. The heights this sentimentality can attain are illustrated by an anecdote, reported in the Washington Post, about a foreign journalist who was suffering his second hold-up in Rio when one of the assailants suddenly embraced him. The robber might have participated in the prior crime or perhaps merely recognized his victim from somewhere. He gave the journalist his money back. The combination of sentiment and a deep yearning for someone or something sorely missed produces saudade, a uniquely Brazilian expression for nostalgia. Emotional outbursts in Brazil can have devastating results. The loss of a critical soccer match such as the defeat inflicted by the Uruguayans on the Brazilian national team before 173,850 fans in Rio's Maracana Stadium in the championship game of the 1950 World Cup can provoke mass depression and even suicides. The lingering agony and untimely demise of President-elect Tancredo Neves in 1985 touched off an unfettered outpouring of collective anxiety and grief. There is perhaps no better example of the sudden and extreme mood swings Brazilians are capable of than the recent responses to an Associated Press, AP, poll of the most dramatic sports stories of 1994. AP subscribers in more than 30 nations around the globe put in second place the tragic, accidental death of Brazilian race driver Ayrton Senna, whose fatal crash in May 1994 left his compatriots mired in a deep depression, while the top story was Brazil's July 1994 World Cup soccer victory, which brought the nation to the heights of euphoria. The death throes of Tancredo, Brazilians often refer to politicians and celebrities by their first names, also summoned forth a remarkable display of another aspect of the Brazilian national character, a profound spirituality colored by both mysticism and excess. As the 75-year-old politician underwent a series of this quality does not appeal to everyone. Catherine Deneuve once remarked, "Brazil doesn't attract me. It's too consistently carefree." Introducing Brazil. 17. Dominial operations, the prayers of Roman Catholics, Protestants, and members of Afro-Brazilian and Oriental cults asked for, and expected, divine intervention in the form of a miraculous recovery. As the New York Times reported, a man dragged a large wooden cross along the hospital sidewalk. Another followed, flagellating himself with a whip. People have walked by on wounded knees, fumbling rosaries, praying, chanting out loud. Those who believed in mental telepathy set up national chains of energy to transmit positive currents to the fatally stricken leader *. The three peoples whose blood commingles in the veins of most Brazilians have contributed much to the peculiar brand of religiosity that has taken root in Brazil. The Portuguese colonists brought with them a Roman Catholicism that was much softer and more tolerant than the brand practiced by their Iberian neighbors, the Spaniards. The vastness of Brazil and a shortage of priests led to a lack of supervision and discipline in religious practice, which in turn permitted, especially in the interior, the emergence of a folk Catholicism blending superstition and archaic beliefs, such as Messianism. The slaves imported from West Africa to work on sugar plantations managed to preserve their ancestral religious orthodoxies and rituals even though they were forced to convert to Roman Catholicism. They merged their deities, called Orizás, with Catholic saints and created a unique syncretism, marrying superficial elements of Catholicism with the fundamental tenets of their cults. The latter have not only survived to the present day but have attracted followers of every race and social class. The Indian heritage includes belief in spirits and in the extraordinary powers of shamans, or medicine men, who can communicate with the dead, foresee the future, and cure illnesses. This tradition demonstrated its continuing vitality in 1986 when national attention focused on the plight of a famous naturalist, Auguste Ruskin, who was suffering from serious liver problems and if these events smacked of the surreal, how much more surrealistic were widely circulated reports that the actual cause of the president-elect's death was an infection he contracted from one of the many onlookers who were unaccountably allowed to be present in the operating room during his surgery. The Brazilians' nosebleeds as a result of contact with a rare poisonous frog. Conventional medical treatment having failed to help, the president of Brazil personally intervened, summoning the chief of an Amazon tribe and its medicine man first to a meeting with him in Brasilia, and then sending the duo to Rio de Janeiro, where they applied herbs and special smoke to the ailing Ruskin. The press, which had been covering the affair in meticulous detail, happily reported that the Indians had restored their patient to health. He died 4 months later from renal insufficiency. The tendency of Brazilians to believe in magic, or at the very least to exercise a remarkable tolerance for such beliefs, bridges past and future. Nowhere is this phenomenon more evident than in Mystic Brasilia, to borrow the title of a brochure once published by the Department of Tourism of the Federal District. Brazil's capital has drawn to it a surprising number of individuals and groups espousing ufology, parapsychology, alternative medicine, and other ornaments of the age of Aquarius. Books have been written using numerology and pointing to the prevalence of pyramid shapes in the city to argue that Brasilia is in fact an Egyptian city, foreordained to become the capital of the world in the third millennium. The use of official publications to promote such chiastic notions suggests that people in high places take them seriously. This widespread preoccupation with the preternatural has led some Brazilians to describe Brazil as surrealistic, or to go further and invoke an often quoted comment, falsely attributed to French President Charles de Gaulle, that Brazil is not a serious country. There is undoubtedly a strong trace of the Brazilian inferiority complex underlying these characterizations. But the magic that Brazilians embrace has not prevented the nation from showing signs of emerging as an industrial power. It is merely another face of Brazil. Indeed, Brazil's destiny may be to demonstrate that it can be at once surreal and great. The Mystic Brasilia brochure bears the stamp of the Department of Tourism of the Federal District and an introduction by then-Governor José Aparecido, who later served as ambassador to Portugal and was named foreign minister by President Itamar Franco. Illness prevented him from assuming the latter post. Introducing Brazil. 19. To do so, however, Brazil must overcome its contemporary crisis, which in fact represents the most recent and deepest nosedive in a giddy roller coaster ride that Brazilians have experienced over the past 3 decades. The hopefulness that burgeoned in late 1994 suggests that Brazil may once again have made the transition from plunge to climb. An understanding of where the Brazilians presently find themselves requires a brief retracing of the hectic journey that has taken them from euphoria to instability, from repression to economic miracle, from high hope to disillusion, and back again to the initial stages of what could be a meteoric recovery. In the late 1950s, the dynamic leadership of President Juscelino Kubitschek launched Brazil on a path toward rapid economic development. 50 years in 5 was the ambitious order of the day issued by Juscelino as he adopted policies that encouraged industrial expansion. He also gave substance to a long-standing national dream by constructing in the middle of nowhere a modernistic new capital, Brasilia, which would help open up the country's interior. Juscelino's optimism and enthusiasm were highly contagious. Brazil's triumph in the 1958 World Cup Soccer Championship in Sweden, followed by the capturing of a second title in Chile in 1962, and the worldwide popularity of the bossa nova, a felicitous marriage of Brazilian samba and American jazz, convinced many Brazilians that their tomorrow had at last dawned. The performances of Juscelino's successors, however, dampened the nation's mood. Jânio Quadros, winning the presidency as an anti-politician reformist, turned out to be quirky and erratic. His mysterious, unexpected resignation after less than a year in office shook the country and brought to the nation's highest office Vice President João Goulart, a populist deeply distrusted by the armed forces and the economic elite. Goulart inherited an economy racked by inflation, the legacy of Juscelino's spending spree, and proceeded to reduce it to even greater shambles. His efforts to redistribute wealth and shift the balance of political power to the left were often clumsy and provoked predictable resistance from those who prospered from the status quo. His policies and demagogic style frightened the middle and upper classes so thoroughly, the Brazilians, and created such widespread unrest that the military overthrew him in 1964. Brazil thereupon entered a long night of authoritarian rule. Military interventions in the past had always been temporary exercises of the armed forces' self-appointed, yet widely accepted, role as guarantors of public order. But this time the military refused to step aside, and one general president followed another. Although some trappings of democracy remained, the military held the country in an iron grip and vowed to purge the body politic of communism and corruption. The leaders did not hesitate to utilize measures such as censorship, arbitrary arrest, and torture. Hundreds of individuals, ranging from Communist Party members to ex-President Kubitschek, had their political rights summarily suspended. The repression reached its nadir during the late 1960s and early 1970s. The only institution strong enough to resist the regime was the Roman Catholic Church. Following the courageous example set by Recife's Archbishop Helder Camara and São Paulo's Cardinal Paulo Arnes, a significant number of bishops, priests, and nuns came forward to defend the human rights of those targeted by the regime. During this same period, responding to policies that promoted industrialization through private investment and stifled workers' wage demands, the economy grew at an astonishing annual rate of nearly 11%. By 1973 the country was exporting $10 billion worth of goods, up from less than $3 billion in 1968. The world soon began to take notice of what came to be known as the Brazilian miracle. Asterisk. For the upper and middle classes, the giddy optimism of the Kubitschek era returned in full force. Not to be outdone by Juscelino, the generals launched their own exuberant projects and gave free rein to what Brazilians call their pharaonic complex. The Trans-Amazon Highway, a massive hydroelectric complex at Itaipu on the border with Paraguay and no less an authority than U.S. economist Milton Friedman was among those who saluted the miracle and its apparent taming of inflation by a device known as indexing, which adjusted prices and wages upward to keep pace with the current rate of inflation. Introducing Brazil. 21. Argentina, the Rio-Niterói Bridge across Guanabara Bay, and a nuclear power plant were its most notable expressions. Brazil, however, was the third world's leading petroleum importer, and the quadrupling of oil prices in the wake of the 1973 Middle East conflict caused the bubble to burst. The growth rate tailed off sharply, balance of payments deficits ballooned, inflation began to soar, and by the late 1970s the country was mired in a deep recession. Brazil's foreign debt raced past the $100 billion mark, the largest in the underdeveloped world, and rising interest rates abroad made full-service payments unthinkable. The mood of those whom the miracle had profited now matched that of the lower classes, whose economic position had in fact worsened substantially during the rapid growth spurt, a result that demonstrated beyond cavil that rising tides do not always lift all boats. Unable to stem the downturn, the armed forces decided that the time had come for the gradual restoration of civilian rule. The regime lifted censorship, permitted left-wing exiles to return, eased restrictions on political activity, and planned to have a special electoral college choose the next president. The move toward redemocratization unleashed tremendous popular enthusiasm, as millions of Brazilians took to the streets in 1984 to demand direct presidential elections. The regime clung to its plan but lost control of the process, and the opposition candidate won an overwhelming victory. On January 1, 1985, the first baby of the new year was celebrated by the media as a symbol of the era that was about to dawn, and he was named Tancredinho, in honor of the man who was soon to become the nation's president-elect. But in mid-March the baby, who lived in a Rio de Janeiro slum, died of pneumonia and dehydration. It was a bad omen. Tancredo Nevis's fatal illness, which prevented him from taking office, was a cruel twist of fate, because he gave every indication of being the right person in the right place at the right time. A seasoned politician skilled in the art of accommodation, he might well have been able to guide his country through the difficult days ahead. With his passing, the euphoria with which the country had been hailing the departure of its military rulers was deflated, but only temporarily. The Brazilians. Vice President José Sarney, a provincial politician who had supported the military regime and whom Tancredo had tapped in order to balance the ticket, assumed the presidency. After a somewhat hesitant start, Sarney gained tremendous popularity with an economic program aimed at stemming the growing menace of inflation by decreeing a price and wage freeze. But when the government had to lift the cap on prices in late 1986, because of serious shortages of food and other consumer goods, and inflation soared, Sarney did not have the faintest idea what to do next. Most of the country's politicians, moreover, displayed an incapacity for anything except political gamesmanship. Reports of corruption and waste at all levels of government appeared with increasing frequency in the press and added to a growing mood of discontent. Popular revulsion peaked when President Sarney flew 150 guests to Paris, where they lavishly celebrated, at the Brazilian taxpayers' expense, the bicentennial of the French Revolution. Social inequities, meanwhile, reached potentially explosive levels. The sporadic looting of food supplies and the riots triggered by failures in the rail system indicated that the patience of the nation's have-nots had limits. Personal security became a matter of major concern for all Brazilians, as the crime rate joined inflation in an upward climb. Heavily armed gangs of drug traffickers in Rio de Janeiro took control of large slum areas, where they even began to furnish municipal services. Against this backdrop, the Brazilian Congress devoted almost 2 years to the drafting of a new constitution to replace the authoritarian document the military had promulgated as the supreme law of the land in 1967. A surreal aura enveloped the process, as the federal lawmakers who formed the Constituent Assembly charged with drafting the document seemed to assume that constitutional fiat in and of itself could somehow transform the country, and that constitutional guarantees that all citizens would have equal access to basic rights would somehow concretize these aspirations. The lengthy, minutely detailed charter approved on September 2, 1988, touched upon almost every aspect of life in Brazil. It curtailed the powers of the chief executive, reduced the presidential term from 6 years to 5, reduced the voting age to 16. Introducing Brazil 23. And capped annual interest rates at 12%, a provision that could not possibly be taken seriously in an economy where the monthly inflation rate was at least twice that figure. On the other hand, the new constitution ignored some urgent problems, such as the imbalance in the relative congressional representation enjoyed by different regions of the country. Thus, 1/3 of Brazil's population continued to control 2/3 of the members of the Chamber of Deputies, an arrangement that the military regime had purposefully imposed and that fixed power in the hands of politicians from the less developed rural states. Thus, a deputy from São Paulo would need more than 200,000 votes to be elected, while one from the state of Roraima in Amazonia would need only about 5,000. At a time when Brazil seemed to cry out for a period of institutional stability, the new constitution injected jarring uncertainties into the political panorama. It provided for a plebiscite in 1993 to determine not only whether the country should move to parliamentary government, similar to the systems used in Western Europe, but also whether the country should transform itself into a constitutional monarchy or remain a republic. It also would permit the 1993 Congress to enact constitutional amendments by a simple majority vote. One of the notable innovations of the new Magna Carta affected the ground rules for presidential elections. If no candidate obtained an absolute majority of the vote, a second election would pit the two front-runners against one another. When the elections came up in 1989, Brazilians had not cast their ballots for a president for almost 30 years. Back in 1960 they chose a quintessential outsider who promised to sweep away corruption and reinvigorate democratic rule. Although the election of Jânio Quadros had provoked disastrous consequences, the electorate of 1989 proved susceptible to a similar pitch, and history began to repeat itself in a number of ways. Both republicanism and presidentialism prevailed. Instead of rewriting the Constitution to make it more realistic and workable, Congress proved incapable of dealing with the opportunity presented in 1993 and made few changes in the document. The Brazilians. In a bewildering field of more than 20 candidates, one man stood out, helped in no small part by strong support from Brazil's largest television network. Fernando Collor de Mello, the 39-year-old ex-governor of the small northeastern state of Alagoas, and ex-mayor of Maceió, its capital, and a strong supporter of the Sarney government until the economy soured, broke out of the pack early in the race. The public knew him because of his highly publicized hunt for Maharajas, the name given to state officials who collected fat paychecks without ever showing up for work, and for his other efforts to eliminate waste and corruption in his home state. He was able to capitalize on a youthful, telegenic appearance and the national mood of revulsion toward the spendthrift government and the tradition of politics as a vehicle for the enrichment of politicians and their families. The rest of the field was comprised of familiar warhorses, and a few fresh faces, such as that of Luiz Inácio da Silva, known popularly as Lula. A former São Paulo metal worker, Lula had cut his political teeth in labor struggles during the 1970s and had served a term as federal deputy. He carried the banner of the Workers' Party, a coalition of union and grassroots activists, Catholic militants and left-wing intellectuals. As the campaign progressed, it was clear that the economy had become a basket case. Indeed, the monthly inflation rate hit 34% in September of that year. Collor proposed no specific steps to deal with the crisis. He put himself forward as a populist conservative, pledging to open Brazil's economy to the free market, to sell off unprofitable state enterprises, and to cut down the size of the federal government. At the same time, he promised to spend more on social welfare. After a heated campaign that produced some moments of memorable mudslinging, Collor's people paid an ex-lover of Lula's to come forward and claim that she had rejected his requests that she abort the child she was carrying, a daughter Lula had always acknowledged. Collor emerged victorious by about 5 percentage points, and Brazil stood poised to enter yet another new era. Many Brazilians saw Collor as their own John F. Kennedy. He had good looks and projected a youthful vitality, and devil may. Introducing Brazil. 25. Recklessness, that seemed to reflect the defining characteristics of his native land. People were willing to overlook his inexperience and the fact that he had no political base in the Congress. The opportunism that had fueled his political career was discounted, as were his close ties to a small northeastern state reputed to be one of the most politically violent and primitive in the country. The new president pledged to trim 300,000 jobs from the federal payroll and privatize many of the state-owned enterprises that had long been a drain on the federal budget. He also launched yet another ambitious economic plan that would, in his words, kill the tiger of inflation with one shot. The plan was the brainchild of Zélia Cardoso de Mello, no relation, Collor's young minister of the economy. Among other belt-tightening measures she imposed upon Brazilians was a freeze on withdrawals from all bank accounts for 1 year. The hardships it imposed on middle and upper-income Brazilians were substantial. For example, many people who had entered contracts to purchase homes or apartments could not access their savings to pay for them. Several suicides and heart attacks were linked to the new program, but most Brazilians, as good-natured as ever, were willing to accept as necessary evils the financial burdens they had to bear. Inflation eased, but only temporarily. Soon the tiger returned with a vengeance. Collor provided diversion with his presidential style. He flew military jets, rode jet-powered water skis, and donned T-shirts with political or inspirational messages for his morning jogs. The presidential sideshow took on aspects of a soap opera when his marriage appeared to sour and he conducted a press conference at which he revealed he had removed his wedding band. The Brasilia Follies, as they could have been called, escalated when Zélia, seeking respite from the intractable problems created by the persistence of inflation and recession, embarked on a love affair with Justice Minister Bernardo Cabral. The couple let the world know they were an item by dancing cheek to the asterisk. Indeed, one of his grandfathers, a senator from Alagoas, had once killed a bystander during a gunfight with a political opponent on the floor of the Senate. The Brazilians. Music of the bolero Besame Mucho at Zelia's 1990 birthday party. The liaison between the 58-year-old married man and the attractive, and much younger, single woman set tongues wagging on several continents and gave some Brazilians an opportunity to exercise their sense of humor asterisk. President Collor could not permit the affair to continue. Since at this point in time the economy took precedence over the justice system, he asked for Cabral's resignation and kept Zelia at her post. When her economic plan continued to show no positive results, she too lost her job. The adventures and misadventures of Zelia Cardoso de Mello turned out to be a minor farce in light of what was to follow. In May 1992, Fernando Collor's younger brother, Pedro, went public with charges of corruption against one of the president's closest associates, and Brazil soon began to wallow in a sea of mud dubbed Collorgate. According to Pedro Collor, Paulo Cesar Farias, or PC, as he was known to all, had used his intimate access to the new president to set up an elaborate system of kickbacks that required individuals and corporations doing business with the federal government to divert to him as a surcharge a substantial percentage of the sums of money they expected to derive from their dealings with Brasilia. The stocky, mustachioed entrepreneur PC had been closely associated with Fernando Collor during the latter's earlier political career in Alagoas and had served as treasurer of the Collor presidential campaign. At this time, although he held no office, he was said to be busily trading on what he represented as his access to the president. Pedro Collor claimed initially that he was pointing the finger at PC because the latter had begun to threaten certain Collor fam. When Zelia landed with an official party at the military airport in Brasilia a short time later, the Air Force band, on hand to greet the group, launched into Besame Mucho. Her first public appearance after resigning was on a TV comedy show that had often lampooned her. She gave a tearful defense of her performance in office and later married the star of the program. Cabral, who had unilaterally terminated his relationship with the Minister of the Economy, paid for his sins by becoming the chief target of a torrid bestseller based on interviews granted by Zelia. Introducing Brazil. 27. Highly business interests that Pedro was responsible for administering. But the family immediately tried to silence him. The president was particularly eager to keep his brother quiet. He went so far as to arrange for his mother to discharge Pedro from his job and raise doubts about his sanity. This served only to aggravate matters, as Pedro then went public with fresh accusations that Fernando had once attempted to seduce his wife and had introduced him to cocaine. By now it was apparent that the presidential affair compared favorably with any plot ever concocted for Brazil's famous telenovelas. The media, having given Fernando Collor a free ride during the presidential campaign, now pursued the story with a zeal and thoroughness unique in the history of Brazilian journalism. No patch of muck remained unraked, and daily disclosures kept the country alternating among states of amusement, shock, disbelief, and disgust. Fernando Collor's involvement in the scandal soon became painfully apparent. PC had channeled a portion of the kickback funds back to the president to pay for such items as the lavish personal expenses of the First Lady, a Parisian apartment for the president and himself, and the opulent remodeling of the president's private residence in Brasilia. The president maintained his innocence, but few believed him. The evidence established at best his tacit approval of, and at worst his connivance in, the shameless looting. The man who had become famous as a fighter against corruption now looked like the fox who had the keys to the henhouse. Congress brought impeachment charges, the first time this had ever happened to a Brazilian president, and Collor did his best to win congressional support in the time-honored way by attempting to buy votes with promises of presidential largesse. But public opinion had been aroused, and protesters took to the streets to demand his ouster. Accepting the inevitability of removal from office, Fernando Collor resigned, leaving intact Juscelino Kubitschek's distinction of being the last Brazilian president to serve out his term. There was public jubilation, but it was short-lived. Collor had selected as his running mate an obscure politician who was thought to bring certain electoral strength to the ticket. When vice-presi, the Brazilians' Itamar Franco succeeded to the highest office in the land, it was soon apparent that he was as ill-equipped as Sarney had been to deal with the problems facing Brazil. At heart a populist, Itamar sincerely wanted to help Brazil's have-nots, but he was uncomfortable with the idea that tough measures were needed to modernize the economy and streamline the government. Moreover, he did not seem to realize the extent to which inflation victimized the poor. Brazilians with money could always play the financial markets and actually come out ahead during inflationary cycles. The country drifted aimlessly under his weak leadership. At the same time, the national taste for exposing corruption had not abated with the ouster of Fernando Collor, and investigations by the press and congressional committees brought to light all kinds of fresh scandals implicating Brazilian politicians. The new mood extended to the business community, and the government began to pursue tax evaders aggressively for the first time. Itamar Franco managed to maintain the image of an honest man, but his erratic personal behavior nullified whatever advantages he might otherwise have reaped from his probity. At the 1994 Rio Carnival, he permitted one of the participants in the parade to join him in his box, where he let her stand next to him and raise her arms to salute the crowd. Widely published photographs revealed that all she was wearing at the time was a t-shirt that failed to cover her private parts. The Economist magazine once referred to Brazil as a stumbling elephant in the van of the charge towards affluence by the most development-ripe dozen countries among the poor two-thirds of the world. But it had by now become painfully evident that Brazil had gone from the point position to the rearguard of development in Latin America. The economies of Chile, Argentina, and Mexico were thriving, while the Brazilian gross domestic product had fallen by 1% in 1992. Spain had passed Brazil on the list of the world's largest market economies, and other nations were. Alma Guillermo Prieto, in an article in The New Yorker, wrote of the odorless, flavorless Itamar Franco, who seems incapable of more than pained expressions of dismay as the great ship of state sinks slowly into a mudbank. Introducing Brazil. 29. Poised to follow. In 1989 Brazil had the 8th most competitive economy among developing nations, by 1993 it had dropped to 14th. Brazil's inflation, meanwhile, soared into first place. In March 1994, inflation increased at a rate of more than 45%. Instead of being a third-world country poised to leap into the first world, Brazil gave every indication of being in a free fall toward the fourth world. In addition, there were abundant signs that the reservoir of goodwill Brazilians traditionally enjoyed abroad was beginning to evaporate. Foreign criticism of human rights violations and environmental devastation in Brazil had intensified to the point where Brazilians began to protest what they saw as Brazil bashing. This negative trend might have reached its nadir on a bumper sticker spotted in England and declaring, "Fight for the rainforests, burn a Brazilian." A tongue-in-cheek article in the New York Times Magazine, purportedly a historian's guide to American history published in the year 2008, noted that the Taiwanese had purchased Brazil at the start of the 21st century, a sad commentary on the present state of the international reputation of what was once the country of the future. Meanwhile, Itamar kept changing ministers of the economy, with no effect on the inflation rate. In June 1993, he named Fernando Henrique Cardoso to the post. It was a move that smacked of desperation in one sense, since the new minister had no financial or administrative experience. But he did bring to the job a keen, dispassionate mind and an understanding that putting Brazil's economic house in order should be the government's #1 priority. An internationally renowned sociologist who had made a successful transition from intellectual to politician in 1978 and had gained respect as a federal senator from a Sao Paulo-based party that was slightly to the left of center, Fernando Henrique perceived a national leadership vacuum as well as a mood of apprehension and paralysis on the part of Brazil's upper and middle classes in the face of the apparent inevitability of a victory by Lula in the presidential elections scheduled for October 1994. It was obvious that the electorate would not accept any of the shop-worn candidates. The Brazilians' offered by the existing political parties, nor, after the Collor debacle, were they likely to warm to a media-created nominee. There was an opening for someone who could offer more than promises. Fernando Henrique seized the moment. He developed an economic plan that called for the creation of a new currency, a reduction in government spending, the privatization of state-owned companies, the continuation of negotiations begun in 1990 to restructure Brazil's foreign debt, and the opening of the Brazilian market to foreign imports, the latter an initiative meant to force Brazilian industry to compete. Inflation continued unabated in early 1994. Fernando Henrique revised the plan by pegging the monetary system to a unit of value that was itself pegged to the dollar, and resigned his position to run for the presidency. Both his plan and his political gamble paid off handsomely. Inflation fell off sharply, and Brazil reached an agreement that restructured its obligations to foreign banks and brought to an end the debt crisis that had been looming, like the sword of Damocles, since 1982. Fernando Henrique crept up on and then overtook Lula in the polls, as Brazilians adjusted to a stable economy and once again began to feel optimistic about their future. A victory in the World Cup soccer tournament held in the United States in the summer of 1994 reinforced the new national mood. Lula at first failed to grasp the damage the economic recovery was doing to his candidacy, and then tried to argue that the government and big business were holding down the inflation rate in artificial ways to secure the election of Fernando Henrique. The latter, on his part, ran a controlled campaign and avoided gaffes like the one he committed during an unsuccessful campaign for mayor of Sao Paulo, when he admitted on television that he did not believe in God. He won enough votes to win in the first round. The prospect of an economically sound Brazilian economy attracted an influx of foreign capital. The government began to lower tariff barriers, especially those that hindered commerce with AR. Lula was unable to capitalize on the fact that Fernando Henrique's successor as Minister of the Economy admitted to this in early September in an interview he did not realize was going out on live television. Introducing Brazil. 31. Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay, and Brazil's trade surpluses mounted. Talk of Brazil as the country of the future once again resounded throughout the Western Hemisphere. However, the fact that after the elections the government had to call upon the army to occupy Rio de Janeiro slum areas that had fallen under the control of gangs of drug dealers cast a chill over the mood of optimism, at least for those who paid heed to both parts of Belindia. And magazine photos of garbage pickers eating large, roasted rats on spits served as a grim reminder of the social ills that a true national recovery would have to address. This book examines Brazilianness, with particular emphasis on the context of the current crisis and the events leading up to it. It both explains to non-Brazilians the unique character of the Brazilian people and explores how national character may have contributed to the dilemma in which the country now finds itself. Brazilians themselves have long struggled with the problem of self-definition. The enormous size of the country, its regional diversity, and the richness of its culture complicate the task at hand. Indeed, a description and analysis of every aspect of Brazilianness could fill several volumes. Therefore, comprehensiveness will have to yield to selectivity, with respect both to themes and approaches to them. Part 1 examines the ethnic and racial components of Brazilian society, Part 2 tells stories about rich and poor Brazilians, Part 3 looks at the phenomenon of violence in Brazil, Part 4 considers Brazilian spirituality, and Part 5 presents some miscellaneous aspects of Brazilianness. Artpney. Who are the Brazilians? Chapter 1. The Portuguese. Search for Brazilianness must begin with the remarkable people who gave the Brazilians their language, religion, and some essential components of their national character. Indeed, the glue that held Brazil together after it achieved independence, in contrast to the centrifugal forces that fragmented Spain's colonial empire, had a markedly made-in-Portugal stamp. Yet the relationship between Brazilians and their mother country is ambivalent at best. Jokes poking fun at the Portuguese enjoy a high degree of popularity in Brazil. Brazilian television soap operas and mini-series dealing with historical themes often depict the Portuguese in a disparaging light. Brazilian municipalities named after Portuguese cities and towns are exceedingly rare, in contrast to designations such as New London, Manchester, Cambridge, Oxford, Windsor, and Greenwich found in North America. Brazilians seem to take little pride in the fact that the ancestors of most of them came from a tiny country with a truly glorious past. Because of its geographical location on the crossroads between Europe and Africa, the land that eventually produced the nation of Portugal attracted a steady influx of invaders. The first outsiders came from the north about 10 centuries before the birth of Christ. The primitive Iberians left a lasting mark, since the peninsula to which they emigrated on the southwestern edge of the European landmass still bears their name. Celts, Phoenicians, Greeks, Carthaginians, and Romans followed in turn, the latter establishing themselves in what is now southern and central Portugal, the Brazilians. Province of Lusitania, which would provide an enduring synonym, Lusitanians, for Portuguese. At the end of the 5th century new invaders began to appear, first the Vandals and then the Visigoths. By this time the inhabitants of the peninsula had embraced Christianity, and they succeeded in converting their pagan conquerors. In 711 the Moors crossed the Straits of Gibraltar from North Africa and brought with them their Muslim faith. Eventually they installed themselves throughout much of the peninsula. Adding to the racial mix were small colonies of Sephardic Jews who appeared in Lisbon and other port cities during the Muslim conquest. They managed to gain economic and political influence as merchants, tax collectors, court physicians, astrologers, and middlemen between Christians and Muslims. During the Inquisition many of them accepted conversion and became new Christians, although many viewed with skepticism their claims to be bona fide Christians. The Portuguese nation emerged from the struggles by rulers of the Earldom of Portugal, a portion of the peninsula the Moors had not conquered, to expel the infidels and resist the hegemonic designs of Castile, whose king was claiming the Portuguese crown and ruling over the most powerful of the peninsula's Christian kingdoms. It was not until 1250 that the Portuguese reconquered their territory from the Moors. Then in 1385 they defeated the Castilians and at last secured their independence. With youthful zest, fueled at first by religious fervor and later by a lust for riches, the new nation began to reach out beyond its borders. The Portuguese pursued the Moors into North Africa and captured the city of Ceuta in 1415. At the same time they proceeded to take advantage of their geographical position on the outer rim of Europe. Seafaring came naturally to the Portuguese, and their beloved Prince Henry, popularly known as Henry the Navigator, invested heavily in the honing of their maritime capabilities. The Lusitanians soon became masters of the art of ocean navigation. They also developed the caravel, a ship that could sail against the wind. Venturing out into the Atlantic Ocean and making their way gradually down the shoreline of Africa, they discovered and established colonies on Madeira and the Azores, the former off the coast. The Portuguese, 37, of Africa, the latter due west of their homeland. Their success inevitably attracted the attention of other maritime nations of Europe, and soon little Portugal faced stern competition. The Spanish leapt into the exploration business and seized the Canary Islands, off the northwest coast of Africa. In 1492 a Genovese named Christopher Columbus sailing westward under the auspices of the Spanish crown found what he thought was a direct sea route across the Atlantic to India. This put Spain into potential conflict with Portugal. The Pope encouraged both sides to work out a settlement. The result was the Treaty of Tordesillas, signed under papal auspices in 1494. Portugal was to control all lands, newly discovered or to be discovered, lying east of a line running north and south 1,110 miles west of the Cape Verde Islands. Spain assumed authority over everything to the west of the line. The location of the line turned out to carry enormous significance. It put a large slice of Brazil within the Portuguese hemisphere. Indeed, this apparent stroke of good fortune has aroused suspicion, as yet unproven, in some quarters that Portuguese navigators veering widely off the bulge of Africa had already sighted the Brazilian coast and had relayed information to the royal court, which had kept the news a secret as it negotiated the treaty. Several years later Vasco da Gama made his historic voyage around the Cape of Good Hope to India, and Portugal's golden age was at hand. Outflanking the Muslim countries situated on the overland routes between Europe and the East, the intrepid Portuguese eventually reached China and Japan and were able to ship goods from the Orient more cheaply over the sea lanes they had mastered. They also opened up trade with Africa and set out to produce sugar and wine in their colonies on Madeira and the Azores. Caravels laden with spices, silk, perfume, porcelain, gold, ivory, and other valuable commodities, including slaves, were soon streaming into Lisbon. The discovery of Brazil seemed at first to be but a footnote to the success story. In 1500 Pedro Cabral set sail from Lisbon with 13 ships. His mission was to replicate the journey of Vasco da Gama. But adverse winds blew the vessels off their course as they tried to hug the shoreline of Africa, and on April 22 Cabral's sail. The Brazilians oars spotted what they believed to be an island, which they named Vera Cruz, True Cross. In fact, Cabral had stumbled upon what is now the southern coast of the state of Bahia. Sailing northward in search of shelter for his ships, he found a small harbor, to which his men gave the name Porto Seguro, safe port. The local inhabitants, apparently peaceable and totally without guile, observed the newcomers with great curiosity. The Portuguese planted a cross, replenished their water supply, and left behind 2 exiles, who were instructed to learn the native language and customs. One ship returned home with a report of the discovery. The rest of the fleet resumed the voyage to India. The royal court greeted the news of Cabral's find with indifference. More important things were happening in the Orient. The fact that Vera Cruz apparently contained neither gold nor precious stones put it near the bottom of Portugal's priorities. Subsequent explorations confirmed that Vera Cruz was no island, and revealed the abundance of Brazil wood, the raw material for a valuable red dye. Lusitanian merchants began to exploit this resource, which in time gave the new land its permanent name. The profits that could be earned from the Brazil wood trade soon attracted entrepreneurs from countries that refused to recognize the Treaty of Tordesillas. The French made increasingly frequent appearances along the Brazilian coast. The few trading posts established by the Portuguese proved insufficient to prevent these incursions, so in the 1630s Lisbon decided to colonize Brazil as a means of protecting it against foreigners. The first permanent Portuguese residents of Brazil were the outcasts left behind by Cabral, other exiles put ashore by later expeditions, and sailors who survived shipwrecks in the waters off the coast. These men went totally native, cohabiting with Indian women who often treated them as gods and freely bore their offspring. They were the first Europeans to experience the seduction of tropical Brazil, and the knowledge they acquired would prove valuable to Portugal's colonization efforts. The first official colonists put down roots in São Vicente, near what is today the port of Santos in the state of São Paulo. The Portuguese. 39. Settlements were founded to the north along what turned out to be a 3,000-mile coastline. Because incursions from other European powers threatened the vast new territory, the Portuguese crown realized that colonization would be the only way it could retain access to the wealth of Brazil, but instead of directly underwriting the effort of occupying the colony, the crown decided to let others do the job. So Brazil was divided into 15 so-called captaincies, parallel strips of land bordered to the east by the sea and to the west by the line of the Treaty of Tordesillas. Each captaincy stretched at least 90 miles along the coast. The king bestowed them to distinguished noblemen or commoners who had rendered outstanding service to the crown. There were elements of both feudalism and capitalism in the system of captaincies. The captaincy was hereditary and subjected the grantee to the absolute authority of the crown, which reserved for itself a monopoly over the Brazil wood trade and the right to collect certain taxes. But the grantee had the right to profit from agricultural enterprises set up in the captaincy, an arrangement that gave him incentives to invest. He could also distribute lands, and he undertook responsibility for populating, administering, Christianizing, and defending his domain. Except for São Vicente in the south and Pernambuco in the northeast, where the soil was especially suited for the growing of sugarcane and the grantees were wealthy, dynamic individuals, the captaincies floundered. Most of the original grantees had no experience in governance and lacked the resources to defend their domains and carry out other administrative tasks that should have been the responsibility of the crown. The natives often turned out to be uncooperative, unlike those who had watched Cabral's men come ashore. Some tribes even practiced cannibalism on their enemies, and they stubbornly resisted pacification. Moreover, protecting the coast against the French turned out to be much more difficult than anticipated. But despite its shortcomings, the captaincy system left a lasting imprint on Brazil. 6 of Brazil's current states bear the names of the captaincies from which they evolved. Moreover, because of a shortage of colonists, grantees often subdivided their captaincies into huge estates, which they then parceled out to family and the Brazilians. Friends, a practice that produced a pattern of landholding that has profoundly influenced, some say severely retarded, the social and economic development of rural Brazil. The failure of the captaincies forced the crown to rethink its colonial policy. The decision was reached to maintain the captaincies as administrative units but to centralize control over them. In 1549 a governor-general appointed by the king and given broad authority arrived in the scenic Bahia de Todos os Santos, Bay of All Saints, conveniently located between São Vicente to the south and Pernambuco to the north, and set about to found the town of Bahia, or Salvador, as it would later come to be called, the new capital of the colony. He brought with him a party of 1,000, which included soldiers, bureaucrats, artisans, and 6 Jesuit priests who were to take charge of the Christianization of Brazil. The new structure of colonial governance proved provident, for it enabled the Portuguese to repel a serious attempt by the French to plant a permanent colony in the vicinity of Guanabara. French settlers had cut São Vicente off from the rest of Brazil and were exploiting the extensive Brazilwood groves found near the bay. After a 2-year siege, the Portuguese governor-general managed to oust the French in 1567 and establish the settlement of Rio de Janeiro. The colony as a whole thrived under the guidance of the governors-general, who acted as the king's representatives. They encouraged agriculture and created special incentives for the production of sugar for export. A shortage of workers in the cane fields created difficulties, especially when colonists began to use Indians as slave laborers. The Portuguese crown had promised the Pope to civilize and protect the Indians, and the Jesuits sought to carry out this commitment, which often brought them into conflict with the planters' need for cheap labor. The controversy over enslavement of the Indians, the latter's inability to adapt to regimented work in the fields, they were nomads and rejected the sedentary life, and the steady growth of the sugar industry combined to force the colonists to look to Africa for slave laborers. Soon the massive importation of black slaves began in earnest. The Portuguese. 41. An important implication of the new centralized system of administration was the Portuguese crown's direct involvement in the growth of the colony. No longer would the king rely on others to finance the development of Brazil. The royal court not only invested in its overseas territory but also encouraged immigration. In the second half of the 16th century the number of Lusitanians in Brazil increased from 3,500 to 35,000. The Portuguese who settled in the New World were a varied lot. Members of the nobility could be found among the grantees of captaincies and owners of large land holdings within the captaincies. Prosperous commoners also benefited from sizable land grants. Some of the peasants who emigrated became small landowners, and others inhabited urban settlements. Exiles banished from their homeland because they had violated the strict laws of Portugal constituted another slice of Brazilian society. They were nonconformists, often from influential families. Some found success in their new lives, others became the dregs of their communities. Finally, a number of new Christians migrated to the coastal cities and soon played a key role in the production and export of Brazil's sugar. The Portuguese crossing the Atlantic in the 16th century brought with them various traits that would contribute to the evolution of Brazilianness. The adventurers responsible for Portugal's maritime empire were self-reliant individualists who neither accepted nor imposed upon others the constraints of discipline or organization, but nonetheless recognized their place within the hierarchical society of medieval Portugal. They responded both to the spiritual imperatives of their Christian faith and to the crass materialism that fueled the commercial enterprises upon which they were embarking. One of the key strengths of the Portuguese colonists was adaptability, a characteristic honed over the centuries during which foreign invaders occupied portions of the Iberian Peninsula. In addition, there was a physical aspect to this capacity for accommodation. The climate of Portugal tends to be more African than EU. The Brazilians, European, thus the Lusitanians had little difficulty adjusting to the tropical climate of Brazil. The Portuguese who migrated to Brazil often tended to hold manual labor in disdain, a natural corollary of their refined sense of dignity bred by the success of Portugal's imperial adventures. Also, the Portuguese had been relying on black slaves to perform most domestic work for about a century, so they had accumulated a sense of entitlement to a life free from drudgery. The long contact between the Portuguese and the Moors had produced some remarkable psychological consequences. The Portuguese male had grown to idolize the Moorish woman as the embodiment of feminine beauty. Perhaps it was the reaction of a conquered people to its conquerors. The Moorish princess, dark-skinned, long-haired, mysterious, and supremely erotic, became a staple of Portuguese legend and an object of hidden fantasies. To Portuguese adventurers and colonists, the naked Indian women they encountered in Brazil were a dream come true. These females were close enough to the idealized Moorish princess both in appearance and behavior. Both, for example, enjoyed bathing in rivers and combing their tresses, and at the same time submitted willingly to the sexual advances of the Portuguese. This led to the beginning of a process of miscegenation, which would assume greater dimensions as a result of sexual relations between white colonists and African slaves. The Moors also may have contributed to certain distinctively Oriental aspects of Portuguese society. A fondness for display, the de facto polygamy practiced by heads of households, the excessively patriarchal focus of home life, and the domestic seclusion of women were Moorish legacies that the Portuguese brought with them to Brazil. The latter traits would contribute to the evolution of perhaps the most important of Brazil's contemporary institutions, the family, which defines personal, social, and economic relations for most upper and middle-class Brazilians. The Portuguese peasants who migrated to the New World served as conduits for a wealth of legends that went far beyond tales of Moorish princesses. They provided an abundant heritage of folklore that would enrich popular culture in Brazil. One of the Portuguese. 43. More fascinating myths emerged from a historical event that had serious, real-life repercussions for the Brazilian colony. King Sebastian of Portugal, a religious fanatic who saw himself as Christ's warrior, led his army against the Muslims in Morocco and suffered a disastrous defeat in 1578. Sebastian himself perished on the field of battle. Yet many of his compatriots believed that one day he would return to them in triumph as a messiah. The legend of King Sebastian survived among Portuguese peasants and their descendants, some of whom settled in the interior of Brazil. In the 19th century, what had come to be known as Sebastianism was responsible for several violent uprisings in the rural northeast. The demise of King Sebastian had a more immediate impact. He left no immediate heirs, and the throne of Portugal soon fell into the hands of one of his distant relatives, King Philip II of Spain. Although Philip was not given to meddling in the affairs of the Brazilian colony, Spain's enemies now became Portugal's. The Dutch seized Bahia in 1624. They were driven out the following year, but in 1630 they captured Pernambuco. Soon they controlled most of the northeast. Occupation by the Dutch brought with it a certain degree of progress. The new rulers made efforts to expand the sugar industry and encourage the local production of foodstuffs. The city of Pernambuco, later to be called Recife, was introduced to urban planning. For the first time scientific studies of the tropics were launched. But the Portuguese colony resisted the Protestant intruders, both from within the occupied territory and from without. In the early 1640s Portugal successfully rebelled against Spanish rule, established a new royal dynasty, and temporarily patched up its differences with the Netherlands. The Brazilians, however, continued their struggle against Dutch domination, a struggle in which not only white settlers but also blacks and Indians participated. In 1654 they finally succeeded in ousting the Dutch. The victory had psychological implications. The colonists for the first time felt the strong impulses of national unity, not as Portuguese subjects but as Brazilians. They had defeated the Dutch by themselves. Self-esteem began to replace their sense of inferiority to the Portuguese. The Brazilians. The expulsion of the Dutch marked not only what many consider the birth of Brazilian nationhood but also the emergence of a military mystique that would have lasting effects throughout the country's history. The struggle seeded not only the Brazilian nation but also its army. When the latter took shape as a distinct institution, its leaders would look back on the victory over the Dutch occupiers as the crucible that forged a solid bond between Brazil and its military. The Crown had facilitated the symbiosis by refraining from committing units of the Portuguese army to defend the colony. Portugal sent a few professional officers to Brazil, and they conscripted troops from the ranks of social outcasts, but what was called Brazil's paid army hardly sufficed to protect the colony from external threats. Therefore, Lisbon authorized the creation of local militias, whose members were drawn from all levels of colonial society. Over time the militias inevitably became involved in local politics, and eventually produced a new breed of military men. The victory against the Dutch was primarily the work of the militias, whose ranks mirrored the multiracial composition of colonial society. Success provided grist for their conviction that Brazil belonged to them at least as much as to the Portuguese crown. The penetration of the interior of the subcontinent also contributed heavily to the fortification of the Brazilian psyche. Unlike the United States, where vast plains extended as far west as the Rocky Mountains and a network of navigable rivers facilitated the opening of the West, the topography of Brazil presented formidable obstacles to the first adventurers and settlers who sought to move beyond the coastal zones of the colony. The central highlands rising precipitously not far from the coast blocked access to the heartland of the colony. Moreover, most of the rivers run inland instead of to the ocean and are often impossible to navigate. The opening of the Brazilian interior was a complex process that had begun with the first Portuguese explorers who ventured inland in search of fabled Indian treasures or the lost colony of warrior women from whom the Amazon River took its name. Efforts to keep the French from establishing a foothold in northern Brazil encouraged the Portuguese to make forays into the Amazon region. The search for land suitable for raising cattle led renegades and the Portuguese 45 mixed-blood cowboys away from the coastal sugar-growing zone of the northeast and into the interior. The unification of the thrones of Spain and Portugal relaxed the enforcement of restrictions on trade between Brazil and the rest of South America, and overland routes soon linked the colonies. But the most dramatic and significant probes into the vast, forbidding hinterlands of Brazil were the work of an extraordinary breed of adventurers known as bandeirantes from the frontier town of São Paulo in the original captaincy of São Vicente. São Paulo was not far from the coast, but its location atop a plateau descending steeply to the sea gave it a healthy measure of isolation that stimulated self-sufficiency and growth. Its early inhabitants raised livestock and engaged in subsistence farming. Many of them had Indian blood in their veins. It was a desire to acquire Indian slaves that motivated the first expeditions from São Paulo into the interior. Those who participated were called bandeirantes, a medieval Portuguese expression for members of a small mobile assault force. Adopting Indian dress, weapons, and tactics, these fearsome raiders embarked on expeditions that often lasted for several years. The bandeirantes decimated settlements the Jesuits had established for the Guarani Indians in what is now Paraguay, a bloody page of history recorded vividly in the film The Mission, roamed throughout the center of Brazil, helped fight against the Dutch in the northeast, and even reached the Amazon River. There were many who looked upon the bandeirantes as semi-civilized savages. But these intrepid individuals had two remarkable accomplishments to their credit: their journeys opened the way for the settlers who followed, and were instrumental in pushing Brazil's borders far beyond the line of the Treaty of Tordesillas. In addition, they ushered in a new era in the development of Brazil because the Bandeirantes discovered gold in the highlands several hundred miles to the north of Rio de Janeiro. Rumors about deposits of precious metals and stones had long fired the imaginations of explorers who braved the vast interior of Brazil. In the last decade of the 17th century, these dreams materialized, and news of a substantial gold strike triggered a wild rush into an area that would become known as Minas Gerais, Gen. The Brazilians. Aral mines. People from all over Brazil, including large numbers of slaves, Portuguese immigrants, and even Europeans seeking their fortunes joined the original Bandeirantes in panning for alluvial gold in the riverbeds and then scouring riverbanks and nearby slopes. Little heed was paid to securing adequate supplies of foodstuffs for the unruly hordes of prospectors, and on 2 separate occasions famines ravaged the mining camps. Moreover, rivalry between the Bandeirantes and the newcomers provoked a virtual civil war in the first decade of the 18th century. Explorations to the northwest produced further discoveries of gold in the regions known as Mato Grosso and Goiás. Moreover, in the northern part of Minas Gerais gold seekers stumbled upon deposits of diamonds. The Portuguese crown levied a 20% tax, the so-called royal fifth, when miners traded in their gold dust or nuggets, which by law were required to be brought to smelting houses and converted into bars that were then sold to the Royal Mint in Lisbon. Brazilians devised many ways to avoid this obligation, and shipments of contraband gold flourished. The gold boom in Brazil came at a propitious moment, inasmuch as the sugar industry was in crisis. Competition from the Caribbean had cut deeply into Brazilian sugar exports, which made up about 3/5 of the colony's total foreign commerce. In the 18th century Brazilian mines yielded 2 million pounds of gold, or about 80% of the world's supply. Yet in the long run the boom did Portugal more harm than good. The revenues earned from gold production were not prudently invested. An orgy of wasteful spending led to inflation. The Portuguese used gold and diamonds to import manufactured goods from England. As historian E. Bradford Burns notes, it has been observed with some sagacity and a little exaggeration that Brazilian gold mined by African slaves financed English industrialization. In addition, the gold rush drained manpower from Portugal's farms and cities. Brazil fared little better. Its riches ended up in overseas coffers, and the lure of gold and diamonds created labor shortages in the agricultural sector. Portugal tightened its political and administrative control over the colony in an effort to maximize the crown's revenues from the mines. The most significant long-term gain from the Portuguese. 47. The boom was that Brazil at last was looking away from the coastal region and into its enormous heartland. The new captaincies of São Paulo, Minas Gerais, Mato Grosso, and Goiás were created, and a number of new towns sprang to life in the interior. Production of gold peaked in 1750. The Brazilians failed to develop any but the most rudimentary mining technology, and the closed-door policy imposed by Portugal on its colony prevented the importation of foreign equipment. This was but one of the negative effects of the increasingly autocratic rule exercised by the Crown. Although the system of governors-general later to be called viceroys was a great improvement over the captaincies, it proved inadequate to the enormous task of governing Brazil. The size of the colony made centralized administration from Bahia exceedingly difficult, and the Portuguese lacked the genius for organization that the situation required. Moreover, the top officials appointed by the royal court were often incompetent or corrupt, qualities that permeated all ranks of the bureaucracy. The failure to establish effective control over the day-to-day management of government left the various captaincies to their own devices and fostered, in turn, provincialism and regionalism. In 1763 the capital of Brazil was transferred from Bahia to Rio de Janeiro. The move did little to improve the supervisory authority of the viceroy. It reflected Portugal's concern with its running dispute with Spain over the border separating southern Brazil from the Spanish colonies along the Rio de la Plata. As the 18th century drew to a close, Brazil had just about reached its present size. The Amazon basin had at last been secured against the claims of the French, Dutch, British, and Spanish. Boundary agreements with Spain confirmed the incorporation of what is now the southern state of Rio Grande do Sul into Brazil in return for Portuguese withdrawal from the north bank of the Rio de la Plata. Rough estimates have put the population of the colony at this time in excess of 3 million. In addition to its production of sugar, gold, and diamonds, Brazil was now growing substantial quantities of cotton and tobacco. The raising of livestock was also assuming importance in the economy of the colony. The Brazilians. Portugal's colonial policy sought to milk Brazil rather than to develop it. The Crown insisted on monopolizing trade with its colony and prohibited the creation of industries that would compete with those in Portugal. Thus Brazil had to export its sugar, cotton, tobacco, and gold and to import manufactured goods from its homeland. The mother country also struggled to curtail ideas that might subvert the status quo. Printing books and newspapers in Brazil was forbidden. No universities were founded in the colony. The entry of foreigners was strictly regulated. In the latter part of the 18th century, the Crown began to transfer army units across the Atlantic, principally to protect the southern border of the colony but in part because of a growing suspicion that the men who led the local militias shared the national consciousness that was spreading throughout Brazil. This turned out to be a prudent move, as dissatisfaction with Portuguese rule and the examples set by the American and French revolutions inevitably sparked Brazilian efforts to shake off the shackles of colonialism. The most famous of these was a secret plot aimed at securing Brazil's independence devised by a group of poets, planters, merchants, militia officers, and priests in Minas Gerais. The authorities quickly crushed the incipient rebellion in 1789 and made an example of its leader, a dentist named Joaquim José da Silva Xavier, popularly and aptly known as Tiradentes, or Tooth Puller, who was also a second lieutenant in the militia. They quartered him and hung the pieces of his body on signposts. Because of the conspiratorial nature of these early independence movements, they did not attract broad support within the colony. Furthermore, they were short-circuited in 1808 by the most dramatic single event to unfold in Brazil since the arrival of Cabral. The troops of Napoleon Bonaparte poured into Portugal and forced the entire royal court to flee abruptly across the Atlantic to Brazil. The Portuguese presence now assumed an entirely different cast. The implications for Brazil and Brazilianness would be far-reaching. The story of the Hijira of the royal family had elements of comic opera and was recounted most entertainingly by Bernarda Harding in her delightful monograph Amazon Throne. The refugees in the Portuguese. 49. Eluded Queen Maria, who was insane, her son João, who had taken over as regent, João's Spanish wife, Carlota Joaquina, and their 6 children. Their escape was so precipitous that trunks containing the royal wardrobe were left behind on a Lisbon dock. When they arrived in the Bay of All Saints, the regent and his family were infested with lice and in a state of total unkemptness. The residents of Bahia, taken completely by surprise, scurried to find soap and clean clothing for their distinguished guests. Shifting the capital of Portugal across the Atlantic was not a new idea. Brazil provided a more strategic location for administering a worldwide empire than did the western edge of Europe. Yet it took Napoleon's army marching on Lisbon to precipitate the move. The British also lent the beleaguered nation a hand by providing a naval escort for the 36 Portuguese vessels carrying the royal family and its entourage of 15,000. The struggle against Napoleon would be better served if the Queen and the Regent remained out of French hands. Moreover, in return for the support of the British, João agreed to grant them commercial privileges in Brazil. Less than a week after his arrival in Bahia, Dom João signed a decree opening up Brazilian ports to foreign trade. He also lifted the bans on industry and foreign residence in Brazil. Clearly a new era in Brazilian history was at hand. Nowhere was the change more evident than in Rio de Janeiro, where the royal family installed itself several months later. A number of Frenchmen and Englishmen had accompanied the royals across the Atlantic, and they too established residences in the city. Their cosmopolitan presence, and that of the European diplomats who were soon assigned to Rio, had an immediate impact on the city. Dom João immediately set about to transform this tropical backwater into a European metropolis worthy of a royal court. He established a national library, an academy of fine arts, a royal school of medicine, a print shop, a national bank, a mint, and botanical. *Dom is a Portuguese expression of respect, used in reference to royalty and high church officials. The Brazilians' gardens. He saw to the construction of a huge aqueduct, which carried a copious supply of fresh water to the city. He also set out to upgrade Brazilian society, and at the same time enrich the royal treasury, by freely dispensing titles to those of his colonial subjects who could afford them. The presence of the royal family in Brazil gave a great psychological boost to Brazilians. It marked the first, and only, time that any European monarchs had trodden upon the soil of their American possessions. The excitement and pride spread throughout Brazil and in turn made it easier for the crown to establish an even more centralized government in the colony. Although the bureaucracy that Dom João created in Rio de Janeiro was controlled at the top levels by Portuguese officials who had accompanied the royal family from Lisbon, Brazilians held lower positions and could at least become familiar with the organs of government that ruled them. In addition, the royal court brought with it a passion for things French that soon spread to Brazil's upper and intellectual classes. This infatuation would develop firm roots and have a significant impact on the development of Brazilian culture. Relocation invigorated Dom João. He assumed the throne in 1816 when the mad Queen Maria finally died. More important for the locals, he chose to be crowned João VI of Portugal and Brazil, thereby transforming the latter into a kingdom, co-equal in status to its mother country. A cautious, indecisive ruler while in Lisbon, he governed wisely and at times forcefully from his new palace in Rio de Janeiro. Manifesting the effects of a royal gluttony fueled by an uncontrollable appetite for fried chicken, the corpulence of the good-natured Dom João did not diminish the vigor he now applied to the task of administering his Brazilian domain. The one cross he had to bear in the New World was the comportment of his wife, Carlota Joaquina. The Spanish princess had been 10 years old when she was given in marriage to the 18-year-old heir to the throne of Portugal. The union turned out to be a mismatch, to say the least. She was precocious, mischievous, and full of life. He was stodgy, obese, and repressed. She had grown to love the luxury and sophistication of royal life in Lisbon, so the primitive conditions she encountered in America totally disgusted the Portuguese. 51. Her. She never forgave Brazil for the indignity of having to have her lice-infested head shaved before she stepped ashore in Bahia. Carlota Joaquina sought consolation in affairs of the heart. As she reached her mid-30s, her features took on a somewhat masculine form and, in the words of Bernadette Harding, all over her body a state of hirsute anarchy seemed to have set in. She had always been a passionate woman, given to extramarital adventures, but now she was consumed by a sexual appetite that rivaled her husband's craving for fried chicken. For several years her favorite lover was a handsome young man whom Dom João had appointed to head the new Bank of Brazil. The man's wife finally intervened, putting an end to the liaison. Carlota Joaquina, in a queenly rage, arranged for the assassination of her rival. Dom João ordered an investigation of the crime, and when he discovered that its author was his wife, he ordered that she be locked up in a convent. But when his oldest son Pedro married the Austrian Archduchess Leopoldina of the Habsburg dynasty later that year, the monarch found it advisable to release his wife from confinement. She returned to the court and resumed her licentious ways. By this time an army of Portuguese and British troops under the command of the Duke of Wellington had driven the French from Portugal, and a council of regency had assumed control of the country. The winds of liberalism were beginning to blow across the Iberian Peninsula, and pressures for the installation of representative, constitutional government were mounting. Although Dom João was not eager to leave his new home, he was equally reluctant to face growing opposition in Brazil. Brazilians were tired of his handing out government and military appointments, as well as commercial concessions, to Portuguese immigrants. They had also grown weary of the Queen's scandalous behavior. Advocates of constitutional rule in Brazil were becoming more and more vocal. In 1821 the king installed Prince Pedro as his regent, in charge of the internal affairs of Brazil, and returned to Lisbon with the rest of the royal family. Dom Pedro was 23 years old at the time. He had spent his formative years in the New World, and in many ways he was more Brazilian than Portuguese. The Brazilians. In Portugal, King João had to confront a revolutionary movement that convoked a legislative assembly known as the Cortes in an effort to limit the power of the monarchy. Although the Brazilians were permitted to send representatives to the Cortes, the Portuguese members treated them with disdain. The Portuguese sought to restore Brazil to its prior status as a subservient colony and ordered that Prince Pedro return to Portugal. Having tasted the importance their status as a kingdom had given them, Brazilians were of no mind to turn back the clock. They were delighted when Dom Pedro announced his intention to stay in Brazil. A spirit of independence now permeated the Brazilian elite. Most of Spain's American colonies had by that time shed their colonial chains. Brazil could hardly ignore what was happening elsewhere on the continent. On September 7, 1822, as Dom Pedro was traveling from São Paulo to Rio de Janeiro, he received a transatlantic directive from the Cortes announcing that it had greatly diminished his authority. In a grand gesture, he drew his sword and declared, "Independence or death." In October a convention proclaimed him Emperor of Brazil, and on December 1 he was crowned constitutional monarch of the new nation. It took about a year to secure the complete withdrawal of Portuguese troops, a triumph achieved with remarkably little bloodshed, thus producing the notion that Brazilians were a non-violent people. Moreover, Brazil maintained national unity despite its enormous size and despite the precedent set by Spain's South American Empire, which split into 9 distinct countries upon gaining independence. This unity has to be numbered among the Portuguese legacies to Brazil. The Portuguese distaste for organization, rigid or otherwise, resulted in a lack of centralized control that in turn permitted considerable local autonomy. Thus the coming of independence did not fan the flames of separatism in the far-flung regions of the country. In addition, the presence of the royal family turned out to be a strongly unifying influence. Brazil's first emperor was a character worthy of the exuberant land whose throne he inherited. Though not Brazilian by birth, he loved Brazil with a fierce passion that matched his appetite for philandering. The marriage arranged for him in 1817 with the cultured, amiable Archduchess Leopoldina did not interfere in the Portuguese 53. Least with his favorite diversion. It is not known how many love children the tall, dark-eyed, handsome Pedro sired, but he seemed to personify and encapsulate the tradition of the prolific Portuguese explorers and settlers who went before him. His long, open, and tempestuous affair with the beautiful Domitila de Castro Canto e Melo, more commonly known as the Marquise de Santos, scandalized the entire country. In 1824 Pedro I supported the adoption of a constitution that vested broad powers in the hands of the emperor. This set the stage for a series of ongoing battles with the new legislative assembly, composed of landowners and representatives of commercial urban interests. Dom Pedro's stubbornness and his continuing reliance on Portuguese advisors did not endear him to the political opponents he was creating. Even more damaging to his popularity was the way he handled foreign relations. He paid off part of Portugal's debts in return for the latter's recognition of Brazil's independence, committed Brazil to disadvantageous trade agreements with Great Britain, and plunged the country into ill-conceived military adventures that resulted in the loss of some southern territory, and the creation of Uruguay as a buffer state between Brazil and the new nation of Argentina. Moreover, his involvement in the intrigues over the successor to the Portuguese crown when his father died in 1826, there were the inevitable rumors that Carlota Joaquina had poisoned her husband, underscored the fact that he had never really abandoned his Portugueseness, which became a matter of acute concern to the newly independent Brazilians. Things came to a head in April of 1831, when street demonstrations in Rio de Janeiro protested a change that the emperor had made in his cabinet. Out of weariness and frustration Dom Pedro decided to abdicate his throne. He set sail for Lisbon and left behind his 5-year-old son to assume the duties as Brazil's sovereign. The constitution provided for a period of regency until little Pedro, as he was called, reached the age of 18. But the decade of the 1830s was a turbulent one, with a number of regional rebellions threatening the national unity. There seemed but one way out of the morass. In 1840 a number of political leaders the Brazilians sighed to offer the crown to the young prince. He agreed, and on July 22 the 14-year-old boy took an oath to uphold the constitution, which he was at that very moment in the process of violating, a delightfully Brazilian irony. A year later he was formally crowned Pedro II, Emperor of Brazil. The new monarch, though a born and bred Brazilian, may still be numbered among Portugal's gifts to its former colony because of his royal lineage. He underwent a rigorous education that instilled in him a lifelong passion for learning. Intellectually curious, bookish, thoughtful, genteel, and romantic, he was as different from his father as chalk from cheese. Fluent in English, French, German, and Spanish, he also prided himself on his sure-handed grasp of Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and even Sanskrit. Blue-eyed and softly handsome, he grew to a great height, 6 feet 4 inches, with a full beard that at first matched his light hair and then made him look increasingly distinguished as it whitened. His preoccupation with the life of the mind caused him to neglect his health, but he still managed to survive to a ripe old age. Upon assuming the throne, Pedro II had to confront the question of marriage. Emissaries from the court in Rio scoured Europe for a suitable match. The anguish his mother had suffered from the womanizing of Pedro I, combined with the political instability now endemic to South America, made the royal families of Europe reluctant to send a daughter to Brazil. A long search produced only Teresa Cristina, the homely scion of King Francis I of Naples. In the words of Bernarda Harding, she was short, stocky, sallow of skin, coarse-featured, and she walked with a limp. Teresa lunged at the opportunity. Dom Pedro agreed after seeing a portrait that did the princess much more than justice. After a proxy marriage in Naples, the bride journeyed to Brazil. When Dom Pedro boarded the vessel that had brought her to him as it sat anchored in Guanabara Bay, the 18-year-old emperor was so dismayed at the sight of the real Teresa that he contemplated sending her back. His sense of duty ultimately prevailed, and he went through with the formal wedding ceremony. The empress remained at her husband's side throughout his long reign. She grew comfortable in the role and soon won Brazilian hearts with her kindness and maternal manner. The Portuguese. 55. Pedro II proved to be a valuable representative of his young country. Afflicted with incurable wanderlust, the emperor traveled widely abroad. The unpretentious and inquisitive nature of the royal tourist endeared him to onlookers wherever he went. On trips to Europe and the United States, where he helped celebrate the centennial of American independence, he developed friendships with such luminaries as Alexander Graham Bell, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Victor Hugo, and Louis Pasteur. During his numerous junkets, Dom Pedro helped to both create and propagate the stereotype of the cordial, amiable Brazilian. The long and relatively peaceful reign of Pedro II was a period of transition in Brazil. Coffee replaced sugar and gold as the major source of the country's wealth. The government encouraged massive immigration from Europe. The process of industrialization began. Steam transport and the telegraph brought the nation closer together. The major blemishes of the era were a bloody war with Paraguay in 1865–70 and the long delay in abolishing the shameful institution of slavery. The monarchy eventually became an anachronism, and however much Brazilians loved Dom Pedro as a person and as a symbol, they could no longer tolerate him as their sovereign. In late 1889 the tired, aging emperor and his wife found themselves forced to repair in exile to Portugal. Less than a month later, Teresa died of a heart attack. On December 5, 1891, Pedro II succumbed to pneumonia in a hotel room in Paris. The Portuguese contribution to Brazil did not end with the monarchy. Between 1884 and 1970, immigrants from Portugal numbered more than 1.5 million, or 30% of the total influx. They, like the other settlers from abroad, participated in the movements that transformed the face of Brazil during the 20th century. Particularly successful were the Portuguese families who built fortunes in the food marketing business in Brazil. No discussion of Portugal's legacy would be complete without mention of a remarkable little girl who came to Rio de Janeiro from One of his favorite diversions was wandering, unannounced, into synagogues and reading aloud from the Talmud. The Brazilians. Portugal at the age of 2 and grew up to become not only Brazil's most popular radio singer of the 1930s but also one of Hollywood's brightest and most enduring stars, Carmen Miranda. Although the Lusitanian component of Brazilianness is strong, certain sharp discrepancies still separate the two cultures. The Portuguese have a predilection for melancholy, as evidenced dramatically by The Fado, a type of folk song drenched in sadness. Brazilians, and their music, exude gaiety. The celebration of Carnival in Portugal has long since passed into relative unimportance, at least in comparison to the madness that grips much of Brazil during its pre-Lenten festivities. Portuguese cuisine no longer exerts a strong influence on Brazilian cooking. To understand why these cultural differences exist, it is necessary to examine in detail the other major contributor to the sum total of features that make Brazilians Brazilian. The African presence in Brazil is as much a defining element of the national character as the Portuguese, if not more so. The interrelationship between the African and European components of Brazilian society is at once a source of great richness and challenge. Chapter 2. The Africans. 71 was a gripping human interest story tailor-made for television. The inadvertent switching of newborn babies by hospital employees, whose carelessness came to light by pure chance 3 years later. Both families involved in the incident had grown attached to their babies, and the little boys themselves were by now happily and securely settled in their homes. During the legal proceeding to determine custody, a judge heard testimony from the two sets of parents, who agonized over their predicament, and from neighbors who supported the status quo. The judge ruled that each youngster be turned over to his natural parents, who would have the right to visit the child they had given up only after a 6-month period of adjustment. TV news programs milked every dollop of pathos from the exchange, as those touched by the incident expressed their unrestrained dismay. In the course of the reportage, no one saw fit to remark on the evident fact that one of the boys was black and had been accepted at birth without question by white parents, while the other was white and had been raised unhesitatingly by dark-skinned parents. It is unlikely that this could have happened anywhere else but in Brazil, where miscegenation has been a common and accepted practice dating back to the arrival of the first Portuguese explorers. As Jorge Amado put it in his novel Os Pastores da Noite, Shepherds of the Night, and what he wrote about his native state applies equally to most of the other regions of Brazil. It's impossible to separate and catalogue all the blood strains of a child born in Bahia. Sud. The Brazilians. Denly a blonde appears among mulattoes or a little Negro baby among whites. That's the way we are, praise be to God. A panoramic view of the Brazilian people would reveal skin colorations of every conceivable hue, from the blackest black to the milkiest white, and from the copper tone tint of the Indian to the pale yellow of the Oriental. Moreover, no intermediate shade lacks ample representation. Out of the long tradition of miscegenation between individuals of Portuguese and African descent has evolved the Brazilian mulatto, one of the most distinctively attractive variations of the nation's racial mix. In the Amazon region, the union of Portuguese settlers, and later migrants from the northeast, with Indians has produced the caboclo. Inhabitants of the Northeast often display the combined heritage of their Indian, African, and Portuguese ancestors, along with occasional traces of the blonde Dutch who occupied the region during the 18th century. The veins of those who populate the interior of southern Brazil may bear the blood of Indians, blacks, migrants from São Paulo, immigrants from the Azores, and people who crossed the borders separating Brazil from the Spanish colonies that later became Uruguay and Argentina. It is difficult to know with certainty how many contemporary Brazilians bear within them the physical effects of 4 centuries of miscegenation, since the official census records only the responses volunteered by each individual, in categories predetermined by the government, and self-perception may not always correspond with biological reality. In 1980, out of a total population of 119 million, 46 million classified themselves as brown, signifying some African ancestry. This compares with 65 million who reported that they were white, many of whom undoubtedly had some African or Indian ancestry, and 7 million who declared that they were black, many of whom undoubtedly can count whites or Indians among their forebears. Miscegenation has significantly complicated the relationship between whites and blacks, the predominant ingredients of the Brazilian populace. Some look upon miscegenation as the key to racial harmony and the cornerstone of a single mestizo, racially mixed, society. For them, racial mixture is at the core of Brazilianness. Others view miscegenation as camouflage for serious social. The Africans. 59. And economic inequities that are the fruits of a peculiar yet virulent strain of racism infecting Brazilian society. Those who, like Jorge Amado, celebrate the fact that theirs is a mestizo country can point to African contributions accepted by all Brazilians as important components of their Brazilianness. Feijoada, the national dish of Brazil, black beans, rice, assorted meats, a green leaf vegetable called couve, and manioc flour, comes directly from the slave quarters of colonial sugar plantations. The samba, the national dance, uses rhythms and movements of African origin. Afro-Brazilians have profoundly influenced the evolution of carnival. The Portuguese language spoken by all Brazilians owes its melodic inflection as well as many of its expressions to the African presence in Brazil. The spirituality of the Brazilian people bears the distinct signature of the Orixás, African gods and goddesses. The strong African elements that permeate Brazilian culture, the presence of African blood in the veins of a large percentage of the population, and the affability with which Brazilians normally interact have given non-Brazilians the impression that Brazil is a land where people of different races, in the words of Austrian novelist Stefan Zweig, live in fullest harmony with one another. The African-American magazine Ebony put it a bit more circumspectly in the subheading of a 1965 article entitled "Does Amalgamation Work in Brazil?" The formula is not perfect, but so far it works the best. Moreover, many Brazilians have long clung to the belief that, to quote author Érico Verissimo's 1945 dictum, they have no color problem. The descriptive expression they have proudly attached to this sanguine view of race relations in Brazil is racial democracy. Yet in its edition of May 11, 1988, commemorating the centennial of the abolition of slavery in Brazil, the weekly magazine Veja noted that data from the 1980 census taken by the Brazilian Institute of Geography and Statistics showed that a black doctor earned 22% less than a white doctor, black school teachers earned 18% less than their white colleagues, a black bricklayer earned 11% less than his white counterpart. Shifting. The Brazilians. From microscope to telescope, the magazine reported that out of every 10 Brazilians, 4 are black, but out of every 10 poor Brazilians, 6 are black. The truth of the matter is that racism deeply permeates Brazil's social fabric. Dramatic incidents illustrating this reality abound. Benedita da Silva, having achieved in 1986 the distinction of becoming the first black woman to be elected to the Federal Chamber of Deputies, the equivalent to the United States House of Representatives, received anonymous letters declaring that the Negress place is in the kitchen. Antonio Carlos Cortez, a black attorney from Porto Alegre, had to use sundry legal maneuvers to surmount the various obstacles thrown in the way of his client Dias Nunes de Sousa as she won her way through various beauty contests to become the first Afro-Brazilian to be crowned Miss Brazil. Ziz Mata, a black actress, incurred angry reactions from some viewers when a telenovela in which she starred depicted her in a serious interracial romance with a white actor. In Vitória, the capital of Espírito Santo, Ana Flavia de Azeredo was racially insulted by an apartment manager and punched in the face by the manager's son, neither of whom realized that the young black woman they were attacking for delaying the elevator in which they were riding was the daughter of the governor of the state. The physical and psychological violence police customarily employ when dealing with dark-skinned suspects is hardly a secret in contemporary Brazil. Merely being black is enough to place a person under suspicion. Black men who jog face the constant threat of being stopped by the police, and if they do not have their identity cards with them, they risk being taken into custody. These and other manifestations of racism support the position of those who argue that Brazil has had no color problem only because blacks have accepted their consignment to the bottom of the ladder in Brazilian society, or, to put it more bluntly, they know their place, that racial prejudice in Brazil lies in the insistence that the Africans. 61. There is no racial prejudice in Brazil, and that racial democracy has always been a myth. Some would call it an ideology, concocted to mask or even reinforce social, economic, and political inequities. These, then, are the two sides of a complex racial dilemma. Brazil is undeniably mestiço, in the sense that African, and Indian, elements form an integral part of the national culture. Nevertheless, the country does in fact have a race problem, with subtleties and complexities that are uniquely Brazilian. To grasp both the realities of race relations in Brazil and the illusions surrounding them, it is necessary to begin at the beginning. The first slave ship arrived in Brazil in 1538. The rapid growth of the sugar industry in the northeast had created a demand for labor that the Portuguese colonists and the nomadic natives were unwilling or unable to satisfy. The importation of slaves from Africa, therefore, became indispensable if the colony was going to take root and prosper. In the course of 3 centuries, about 3.5 million blacks, 6 times the number brought to the United States, survived the ordeal of the Atlantic crossing. Slavery in Brazil featured all the cruelty inherent in an institution based on the forcible subjugation of one race by another. Working conditions in the fields, and later in the mines, were often appalling. Black men were treated like beasts of burden. Black women were often forced to slake the carnal appetites of their masters. Corporal punishment was freely dispensed and at times sunk to the level of blatant torture. In the words of Arthur Ramos, a psychiatrist who became one of the earliest Brazilian specialists in Afro-Brazilian studies, physical deformities such as body mutilations, scars, and sores were common enough, the result of ill treatment, excessive labor, and defective hygiene. The welts from beatings, scars on the back and shoulders, buttocks, and neck, deformities of the legs, arms and head as well as injuries due to the type of work performed, constituted features which distinguished the slave population. The psychological damage inflicted upon slaves was no less devastating, both in Africa after they were captured and upon the Brazilians' arrival in the New World. Blacks were segregated and sold on the basis of their physical qualities, thus causing the destruction of family and tribal units. In addition, members of traditionally hostile tribes found themselves thrown together indiscriminately, which occasionally provoked violent clashes among groups of slaves on the plantations. The horrors of involuntary servitude became insupportable for some who chose to take their own lives as an affirmation of their humanity. Many have argued that slavery in the Portuguese colony had a distinctively Brazilian cast, in that it featured not only cruelty but also compassion. Waldo Frank, to cite but one example, has claimed that there was a great difference between the black slaves of Brazil and those of the United States because the latter have known lust and greed of their masters, the former lust and greed no less, but tenderness also. Claims of tenderness must be handled with great caution and a large dose of skepticism. They represent, above all, a characterization from white commentators and derives mainly from a somewhat skewed perception of the feelings of slave owners toward blacks. To the extent that kindness existed as an element of race relations in colonial Brazil, it primarily benefited the domestic slave. Landholding patterns, especially in the Northeast, concentrated ownership in the hands of relatively few people. Each proprietor was a patriarch who ruled over his domain with absolute authority. Slaves who worked in the big house became, in a sense, members of the family, around which all plantation life revolved. They raised their masters' children, who, in the words of sociologist Gilberto Freire, learned from them a human kindness greater, perhaps, than that of which whites were capable, and a depth of tenderness of which Europeans do not know the like. They gossiped with the owner's wife and served as companions to his daughters, who were kept in virtual seclusion until they married. Black girls also introduced white boys to the mysteries and delights of physical love, a practice so prevalent that it left its mark on the national subconscious, in the form of the exaltation of the mulatta as the paragon of female sexuality in Brazil. A certain degree of tenderness on the part of some Portuguese colonists toward slaves who served in their households, as opposed the Africans. 63. To those who toiled in their fields, was an inevitable part of the susceptibility of the settlers to the cultural influences exerted by their African possessions. Lusitanians had always adapted to the ways of strangers, so it was natural that they should prove receptive to African folklore, customs, and traditions. In the close confines of plantation society, white babies had black nannies and servants who sang African lullabies and told them stories learned from their African ancestors. When these babies took sick, the slave women would give them medicines derived from their knowledge of African plants, and would hang charmed amulets around their necks. When the mistress of the mansion or one of her daughters had problems of the heart, she would go to her maid, who searched out sacred herbs or love potions that would help her. In an intimidating environment similar to Africa in many ways, it was natural that whites would come to rely upon their slaves. Whatever tenderness toward slaves that existed during the slavery era could be located in the minds of the slave owners, nominal Catholics who were able to turn a blind eye to the inherent evil of involuntary servitude and convince themselves that they were kindly disposed toward the slaves who served them in their households. This disposition served a historical purpose, since it facilitated the absorption of African culture into the mainstream of Brazilian culture. Feelings of warmth traveled a one-way street, however. It is difficult to believe that such feelings could have been genuinely reciprocated by people trapped in a subjugated status. Indeed, any attempts by masters to stimulate tenderness in the hearts of their human chattel advantaged only the slave owners, since evoking compassion from the subjugated Africans could serve as a means of social control of the slave population, who were a numerical majority. Most masters probably preferred to cultivate their image as kindly father figures and to deflect hatred by having their foremen administer corporal punishment. Since the latter were most often mulattoes or freed blacks, this pecking order fostered conflicts between members of exploited groups and diverted hostility that might otherwise have been directed at slaveholders. Indeed, as part of this divide-and-rule strategy, colonial authorities would often send Indians to recapture runaway slaves, and use blacks to fight against hostile Indian tribes. The Brazilians. A final contributor to the emotional landscape of race relations in colonial Brazil was the peculiarly Portuguese attitude toward miscegenation. The Portuguese male who came to the New World indulged to the fullest his taste for dark-skinned women. The earliest adventurers and colonists took advantage of the eagerness of Indian women to submit to their advances. With the arrival of slaves from Africa, black women joined their Indian sisters as sexual objects. Yet the relationship between women of color and male settlers at times went beyond the mere servicing of the latter's carnal needs. The continuing shortage of white women in the colony, exacerbated by the tendency of plantation owners to put their daughters in convents rather than permit them to marry below their station in life, resulted in the cohabitation of interracial couples and occasional interracial marriages. In addition, masters who had taken slaves or former slaves as mistresses often recognized and emancipated the offspring of these liaisons and even permitted them to inherit property on the same basis as legitimate children. One of the best-known examples, which has now passed into legend, involved a tall, seductive ex-slave named Zeca da Silva. She became the lover of an official sent by the crown to preside over Portugal's monopoly of the production and sale of precious metals in Minas Gerais, a task that enabled him to amass an enormous fortune. The couple produced 13 children, all of them legitimized by their father *. While many contemporary observers maintain that slavery in Brazil was as harsh and repugnant as its counterpart in the United States, one key difference between involuntary servitude in the two countries was that Brazilian slaves had better opportunities to gain freedom. This, perhaps more than any other factor, opened the way for the creation of a multiracial society that came to assume a life of its own. The condition of free blacks and mulattoes within this society was far from ideal. A.J.R. Russell Wood has documented numerous. The Portuguese official fell so madly in love with Zica that he catered to her every whim, to the point of building for her an artificial lake and a miniature sailing vessel. She had never seen the ocean, as well as a castle surrounded by trees he imported from Europe. The Africans. 65. Examples of racial prejudice drawn from the colonial period, laws discriminating against free blacks and mulattoes with respect to dress codes and the bearing of firearms, discriminatory treatment of blacks by law enforcement officials, barriers to blacks' entry into public service, the military, and religious orders, and the prevalent use of deprecatory expressions to describe persons with African blood. Mulattoes faced additional obstacles. As Russell Wood has noted, both whites and blacks spoke disparagingly of the products of interracial alliances, seeing mulattoes as the embodiments of the least desirable characteristics of either race. It was to mulattoes that both whites and blacks turned to find the quintessence of moral turpitude, laziness, and arrogance. To be a mulatto was to find oneself in a social and racial no man's land. Some mulattoes, proud of the white blood in their veins, refused to perform manual labor because it was associated with blacks. In places where this was the only employment available to them, they could end up leading dissolute lives marked by drunkenness and poverty. Others climbed the social ladder by taking advantage of their own intelligence and drive, the lightness of their skin, and any commercial and educational opportunities they encountered. After a generation or two, the most successful often crossed the color line, rewrote their family histories, and became white, a process described with great wit and perception by João Ubaldo Ribeiro in his masterful novel Viva o Povo Brasileiro, published in English under the title An Unforgettable Memory. Individual mulattoes were able to achieve remarkable success during the colonial period and afterward. One of the most notable was Antonio Francisco Lisboa, 1738–1814, nicknamed Aleijadinho, Little Cripple. The illegitimate offspring of a Portuguese architect and his slave, Aleijadinho suffered from leprosy, which mutilated his hands, but he nonetheless managed to sculpt intricate, highly original statues in wood and sandstone. His work adorns the facades and interiors of numerous churches in Minas Gerais. The Brazilians. Another remarkable mulatto was Joaquim Machado de Assis, 1839–1908, whom many consider the greatest writer Brazil has ever produced. The offspring of a brown-skinned house painter and a Portuguese mother, he combined humor, irony, and a strong sense of pessimism, the latter perhaps deriving from his being afflicted with epilepsy. His novels, written in the latter half of the 19th century, are widely read and admired even today, although in the years immediately following his death, it was considered bad form to mention his racial derivation. A third outstanding mulatto, André Rebojugas, 1838–98, was a distinguished engineer who managed to be at the same time a leader of the abolitionist movement and an ardent monarchist. Among Brazil's earliest advocates of agrarian reform, he opposed the republic because he predicted, correctly, that it would be dominated by Brazil's landowning elite. He went into exile with Pedro II and later committed suicide on the Portuguese island of Madeira. One of Rio de Janeiro's most heavily used highway tunnels and an avenue in São Paulo bear his name. The institution of slavery in Brazil inflicted long-term damage on masters as well as slaves. Together with the obvious cruelty inherent in the system of forced labor was the sadomasochistic nature of the relationship between white men and the black women they took as sexual objects, and between white boys and the young blacks who were given to them as playthings as well as playmates. Among the lasting effects these practices have had on the Brazilian psyche are the debasement of human life, evidenced by the individual Brazilian's preference for conduct that may put himself and others at great risk, and the development of a taste for anal intercourse, which has assumed deadly implications with the onset of the AIDS epidemic. The institution of slavery pervaded all levels of society in colonial Brazil. All but the poorest whites owned at least one slave. This degree of dependence on forced labor might have made life in Brazil more comfortable, but it also fostered indolence and lethargy, traits hardly conducive to the future development of the colony. The slaves brought in chains to Brazil came from different regions of Africa, and the degree of their cultural development var. The Africans. 67. Eat widely. Some had known only their own tribes and believed in the existence of spirits and demons. Others had lived in sophisticated kingdoms ruled by dynastic regimes. A few were followers of Islam and could read the Quran. Slaves contributed more than just muscle in the fields and mills. As E. Bradford Burns has noted in A History of Brazil, they brought with them or learned in the New World many skills essential for the growth of Brazil. They were the carpenters, painters, masons, jewelers, sculptors, locksmiths, tailors, cobblers, and bakers. They made technical contributions in metallurgy, mining, cattle raising, and agriculture. Some of them took advantage of the relative ease with which Brazilian slaves could earn their freedom, and not only cast off the shackles of slavery but also returned to West Africa, where they used their skills to build houses in the exuberant Baroque style popular in Brazil during this epoch. Just because blacks had qualities that made them prized as slaves, their hard-working disposition and capacity to survive in a tropical environment did not mean that they quietly accepted their status as chattel. In all parts of the colony, runaway slaves assembled in small groups known as quilombos. In urban areas they took refuge in safe houses. In the countryside the quilombos were often modest-sized settlements, some of which replicated the African villages from which the blacks had been torn. During the 17th century, some 20,000 blacks created the most famous of all the quilombos, the so-called Republic of Palmares, which flourished in the interior of northeast Brazil for several decades. It was a virtual state within a state, reviving African traditions and demonstrating the capacity of ex-slaves to create for themselves a social order and a highly civilized community. Because of its symbolic significance and the frequent raids made by its black warriors seeking to liberate slaves on nearby plantations and bring them back to the Quilombo, the authorities viewed Palmares as a serious threat to the security of the colony and made repeated attempts to destroy it. A military expedition led by the infamous Bandeirante Domingos Jorge Velho finally. The Brazilians overwhelmed Palmares in 1695, slaughtered its inhabitants, and left it in ashes. Another way blacks could fight for their freedom was by volunteering for service in armed struggles for the defense of Brazil, and they often distinguished themselves in the process. In the 17th century, black regiments led by the intrepid ex-slave Henrique Dias opposed and helped expel the Dutch forces that had been occupying much of the northeast for decades. In 1711, black troops participated in the defense of Rio de Janeiro, which was under siege by the French. Countless black soldiers shed their blood in the War of the Triple Alliance, 1865–70, in which Paraguay rashly took on Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay at the same time, and both suffered and inflicted extensive casualties. In addition to fighting for Brazil, slaves demonstrated an increasing willingness to fight for their own lives during the 19th century, when the number of slave revolts multiplied. Political instability in the 1830s as a result of the uncertain regency of Pedro II no doubt encouraged these uprisings, as did the growing distaste for slavery among large sectors of Brazilians. In addition, by that time most slaves had been born in Brazil, spoke Portuguese, were familiar with the country's laws and customs, and saw no reason why they should have to live as chattel rather than as human beings. In typical Brazilian fashion, the process that brought slavery to an end was glacial and nonviolent. Pressure from Great Britain, itself motivated by economic self-interest, led to the passage of laws in Brazil limiting the importation of slaves, but half-hearted enforcement and nationalistic resentment at the high-handed manner in which the British were interfering in Brazil's domestic affairs rendered these enactments ineffective. Indeed, during the period from 1830 to 1850, the illegal slave trade was responsible for the smuggling of some 500,000 Africans into Brazil. It was not until 1850 that the Brazilian government passed a statute that forthrightly put an end to the transatlantic shipment of slaves. In 1866, During the War of the Triple Alliance, the government decreed that slaves who joined the army would be freed. In 1871 the law of the free womb emancipated the children of slaves, and at the same time caused the dissolution of many black. The Africans. 69. Families when children had to be separated from their enslaved parents. In 1885 slaves who had reached the age of 65 received their freedom, and, finally, in 1888 Brazil became the last country in the Western world to put a complete end to the institution of slavery. The tendency of Brazilians to forget about the past was evident in their attitudes toward abolition. 3 years to the day after the proclamation of the so-called Golden Law decreeing abolition, the government ordered the burning of its slavery archives, a collection of materials that would have shed inestimable light on the social history of Brazil. One explanation for the destruction of these records was to avoid claims for indemnity being brought against the government by slave owners who had suffered economic losses as a result of abolition. Collective amnesia also caused Brazilians to disregard the effects of slavery on those who had been enslaved, and thus no measures were taken to help blacks adjust to their new status. At the same time Brazilian intellectuals were accepting without question European theories that explain the superiority of Western civilization in terms of race, a convenient justification for the wave of European imperialism being wreaked throughout much of Africa and Asia. This was an era when upper-class Brazilians aped French culture and peered down their noses at anything Brazilian. Thus many were willing to lay major blame for what they perceived as their own national inferiority on the presence of a large black and mulatto population. In the opinion of many, however, the problem contained the seeds of its own solution. The continuing process of miscegenation, they were convinced, would improve the level of social development in Brazil, not by producing a unique mestizo society, but rather by gradually whitening the population. Thus it would simply be only a matter of time before the common practice of interracial marriage would produce a people white enough to approximate the European ideal. In 1923 a federal deputy would predict that the Negro in Brazil will disappear within 70 years. To facilitate this process, the government did everything it could to encourage immigration from Europe. The Brazilians. Consistent with this policy of racial bleaching was the official discouragement of efforts to preserve African culture. The police even resorted to the violent suppression of African religions, invading properties belonging to spiritist cults, arresting practitioners, and destroying or impounding items used during worship. The repression reached a peak intensity during the 1920s, providing grist for Jorge Amado's treatment of race relations in his novel Tenda dos Milagres, Tent of Miracles. Although the regime of Getulio Vargas engaged in sporadic efforts to stifle cults during the 1930s, a new spirit of nationalism was abroad in the land, and it encouraged manifestations of Brazilian popular culture, to which the descendants of African slaves had made and were making important contributions. But their influence did not receive its proper due until the seminal work of Gilberto Freyre forced Brazilians to come to terms with their racially mixed heritage. It would be difficult to understate the importance of the publication of Freyre's 1933 masterpiece Casa Grande and Centella, The Masters and the Slaves. A sociological study of the formation of Brazilian society in the sugar-growing regions of the country during the colonial period, the book explained how Portuguese colonizers, Indians, and African slaves interacted to create a distinct ethnic mix. Displaying what French critic Roland Barthes would call an obsessive feel for substance, Freyre brought analytical tools from sociology and a variety of other disciplines to bear on virtually every aspect of the phenomena he was exploring. His magisterial vision ranged across history, economics, religion, and ethics as well as diet, sexuality, and folklore. In assessing the black presence in Brazil, Freyre gave his fellow Brazilians persuasive reasons to replace their shame with pride. He described the positive impact blacks had had on Brazil's social fabric and national identity, and at the same time he called into question the negative traits that had commonly been attributed to them, and convincingly linked those traits to the institution of slavery. Casa Grande and Centella struck a telling blow at the source of the inferiority complex that had long afflicted the upper and educated classes. It introduced Brazilians to their own cultural past and in the Africans. 71. Stilled in them a sense of their own worth as a people. They would never be the same again. The man who accomplished this signal feat came from a family that could trace its roots back to 17th century Brazil. Born in 1900 in Recife, Gilberto Freyre was educated by private tutors and then at a secondary school run by Baptist missionaries. He later traveled to Texas, where he attended Baylor University. After earning a master's degree from Columbia, he continued his studies in Europe. Upon his return to Brazil, he taught sociology and involved himself in political activity, which in 1930 made it necessary for him to take refuge in Portugal and the United States. There he became a visiting professor at Stanford. When the political climate in Brazil permitted him to re-enter his home country, he brought back with him the idea for Casa Grande and Centella, which soon gained him worldwide recognition. Of the more than 40 other books he wrote, the best known are Sobrados e Mucumbos, Mansions and Shanties, and Ordem e Progresso, Order and Progress, which followed up on themes he had touched upon in Casa Grande. Although he traveled widely, Gilberto Freyre was most comfortable in his 18th-century manor house perched on a hillock in Ipipucos, on the outskirts of his native Recife, where he resided until his death in 1987. At home, in the midst of abundant vegetation, he painstakingly recreated the atmosphere he had described and analyzed in many of his books. It was like living a chapter of Casa Grande, American author John Dos Passos once wrote after a visit. During the holidays of Saints John, Peter, and Paul in late June, guests invited to the Ipipucos mansion could sip a special cherry liqueur that Freyre himself had concocted, only he knew the formula, sample assorted delicacies made from corn, and watch local children in peasant costumes perform traditional dances. The ambience at Ipipucos was consistent with Freyre's idyllic vision of plantation life in colonial Brazil and provided the intellectual foundation for a notion that had been evolving since abolition, that post-slavery Brazil was developing a unique racial democracy integrating whites, blacks, and people of mixed blood into an egalitarian social system. The Brazilians. Yet what Freyre had in mind was something far from egalitarian. Although he celebrated the African contributions to Brazilianness, he was very clear in assigning them a subordinate role. For Freyre, Brazil represented the evolution of Portuguese civilization, which flourished in equatorial settings on 3 continents because of its capacity to absorb African and Asian elements. He called this civilization Lusotropical. Its principal characteristics remained European and Christian, but its singularity lay in the fact that it was not exclusively either European or Christian. Thus Freyre did not make Africans or Indians equal partners in what he dubbed the New World in the tropics. Racial democracy became a catchphrase for democratic governments and authoritarian regimes alike. It served as a convenient way to dismiss racial issues and to avoid confronting the country's failure to come to grips with the stark fact that centuries of slavery had deprived Afro-Brazilians of the ability to compete on an equal footing for jobs and social status. The phrase implied that since Brazil was truly a land of equal opportunity, non-whites had the responsibility to take advantage of what the country offered them and improve their own lives, and if they failed to do so, it was their own fault. Those who called into question this glossy view of race relations ran the risk of being branded anti-Brazilian. Perhaps the earliest publicized protest against racial prejudice came to light in 1904, when a Rio de Janeiro newspaper reported complaints that a well-known local theater was discriminating against blacks through their hiring practices. It was not until the 1920s that Rio de Janeiro's clubs permitted blacks to play on their soccer teams. The Brazilian Navy and Foreign Service long excluded blacks from jobs that would put them in contact with foreigners. For years classified advertisements in newspapers included the descriptive good appearance to convey the message that only persons with light skin need apply. It is, of course, true that after abolition, laws overtly discriminating against Afro-Brazilians ceased to exist, and Brazil did not experience the sort of legally sanctioned segregation that marred black-white relations in the United States. Indeed, Brazilians like Verfsimo who saw no color problem in their country were perhaps comparing Brazil to the Colossus of the North. Yet this judge, the Africans, 73. Meant, even if it once had validity, has been rendered obsolete by the significant gains recorded by many African Americans over the past several decades, while the status of Afro-Brazilians has remained virtually unchanged. In addition, the Brazilian way of doing things enables Brazilians to avoid the sort of overt, hostile racism found in the United States. An employer, a landlord, or a private school official who does not want to hire, rent to, or admit blacks will politely insist that there are no vacancies, practices vividly documented in 1967 by the magazine Realidade, which sent a black and a white reporter to apply for the same jobs, apartments, and private school slots for their children in various parts of Brazil and recorded the responses they received. This does not mean, of course, that openly expressed prejudice does not exist. To cite but one example, private social clubs, which provide recreational facilities for upper and middle class Brazilians, have routinely refused admittance to blacks. Such clubs allow members to develop the sort of personal ties that inevitably carry over into other aspects of life, where one friend might be in a position to do a favor for another. Being excluded from such networking inflicts obvious disadvantages, since the personalization of relationships that occurs on every level of Brazilian life is a key element of Brazilianness. There are many who maintain that whatever prejudice Afro-Brazilians face stems from color rather than race. Marshal João Batista de Matos, the grandson of a slave and the first black to achieve the Army's highest rank, made this point in another Realidade article during the 1960s when he averred, if an individual is of Negro origin but this doesn't show in the color of his skin, he won't suffer any restriction. An ex-nun who works with residents of a Rio favela, shantytown, describes how a black woman from the neighborhood married a light-skinned man and gave birth to 8 children, each with a different coloration. 2 of the boys, whose intelligence and comportment did not differ to any significant degree, attended the same class in primary school. The teacher put the lighter-complexioned boy in the front row and doted upon him but made his dark-skinned brother sit in the back row and treated him with indifference. The Brazilians. However, the distinction between race prejudice and color prejudice may be more apparent than real. According to Carlos A. Rosenbalg, an Argentine-born sociologist and the author of several studies of racial inequality in Brazil, social and economic indicators show that whites are much better off than mulattoes, while mulattoes are only slightly better off than blacks. Nelson du Valle Silva's recent study of income differentials among blacks, mulattoes, and whites attributed a substantial portion of the differences to discriminatory labor market practices, and a measurement of this discrimination led to the startling conclusion that mulattoes actually suffered more from discrimination than did blacks. Given the discrepancy between the so-called racial democracy and the persistence of racial injustice in Brazil, it was inevitable that some blacks would eventually resort to collective action as a reaction against racism and as a means of promoting the interests of Afro-Brazilians. Their stance amounted to an outright rejection of the notion, espoused by Gilberto Freire and others, that Brazilian society had successfully absorbed the descendants of slaves. The first initiative they pursued was the founding of the Brazilian Black Front in São Paulo in 1931. Seeking to protest the existence of racial discrimination and to secure for black people their full political and social rights, the Front published a newspaper, sponsored demonstrations, and even tried to become a political party. However, it failed to mobilize widespread support among working-class blacks, and it alienated many because of the neo-fascist tone it began to adopt. In addition, the historical moment proved inopportune. In 1937 the regime of Getulio Vargas banned all political organizations, and the Brazilian Black Front died in its infancy. When World War II ended and the Vargas dictatorship collapsed, the black movement remained dormant, despite the efforts of a few intrepid individuals. During the subsequent era of democratic rule, which lasted until 1964, Afro-Brazilians did not engage in any collective political activity, and no attempts were made to revive the Brazilian Black Front. Blacks played no role in the drafting and ratification of the 1946 Constitution, which for the first time guaranteed equal rights. The Africans. 75. To all citizens regardless of color, nor in the enactment of the nation's first anti-discrimination law in 1951. Indeed, an ultimate irony is that what inspired the new legislation was the refusal of a Sao Paulo hotel to admit Katherine Dunham, a black dancer from the United States. An obsession with national security permeated the military regime that seized power in 1964, so it became exceedingly risky to raise one's voice in protest against any kind of perceived social inequity in Brazil. Criticizing racial prejudice in Brazil or even raising doubts about the existence of racial democracy was viewed as subversive by those in power. Nevertheless, during the 1970s a number of factors combined to give impetus to the resuscitation of a black movement in Brazil. The civil rights struggle in the United States in the 1960s had captured the imagination of black Brazilians. The presence of ambassadors from the emerging nations of Africa inspired in Afro-Brazilians a growing consciousness of their African heritage. Slogans such as "Black is Beautiful" became popular, and in 1976 a Black Rio movement that took inspiration from American soul music, dance, hair and dress styles, and handshakes spread from lower-class black youths to university students. The military government loosened its control over the political process, and the new climate encouraged blacks to speak openly about racial issues. In 1978 the death of a black worker at the hands of the police and the expulsion of 4 black boys from a volleyball team sponsored by a private club outraged blacks in Sao Paulo and furnished the spark that led to the formation of the Unified Black Movement Against Racial Discrimination, an organization that quickly attracted adherents from other parts of the country. Black leaders participated in the campaign for popular presidential elections during 1983 and 1984 and addressed many of the rallies that brought millions of Brazilians into the streets. The governor of Sao Paulo created the Council for the Development and Participation of the Black Community, the first state organ in Brazil to be given responsibility for dealing with racial problems. The vision of Brazil as a racial democracy came under sustained and withering fire during 1988, the centennial of the abolition of slavery in Brazil. In observing the anniversary of the Golden Law, the Brazilians of May 13, 1888, which granted freedom to the 730,000 blacks still bound by the chains of involuntary servitude, the mass media gave extensive coverage to reports documenting the existence of disparities along racial lines in every aspect of Brazilian life, to the discontents expressed by increasingly outspoken blacks, and to documenting persistent manifestations of racism in many forms and on many levels. This was by no means the first time these matters had been brought to the public's attention. But never before had there been such intense and systematic focus on Brazil's race problem. Most blacks who are conscious of their past would have preferred not to celebrate May 13, in 1988 or in any other year, since they hold that the day on which Princess Isabel signed the law abolishing slavery, her father, the Emperor Dom Pedro II, was ill and out of the country at the time, did not really mark the liberation of Afro-Brazilians. Indeed, the various cultural and political organizations that compose the black movement in Brazil have designated November 20 as their holiday. This was the day on which Zumbi, the leader of the Palmeiras Quilombo, was believed to have hurled himself from a cliff to avoid capture by government forces determined to put an end to a black outpost of freedom that had survived and prospered for decades. Whatever latent reservations blacks may have harbored about celebrating the centennial found ample justification as early as 1984, when the Ministry of Justice announced the formation of a special commission that would publish 5 books to commemorate the abolition. The chairman of the group was to be Prince Pedro Gastalho de Orleans, a direct descendant of Princess Isabel. In a display of astonishing insensitivity, the ministry did not name a single black to the new commission. When this omission drew protests, the secretary of the commission announced that he would try to find an Afro-Brazilian with a doctorate in history, and with slavery as his or her area of specialization, to include in the group, although no other member of the commission had been required to possess similar qualifications. Afro-Brazilians nonetheless resolved to take advantage of 1988 as an occasion to bring the race problem which their fellow Brazilians, white, black, and mulatto alike, had long refused to recognize into the national spotlight. The Africans. 77. During this same period, black priests convinced the National Conference of Catholic Bishops to dedicate their 1988 fraternity campaign to the theme of the plight of Afro-Brazilians. Their hope was to make racial justice a subject for discussion and reflection in churches throughout the country. They succeeded, for the most part, but not without some controversy. Dom Eugenio Sales, the conservative cardinal of the city of Rio de Janeiro, withdrew his diocese from the campaign and substituted his own theme, every race but only one people. Moreover, a booklet prepared by a committee of black priests and seminarians stirred up a firestorm of criticism when it identified as a false hero Luis Alves de Lima e Silva, better known as the Duke of Caxias, whom the Brazilian army considers its hero. The booklet charged that he purposefully sent thousands of black soldiers to their death during the War of Paraguay. Several prominent historians immediately disputed this allegation. A parade scheduled for May 11 as part of the centennial celebrations in downtown Rio de Janeiro gave the Brazilian army cause for concern because the place where the Duke of Caxias is buried was along the announced parade route. In a scene reminiscent of the military dictatorship, a large contingent of troops took to the streets and prevented the 5,000 marchers from going anywhere near the tomb. Despite the impetus provided by these events and the publicity generated by the commemoration of the centennial of the abolition of slavery, the black movement in Brazil has remained fragmented and weak, plagued by internal divisions that have impeded the development of a consensus about both strategy and tactics. Particularly problematic has been the split between those who see political action as the primary vehicle for achieving racial justice and those whose priority is the development of an Afro-Brazilian consciousness through efforts to preserve the cultural heritage of black Brazilians. The latter movement dates back at least to the 1940s, when groups such as the Black Experimental Theater of Rio de Janeiro came into being. It sought to broaden awareness of the contributions of persons of African descent to the political and social history of Brazil, as well as to encourage the evolution of Afro. The Brazilians. Brazilian culture in such diverse fields as music, dance, religion, art, and literature. The political wing of the black movement has encountered tremendous frustration because of its failure to score more than token successes in the electoral arena, despite the fact that people of color constitute the majority in the Brazilian populace. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the heartland of Afro-Brazil, the city of Salvador, where blacks and mulattoes compose 80% of the population, but the mayor and more than 90% of the city council are white, and the state of Bahia, where the governor is white and the congressional delegation, as reported in the New York Times, looks as though it just stepped off a plane from Portugal. The forms racism has assumed in Brazil have made it difficult for the black movement to find obvious targets for large-scale mobilization. Indeed, protests against apartheid in South Africa were easier to organize. The movement has yet to reach and galvanize the great masses of Afro-Brazilians who live in dire poverty, a shortcoming dramatized by the dismal failure of blacks to turn out to support fellow blacks running on racial issues during the 1980s elections. One of those who tasted frustration in this period was Abdias do Nascimento, a pioneer in the struggle against racial discrimination in Brazil. His story provides useful insights into the dynamics of Brazil's black movement. He was born in 1914 in Franca, a city located in the far north of the state of São Paulo, near the border of Minas Gerais. His father worked in a shoe factory. His mother was a candy maker and a wet nurse for the children of the local landowners. One of my earliest memories is of black women who lived on an abandoned coffee plantation not far from town. They would come to Franca looking for work. They dressed all in white, very clean, as though they were wearing uniforms. I thought they were beautiful. Once we spent a whole day at their plantation. I ate a special kind of food, made from corn. This was my introduction to African culture. Abdias's father was very Catholic. The Africans. 79. He wanted me to become a priest. When I said I wanted to get an education and enter a profession, he told me about a young black who had the same ambition and worked very hard to become a physician. But no one wanted to be treated by a black doctor, and he had no patience. He became so dispirited that he hanged himself. Undaunted, Abdias went to public high school and studied accounting. In 1930 he volunteered for the army as a way of escaping Franca. Several years later, he and a friend were prevented from entering a bar in Sao Paulo because of their race. A brawl ensued, as a result of which Abdias was discharged from the army for disorderly conduct. Although he had been studying economics during his spare time, he soon developed a passion for the theater. During a trip to Lima, Peru, he attended a performance of Eugene O'Neill's The Emperor Jones. A white actor in blackface played the title role. Nonetheless, the experience touched Abdias deeply. In Brazil, blacks on the stage were used only in decorative parts. I began to realize what theater could do. He spent some time in Buenos Aires, where he studied the dramatic arts, and then returned to Sao Paulo. There he discovered to his dismay not only that criminal charges had been filed against him as a result of the brawl, but also that he had received a 2-year prison sentence in absentia. The result was that he was confined in a maximum security penitentiary, where he helped to found the prison theater. This was his first opportunity to train and direct actors. At the same time he worked on appealing his conviction, on the ground that he was a soldier at the time of the incident, and hence civilian courts had no jurisdiction over him. After having served out almost the entire sentence, he won his appeal and was released. He went to Rio, where he worked as an actor, and in 1944 he co-founded the Black Experimental Theater. Reflecting on his experiences, Abdias observed, "We were pioneers, opening new roads. No one believed a black could be anything except someone white people laughed at. But we created a whole new atmosphere, and soon whites began to write for our theater." The Brazilians. One of Abdias's achievements as an actor was his performance in Vinicius de Moraes's play Orfeu de Conseco, which was later adapted as the film Black Orpheus. Abdias was not entirely happy with either the play or the motion picture. "There are plenty of myths in African culture," he observed. "Why did they have to use something out of Greek mythology? And what's more, when Orpheus decides to descend into hell to look for Eurydice, where does he go? To a temple of Afro-Brazilian religion." Abdias became a leading figure in Brazil's black movement, in both its cultural and political areas. Because he spoke out frequently on race-related issues, the military regime forced him into exile in 1968. He spent the next 14 years at universities in the United States. Upon his return he entered politics and in 1982 was elected to the Federal Chamber of Deputies, where he became the only member who identified himself as a black and who pressed for legislation specifically targeting racial problems. But the radical, highly emotional rhetoric he employed blunted his effectiveness within the Congress. Moreover, he lacked a real power base of his own within the community. His victory at the polls had been owing to the success enjoyed by the party that had put him up as a candidate, and when that party fared poorly in the 1986 elections, Abdias was one of the casualties. On the other hand, Benedita da Silva, a tall, handsome, hefty woman with a marvelously resonant voice, has demonstrated that Afro-Brazilians may yet be able to use the electoral process for their collective gain. But she is no ordinary politician. As she likes to point out, being black, a woman, and a slum dweller gives her membership in 3 disadvantaged groups. "I began my political militancy very early, because politics is something you do from the day you're born," she pointed out in an interview in her office in Brasilia. "Early on you discover there is a difference between being a black woman from the slums and a rich white man. Early on you learn that to be black is to be ugly, to be a woman is to be good for nothing but raising children, to be poor is to be marginal. I have tried to say enough to all this." One of 13 siblings, Benedita was born in 1940 in a favela overlooking Rio's Rodrigues de Freitas lagoon. Her grandmother, the Africans, 81, had been a slave. Her mother worked as a freelance laundress and also served as a priestess in an Afro-Brazilian cult. Her father washed cars. Benedita found her first job at the age of 10 and married at 16. Of the 5 children to whom she gave birth, Only 2 survived. She has outlived 2 husbands, married for the 3rd time, and now lives in Chepuda Manguira, a slum that overlooks Copacabana Beach. Her political career began when she went to work in various community movements and came into contact with Dom Helder Camara, at the time an auxiliary bishop in Rio and an outspoken advocate for the poor. From these experiences she discovered that public authorities pay attention to slum dwellers only after they organize. In the late 1970s she was one of the founding members of the Workers' Party, which put great stress on developing close contacts with grassroots organizations. In 1982 she was elected to the City Council of Rio de Janeiro, and 4 years later, in a low-budget campaign that depended almost exclusively on word-of-mouth publicity, she won a seat in the Federal Chamber of Deputies and became the first black woman ever to achieve that honor. Benedita is one of a handful of deputies who consider themselves a part of Brazil's black movement, and she has forcefully raised racial issues in the Congress. However, the strong ties she maintains with her other constituencies, which cut across racial lines, provide a base of support that makes her a force to be reckoned with and a budding figure on the national political scene. When she began her national political career she was well aware of the pitfalls before her. My presence in the Congress is a historic moment for women and for blacks in Brazil. The danger, and you can already see it materializing, is that I will be converted into a folkloric figure. That happened to Mario Jurana *, I'm not going to let it happen to me. In 1992 Benedita da Silva made a strong run for mayor of Rio de Janeiro. In the first round she topped the field, but because she failed to win more than 50% of the votes, she had to face the second-place finisher in a runoff, which she lost. In 1994 Jurana was an Indian who was elected to Congress from Rio de Janeiro in 1984 and who lost his seat in 1986. His story will be told in more detail in Chapter 3. The Brazilians attracted more than 2 million votes in a successful campaign for the Senate. While candidates primarily identified with the black movement have fared badly at the polls, blacks seeking office on the basis of their ability to represent all their constituents have scored some impressive wins. In 1990 voters elected 3 Afro-Brazilians to governorships, one of them in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, where whites have an overwhelming majority. One of the difficulties besetting the political wing of the Brazilian black movement is uncertainty about what specific policies to pursue. It has not surprisingly turned out to be easier to denounce injustice than to develop remedies to deal with it. The 1988 Constitution makes racism a serious crime and enables the Congress to enact laws spelling out the details, but the benefits of this change may be more symbolic than real. The legal system in Brazil is cumbersome and has never been a particularly useful weapon against social injustice. Moreover, criminalizing discrimination means that all the protections generally afforded criminal defendants will be available to those accused of racial offenses. Since Afro-Brazilians have increased their contacts with the civil rights movement in the United States, it should come as no surprise that they are debating the feasibility of proposing American panaceas such as affirmative action. Even if one puts aside for a moment the political difficulties of enacting such measures in Brazil, the fact remains that such measures may be ill-suited in the Brazilian context. For example, given the racial mix in Brazil, who would qualify for benefits under affirmative action? Indeed, the problem of defining who is black given the heritage of nearly 5 centuries of miscegenation turns out to be a serious impediment not only to the fashioning of specific race-based programs, but also to the growth of the black movement in Brazil. Color lines in Brazil are exceedingly difficult to draw, because Brazilians have customarily rejected the American practice of categorizing as black anyone with the slightest trace of African ancestry. Indeed, they have perhaps gone to the opposite extreme by creating a host of words and expressions for the various skin shadings that distinguish Brazilians. As a reaction to this, Afro-Brazilian Mealy. The Africans. 83. Tants are now embracing the American custom in an effort to attract even the lightest mulattoes into their camp. The Brazilian attitude toward color, on the other hand, has opened up the possibility for a certain degree of social mobility that many consider an effective safety valve against the pressures of social unrest. Marriage to someone of a lighter color is seen as an opportunity to better the lot of one's children. Moreover, persons whose pigmentation falls on the border between recognized categories often decide for themselves to which group they belong and most often opt for the lighter classification. The tendency of successful fairer-complexioned mulattoes to do this has inspired the popular saying "money whitens." Thus, the mestizo character of Brazilian society has not dislodged the underlying assumption that whiteness is the ideal to which all should aspire, a conviction that predated the bleaching policy of the early 20th century. By assimilating certain aspects of African, and Indian, culture, Brazilian society has created not a racial democracy in the political, social, and economic sense of the term, but rather an exceedingly subtle form of white supremacy. There are signs that forces within the black movement may be trying to push Brazil in the direction of a dual-culture society. Efforts to re-Africanize Afro-Brazilian religions by purging them of elements they acquired in the Western Hemisphere are but one illustration of this trend. There is something unmistakably tragic in manifestations of the beginnings of racial polarization in Brazil. It represents an inevitable reaction to the country's stubborn refusals to recognize the concept of racial democracy for what it is and to address the chronic ills attributable to slavery. White Brazilians need to acquire a greater sensitivity to racial issues and to stop viewing them solely from a white perspective. To profess extravagant admiration for Pelé, the black soccer superstar internationally celebrated as the greatest player in the history of the game, does not necessarily demonstrate racial tolerance. There is only one Pelé, and his indifference to the problem of racism has earned him bitter, if subdued criticism from a number of Afro-Brazilians. As American scholar Carl N. Degler has observed, the Brazilians. If the Brazilian emphasis upon individual exception permits some blacks to rise above their fellows, despite their color, it has also two other effects. It does not alter the whites' impression of Negroes in general, and it does not help to advance the status of blacks in general. To use what whites view as expressions of endearment, such as meu negro, or my black, toward their dark-skinned fellow Brazilians may not always delight the object of affection. To view the mulatta as a national symbol of sexuality is in fact profoundly demeaning, since it may convey the subtextual message that the worth of women of color derives only from their status as sex objects. On the other hand, Brazilian blacks who express a preference for the kind of open racial discrimination they associate with the United States because it would be easier to confront and combat are too hastily discounting the distinct advantage Brazil has over its neighbor to the north in the matter of race relations. As a young African American musician put it, "After spending 6 months in Brazil, I became quite comfortable living in a single Afro-Brazilian culture to which everyone belongs. When I returned home, it was like a dash of cold water in my face. I was very quickly reminded that the US is a dual-culture society. A line exists, and you are either on one side or the other. The opportunity still exists for Brazilians to create a genuinely mestizo society in which biracialism does not serve as a fig leaf, and in which neither white nor black elements predominate, but rather both contribute on an equal footing to the emergence of a truly new world in the tropics. But all signs point to the need to develop a fresh commitment to racial equality, before time runs out." Chapter 3. The Indians. IFFO1 knows with any degree of certainty how many Indians were living within the present borders of Brazil when Cabral and his men anchored in Porto Seguro in 1500. The upside estimate is 6 million. A more realistic projection, hazarded by a British scholar who has published 2 highly regarded volumes on the history of indigenous Brazilians, might be 2.4 million. After nearly 5 centuries of contact with civilization, Brazil's entire Indian population today can fit neatly, though perhaps not comfortably, in the seats, benches, and standing room sections of Rio de Janeiro's Maracanã soccer stadium. The native contribution to Brazilianness may be somewhat less pronounced than that of the Portuguese and the Africans, but it is not insignificant. The high cheekbones and coppery skin possessed by many Brazilians proclaim the Indian blood that flows in their veins. Indian customs and characteristics have penetrated deeply into Brazilian behavior. Indian myths form a part of the Brazilian subconscious. At the same time, the tribal way of life that makes Indians Indian has suffered a fate no different from that of Aborigines elsewhere in the hemisphere. What has amounted to a genocidal process of attrition dates back to the arrival of the first white men, and the abuse and killing of native Brazilians has gained fresh impetus in recent decades as Brazil has opened up its frontiers in an effort to tap the vast resources of the Amazon basin. From time to time Indians still use bows and arrows to defend themselves against those who intrude on their lands, but they have, the Brazilians, also learned to fight back with modern weapons. Some tribes now videotape encounters with government officials, in order to preserve a record of the promises being made to them. With an eye toward television coverage on the evening news programs, groups of Aborigines converged on Brasilia, painted their bodies and donned feathers at a protest demonstration as the 1988 Constituent Assembly, containing not one single native Brazilian, debated constitutional provisions that would affect the rights of Indians. The 1989 tour of Chief Rayani, who accompanied British rock star Sting on visits to Pope John Paul II, Prince Charles, and French President François Mitterrand, helped enlist international sympathy for the plight of his people. In setting national priorities, Brazil's elite have always put their own comfort and enrichment ahead of the native Brazilians' struggles to preserve their way of life. In every confrontation between progress and the interests of the Indians, the latter have had to yield. Indeed, efforts from abroad on behalf of the tribes have at times been labeled foreign plots to impede Brazil's access to important natural resources and to keep Brazil underdeveloped. But the exploitation of Brazilian rainforests over the past several decades has not only had a devastating effect on the Indians who depend on them for sustenance, it has also proved to be economically wasteful and ecologically disastrous. There is no little irony in the fact that as Brazilians have begun to realize this, they are also discovering that their Indian compatriots have much to teach them about how to preserve and live in harmony with the jungle environment. It has taken nearly 5 centuries, over the course of which Indians have endured all kinds of atrocities, for this insight to dawn. Anthropologists have classified native Brazilians into 2 main types: tropical forest Indians, who inhabited the rainforests of the Amazon and the coastal plains and lived off agriculture and fishing, and so-called marginal culture Indians, nomadic inhabitants of the plains and plateaus who hunted, gathered, and fished. These indigenous peoples spoke 4 main languages and a number of other unrelated tongues. The first Portuguese explorers and Colorado. The Indians. 87. Nis came into contact with tropical forest Indians, mainly belonging to Tupi tribal groups. The European intruders initially viewed the native Brazilians as noble savages, unspoiled children of nature, innocent and hospitable, exotic and handsome, carefree and sensual. The sight of naked painted bodies in the midst of lush vegetation had a hypnotic effect on men who had just survived the rigors of a transatlantic crossing. The willingness with which Indian women gave themselves to the white strangers no doubt contributed heavily to the enthusiastic response of the Europeans to the native people. But very soon the honeymoon had ended. The newcomers pursued their imperial designs, and the Brazilian Indians turned out to be, in fact, rather warlike. Tribal groups fought among themselves and with other tribes. Prisoners were enslaved, ritually clubbed to death, and eaten. Such behavior supplied the Europeans with a pretext for resolving to civilize the indigenous peoples they encountered. Of course, the policies inflicted upon the Indians by the white intruders coincidentally served to promote the interests of the latter in extracting as much wealth as possible from the New World. The sugar plantations the Portuguese began to create along the Brazilian coast required a great deal of manpower, and the colonists themselves felt that manual labor was beneath their dignity. Although the Indians did not mind performing specific tasks in exchange for goods such as metal tools, they saw no point in doing steady work to accumulate things for which they had no need. Since the Indians could not be lured into long-term employment, the Portuguese decided to subject them to involuntary servitude. At first the colonists bartered for prisoners whom one tribe had seized during battles with another tribe and were about to eat. Then the settlers encouraged intertribal warfare in order to increase the supply of captives. When this tactic didn't yield sufficient laborers to meet the demand, the colonists began to enslave Indians directly. Native Brazilians, however, did not adjust easily to work on sugar plantations. Although tropical forest Indians lived in villages, they customarily moved whenever the local supply of game ran low or the topsoil in the area eroded. The nomadic nature of their lives induced a sense of freedom that made it difficult for them to, the Brazilians, accept the constraints of forced labor. Moreover, within their society, taking care of crops and performing menial tasks were women's work. The males were warriors, hunters, fishermen, and craftsmen. They considered forced labor in the cane fields extremely degrading. The Portuguese crown opposed the enslavement of Indians and entrusted the Jesuits with responsibility for protecting them. Priests sent to the New World established missions where they assembled, converted, educated, and sheltered Aborigines. These settlements were fascinating experiments in social engineering, wherein the Jesuits attempted to Europeanize the Indians. They suppressed indigenous values that ran counter to the teachings of the Church yet absorbed some elements of the collective structure of Indian society. The Jesuits and the plantation owners were in constant conflict over the issue of the Indians' fate, but the Jesuits were badly outnumbered by those who sought to enslave the Indians. Later, beginning in 1628, raids by Bandeirantes decimated the Jesuit missions. Portuguese colonization had a catastrophic impact on native Brazilians. Tribal warfare intensified, not only because of the colonists' need to provoke skirmishes to increase the numbers of captured prisoners who could be bartered into slavery, but also because of the conflicts between the Portuguese and their European rivals. Each European contender cultivated tribal groups as allies in a bloody contest for domination of Brazil. As more colonists and large numbers of African slaves arrived, the Indians were forced to migrate inland. This often put them in conflict with other tribes. The Portuguese generally did not hold the Indians in high esteem. In addition to consigning them to involuntary servitude, they used native women to slake their carnal needs. The mixed-blood offspring created by these unions then occupied the lower rungs of the colonial society. Despite the cruelty and exploitation inflicted by Portuguese settlers upon the Indians, the latter nonetheless succeeded in leaving their mark on the evolving society in the New World, and on the evolution of Brazilianness, in a number of distinctive ways. One of the distinctive characteristics of the Aborigines was their scrupulous personal hygiene, which contrasted sharply with the slovenliness of 16th-century Europeans. Indians took river. The Indians 89. Bath several times a day. Native women, moreover, liked to apply coconut oil to their hair and to sleep in hammocks. The colonists eventually absorbed these habits, which survive among contemporary Brazilians. The newcomers borrowed from the Indians in a number of other respects. Explorers used the Indians' small canoes for river transport. A type of flour the Aborigines made from the ubiquitous and easy-to-grow manioc root served as a staple for the colonists, who came to prefer it to wheat. Indian corn and cashew nuts were among the other native food settlers adopted. The Indian method of wrapping fish in banana leaves and roasting it over open coals underwent a process of Africanization that produced one of the adornments of Brazilian cuisine, the macaca, or fish stew. The Indians introduced the Portuguese to tobacco smoking, and tobacco eventually became one of the colony's principal export crops. Indian names for places, plants, and animals quickly made their way into the Portuguese language. The Aborigines' love of freedom and abhorrence of regimentation burn in the soul of modern Brazilians. Their wanderlust is also visible today in the internal migrations that continue to shape and reshape Brazilian society. As one writer has observed, almost every Brazilian man has at least one itching foot. The northeastern ERs who trek to Sao Paulo and the southerners who make their way to the western Amazon region follow in the tradition of tribes that roamed the length and breadth of the land. Between 1940 and 1990, some 57 million Brazilians migrated from one state or territory to another. Even the eating of human flesh, as practiced by some Brazilian Aborigines, contributed in a rather unique way to the development of Brazilianness. An intellectual movement that arose in the mid-1920s issued a so-called cannibalist manifesto, advocating the digestion and Brazilianization of concepts originating abroad. Anthropophagy, they argued, was a peculiarly Brazilian capability that would produce ideas and styles that were truly original. Thereafter, many Brazilians would count this metaphoric cannibalism as one of their national traits. Some Indian characteristics merged with and fortified Portuguese and African attributes. For example, natives used a slash-and-burn approach to agriculture that paralleled the extractive. The Brazilians' mentality of the Portuguese settlers, who sought only to take from the land and gave no thought to long-term consequences. The individuality of the native Brazilian matched that of the colonists from Portugal. Brazilian music and carnival have evolved from the Aborigines' love of music and splendid costume joined with African and European elements. The Indians' belief in spirits and in supernatural relationships between humans and animals meshed neatly with similar convictions held by Africans, which accounts for the traces of animism and totemism one finds deeply embedded in the Brazilian psyche. Indeed, the popularity of the Jogo do Bicho, an illegal lottery in which players bet on animals that represent numbers, may have roots in Brazil's Indian culture. The most important figure in tribal society was the page, or medicine man, who interpreted the supernatural for a people who entertained no doubts about the omnipresence of spirits affecting every aspect of their lives. The page also foretold the future and cured the sick. He performed the latter function by the prescribing of jungle herbs and, more often, by faith healing. Portuguese settlers and their descendants, struggling for survival in a strange, often menacing environment, proved understandably receptive to native beliefs and practices. They learned to use Indian medicines and placed great store in faith healing, which even today remains a source of hope and comfort for Brazilians of every social class. Perhaps the greatest single contribution of the Indians was their indispensable service in the opening of the interior of Brazil. Without the help of native guides, bearers, hunters, and canoers, explorers could never have penetrated the vast reaches of the Amazon basin, nor could settlers have pushed into the hinterlands of central and southern Brazil. Indians were intimately involved, either as participants, victims, or both, in the slaving expeditions of the Bandeirantes, the conquest of the Amazon for the Portuguese crown, the founding of large cattle ranches in the interior of the Northeast, and the great gold and diamond rushes of the 18th century. These were milestones in the formation of modern Brazil. Because of this advance into the interior, the Portuguese concluded a 1750 treaty with Spain that fixed the boundaries of Brazil far beyond the limits set by the Treaty of Tordesillas. The Indians. 91. There was, of course, a sad irony to all this, since the Indians were abetting their own gradual destruction as a people. Yet the extermination of the native population did not serve any of the immediate interests of the colonists and the crown. As John Hemming has pointed out in Red Gold, the first of his 2 volumes on the history of the Brazilian Aborigines, nobody wanted the Indians to die out. Land on the Amazon was valueless without people to penetrate its forests or man its canoes. The settlers demanded Indians as hired or slave labor. Missionaries wanted them as Christian converts to swell and glorify their missions. The royal authorities wanted them as subjects, to be used if necessary on public works or fighting to defend Portuguese possessions against other colonial powers or hostile tribes. Yet bloody clashes and the spread of diseases such as influenza and smallpox, which were transmitted by Europeans and Africans, and to which the Indians had virtually no natural resistance, took a frightful toll. In the middle of the 18th century, native Brazilians suffered yet another serious setback. The Jesuits had come under mounting criticism, in both Brazil and Portugal, for their zealous defense of the Indians and their resistance to the implementation of the 1750 treaty, which called for some dislocation of their remaining missions. In addition, Portugal's declining economy suffered further strain by the need to rebuild Lisbon, which an earthquake had leveled in 1755. Sebastião José de Carvalho e Melo, better known in the annals of European history as the Marquis of Pombal, had become de facto dictator of Portugal by this time and had developed an obsessive hatred of the Jesuits, who he believed were plotting against him. He decided to expel them from Brazil, not only to end their supposed insubordination, but also as a ploy to augment the royal treasury, because he intended to confiscate Jesuit property and goods in the colony and sell them. Thus Brazilian Indians lost their principal source of protection and support. In addition, Pombal secured the promulgation of laws that supposedly liberated the Indians of northern Brazil by forbidding their enslavement and bestowing upon them the same. The Brazilians' rights and privileges enjoyed by other colonists. The purpose of these decrees was to integrate the natives into the Luso-Brazilian community by encouraging them to speak Portuguese, to dress in the European style, and to intermarry with non-Indians. So-called Indian directors replaced the missionaries as representatives of the crown in the various native communities. But instead of looking out for the interests of the Indians, the directors exploited the Indians shamelessly, to such a degree that in 1798 the director system was abolished. For about 100 years the Indians of northern Brazil, which constituted most of the surviving tribal units in the country, were generally left to their own devices. Some had managed to avoid contact with civilization, others, supposedly converted to Christianity and Western values by the missionaries, eventually slipped back into their native cultures. It was during this period that Brazilian literature was going through its Indianist phase. Authors glorified the Aborigine and emphasized the character defects of the Portuguese explorers and settlers, in a sense a return to the theme of the noble savage, but for the purpose of nourishing national pride and identity. As John Hemming has noted in Amazon Frontier, the second of his two-volume History of the Native Brazilians, Indians were becoming curiosities rather than a serious threat. Now that there was nothing to fear from them, urban intellectuals could afford to romanticize about them. The Indianist writers distorted the past and ignored the brutal realities of contemporary Indian life. José de Alencar produced the classic novel Zero Guarani, which composer Carlos Gomes later adapted into Brazil's most famous opera of the same name, portraying the native Brazilian as a repository of virtue. None of this, of course, was very comforting or even relevant to the real-life Indians, who in the mid-19th century were about to undergo yet another calamity, a rubber boom that would convulse the Amazon basin for 5 decades. Wild rubber trees grow with great profusion in northern Brazil. The Indians used the liquid extracted from them to waterproof their canoes. The colonists made boots from rubber. Yet the product remained something of a novelty item until 1840, when the American Charles Goodyear invented a process of vulcanization that prevented rubber from becoming sticky in heat and brittle in the Indians. 93. Cold. In a short time rubber became a major or crucial ingredient in the manufacture of rainwear, steam engines, electric insulation, and tires. With the spread of the Industrial Revolution and the growing popularity of the bicycle and the automobile, the worldwide demand for rubber skyrocketed. Although latex, the liquid from which rubber is fashioned, could be drawn from trees found in other parts of the world, the milky substance obtained from the wild Brazilian trees produced by far the best quality rubber. Along with the demand for rubber came a new class of entrepreneurs who flourished in Belém, near the mouth of the Amazon, and Manaus, a river port nearly 1,000 miles from the ocean. Their most pressing need was for rubber tappers, workers who could roam the rainforest and extract latex from the wild trees. Once again the Indians became targets for a vicious form of de facto enslavement. Once again they proved to be an inadequate source of manpower. This time the alternative was to be found in the drought-lashed, overpopulated backlands of the Northeast, from which thousands of laborers were enlisted. They soon found themselves trapped in debt peonage, forced to work in a green hell fraught with physical dangers. The Indians resisted the encroachments of the Seringueiros, as the rubber tappers were called, and bloody conflicts ensued. As usual, the indigenous peoples came out on the losing end. The Seringueiros hunted down and killed many of them. The entrepreneurs, by now known as rubber barons, were much more efficient. They organized the massacre of some 40,000 Indians, an outrage that provoked international condemnation in 1912. The end of the rubber boom brought a halt to the atrocities, at least for the moment. In 1876 a British agent named Henry A. Wickham, posing as an orchid hunter, managed to smuggle seeds of rubber trees out of Brazil. They were transported to East Asia and planted. 30 years later groves of cultivated rubber trees in Asia began to produce latex, and the Brazilian monopoly came to an end. The rubber barons, who had converted Manaus from a there was a smidgen of poetic justice here. In 1727, a Brazilian smuggled some coffee plant seeds out of French Guiana, in violation of French law, and brought them into Brazil. They made possible the creation of the colony's first coffee plantation. The Brazilians' collection of jungle huts into a bustling city with a celebrated opera house, and who were so wealthy they could afford to send their laundry to Paris, saw their empire collapse in ruin. As the rubber boom was drawing to a close, the Brazilian government changed its attitude toward the Indians. An army officer named Candido Mariano da Silva Rondon was primarily responsible for the new policy. A heroic figure who exemplified the sweetness and greatness that is Brazil at its finest, Rondon was uniquely suited to his life's work among the Indians. He was born in the interior of Mato Grosso, a land of prairies where herds of cattle roamed. His father was descended from the Bandeirantes, his mother from several Indian tribes. At the age of 16 he entered a military school in the Royal Palace in Rio de Janeiro, an institution permeated by the progressive ideas of Dom Pedro II. There Rondon came under the influence of the positivist philosophy of Auguste Comte, which emphasized the essential worth of humanity. He decided he would apply these enlightened views to Brazil's indigenous peoples, who he became convinced were a reflection of human civilization that ought to be preserved rather than exterminated. His military service took him on a series of excursions to central Brazil and the Amazon basin. He put up over 1,100 miles of telegraph wire and was instrumental in the discovery of 15 new rivers. In the course of his adventures he imposed upon those under his command a simple maxim with respect to the Indians his expeditions encountered: die if you must, but never kill. Although hostile natives fatally wounded several of his men, he refused to use force in retaliation, and as a result he succeeded in gaining the trust of tribes with which he came into contact. World renown came to him when he accompanied former United States President Theodore Roosevelt on a trek through the Amazon jungle. Rondon and other like-minded officers persuaded the government to set up an agency to be charged with the protection of Indian communities. In 1910 the Federal Service for the Protection of the Indians, SPI, came into being, and Rondon was made its first director. The function of the SPI was not to administer the affairs of the tribes, but rather to safeguard the tribes against outside the Indians. 95. Encroachments and to permit them to preserve their traditional culture. Under the leadership and inspiration of Rondon, SPI agents created posts in the frontier regions and succeeded in convincing the Indians of their good intentions. But idealism was not enough. The SPI could, in fact, do very little when cattle ranchers, nut gatherers, and settlers pushed their way into tribal lands. This was especially true in southern Brazil, where immigrants creating agricultural colonies put irresistible pressure on the few surviving Indian communities. In the Amazon region the new policy had pacified the Indians, but the peace that Rondon had achieved turned out to be illusory. Between 1900 and 1967, 98 indigenous tribes ceased to exist. Rondon himself lived a long and distinguished life. The Brazilian government made him a marshal in the army and named the territory, now the state, of Rondônia after him. To the Indians and those who have joined the struggle to preserve the Indian way of life he is a legend. He died in 1958. The passing of Rondon coincided with a change in the orientation of the SPI. Army officers and bureaucrats who did not share his humanitarian ideals began to infest the agency and turned it into what many would call the service for the prostitution of the Indians. In 1967 the military government ordered an investigation of the SPI and a year later released the results. Brazilians and non-Brazilians alike were genuinely shocked by the news, which constituted one more sorry chapter in a long history of atrocities perpetrated against Brazil's Indians. The report found that Indian agents, land speculators, and property owners conniving with them were systematically slaughtering Indians. The new twist to this old story was that the killers were using modern technology, in the form of bacteriological warfare, issuing Indians clothing infected with smallpox, measles, influenza, and tuberculosis germs, and aerial bombardments. The enslavement of Aborigines, the use of Indian girls as sexual objects, and the theft of land from the tribes were other instances of wrongdoing cited by the report. A number of SPI officials were criminally indicted. The service itself was disbanded and replaced by a new agency called the National Indian Foundation, FUNE. The Brazilians. The action taken by the military government headed off efforts by foreign critics to persuade the United Nations to investigate the plight of Aborigines in Brazil. But in 1969 the military regime came under new leadership and launched a program whose effects on what remained of Brazil's indigenous population would be more far-reaching and negative than what had occurred owing to the malfeasance of the SPI. The country's rulers set out to develop the untapped resources of its jungles and rainforests, and as a first step the government announced plans to build a transcontinental highway across the Amazon basin. Over the next several years Brazilian army engineers constructed an ambitious network of roads that opened up the entire region to exploitation, in the form of cattle raising, mining, and other extractive enterprises. Funds from outside sources such as the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank made possible the creation of a highway system that opened up hitherto inaccessible areas. This also exposed many Indians to the dangers of contact with civilized society. Once again disease ravaged various tribes, and Indians whose lives had been disrupted could be seen begging along the new roads. The crisscrossing of the Amazon basin with highways threatened the efforts of the Villas-Boas brothers to save indigenous cultures from extermination. Inspired by Rondon, Orlando, and Claudio Villas-Boas had led a group of Indianists in urging the government to set aside areas of land where tribes could follow their traditional ways of life yet also receive medical protection against disease. The Xingu National Park, established in 1952 in northern Mato Grosso, became the first of a number of such reservations. The goal of the Villas-Boas brothers was to enable the Indians to avoid extinction and to preserve their culture. They believed that abrupt and uncontrolled contact with the rest of Brazilian society would be disastrous for the native peoples, but that it would be impossible to isolate them completely from the rest of the country. Only through gradual integration would they have at least a fighting chance to survive. But Brazil's military rulers took a different view. They resolved not to let anything stand in the way of the development of the Amazon region and the exploitation of its apparently limitless resources. The Indian policy they imposed in the early 1970s sought the Indians. 97. The rapid assimilation of native Brazilians into the social and economic mainstream. As critics pointed out, this meant that those Indians who managed to survive the integrative process would enter the lowest levels of Brazilian society and would provide cheap labor for landowners and entrepreneurs. The boundaries of the Indian reservations proved to be no obstacle to the rapid development of Brazil's last frontier. Roads skirted or intruded upon them. Settlers were inevitably attracted by the opening of new land. When they moved in, the Indians occasionally fought back with primitive weapons. Once again, they were no match for determined men using modern arms. The deforestation caused by migrants swarming into the western Amazon region, the ecological devastation wrought by thousands of gold seekers drawn to the area in the 1980s and 1990s, the flooding of tribal lands as a result of massive hydroelectric projects, and the very recent discovery of oil in the jungles of Brazil's far north have all added to the cataclysmic forces now threatening to impose a final solution on native Brazilians. International protests against Brazil's treatment of its indigenous peoples and against the deforestation of the tropical rainforest, the latter to be examined in more detail in Chapter 12, helped persuade the Brazilian government in the early 1990s to demarcate reservations for several of the tribes. but the pressures exerted by freelance gold miners and others eager to extract natural resources on or near Indian land has continued to increase, and it remains very difficult for the federal government to enforce laws protecting native Brazilians. Brazilian Indians have had little to say about their legal status. Until recently they were excluded from participation in the political process because Brazilians could qualify as voters only by passing a literacy test. This requirement was not abolished until 1986. The most notable public figure to emerge from their ranks in recent years was a creation of the mass media, more folkloric than real, one more bad joke perpetrated by civilization on native Brazilians. Mario Giurana came on the national scene in 1976. A chief of the Xavante tribe in Mato Grosso, Giurana traveled to Brasilia to petition the government for supplies. He encountered the standard. The Brazilians' bureaucratic evasions, but instead of giving up in despair, he began using a tape recorder to preserve his conversations with officials. Then the press discovered him. He was wonderful copy, 39 years old, wearing bones through his ears, and speaking his mind in a blunt way, capturing what many Brazilians felt about the military regime. He attained celebrity status as a folk hero, but more as a symbol of citizen distrust of government than as a champion of the rights of Indians. In 1982 the Democratic Labour Party took advantage of his popularity by running him as a candidate for federal deputy from the state of Rio de Janeiro, and he won. Giurana was as outspoken and as colorful as ever in the Congress, but he accomplished very little of substance for his people. Nothing in his background had prepared him for the task of building legislative alliances, and his colleagues showed little concern for the problems of native Brazilians. By now the public seemed more interested in stories about Giurana's adjustment to life away from his tribe, and the 3 wives he had simultaneously accumulated. He became a target for television comedians. In the 1986 elections the Democratic Labour Party did poorly, and the voters of Rio rejected their Indian deputy. Giurana returned to Brasilia. Overweight, suffering from diabetes, and displaying white hairs that his people normally acquire only when they reach old age, he went to work for FUNAI, and his tape recorder was put on display in the Indian Museum of Campo Grande. In June 1992, when the United Nations held its Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, he appeared with a large cougar skin to protest what he called the commitment of environmentalists to protect animals at the expense of human beings. However much some environmentalists abroad want to idealize Brazilian Aborigines as noble savages, the sad fact remains, modern civilization has proved irresistible to many Indians. Exposure to technology such as automobiles, airplanes, television, and radio has convinced some Indians to prefer modernity over their traditional ways. The Kayapo, for example, have decided to exploit the gold and lumber on their tribal lands for profit, rather than to preserve the natural state of things. In the process they have demonstrated, the Indians, 99, that they can cause nearly as much damage to the environment as any other Brazilians. There are numerous parallels between the treatment afforded Brazil's Indians and the lot of indigenous peoples elsewhere in the hemisphere at the hands of the first European colonizers and those who governed the nation-states that subsequently evolved. There are also parallels between the experiences of immigrant groups who came to the United States, Canada, and Hispanic America in the 19th and 20th centuries and the fate of the intrepid Europeans and Asians who crossed oceans during that same period and landed in Brazil. Chapter 4. The Immigrants. Tehei converged on the port of Santos with tickets in hand, bags packed, savings depleted, and expectations aflame, eager to board ships that would take them to farms they had recently purchased in Japanese-occupied Southeast Asia. It was a supreme act of faith, and a byproduct of the efforts of the Kachigumi, or Victory Group, composed of members of Brazil's Japanese community who refused to accept the defeat of Japan in World War II. Convinced that media accounts of an Allied victory in 1945 were outright lies, members of the Victory Group opted to embrace reports circulating clandestinely in their communities, such as the news that 65,000 captured American soldiers, under the supervision of Japanese troops, were repairing the wartime damage Japanese planes had inflicted on the Panama Canal. Nippo-Brazilians fell easy prey to announcements that Japan needed their expertise in tropical agriculture for the conquered territories, and that credibility enabled unscrupulous hustlers to sell them tickets on non-existent voyages and titles to non-existent properties. Having endured the humiliations inflicted on them during the surge of Brazilian nationalism in the 1930s, and once again after Brazil had declared war against Japan and entered the war against the Axis in 1942, they waited patiently on the docks of Santos for phantom vessels that would never arrive. The post-war era was a watershed for the Japanese colonies in Brazil. It marked a painful, at times bloody, transition between the early decades of struggle in a cruel, bewildering environment, and the attainment of the most notable success of any of Brazil's new. The Immigrants. 101. Miras immigrant groups. The saga of the Japanese in Brazil also provides dramatic evidence of how Brazilian society has been able to absorb, and in turn gain enrichment from, cultural and racial diversity. The Japanese were not the first immigrants to arrive from abroad, but in some ways they have been the most interesting. Credit for the first non-Portuguese immigrant colony must go to King João VI, who established the royal court in exile in Rio de Janeiro in 1808. His son, Crown Prince Dom Pedro, married the Austrian Archduchess Leopoldina, a number of whose retainers spoke German and put down roots in Brazil. But Dom João went further and encouraged permanent colonies. Immigrants from Switzerland and the Rhineland established small settlements in the state of Bahia in 1818, and 2 years later they founded the town of Nova Friburgo in the mountains not far from the capital. During the 1820s German immigrants began to make their way to southern Brazil. They were responding to solicitations from Dom Pedro, now Emperor of Brazil, who wanted to populate the territory flanking the former Spanish colonies of La Plata. By 1830 about 7,000 Germans had entered Brazil, the great majority opting to live in the south, where the climate approximated that of Europe. Dom Pedro's son and successor to the throne gave further encouragement to immigration. It was during the reign of Dom Pedro II that the most famous and prosperous of all German colonies, which became the cities of Blumenau and Joinville, were established in the southern state of Santa Catarina. In addition, after the American Civil War, the emperor offered inducements that attracted as many as 20,000 white Southerners from the United States. Some settled in the Amazon region, but the majority made their way to the state of São Paulo, where they founded the town of Americana. The biggest obstacle to immigration to Brazil during the 19th century was the existence of slavery. Those who considered starting life anew in Brazil realized that they would be competing with slave labor. In addition, Protestants hesitated to put down roots in a country whose established religion was Roman Catholic. The Brazilians. Schism ***. Moreover, the mistaken notions that all of Brazil lay in the tropics and that the weather there was uniformly debilitating may also have discouraged prospective colonists. With the abolition of slavery in 1888, the need for labor on coffee plantations caused Brazil to open wide its doors and beckon to Europe. The preference for immigrant workers over ex-slaves reflected racial theories that Brazilian intellectuals had imported from across the Atlantic at the end of the 19th century. The country's elite believed that it was in their country's best interest to whiten its population. European immigration would provide the bleach. The influx of immigrants continued up to the outbreak of World War II. Italians, more Portuguese, Spaniards, and Germans came in large numbers. There was also a steady flow from the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and Russia. And 1890 federal law reveals that Brazil's immigration policy was openly racist. Africans and Asians were prohibited from entering Brazil without special congressional approval. But the Constitution of 1891 gave the states autonomy on matters of immigration and colonization, and pressure from coffee growers forced the state of São Paulo to permit immigration from Japan on an experimental basis. The first Japanese contract workers made the long trip to Brazil in 1908. There were 781 of them, crowded aboard the Casito Mam, which arrived on June 18. They were on their way to coffee plantations in the countryside of the state of São Paulo, which was suffering from a shortage of labor. The Italians who had migrated to Brazil at the turn of the century had proved unreliable workers. They brought with them European notions of anarchism and socialism, constantly moved from plantation to plantation, and thus created an unstable situation for the growers. Moreover, complaints about the treatment of Italian colonists had moved the Italian government to prohibit further migration to Brazil in 1902. It was not until 1863 that Protestant clergymen were legally licensed to perform civil marriage ceremonies. The immigrants. 103. The newly arriving Japanese were more docile. Mainly lower-class agricultural workers, they had been encouraged to emigrate because of population pressure at home. Confronting an unfamiliar language and a culture totally different from their own, they endured harsh exploitation at the hands of their employers. As time passed, an increasing number of Japanese immigrants managed to leave the coffee plantations and become tenant farmers, or saved enough money to purchase small farms of their own. Others formed agricultural cooperatives. They put their skills to good use at a time when the city of São Paulo was growing rapidly, and by 1935 Japanese farmers and laborers were responsible for 35% of vegetable and fruit production in Greater São Paulo. The decade of the 1930s saw a marked increase in immigration from Japan. Most of the new colonists settled in the state of São Paulo. In the interior, a number of towns, such as Alvarez Machado, Aruja, and Mirandópolis, came to be populated exclusively or almost exclusively by Japanese. The great majority of Japanese immigrants, like their counterparts from Italy, hoped to earn and save enough cash to return to their native land. But this dream materialized for very few. Those who could afford to do so realized they would have difficulties readapting to Japanese society, which they knew would relegate them to the lowly status from which they had fled. Many of those willing to go back were not able to save enough money to purchase passages back to Japan. During these decades of struggle, the first generation of Japanese immigrants resisted assimilation. They continued to speak Japanese, to read Japanese language newspapers, and to cling to ancestral customs, such as the use of matchmakers to arrange marriages. They also founded Japanese schools for their children. But with the advent of the nationalistic regime of Getulio Vargas, who had seized dictatorial power in 1930, the government placed restrictions on all of Brazil's immigrant groups. The teaching of foreign languages in school to students below the age of 10 was forbidden. The age limit was raised to 14 in 1939, and in 1940 the government banned the publication of newspapers in foreign languages. The Brazilians. When Brazil declared war on Japan and the Axis powers in 1942, Japanese residents found themselves under further constraints. Although they were not deported to detention centers, as were Japanese citizens in the United States, the authorities kept them under constant surveillance. They were even prohibited from speaking Japanese in public. My parents told me not to say a word of Japanese outside our home or the police would arrest me, recalled a woman who lived through those difficult days and is now an official in a São Paulo bank. It was a traumatic experience. Whenever I walked by a sign written in Japanese, I would avert my eyes. As the Emperor Hirohito announced to his subjects that Japan was surrendering, members of the Japanese community in Brazil were celebrating the report that the Japanese Navy had sunk the entire Allied fleet in the Sea of Japan. Fanatics from the Kachigumi, Victory Group, to which a great majority of the community belonged, targeted those who sought to come to terms with Japan's downfall and who had organized what their adversaries dubbed the Makegumi, or defeat group. In 1946 terrorist attacks claimed the lives of 14 defeatists. Later that year the Constituent Assembly writing a new constitution for Brazil reacted by considering a provision that would have prohibited any more Japanese immigrants from entering Brazil. It was ultimately rejected. But members of the Kachigumi remained in their own world. As late as 1952, a poll revealed that 25% of the Nipo-Brazilian community still clung to the belief that Japan had won the war. Reality inevitably prevailed among the Nisei, or second-generation Japanese. With Japan prostrate and their lives already rooted in the environment into which they had been born, the Nisei realized that their future belonged to Brazil. Although they had learned to speak Japanese at home, they attended Brazilian schools and were exposed to Brazilian culture. Moreover, their parents stressed the value of a university education and encouraged them to enter professions, such as law, medicine, architecture, and engineering, that traditionally enjoyed great prestige in Brazil. It was during this period that many Japanese moved from the countryside to the city of São Paulo and its suburbs. The immigrants. 105. Like their parents, however, the Nisei did not have an easy time of it. Their families, for the most part, were of modest means. Moreover, many of them were ashamed of Japan's defeat and the excesses perpetrated by the Kachigumi. They felt that their Japanese identity was a negative factor and tried to downplay it. Brazilian society's ability to absorb people of different cultures aided the Nisei in their effort to adjust to Brazil. An ability to adapt, which may date back to the time when the Moors occupied Portugal, characterizes Brazilians of every social class. Thus, it was nothing out of the ordinary for them to accept the Japanese, as they had accepted immigrants from Germany, Italy, Spain, the Middle East, and many other lands. Assimilation was not a painless process. To the Brazilian peasant, the Japanese settlers simply did not look Brazilian. In the pre-war era, the literature of the Cordel, pamphlets containing folktales and political commentary aimed at lower-class, rural readers, occasionally portrayed Japanese in a derogatory light and as performing strange feats, such as turning tomatoes into cabbages, no doubt expressions of concern, bewilderment, and perhaps even envy at the agricultural skills of the Japanese. Brazilian farmers, accustomed to depending on the government for help, at times criticized the achievements of their self-reliant Japanese counterparts. In spite of these obstacles, the successes achieved by the Japanese in Brazil have been extraordinary. In 1988, 16% of the students at the University of São Paulo had Japanese surnames. 3 Nisei have served as cabinet ministers in the federal government, others have held positions as mayors and legislators on both state and municipal levels, and as high officials within the business community. Moreover, Nipo-Brazilians have continued their outstanding work in the agricultural sector. Coxa, a farm cooperative whose 20,000 associates may be found in 14 states, is the 26th largest enterprise in Brazil and the most prosperous operation of its kind in all of Latin America. Spreading its know-how freely, the cooperative cultivates 250 kinds of fruits, vegetables, and grains, and most recently introduced the kiwi to Brazilian menus. The Brazilians. Brazil's Japanese community now supplies roughly 70% of all fruits and vegetables consumed in the city of São Paulo and its environs. Indeed, the total acreage its members own and cultivate in Brazil is greater than the total farm acreage in all of Japan. From the ranks of the Japanese immigrants and their descendants have come a number of distinguished individuals. The stories of their lives illustrate the varieties of the experience of Brazilianization. Among them are artist Tomi Otake, journalist Hideo Onaga, jurist Kazuo Watanabe, and filmmaker Taizuka Yamasaki. Unlike the overwhelming majority of her compatriots in Brazil, Tomi Otake was an accidental immigrant. Her older brother had come to Brazil as a tourist in the early 1930s and had liked the country so much that he decided to stay. In 1936, Tomi, then 23 years old, took the 45-day voyage from Japan to Santos to visit him. The outbreak of hostilities in Asia made it impossible for ordinary travelers to book return passage to Japan. Tomi stayed, married an associate of her brother, went to live in a lower middle-class section of São Paulo, took Brazilian citizenship, and raised 2 sons. During her secondary school education in Kyoto, Tomi had studied Oriental art history and had taken routine drawing classes. Her love for art persuaded her to consider a career as an artist, but her father insisted that she fulfill her traditional duties as a Japanese woman by becoming a wife and mother. It was not until years after coming to Brazil, when her children had reached an age when they required less attention from her, that she decided to take up painting seriously. She began to take lessons in 1952, at the age of 39, sending her boys outside to play soccer while she worked. Her progress was remarkable. Without any formal study and basically self-taught, Tomi Atake became one of Brazil's most respected and widely praised artists, presenting her first exposition in 1957 and eventually gaining recognition on 4 continents as a world-class abstractionist. She is a preeminent figure among a group of outstanding artists of Japanese origin who have made far-reaching contributions to contemporary Brazilian culture. The Immigrants. 107. The striking, delicate, yet forceful quality of her work reflects a fusion of 2 worlds. The Japanese tradition is very strong in my blood, she has observed. It is apt to surface at any moment and in any manner. In Brazil, which is very young, traditions are not so heavy, and one feels freer here. As a critic once said of the artist's first lithographs, Tomi now adds to her original values a dynamic and hot rhythm which she has extracted from her new country. Marflia Martins, a Rio journalist, has noted that in the tropics, Tomi's quintessential Japanese quality became pure vibration. Tomi Atake lives and works in the Campo Belo neighborhood of São Paulo in a spacious retreat designed by one of her sons, a successful architect, and tucked discreetly behind a garage among middle-class 2-story dwellings. Shy and self-conscious about her lack of total fluency in Portuguese, she expresses herself with a force of imagination and creativity that merges Japanese sensitivity with the exuberance of her adopted land. Hideo Onaga is a prototypically Brazilianized Nisei. His father, however, was no ordinary immigrant. A naval engineer born on the island of Okinawa, he obtained permission to leave his Japanese merchant ship during a stopover in Peru in 1908. After 3 years of work, travel, and adventure in the Andes, he crossed the northwestern frontier of Brazil and eventually made his way to Rio de Janeiro. There, without disclosing his educational background, he took a job as a butler for a wealthy Carioca family. One of his employer's sons was having difficulty in school, so he asked his new butler to help the boy with mathematics. Impressed by what he thought was his servant's native intelligence, the boy's father asked what Japanese eat. The butler replied that the staple food in Japan was rice. Demonstrating the power of stereotypical thinking, the father ordered that his son be fed rice every day. The senior Onaga eventually settled in São Paulo, where he married an immigrant from Tokyo, published a Japanese language newspaper until the 1940 ban of foreign language newspapers, and then opened a boarding house for out-of-town Japanese students attending school in the city. He became a prominent and highly respected figure in the immigrant community. The Brazilians. Hideo remembers his father requiring the family to speak only Japanese at home. "I speak it better" was one reason his father gave for his insistence. The other was a reluctance to spoil the correct Portuguese the children were learning at school. Hideo was one of the first Nisei to attend the University of São Paulo, where he studied during World War II. He then became the first Nisei to enter the field of journalism outside the Japanese language media. His career spanned 4 decades. Beginning at the bottom in 1941 as a copy editor for a large São Paulo newspaper, he soon became a reporter, and in the next 15 years he achieved recognition as one of the best journalists in the city. After serving for 5 years as head of the editorial offices of several São Paulo dailies, he took over the editorship of Viseu magazine in 1959. Over the next decade and a half he guided the fortunes of various important magazines and newspapers. Thereafter he worked as an advisor to Shigeki Yuki, the Nisei business leader, during Yuki's terms as Federal Minister of Mines and Energy and President of Petrobras, the state oil company, and as Yuki's associate in private ventures. Hideo Onaga has long advocated that the immigrant community fully integrate itself into Brazilian society. He is strongly opposed to the notion of hyphenated Brazilians. In 1945 I was asked to run for federal deputy in order to represent the Japanese colony in Congress, he stated in 1987. I refused. I told them I would be a Brazilian deputy or no deputy at all. sharing Hidio's conviction that total integration into Brazilian society provides the best hope for the future of the descendants of Japanese immigrants in Brazil is Kazuo Watanabe, another pioneering Nisei, who has the distinction of being the first judge of Japanese origin to serve on the equivalent of the Supreme Court in the state of São Paulo. Open and articulate. Dr. Kazuo is a typical Nisei in that his parents were settlers on a coffee plantation. They eventually moved to the city of Bastos, a place founded by immigrants and at one time populated entirely by Japanese. Born in Bastos, Kazuo Watanabe spoke only Japanese until he was 6 years old and learned Portuguese at school. While attending the University of São Paulo, he belonged to Nisei clubs, which he saw as aiding the process of the immigrants. 109. Integration. We had dances and played soccer, he has reminisced. The clubs were a bridge between the Japanese and Brazilian cultures. Dr. Kazuo points out that Japan is still a very closed society and that some Brazilian Nisei who have studied there on scholarships have been discriminated against and treated as second-class Japanese. When I return to Japan, I insist on speaking Portuguese with an interpreter. I am respected as a foreigner. This wouldn't happen if I attempted to converse in Japanese, which I now speak badly. The sense of propriety felt by first and second generation Nipo-Brazilians at one time produced feelings of shame when anyone with a Japanese surname attracted attention for engaging in antisocial or criminal behavior. Dr. Kazuo sees it as an indicator of progress that this is no longer true. It used to be a cause of great scandal in the community if a Japanese was arrested as a smuggler. Now, no one gives it a second thought. The emergence of Taizuka Yamasaki as a public figure is testing the new self-assurance of Nipo-Brazilians. Strong-willed, candid, nonconformist, and enormously energetic, Taizuka is one of Brazil's hottest young filmmakers and television directors. Her low-budget masterpiece, Gaijin, captured in vivid and striking terms the experience of the first Japanese immigrants. Having once rejected her Japanese heritage, Taizuka turned the making of Gaijin into a quest for identity. Her father, an adventurer and the black sheep of his family, emigrated to Brazil from Japan during the 1930s. He died while Taizuka was still a child. Her Nisei mother grew up in a completely Japanese environment, isolated from the rest of Brazilian society. At an early age Taizuka decided to break with the hierarchical traditions of the community into which she had been born. She refused to learn Japanese and left her home in São Paulo to live and study on her own at universities in Brasilia and Niterói. At the latter she took a course from Nelson Pereira dos Santos, perhaps Brazil's most influential film director, and as a result she decided to pursue a career in film. Nelson became her mentor, and she worked as his assistant. Gaijin, based on the life of her maternal grandmother, was her first feature film. The Brazilians. Despite the process of assimilation she shared with other Nisei, Taizuka had always felt like a stranger, but this feeling conflicted with her sense of being a Brazilian. Gaijin, which turned out to be both cathartic and a search for her roots, enabled Taizuka to resolve this inner contradiction. The title of the film derives from the Japanese word for foreigner. It is the term Japanese immigrants used when they referred to Brazilians. For me, she declared in a 1986 interview, the film showed that all Brazilians, except the Indians, are Gaijins. Thus she was able to declare, to the consternation of some members of the community from which she had emerged, I am not a Japanese, I am a Brazilian. Taizuka is a keen observer of the assimilation process. Brazilians are great jokers, she has observed. They love to make self-deprecatory jokes about everything that happens to them. The Japanese is incapable of engaging in this kind of humor. The Nisei in São Paulo have big problems with this. On the other hand, in making Gaijin, Taizuka discovered that she had to use Japanese, rather than Nisei, actors to play the leading roles, because the latter had become too Brazilianized. Their gestures were so expansive and their demeanor so expressive that it was extremely difficult for them to portray characters as introverted as the early immigrants. At the same time, using Japanese actors allowed Tezuka to incorporate into her film the culture shock that Japanese actors would experience working in Brazil with Brazilians. Their origins have made many Brazilians of Japanese descent diligent, honest, and efficient. This has not prevented them from adopting certain Brazilian characteristics. As the head of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce in São Paulo told a New York Times reporter, "We work harder than most Brazilians, but we gain some Brazilian habits. We have a chat, maybe we slip up a little, postpone something to the next day." Sansei, third-generation Nipo-Brazilians, are on the whole fully integrated into Brazilian society. They feel no pressure or obligation to enter the traditionally respectable professions. Many, like Tezuka, are following careers in the arts. Sansei enter into racially mixed marriages as freely as do other Brazilians. Records. The Immigrants. 111. Kept by the Center for Nipo-Brazilian Studies show that nearly half of the Sansei have wed Brazilians who are not of Japanese descent. They participate in carnival parades and Afro-Brazilian religions. At the same time, the respect that Sansei enjoy because of the accomplishments of Brazilians of Japanese origin and because of the economic success that Japan has attained has instilled in some of them a new sense of pride. There is a renewed interest in the Japanese language and culture among the Sansei. "My children now complain because they have Brazilian rather than Japanese first names," Kazuo Watanabe has commented wryly. Yet although Japanese investments in Brazil have increased, in 1988 they were estimated to be about $4 billion, and Japanese companies such as Honda and Sony have a strong presence in São Paulo, there is little contact between Japanese executives based there and Brazilians of Japanese origin. Japanese representatives of the multinational corporations look down on the Nisei and Sansei /Tezuka Yamasaki has observed. However, they need them as intermediaries for doing business in Brazil. The current economic crisis in Brazil has created another opportunity for some Nipo-Brazilians to renew their ties with Japan. In search of remunerative employment, many have returned to the land of their parents or grandparents in response to a 1990 Japanese law facilitating the return of Nisei and Sansei for a period of up to 3 years. The outflow to Japan is estimated at 160,000, which is more than 10% of the entire Nipo-Brazilian population. The experience of the Dekasegui, the Japanese term for people who go abroad to work, is demonstrating vividly the fruits of the assimilation process in Brazil. Transplanted Nipo-Brazilians in Japan have established soccer teams and radio programs that broadcast Brazilian music, as well as shops where Brazilian goods are sold. Their Brazilianness noisy, joyful, open, spontaneous, and occasionally, to borrow a phrase used by the Brazilian magazine Veja. Emigration is not limited to the Japanese community in Brazil. The prosperity of the European economic community has been attracting Brazilians of Portuguese, Italian, and Spanish descent. The Brazilians' ethically indelicate has created problems for them with the Japanese locals, who often discriminate against them. Migrant workers in Japan, even those doing drudge work, can save $1,000 a month or more. Brazilians of Japanese descent have been sending most of their savings back to Brazil. In 1991 alone they remitted about $1.50 billion. But by late 1993 the recession in Japan had caused many of them to lose their jobs and return to Brazil earlier than they had planned. Despite their acculturation, the descendants of Japanese immigrants remain sensitized to the subtle kinds of racism that target them in Brazil. For example, television advertisements and telenovelas, soap operas, still occasionally present caricatures of Nipo-Brazilians who laugh while speaking Portuguese with a heavy, often exaggerated, Japanese accent. More serious is the resentment that some young non-Japanese Brazilians feel towards Sansei and Nisei who compete successfully for admission to universities and technical schools. On May 8, 1988, the New York Times quoted complaints on the part of non-Japanese Brazilians that the Nipo-Brazilians were only average students but presented unfair competition because they work so hard. The popular joke to get into the university, you have to take preparatory courses and kill a Japanese reflects not only the Brazilian sense of humor but also presents a subtextual concern. The Japanese presence has added a great deal to Brazil. In addition to their oft-cited achievements in agriculture, Japanese immigrants have affected the Brazilian diet by popularizing the consumption of rice and vegetables. Ethnic Japanese own and run banks and factories in São Paulo and elsewhere. Bars promoting the peculiarly Japanese institution of karaoke, open microphone sessions during which anyone can sing, have become very fashionable. Brazilians have also embraced Japanese martial arts. There is even a stadium in São Paulo where Brazilians of Japanese origin play baseball every weekend. Katsunori Wakisaka of the Center for Nippo-Brazilian Studies thinks that such examples may oversimplify the real benefits that Japanese have brought to Brazil. Today we have a population of more than 1 million persons of Japanese descent who are integrated into Brazilian society and the Brazilian system of values, who work and suffer every day like other Brazilian citizens and who have the immigrants. 113. Tribute, like all the other immigrant groups, to the modernization of Brazil. A celebration of the achievements of Brazilians of Japanese origin should by no means be interpreted as undervaluing the significance of the contributions from immigrants from other countries. Colonists and descendants of colonists from Italy and Germany, for example, have left and continue to leave their imprint on the economic and social development of the country. The first Italians to arrive in Brazil were sugar growers who had originally migrated to the Madeira Islands and who settled, during the middle decades of the 16th century, in what would later become the state of São Paulo. Later, small numbers of Italians arrived, attracted by the new cosmopolitanism of Rio de Janeiro, which had blossomed because of the presence of the Portuguese royal family. Among their ranks were artists, intellectuals, entrepreneurs, and individuals who had been exiled from their homeland as a result of participation in struggles for the liberation and unification of the Italian peninsula. Among them was Giuseppe Garibaldi, a young, romantic adventurer who would later fight on the side of the province of Rio Grande do Sul in its effort to win independence from Brazil. The future national hero of Italy was deeply influenced by his experiences in the south of Brazil. He honed his skills as a warrior, developed a rugged constitution, and took a Brazilian wife. Immigration from Italy did not reach massive proportions until late in the 19th century. Of the estimated 5 million immigrants who entered Brazil between 1820 and 1930, almost 35% came from the Italian peninsula. Although the first groups of Italian settlers were contracted to work on coffee plantations, Italian workers with technical skills subsequently made their way to São Paulo, where they played a key role in the industrialization that transformed the city into South America's mightiest metropolis. The Portuguese spoken in São Paulo carries inflections that give testament to one cultural contribution of the Italians. The colorful ethnic neighborhood of Bexiga is another of their gifts to the city. Italian immigrants played key roles both as laborers and as entrepreneurs in their new country. They participated in early struggles to unionize and could also be found in the ranks of the Brazilians. Men who took full advantage of the opportunities that abounded in the New World. The most famous of the latter, Francisco Matarazzo, became a kind of Paulista Rockefeller. His story will be told in Chapter 5. Italo-Brazilians did much to enrich Brazil's cultural life. The most notable of them, Candido Portinari, stood at the forefront of a group of artists, composers, and writers who in the 1930s managed to free themselves from European influences and put a uniquely Brazilian stamp on their creative work. Both of Candido's parents were of peasant stock. At the end of the 19th century they joined the wave of Italians migrating to Brazil, and ended up on a coffee plantation on the outskirts of a small town in the interior of the state of São Paulo. Candido, the second of 12 children, was born in 1903. He remained in school only until he was big and strong enough to work on the plantation. In his spare time he played soccer with his friends in the town plaza, a pastime that left him with a broken leg and a lifelong limp. He also liked to draw pictures, a pursuit that fired so much enthusiasm in him that when an artist came to town to redecorate the interior of the local church, Candido convinced the man to let him paint stars. At the age of 15 his parents sent him to study at the National School of Fine Arts in Rio de Janeiro. They had no money to give him, so he had to take a job in a third-class boarding house to make ends meet. It was not an easy life, but he eventually won some prizes and a fellowship to continue his studies in Europe, where he remained for 3 years. When he returned to Brazil, he brought back with him a wife, she was Uruguayan, and a surprisingly small number of completed paintings. But the re-encounter with his homeland, and especially with his birthplace, seemed to stir his creative juices, and he soon began to paint at a prodigious pace. In the words of New York Times reporter Warren Hogue, Portinari fed his canvases with scenes and themes covering the country's earliest history, its slave trade, small-town life, gold prospectors, farming, construction, religious processions, circuses, jungle wildlife, urban slums, racial mixture and backlands bandits. His personalized vision captured Brazil in all its greatness and sweetness, with all its conflicts and tractability. The Immigrants. 115. In the course of his career, Portinari produced a body of brilliant work that includes not only his perspectives on Brazilian reality, but also portraits and sacred art. His murals and paintings adorn the United Nations headquarters in New York, the Hispanic Institute of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C., the Governor's Palace in Sao Paulo, and the Ministry of Education building in Rio de Janeiro. Portinari labored prodigiously but could never escape his roots. As his biographer Antonio Collado put it, he seemed like a gardener. Or a planter of coffee, like his father and mother. He toiled on his paintings from dawn to dusk. Afterward, he let his work flourish on its own. The artist often neither signed nor dated his canvases. As a result, it has been very difficult to determine how many he completed. The best guess is more than 4,000, and where they are now. Painting eventually killed him. Doctors told him that the oils he was using contained lead and that the paint was poisoning him, but he kept on working and died from the insidious disease at the age of 59. Candido Portinari is the epitome of success realized by Italians and Italo-Brazilians in Brazil. But human immigrants from Italy had no monopoly on achievement, as the story of the remarkable pigeons of Porto Velho demonstrates. Brought from Turin to Brazil in 1907 by an Italian who came to the western Amazon region to work on the Madeira-Marmore Railroad, these feathered adventurers took up residence in the terminal in the capital of what is now the state of Rondônia and have managed to adapt to and thrive in a tropical environment. Their descendants remain in the high-roofed station, now a museum, and have become as much a tourist attraction as the ancient locomotive that still makes a 7-kilometer run every Sunday. For some Americans, the most famous contemporary Brazilian of German origin may be Oscar Schmidt, the irrepressible long-range shooter on the Brazilian national basketball team that defeated the United States in the Pan American Games of 1987. For Brazilians, that distinction may belong to Dom Paulo Arns, the progressive cardinal of Sao Paulo. For tourists, the honor may fall to Hans. The Brazilians. Stern, a German Jew who escaped from the Nazis in 1939, landed penniless in Brazil, and built from scratch what is now one of the world's largest international jewelry businesses, which bears his name. The lasting contributions made by German immigrants and their descendants have been more collective than individual. In Brazil's 3 southernmost states, they established communities that even today often retain the appearance of tidy, well-scrubbed German towns. Many brought with them the Protestant faith and helped it to take root in Brazil. In addition, they were instrumental in the founding of Brazil's first breweries, in the launching of Varig and VASP, the country's first airlines, and they provided the driving force behind the rapid growth of the shoe and textile industries in southern Brazil. In absolute terms, German immigrants were not nearly so numerous as Italian and Spanish immigrants. Between 1890 and 1919 more than 1 million Italians entered Brazil, as compared to only 56,834 Germans. Many of the latter remained in settlements that were isolated from Brazilian society, and hence for a long time Germans were able to resist assimilation. The same phenomenon occurred in self-contained colonies of Japanese, Poles, and Italians. Descendants of the U.S. Southerners who fled from the ashes of the Confederacy and took refuge in Brazil have also emerged from the melting pot as 100% Brazilian and have generally prospered. Their presence attracted missionaries who made substantial contributions to the growth of Protestantism in Brazil, and who founded Mackenzie University in São Paulo. The best-known American Brazilian in the country today is Rita Lee, a rock and roll singer. Other ethnic groups have added to the mix. The experience of Spanish immigrants from Galicia has been recorded in the brilliant novel The Republic of Dreams, by one of their descendants, Nelita Piñón. Many of São Paulo's most dynamic entrepreneurs are of Middle Eastern origin, as is Tasso Gereissati, the businessman who did an outstanding job as governor of the northeastern state of the immigrants. 117. Ceará * Brazil's Jewish community has produced, among others, José Mindlin, founder of an industrial conglomerate and owner of the country's most valuable collection of antiquarian books, Jamie Lerner, the dynamic mayor who revitalized the southern city of Curitiba, and Moacir Scliar, the witty novelist from Porto Alegre. The process of Brazilianization has spawned presidents of Italian and German origin Emilio Medici and Eco Beto Geisel, both of whom were generals who served as chief executives during the recent military regime. They cannot, however, claim to be the first descendants of foreign-born Brazilians to govern the republic. That honor belongs to Juscelino Kubitschek, the grandson of a Czechoslovakian immigrant. Even though the Brazilian melting pot has produced remarkable results, the Brazilian attitude toward ethnic diversity provides useful insights into the nature of Brazilianness. Nowhere has this attitude been better encapsulated than in a pair of television commercials for the soft drink Tang. Gently good-humored and irreverent in a manner that would never play in the United States, the ads show a family of Japanese sitting around a kitchen table, speaking an animated Italian, with Portuguese subtitles, and behaving very Italian, and a family of blacks in the same sitcom environment, speaking a subtitled German, dressed in German folk costumes and behaving very German. Only in Brazil. Brazil's most famous Middle Easterner may be Nasib, one of the main characters in Jorge Amato's classic novel Gabriela, Cravo e Canela, Gabriela, Clove and Cinnamon. Carrot Perd. The Pyramid of Power in Brazil. Chapter 5. The Haves. JT7 For the past decade and a half, Brazil's upper class has not done badly for itself, at least in comparison with the rest of the country. During the 1980s, the wealthiest 10% of the population increased its share of the national income from 46.6% to 53.2%, while the shares of the bottom 50% fell from 13.4% to 10.4%. People with money were able to profit from the steep rate of inflation by speculating in government bonds, gold, dollars, and real estate. But the wealthy have also experienced a decline in quality of life, most dramatically because of the increased incidence of crime, which has taken on aspects of a class warfare waged by the poor against the rich. A wave of kidnappings in recent years has instilled fear even among those wealthy enough to afford bodyguards and other security measures for themselves and their families. Another problem for Brazil's haves is that their privileged status has been tainted by ethical concerns surfacing as a result of the circumstances surrounding the fall of President Fernando Collor in 1992. Collor's demise was not just a political milestone in Brazilian history, it also laid bare, in the most vivid way imaginable, the corruption that defined the symbiotic relationship between the government and the nation's elite. An administration that began by promising to modernize the economy, privatize deficit-ridden state enterprises, and wean businessmen from their addictive dependence on the state collapsed in the wake of relentless revelations of kickbacks, or under-the-table payments made by companies or individuals directly or indirectly. The Brazilians. To the president or his close associates in payment for the privilege of doing business with the public sector. Even the most jaded observers were dismayed. Indeed, when Mario Amato, the president of São Paulo's Federation of Industries, made the indiscreet admission, "We are all corrupt," and the highly respected Antonio Emprio de Moraes, whose family's holdings were worth billions of dollars, confessed sheepishly that his company had paid bribes to secure favors from the Collor administration. Brazilians could not help but begin to face up to the harsh reality that such corruption has existed in the country since the arrival of the first Portuguese settlers. Corruption has traditionally been a defining feature of the country's politico-economic system, which functions for the benefit of a relatively small elite at the top of the societal pyramid, while a mass of poor people remain trapped at the base. Entrepreneurs often overcharge the government for the goods and services they provide, and government officials often receive kickbacks from individuals and corporations doing business with the state. The rot that caused Collor's presidency to crumble was novel only in its size and scope, in the glare of publicity it attracted, and in the widespread outrage it provoked. Moreover, the worsening economic crisis in Brazil has provided critics with additional grist for their condemnation of the upper class. The wealthy, they argue, have always held power in Brazil and have always used it to further their own immediate interests, without regard for the welfare of their less fortunate compatriots and without regard for the long-term needs of the country. Thus, the sins of selfishness and short-sightedness on the part of the haves bear heavy responsibility for the country's current economic predicament. On the other hand, there are those who point out with equal cogency that dynamic elements within the Brazilian elite have been instrumental in bringing about the remarkable growth that has made Brazil one of the most advanced industrial powers of the Third World. The most dramatic evidence of this spurt toward development is in the center-south of the country, the Belgium of Belindia. There one can find remarkable success stories involving bold, hard-driving entrepreneurs, many of them immigrants or the haves. 123. Children of immigrants, who have built businesses that have generated tremendous wealth for both themselves and the country. Thus Brazil presents a peculiar paradox. It owes much of its economic growth to talented businessmen, yet fundamental flaws in the way economic power is distributed and exercised have helped to trap the country in the morass in which it now finds itself. The degree to which the Brazilianness shared by all Brazilians has contributed to the country's economic flaws as well as to its achievements is worth exploring. In 1549, when the system of captaincies, described in Chapter 1, proved inadequate to the challenge of administering its giant possession in the New World, the Portuguese crown installed in Bahia a governor-general to rule the colony as the personal representative of the king. His main task was to defend Brazil against incursions by foreigners. He was also responsible for collecting taxes and administering the king's justice. Later, in the 18th century, the title Governor-General was changed to Viceroy. The system by which Portugal governed its colony produced an interesting contradiction. On the one hand, the crown claimed absolute dominion over Brazil and its inhabitants and installed an administrative structure designed to carry out its dictates in an authoritarian way. Yet at the same time it willingly tolerated the growth of a class of large landholders who exercised virtually unchecked dominion over those who lived on and near their estates. Behind the relationship between Lisbon and the colony, in the words of Brazilian historian Caio Prado, Jr., was the conception of the Portuguese state as a vast organic body with the king as its head, leader, father, representative of God on earth, supreme dispenser of all graces and favors, rightful regulator of all activities, or, more precisely, of all personal and individual expressions of his subjects and vassals. Thus, what evolved in Brazil during the colonial period was a centralized administration subject to strict supervision and control by Portuguese authorities acting in the name of the crown. In theory, that administration could exercise absolute power over most the Brazilians' aspects of life in the colony. But no effort was made to adapt the stewardship to the peculiar conditions found in Brazil, with its vast expanses and scattered settlements, as well as the enormous distance between Brazil and Portugal. Of course, the ocean that separated the mother country from its subjects in the New World often delayed the transmission of detailed instructions drafted in Lisbon, so colonial authorities had opportunities for exercising some discretion of their own. Moreover, the functionaries of the centralized administration, located in Bahia, faced obstacles in communicating with and exercising control over the local officials and colonists in the vast outlying areas of the king's colony. The fact that the welter of decrees and regulations imposed on the colony could not be enforced in more than a highly selective way, and hence could for the most part be safely ignored, created a cavalier attitude toward legality that still exists in Brazil. In addition, enforcement by local authorities became a matter of discretion, to be exercised on the basis of considerations other than the pursuit of even-handed justice. In many ways, the status of the large landholder mirrored in miniature the status of the monarch. Thus the notion the king could do no wrong, which set the crown above the law and provided it with a cloak of impunity, was transformed into an attitude assumed first by plantation owners and later by the country's political and economic elite. Individuals with power, like the king, did not have to bear personal responsibility for what they did. Sadly, this condition has survived to the present in Brazil and continues to impede social and economic development. The Portuguese crown looked on Brazil almost exclusively as a source of revenue, mostly to be gained from export duties levied on products leaving Brazilian ports, import duties on products entering Portugal, and taxes on the transfer of precious stones and metals. Little heed was paid to other aspects of colonial governance. Thus the royal court looked benignly on the plantation owners who. The pithiest description of this phenomenon came from a 20th-century governor of a northeastern state, when he pronounced the famous dictum, "To my enemies, the law, to my friends, facilities." The haves. 125. Ruled their huge properties with an iron hand and established dominion over vast areas of the interior. The king realized that he had to depend on these powerful figures for the defense of the colony, and that they were an important source of the wealth Lisbon was sucking from the New World. He may also have been pragmatic enough to realize the impossibility of subjecting them to close and effective control. The centralized colonial government made its presence felt in the capital, first Salvador, and later Rio de Janeiro, and in port cities where commerce was regulated. But on the sugar and tobacco estates in Pernambuco, Bahia, and Rio de Janeiro, and on the cotton farms in Maranhão, absolute authority rested with the landowner, who stood at the center of a patriarchal social structure that functioned without substantial interference from the colony's administrators. This limitation on the de facto powers of the Governor-General, and later the Viceroy, did not prevent the growth of what Caio Prado, Jr., has called the monstrous, awkward, and inept bureaucratic machine that was the colonial administration. There were innumerable decrees to comply with, especially in the areas of taxation and economic regulation, and they generated a need for an ever-increasing number of government functionaries to interpret and enforce them. The notary public, whose job it was to stamp official documents, became a figure of great importance. The administration of the colony became a paradigm not only of inefficiency but also of graft and corruption, as local officials siphoned off public funds and otherwise took financial advantage of their positions. During the 19th century, from the installation of the Portuguese royal family in Rio de Janeiro to the ouster of Dom Pedro II in 1889, Brazil underwent dramatic changes in the way it was ruled. King João VI set up a government in exile, complete with all the various bureaus and departments that had been function. The pervasive presence of red tape survives to the present day. Brazilians generally deal with it indirectly, by resorting to Jitinho. Indeed, an entire profession, private facilitators known as despachants, has emerged to guide people through bureaucratic mazes. The Brazilians. In Lisbon, and in 1816 he pronounced Brazil a kingdom. After the monarch returned to Portugal and his young son Pedro replaced him, the Brazilians declared their independence, and the country became a constitutional empire. In an effort to secure the loyalty of the upper class, Dom Pedro I chose members of the local elites with links to the plantation economy to replace the Portuguese officials who had filled the most important positions in the government. He was also generous in bestowing titles, which helped transform the economic elite, both old families and parvenus, into an aristocracy. As they evolved into an upper class with heirs commensurate with their sense of self-esteem, the elite adopted a negative attitude toward Brazilianness and glorified anything European, reserving a special affection for France and its culture. This Mocambismo, as their outlook came to be called, encouraged travel and study abroad, and the use of French as a second language. While Dom Pedro I catered to the upper class, he did not create a parallel military elite drawn from the same stratum of colonial society. Both he and his father appointed Portuguese members of their retinues to high army posts and kept native-born officers in inferior positions. This, in turn, caused resentment among Brazilians who had opted for military careers, and disdain toward native-born military men on the part of the new Brazilian upper class. In response to Brazilian desires for a greater degree of self-government, Dom Pedro I established an elected legislative assembly, with suffrage limited by qualifications based on property ownership and income. The emperor retained considerable authority, however, because he was able to count on a general acceptance of the monarchy as the guarantor of national unity and public order. Soon a pair of political parties came into being. The conservatives represented the landowners and advocated protectionist measures for both agriculture and the industries that were beginning to emerge. The liberals, who also had links to the landed elite, sought to emulate the English model of development and supported free trade. Neither party developed a coherent set of principles or imposed partisan unity on its members. The haves. 127. The face of the Brazilian elite underwent remarkable changes during the 19th century. The importance of the sugar industry declined because of foreign competition, and coffee growers replaced the northeastern sugar plantation owners as the country's dominant economic force, although cotton growers briefly came to the fore during the American Civil War, when the prices they could charge for their exports soared. Coffee production spread to the states of Minas Gerais, Rio de Janeiro, and São Paulo. Because of King Coffee, the latter would soon become the nation's economic center of gravity. The new coffee elite tended to be more forward-looking than the sugar growers had been. They were not so dependent on slavery as the sugar barons, and they supported liberal free trade policies. Many of the coffee growers became fabulously wealthy, and the emperor recognized their achievements by bestowing titles of nobility on them. This was also an era during which Brazil's cities blossomed. The presence of the royal court in Rio de Janeiro encouraged the growth of the municipality, to the extent that by mid-century it was the largest in South America. São Paulo and Recife likewise expanded and developed. Wealthy landowners often established residences in the cities. The coffee barons built lavish mansions along the Avenida Paulista in São Paulo, and spent more and more time in the urban environment. They sent their sons to law school in the cities, which then proved more attractive as places to live than the plantations where these young men had spent their childhoods. The cities spawned a new middle class made up of merchants, bureaucrats, lawyers, bankers, military officers, and artisans, and also provided a haven for intellectuals. All these groups tended to worship at the altar of progress, as defined by the positivist philosophy of the Frenchman Auguste Comte, and looked to European and North American models for their inspiration. Also during this period the process of industrialization began in earnest. João VI, upon his arrival in the New World, had lifted the prohibition that the Portuguese crown had placed on manufacturing within Brazil. But it was not until the second half of the 19th century that the number of factories began to grow. The Brazilians. They turned out textiles as well as food, chemical, metal, and wood products. Although they pushed hard for growth and change, Brazil's earliest developmentalists left intact the political power of the large landholders. No attempt was made to alter the inequitable distribution of land in the countryside. The emphasis on the export sector brought profits to only relatively few Brazilians, who used their wealth to import luxury items from abroad, thus making the Brazilian economy totally reliant on foreign markets. No effort was undertaken to develop a domestic market for products manufactured in Brazil. This preference for foreign goods was yet another manifestation of Mocambismo. It also evidenced a sense of inferiority. Brazilian manufacturers were deemed incapable of matching the quality of products imported from abroad. Indeed, it was not uncommon for local producers to sell their goods under counterfeited foreign labels. What developed during this period bears certain resemblances to the fruits of military rule in the 1970s. As historian E. Bradford Burns points out, growth indicates simply and exclusively numerical accumulation, whereas development signifies the maximum use of a nation's potential for the greatest benefit of the largest number of the inhabitants. Applying these criteria, he concludes that the growth achieved by Brazil in the 19th century contributed to retarding development, impoverishing the masses, and increasing dependency. The traits and attitudes that pushed Brazil to choose growth over true development are not difficult to identify. They include lack of foresight, a characteristic that dates back to the colonists who came to the New World to acquire for themselves as much wealth as possible in as short a period of time as possible, self-centered greed, which marked those who made it to the top of the economic and social pyramids and came to believe that the state existed to enhance their accumulation of private wealth rather than to promote the public good, and an elitist contempt for those below them, in large part a legacy of slavery. Moreover, corruption continued to permeate the relationship between the government and the private sector. This was particularly evident in the case of an entrepreneurial activity that flowered. The haves. 129. Ished from 1830 to 1850, despite its illegality. During that span of time, Brazilian slavers brought 500,000 Africans into the country. Given the scale of their enterprise, it can hardly be called clandestine. Government functionaries were routinely bribed, and the leading traffickers maintained close ties with people in high places. One of them even managed to obtain a title for himself. Another important sector of Brazilian society underwent a transformation during the latter part of the 19th century. Military officers took it upon themselves to serve as ultimate arbiters of political disputes and guarantors of the Constitution. They became, and continue to be, haves in their own right, imposing their will at times by the spoken or unspoken threat of physical force, and at times by the actual use of it. The birth of a military mystique that equated the armed forces with Brazil's nationhood has been described in Chapter 1. It took 200 years for this mystique to mature into a full-fledged justification for the military's institutional entry into politics. A reciprocal lack of respect developed between Brazil's civilian and military elites in the process. Powerful civilians were not above using the armed forces for their own political ends. Thus military leaders were persuaded to join in the movement that ousted Dom Pedro I, but they also served in high political posts during the reign of Dom Pedro II. Yet civilian leaders still looked down on them, perhaps in part because most of the members of the armed forces tended to come from the ranks of the middle class. Moreover, there had been no epic battles in the struggle against Portugal, so the military had no towering heroes who could command greater respect for their institution. Indeed, civilian leaders supported the creation of a national guard to replace the militias and contemplated dissolving the army. The military, in turn, came to look down on civilian politicians, whom they viewed as not placing the interests of the nation above personal ambitions. The outstanding military figure of this period, Luís Alves de Lima e Silva, the Duke of Caxias, participated in the movement to expel Dom Pedro I but gained his lofty reputation by steadfastly supporting Dom Pedro II and keeping the army and navy loyal to the emperor. The Brazilians. The 1865-70 war against Paraguay was a watershed event for the military, for its aftermath provoked such discontent among the officer corps that they turned against the imperial government. Feeling that politicians did not appreciate their wartime sacrifices and upset at what they perceived as inadequacies in the military budget, the younger officers turned eagerly to the philosophy of positivism and became convinced that Brazil needed a republican form of government that could bring about modernizing reforms and maintain social stability. Making common cause with landowners who were upset at the government's refusal to compensate them for the value of the slaves freed in 1888, Brazil's men in uniform emerged from the barracks to oust Dom Pedro II and install a republic, under a new flag that bore the positivist slogan Order and Progress. The immediate provocation for this action was their belief that the government was about to dissolve the armed forces, but they also acted to preserve their institution, whose well-being they equated with the well-being of the nation. From then on, they would see themselves as watchdogs responsible for the stability of Brazil and the permanence of its armed forces, a unitary function in their eyes. What came to be known as the Old Republic lasted until 1930. With the Constitution of 1891, the extreme centralization was replaced by an extreme form of local autonomy, to the extent that states could levy export and other taxes, contract foreign loans, and organize their own militias. This new power arrangement benefited the large states, mainly São Paulo and Minas Gerais, which would provide most of the presidents during this period. Suffrage was extended to all literate males over the age of 21. The Old Republic, for all its talk of transforming Brazil, left virtually intact the social and economic system that had evolved under the monarchy. The export of agricultural products remained the backbone of the economy. Coffee remained king, although the rubber barons of Amazonia had their moment in the sun during a short-lived rubber boom, to be described in greater detail in Chapter 12. The sugar planters of the Northeast maintained their grip on the region's economy, and cacao producers in the state of Bahia enjoyed periods of prosperity. Profitability depended in large the halves. 131. Part on the availability of cheap labor. The rich who profited from the export of these goods remained oblivious to the needs of the rest of the population. The expansion of the right to vote served to enhance the power of the patriarchal landowners of the interior. Because of their, or their ancestors, service in the National Guard, they adopted the conceit of calling themselves colonels and controlled the votes of their extended families as well as those of all the people who lived on their lands. The political oligarchy that ran the state governments, especially in the Northeast, had to gain the support of the colonels by dispensing favors to them, in the form of jobs or investment opportunities. The state governments, in turn, formed alliances among themselves that determined the outcomes of presidential elections. Politics at every level came to be dominated by a web of patron-client relationships, very similar to those underlying the basic power structure of rural Brazil, where landowners related to those under them on the social scale in a very personal way, and social inferiors sought the protection of members of the dominant class. It was but a small step for Brazilians to look on their relationship with the government in much the same way. Indeed, the role of the Republican government was but another version of the paternalistic, favor-dispensing role of the Portuguese monarch. Brazilians used personal contacts to secure advantages from the state, which in their view existed to serve them. The long-term effects of the dependency that was being fostered was of no concern, since they were receiving immediate gratification. The coffee barons set an example by securing from the government laws and regulations that helped prop up the price of their crop. Limitations were placed on the planting of new coffee trees in order to prevent overproduction, and when coffee prices fell, the government would purchase beans from the growers at an inflated price and then hold onto them until prices recovered. During the Old Republic, the plantation elite continued to cast a decisive influence over all important political and economic decisions, but one could also detect that some important changes were taking place. Immigration, as described in Chapter 4, reached flood-tide proportions and set the stage for the eventual shaping. The Brazilians of a new elite. The military remained politically active. Several presidents came from army backgrounds, and in the 1920s young officers, impatient with the domination exercised by the coffee barons, rebelled openly against the government, a phenomenon to be explored in detail in Chapter 17. Moreover, industry experienced a steady growth, spurred by the scarcities of imported goods created by World War I, when it was impossible to import manufactured goods from Europe. Nonetheless, the oligarchs who controlled Brazil's economy continued to be short-sighted. They made no effort to alleviate the country's reliance on the export of primary goods, and they saw to it that wages remained depressed. This served to maximize profits, but it also impeded the growth of a domestic market that could absorb products manufactured in Brazil. Another example of the myopia of the elite was its failure to reform the educational system, which favored the rich by providing free education at the various faculties of higher education while it neglected the system of primary schooling for the poor. In addition, university education remained antiquated, in the sense that it stressed the theoretical and the encyclopedic. The sort of technical training that would be useful to Brazil's nascent industries was virtually non-existent. Early in the 20th century, the liberal and conservative parties disappeared, to be replaced by parties similarly lacking in substantive content and often regionally based. São Paulo and Minas Gerais maintained their domination over national politics, although by backing military candidates Rio Grande do Sul emerged as a force to be reckoned with. The strong army presence along the borders in southern Brazil facilitated alliances between the gaucho oligarchy and the armed forces. Widespread dissatisfaction with the distribution of political power in Brazil led to the demise of the old republic. The president, a Paulista named Washington Luiz, wanted another Paulista, Julio Prestes, to succeed him. But the political bosses of Minas Gerais, who believed that control of the presidency should alternate between their state and São Paulo, objected strenuously. Leaders from other states took advantage of the controversy by reiterating their objections to the monopoly long asserted by the Paulistas and the Mineiros. The haves. 133. President Luiz managed to secure the nomination of Prestes as a candidate in the 1929 elections, and he defeated Getulio Vargas, a canny politician from Rio Grande do Sul. But there were loud claims of electoral fraud. Shortly thereafter, the assassination of the opposition's former vice-presidential candidate by the son of one of his political enemies then galvanized the opposition into armed rebellion. Faced with the threat of civil war, the military exercised its arbitration function by siding with the insurgents. In what became known as the Revolution of 1930, they overthrew the government of Washington Luiz before the president-elect could take the oath of office, and they then installed Vargas as head of a provisional administration. Although the regime of Getulio Vargas lasted for 15 years and would eventually bring an end to the power monopoly exercised by the coffee oligarchs, the latter did not at first oppose the revolution. A worldwide economic crisis had depressed coffee prices, and the government's response, in their view, had been weak and ineffectual. But by 1932 they had become disenchanted enough with Vargas to support an unsuccessful revolt against him in São Paulo. The man his compatriots liked to call simply Getulio realized both the importance of coffee to the Brazilian economy and the need to terminate the country's dependence on a single crop. He forgave the planters for their participation in the 1932 uprising and adopted measures to help them, but at the same time he sought to achieve diversification by encouraging cotton production and the raising of livestock. More important from the long-range perspective, Vargas accelerated the pace of industrialization. He adopted a protectionist policy that put limits on the importation of foreign goods, made credit and tax exemptions freely available to domestic manufacturers, and imposed wage controls. He also invested government funds in infrastructure projects, railroads and shipping, for example, and in basic industries. Among his major contributions were plans for a government-owned steel mill in Volta Redonda, between Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo. It finally opened in 1946, and the establishment of the Vale do Rio Doce Company, a state enterprise charged with exploiting iron ore deposits in Minas Gerais. The Brazilians. Vargas left intact laws and regulations that protected Brazilian manufacturers from foreign imports. Brazilian tariffs were among the highest in the hemisphere. These incentives not only encouraged domestic production, but also, since they protected local entrepreneurs from competition with foreign-made goods, they contributed to inefficient business practices and the production of substandard goods. As a consequence, Brazilian consumers had to pay more for inferior products. In addition to expanding the government's role in the promotion of industrial development, Vargas increased the degree of control exercised by the government over private industry. His corporatist philosophy led him to force producers to join state federations, and he created a number of regulatory agencies that set production quotas and prices. Businessmen became accustomed to receiving all manner of special favors from the government, including subsidies, low-interest loans, and guarantees of fixed returns on investments. These practices cultivated in many entrepreneurs a distaste for financial risk, a characteristic that held back the evolution of capitalism in Brazil. These policies, in turn, necessitated an enlargement of the federal bureaucracy, which Vargas accomplished by using the powers of patronage at his disposal. The dispensing of these posts not only reduced middle-class unemployment and fortified the political support he enjoyed, but also expanded the possibilities for red tape in all areas of government regulation. Vargas thus played into Brazil's long bureaucratic tradition. It was during the Vargas dictatorship that the face of the Brazilian elite began to change again, at least in the south. The heyday of the coffee barons had passed, and a new aristocracy was beginning to take shape. Its sources of wealth were industry and commerce. In many instances, the new aristocrats rose from the ranks of the immigrants who had streamed into Brazil at the turn of the century. Perhaps the most famous was Francisco Matarazzo. Matarazzo was born into a middle-class family of modest means in the region of Calabria on the southern coast of Italy. As a young man, after having secured a high school education, he entered the business of making and selling lard. In 1881, at the age of 20. The halves. 135. 5. He decided to make the long journey to Brazil, not to work on a coffee plantation, as many of his compatriots had done, but rather in search of business opportunities. The lighter bringing him ashore at Santos sank, and he lost the stock of lard he was bringing with him, so he had to begin from scratch. He went first to Sorocaba, a commercial town in the interior of the state of São Paulo where other Italian immigrants had established themselves as merchants. With help from them, as well as from family and friends in Italy, he opened a store and began to buy and sell hogs. Soon he began to produce lard. At the time, Brazil was purchasing all its cooking fat from abroad. Matarazzo innovated by packing his product in tins rather than barrels. Within a short time his lard operation had scored a remarkable triumph over its foreign competitors. Transferring his base of operations to the city of São Paulo, he joined two of his brothers in launching a wheat import business. In 1900 he built a flour mill, with the help of British capital. 4 years later he constructed a textile plant, and then cottonseed mills, so that he could make his own sacks. His business strategy was one of vertical integration, the control of all elements of his operation. Thus he bought his own ships, which brought in from abroad the raw materials he needed, and he even built docks for them in Santos. Matarazzo had a disarming way about him, and he could beguile even those predisposed to dislike him. Warren Dean, in his excellent study of industrialization in São Paulo, describes Matarazzo as a tough and energetic man as well as a charming one. Photographs of him reveal a proud, unsmiling face, its expression intelligent and self-conscious, as though he knew that his appearance impressed others as much as his wealth. He shaved his head as he grew bald, wore a small mustache, and always kept his strong, athletic figure, so that he appeared to be a soldier rather than a businessman. World War I stimulated the growth of Brazilian industry, and before long Matarazzo had put together a conglomerate called United Industries. By 1925 he and his relatives owned slightly less. The Brazilians. Than 50% of the 150,000 shares constituting ownership of an empire that would extend to ships, railway cars, trucks, chemicals, distilling, metallurgy, salt and sugar refining, meat packing, and insurance. It was said that he was a man with a factory for every day of the year, 365 in all. People began to call him the Prince of São Paulo. As a result of contributions he made to Italian charities, the King of Italy made him a count. Like other Brazilian entrepreneurs, Matarazzo employed many family members in the corporate conglomerate he founded. Following the practice of other successful immigrants in Brazil, he brought enterprising young men from his native Calabria to work for him. He set an example that was not easy to follow, since he often toiled a 7-day week. What he first saw during a visit to Italy in 1923 made him an open admirer of Benito Mussolini. A newspaper article reported that Matarazzo gave the fascist salute at a dinner in Guarujá, a resort not far from São Paulo. According to Warren Dean, it is probable that he became a member of the fascist party. In 1928 Matarazzo helped found the Center, later to be called the Federation, of Industries of the state of São Paulo, and was elected its first president, an indication of the prestige he enjoyed among his peers. When he died in 1937, his son Francisco Matarazzo, Jr., inherited both the business and his father's title. The Matarazzos were in many ways typical of the immigrant entrepreneurs who helped industrialize Brazil *, like others who came from Europe or the Near East and built empires from the ground up in the New World. They were intelligent, hard-working, aggressive, and ambitious, eager to gain social status and wealth for their families, and not held back by the cultural and political factors that kept the established elite tied to the traditional plantation economy. They did have their quirks. According to Richard Morse, the bleak and impeccably dressed Francisco, Jr., controls his empire from a pigskin-paneled office that is fitted with a buzzer system to summon top executives, who, on leaving, must bow their way backward from his presence. Like his father, Francisco, Jr., refrained from open involvement in Brazilian politics. The haves. 137. The authoritarian regime of Getulio Vargas imposed a hiatus on electoral, partisan politics in Brazil. But as World War II came to an end and a return to democratic rule seemed unavoidable, the president created not one but two political parties to act as vehicles for his further ambitions. The Social Democratic Party, or PSD, to use the Brazilian acronym, brought together the state machines, mostly in the rural states, that had always supported Vargas. The Brazilian Labour Party, PTB, was urban-based and looked to the working class for its constituency. The PTB will be described in some detail in Chapter 8. Vargas's opponents formed the Democratic National Union, UDN, a party that appealed to conservatives nostalgic for the old republic. There were other, smaller parties that came into being, but the PSD, PTB, and UDN would dominate the national political scene for nearly 2 decades. The parties did not stand for any particular ideologies or policies but instead came to rely on the strength of the personalities that were able to dominate them. For this reason both politicians and voters did not hesitate to switch parties as they would change shirts. With the demise of the Vargas dictatorship in 1945, a series of elected governments sought to accelerate the pace of development in Brazil. A principal motor of this process was a spirit of nationalism that had animated many of the policies of the Vargas regime and now continued to push Brazil toward economic self-sufficiency. Brazilian nationalists believed passionately in state planning, industrial growth, government control over the country's natural resources, and restrictions on investments from abroad. They decried foreign ownership of basic industries and public utilities. Some of them frankly preferred a socialist model, others thought their goals could be accomplished within the framework of a capitalist economy. The Brazilian elite held no brief for socialism. The large landowners knew that it would lead to agrarian reform and the loss or reduction of their holdings. The industrialists knew that socialism would bring even more government controls. Moreover, the captains of Brazilian industry were already beginning to come under attack by nationalists who charged that they were too closely as the Brazilians associated with and dependent on foreign, mainly North American, interests. On the other hand, there was much in developmental nationalism that appealed to industrialists. Nationalists defended the laws and regulations that shielded industrialists from competition with foreign imports. They also favored the continued use of government incentives and outright grants to private business as a means of stimulating the economy. Government-subsidized credit and below-cost transportation were among the favors businessmen had long enjoyed, and the nationalists did not seek to eliminate these privileges. Moreover, infrastructure investments in transportation and energy promoted the interests of domestic producers. Finally, the industrial elite lacked sufficient capital to invest in basic industries such as oil and steel, so they did not seriously oppose the creation of state enterprises in these areas. Indeed, some industrialists embraced the cause of developmental nationalism and were regarded as left-wing entrepreneurs, an oxymoron perhaps anywhere else but in Brazil. The most prominent of this group was José Enfrio de Moraes, who built an empire out of a modest business into which he married in 1925. José Enfrio was born in 1900 in Nazaré da Mata, a town in the sugar-growing region of the state of Pernambuco. His father, the owner of 2 sugar plantations, died when José was but 18 months old, and his mother took over the management of the properties. When he got older, she decided to send him to study engineering at the Colorado School of Mines in Golden, Colorado. The boy adapted easily to the United States. He absorbed not only American know-how but also self-sufficiency, as he worked part-time to defray his living expenses. Upon returning home he decided not to enter the sugar business, but instead to put his engineering skills to work first for the state of Minas Gerais, and then for a private company. In 1924, while on a vacation in Switzerland, José Enfrio met and began to court the daughter of a Portuguese immigrant, Antonio Pereira Ignacio. A self-made man, Pereira Ignacio had created various industrial enterprises, much in the way Matarazzo had done, and in 1917 he had bought at auction a failed textile mill. The halves. 139. Called Votorantim, near Sorocaba in the interior of the state of São Paulo. He took an immediate liking to José Enfrio and made him the administrator of Votorantim. A year later the young engineer married Pereira Ignacio's daughter. José Enfrio had a flair for business. During the years of the Depression he diversified Votorantim's operations by reinvesting its profits. In 1936 the company moved into cement manufacturing, which turned out to be highly lucrative because the numerous construction projects the Vargas regime was undertaking required large purchases of the product. Later José Enfrio obtained from Vargas customs exemptions that enabled him to import from the United States machinery for a chemical plant he and fellow investors were building in São Paulo. José Enfrio's nationalism intensified during his struggle to construct the country's first aluminum plant. Up to that time the Brazilians had been mining bauxite and exporting it abroad, where it was made into aluminum and then imported back into Brazil. The price the Brazilians obtained for their raw material was, of course, much lower than the price they paid for the finished metal, a common phenomenon in the Third World. When José Enfrio decided that Brazilians should produce the finished metal themselves, he found that the US and Canadian firms that controlled the manufacture of the aluminum shipped to Brazil were reluctant to sell him the machinery he needed, and that the Canadian company that supplied electrical energy in São Paulo was hesitant to provide him with the power his new factory would require. He succeeded in finding an Italian company willing to sell him machinery, and he constructed his own power plant to furnish the energy he needed. Along with Francisco Matarazzo, José Enfrio was one of the first directors of the Center of Industries for the state of São Paulo. But unlike the Count, José Enfrio became a highly visible figure on the political landscape. In 1932 he supported the São Paulo uprising against the Vargas regime. Later he won election to the Brazilian Senate from his native state of Pernambuco, where his financial backing also helped put a populist candidate in the governor's palace in 1962. He even served briefly as President João Goulart's Minister of Agriculture. J. The Brazilians. The fortunes of Votorantim, as well as those of Brazil's industrial elite in general, rode the crest of the boom created by the developmentalist policies pushed during the presidency of Juscelino Kubitschek in the late 1950s. The founding of an automobile industry in São Paulo, the construction of Brasilia, and the building of the Belém-Brasília highway were among the projects that stimulated industrial growth. But they also unleashed an inflationary spiral that produced economic instability, which in turn contributed substantially to the overthrow of President João Goulart in 1964. The military dictatorship that replaced Goulart set out to control inflation. One of its major weapons was putting a cap on workers' wages that served to decrease their real income. The regime also sought to attract foreign investment, which provoked criticism from Brazilian nationalists. At the same time, an effort was made to increase exports, not only by spurring the development of Brazil's natural resources, but also by encouraging the export of domestically manufactured goods. Finally, the generals indicated that they would wean Brazilian businessmen from their addiction to government handouts. This initiative could be summed up in the dictum of Minister of Planning Roberto Campos to the effect that capitalism had not failed in Brazil, it had never been attempted. But as Thomas E. Skidmore has observed in his excellent book The Politics of Military Rule in Brazil, 1964-85, Brazil's new rulers did not attempt to alter the industrial structure they had inherited. Instead, they chose to invigorate the existing consumer durables industry by increasing domestic sales of goods such as automobiles and refrigerators through devices such as the easing of credit restrictions. But since the purchasing power of workers continued to diminish, only people at the high end of the earnings scale could afford these items. Increased consumer demand for expensive durables led to the expansion of productive capacity, which in turn fostered the need to increase demand even further, all of which served to perpetuate the country's highly uneven distribution of income. Helping the haves to become more affluent and pauperizing the have-nots by reducing workers' salaries was the inevitable outcome of most of the economic initiatives pursued during the haves. 141 decades of military rule. Critics called this hood-robin economics, robbing from the poor and giving to the rich. Despite the military regime's promises to give authentic capitalism a try, in significant respects the country's military rulers moved Brazil in the opposite direction. The number of state enterprises grew, existing state enterprises expanded, bureaucracy flourished more than ever, and the government's overall involvement in the economy increased. One explanation for this phenomenon might lurk in the middle class, and generally Catholic, backgrounds that instilled in Brazil's military officers a deep distrust of capitalism and the profit motive that matched, in its intensity, their distaste for communism. During this period, young people with training in economics or business administration assumed key positions within the government, the state-controlled industries, and the private sector. At the height of the boom, they were commanding salaries that were among the highest in the world for equivalent work. In part this was owing to the shortage of professionals with their practical skills, owing to the fact that most students at Brazilian universities traditionally pursued degrees in law, medicine, architecture, and engineering. Those who went to work for the government helped to shape and execute the grand schemes that produced what came to be known as the Brazilian miracle. Although they derived their authority from the military regime that employed them, they brought their own ideas and styles to the jobs to which they were assigned. Prototypical of this new breed was Antonio Delfim Neto, a short, stocky, Polish economist who taught at the University of São Paulo and came into the government at the urging of Minister of Planning Roberto Campos. Holding various key positions during the dictatorship and displaying an aptitude for bureaucratic maneuvering that enabled him to amass considerable power, and a coterie of faithful acolytes, Delfim Neto became known as the father of the Brazilian miracle. Politically accountable to no one but the generals who appointed them, he and his associates could safely ignore the human costs of the economic policies they were pursuing. Thomas Skidmore has dubbed him the technocrat par excellence. The Brazilians. With the gift of hindsight, it is possible to second-guess a number of the moves made by Brazil's miracle workers. The policies aimed at developing the Amazon basin, for example, exacted serious human and ecological costs, a matter to be examined in greater depth in Chapter 12. The mechanization of agriculture forced peasants off the land and into the cities, where they have created vast new social and economic problems, a subject to be explored at length in Chapter 7. The development of an arms industry that exported goods worth billions of dollars depended on the continuation of tensions in trouble spots around the globe, but international conflicts had an element of uncertainty that made them an unreliable long-term source of income. This was the era of the pharaonic binge, during which the regime launched some 33 grandiose projects, each with an expected price tag of $1 billion or more, in fields such as industry, communications, agriculture, mining, transportation, energy, steel, and petrochemicals. The economists supporting the government made wildly optimistic projections about the various megaprojects, which in turn made it easy to justify the massive borrowing that helped to balloon Brazil's crushing debt. Optimism also led to the unrealistic belief that the country could expand its agricultural production to the point where it could feed the Brazilian people, generate massive export earnings, and furnish plant-derived substitutes for petroleum products. The decision to rely on the production of automobiles to develop the Brazilian economy probably dates back at least to the Kubitschek administration. The generals pushed ahead with this industrial policy, and soon Brazil became the world's 9th largest producer of motor vehicles. Yet the negative effects of emphasizing the production of motor vehicles have been significant. In addition to regressive income distribution, a point that has already been noted, automobile production contributed to a deterioration in the quality of life in some of the older cities, which suffered badly from the effects of heavy traffic and air pollution. It also committed Brazil to a highly inefficient form of public and mass transportation, given the country's dependence on oil imports. Indeed, Brazil's vulnerability to sharp increases in the haves. 143. Oil prices on the world market would eventually doom the miracle. Moreover, with the onset of an economic crisis triggered by the rising cost of petroleum purchased abroad, the government increased the money supply to help create badly needed domestic capital and support its domestic programs. This set off an inflationary spiral far dizzier than the one that had preceded, and provided one of the justifications for the overthrow of João Goulart. Other spectacularly dubious initiatives were launched. One of the most notable was the decision to develop nuclear power. The progress at any cost mentality that was motivating Brazil's generals and their civilian supporters led to the negotiation of contracts, first with Westinghouse and then with the government of West Germany, for the construction of 8 nuclear plants. Billions of dollars were spent to obtain what turned out to be outdated equipment and technology. Only one facility has been completed, in Angra dos Reis. Brazilians call it a nuclear pachyderm because of the constant breakdowns that have rendered it virtually useless. During the miracle era, the growth of state enterprises and the launching of government-financed pharaonic projects completely overshadowed what was happening within the private sector. Norman Gall has pointed out in an article in Forbes magazine that the regime relegated private industry to a kind of coattails capitalism, in many instances cravenly dependent on government purchases, incentives, price fixing, bureaucratic approvals and special export and development programs. Brazilian businessmen, in point of fact, had always suckled at the teats of the government. The bond merely reached new levels of intensity and intimacy during the military dictatorship. If there was one entrepreneur who benefited most handsomely from business dealings with the government, it was probably Sebastião Ferraz de Camargo Pentedo, a Paulista who built a road subcontracting business from scratch during the 1930s and eventually became a billionaire as a result of participating in some of the pharaonic projects launched by the military regime. The Itaipu hydroelectric dam, the Trans-Amazon Highway, and the 8-mile bridge linking Rio de Janeiro with Niterói on the other. The Brazilians' side of Guanabara were among the undertakings in which he had a large piece of the action. One group that benefited directly, and in a positive way, from the government's ownership and control of basic industries in Brazil was the capital goods sector, which manufactured heavy equipment used in the production of primary goods such as petroleum, energy, and metals. Instead of purchasing this equipment from abroad, as had been done in the past, the regime began to rely on Brazil private entrepreneurs, and many of them earned handsome profits from the opportunities presented to them. During the military dictatorship, products manufactured by both the public and private sectors replaced commodities as the country's foremost exports. But exports did not increase quickly enough to generate earnings sufficient to offset Brazil's balance of payments deficit, created mostly by the need to pay for oil imports, or to pay interest charges on the foreign debt. The 1980s came to be called the lost decade because during this time the twin scourges of inflation and recession plunged the country into hopeless debt. For a number of years the generals had been talking about a return to civilian rule, and in the late 1970s they had begun to relax some of the restrictions they had placed on civil liberties. As the economic situation worsened, the military became increasingly eager to extricate itself from the mess it had created. Moreover, as censorship gave way to freedom of the press, reports of corruption within the regime and the state enterprises added to the pressures generated by the rising expectation, on the part of a majority of Brazilians, that the authoritarian system imposed by the generals would soon be consigned to the dustbin of history. A number of entrepreneurs also joined in the chorus of voices advocating an end to military rule. The business elite had done well for themselves during the miracle and had generally supported the economic and political policies of the regime. Now that the country had plunged into a recession, and neither the generals nor their civilian allies seemed to have any idea how to deal with it, many executives suddenly discovered that they preferred civilian government after all. The haves. 145. An intriguing aspect of the transition to democracy in 1984 was the key role played by a prominent São Paulo businessman whose taste for politics made him unique among Brazilian entrepreneurs. Although members of the economic elite, such as José Emprio de Moraes, had held elective office in the past, none embraced the political life with so much gusto, and generated so much controversy, as Paulo Salim Maluf. His father, Salim Farah Maluf, arrived in Brazil from Lebanon in 1910 with the equivalent of $6 in his pocket. Following in the footsteps of Francisco Matarazzo and other immigrants who created fortunes in the New World, Salim founded both a clan and several profitable enterprises. When he died in 1943, his eldest son, Roberto, left school to take charge of the family business. 8 years later, Roberto and his younger brother Paulo, then only 20 years old, launched Eucatex, a company that fashioned, from the wood of the eucalyptus, fiber-based hardboards used in construction. The new firm prospered and diversified, producing minerals, steel, chemicals, and insulation materials. The Maluf brothers were a study in contrasts. Roberto was dour, introverted, and totally devoted to Eucatex, to the extent that he collected figurines and other artifacts in the shape of turtles, the original symbol of the firm. Paulo was outgoing, possessed of a photographic memory, a graduate in civil engineering from the University of São Paulo, and an excellent horseman as well as a gifted classical pianist. He also nourished ambitions that went far beyond participating in the management of Eucatex and the business ventures of the rich Lebanese-Brazilian family into which he married. His opening came as a result of his friendship with a fellow equestrian, General Artur Costa e Silva, who served as the second president of the military regime. Costa e Silva first appointed Maluf to the presidency of a federal bank and then, in 1969, made him mayor of São Paulo. The millionaire businessman's link to the dictatorship, and the fact that his term of office coincided with a period of harsh repression against dissent, earned him the undying enmity of those who suffered at the hands of the regime. In adding the Brazilians, he attracted criticism on his own by demonstrating a flair for unrestrained self-promotion that many found unseemly. After serving as Secretary of Transportation for the state of São Paulo, Maluf set his sights on the governorship. This was at a time when governors were chosen by an electoral college rigged in favor of pro-regime candidates. Thus Maluf had only to secure the nomination of the party that supported the dictatorship. To do so, he had to weather a scandal based on accusations that a firm owned by his wife's family had gone into bankruptcy immediately after having secured substantial loans from a government bank. The generals running Brazil opposed Maluf's candidacy, and the economic elite of São Paulo had serious reservations about him. Nevertheless, Maluf managed to snare the nomination, and he became governor of São Paulo in 1978. With Brazil's richest state under his control and a personal fortune at his disposal, he set about establishing himself as the country's foremost civilian politician. Since the regime had committed itself to a process of gradual democratization, the prospect of a presidential election involving civilian candidates in the not-too-distant future explains much of Malof's conduct in office. He founded a state oil company, which discovered very little oil, devoted much of his budget to public works, donated ambulances and water well drilling crews to impoverished municipalities in the Northeast, traveled extensively both in Brazil and abroad, and invited prominent Brazilians to make all expense-paid trips to Sao Paulo to receive medals from him. At the same time he cultivated the image of an efficient chief executive who knew how to administer the government of a state with a gross domestic product larger than that of any country in Latin America except Brazil itself. The fact that he had pressed forward with his candidacy in defiance of the wishes of the generals running Brazil gave him a certain amount of cachet, as did the right-wing populism he espoused. For example, he presented automobiles to the players on Brazil's 1970 World Champions soccer team. This provoked a lawsuit on the part of a citizen claiming that Malof had illegally used government funds for the purchase of the cars, and in 1981 a court finally ordered Malof to indemnify the municipal fisc. The halves. 147. In 1982 he resigned the governorship and was elected federal deputy with more votes than any other candidate in the country. He was now poised to make a run for the presidency. The regime announced that indirect elections for the highest office in the land would be held in 1984. An electoral college, the composition of which would ensure the choice of an aspirant acceptable to the military, would do the voting. Thus, nomination by the Programa party would seem to be tantamount to election. Malof set about winning that nomination. He campaigned tirelessly throughout the length and breadth of Brazil. Stories of favor peddling, by now his stock in trade, now gave way to charges that he was actually trying to buy the support of electors. A joke making the rounds at the time put it like this: when he comes near you, keep your hands on your pockets, not to prevent him from removing something, but to stop him from putting something in. His political enemies, who were legion, made persistent but fruitless efforts to uncover solid proof linking him to corruption. They charged, for example, that Yucatex secured advantageous, and perhaps even dubious, loans from a government financial institution, but even if this were true, this did not set him apart from countless other businessmen who took advantage of the peculiar way capitalism functioned in Brazil. Nonetheless, Malof had trouble shedding the image of a wheeler-dealer who would stop at nothing to become Brazil's first civilian chief executive in nearly 2 decades. Some suspected that ethnic prejudice may have contributed to the animosity toward him. The specter of a Malof presidency fired massive street demonstrations calling, in vain, for direct presidential elections. When the ex-governor of Sao Paulo won the nomination of the pro-government party, political conservatives and members of the economic elite who would be expected to support an official candidate declared their support for the opposition's nominee, Tancredo Neves, whom the Electoral College then picked to be the next president. Losing an election that had apparently been rigged in his favor did not dull Paulo Malof's appetite for politics in the least. With the restoration of full democracy, he became a perennial also-ran, campaigning for governor of the state of Sao Paulo in 1986 and 1990, mayor of Sao Paulo in 1988, and president of the republic in the Brazilians. 1989. In race after race he projected in person as well as on television an unflagging fervor that more than occasionally strayed across the line into shamelessness or bathos. Malof's happy warrior image differed sharply from that of one of his rivals in the Sao Paulo business community, Antonio Emprio de Moraes. When Antonio Emprio tried his hand at politics, he discovered to his dismay that entrepreneurial skills did not always transfer to the electoral arena. Like his father, the redoubtable José Emprio, who passed away in 1973, Antonio Emprio also graduated from the Colorado School of Mines. He then entered the family business and became the superintendent director of Votorantim, whose mechanical and metallurgical divisions he managed. A tireless administrator who took no vacations, drove his own car, paid for lunches out of his own pocket, and delegated little to subordinates, Antonio Amprio played a major role in building Votorantim into the largest private sector industrial conglomerate in Brazil. Readers' polls conducted by a business magazine named him the country's Businessman of the Year 8 years in a row, and he has made Forbes magazine's list of the world's billionaires. Unlike Malov, he shied away from publicity. Unlike his father, he was not an industrialist of the left, although his political views were somewhat more progressive than those of most Brazilian entrepreneurs. Antonio Amprio did not hesitate to speak out on public issues, and in 1984 he openly opposed Maluf during the latter's run for the presidency. Antonio Amprio's name was often mentioned on lists of potential candidates for high office. In 1986 he took the plunge and ran for governor of São Paulo. It was, as he put it in a 1987 interview, a terrible experience. I won't ever run again. Whereas the thick-skinned Maluf, as was his wont, relished the rough and tumble of the campaign, Antonio Amprio found it an ordeal, especially when he and his family became the objects of personal attacks. Smiling came across as a painful exercise for him, and his evident lack of enthusiasm was an unfortunate message to send to voters, no matter how highly many of them might have regarded him. He did not do well in the final tally. The halves. 149. Both Paulo Maluf and Antonio Amprio de Moraes have been atypical Brazilian entrepreneurs in their willingness to engage openly in the electoral process, but their participation in family-owned enterprises puts them on common ground with a substantial number of the economic elite. Family groups control 280 of the country's 300 largest domestic firms. This phenomenon, a relic from Brazil's patriarchal past, poses a serious obstacle to the development of a modern capitalist economy. The early phases of Brazilian industrialization were characterized by the emergence of powerful individuals, such as Francisco Matarazzo, who by their energy, intelligence, and force of personality built up enterprises that became highly, if not totally, dependent on them. In this respect, business entities replicated the authoritarian structure of the large plantations and ranches of the countryside, where a single owner exercised absolute control over his property and the uses to which it was put. Large landholders dealt on a personal basis with other members of the elite, as well as with local, state, and federal officials. They used these latter ties to secure subsidies and other forms of favorable treatment for their businesses. But the patriarchal model has proved ill-suited not only to the orderly transfer of control after the death of the founding father, but also to the requirements of large-scale private enterprises in the modern world. The fate of the once mighty Matarazzo Empire provides a vivid example of the shortcomings of the antiquated system of corporate governance in Brazil. Francisco Matarazzo, Jr., ran the family enterprise in an extremely authoritarian way, as his father had done before him. By the early 1970s, at the height of the Brazilian miracle, its assets totaled more than $1 billion. But the count passed away at age 77 in 1977, and a bitter family squabble ensued. The deceased patriarch had left control of the business to his youngest daughter, Maria Pia, and her three brothers challenged their father's will in court. Although the male Matarazzos were unsuccessful in their suit for control, the family feud introduced an element of instability into the enormous conglomerate. Maria Pia made a number of administrative changes, but she ruled the company in the autocratic the Brazilians' tradition of her father and grandfather, and in doing so she failed to make the sort of structural reforms that were long overdue. In a few short years, the net worth of the Matarazzo Group had plunged to $500 million, and the company was so heavily in debt that it filed for bankruptcy on behalf of a number of the firms it controlled. Of course, the recession that hit the Brazilian economy in the 1980s had much to do with the demise of the Matarazzo Empire. Moreover, the military regime had encouraged private businesses to borrow dollars heavily during the 1970s, and the devaluation of Brazil's currency in 1983 made it all but impossible for many firms to meet their debt obligations. Nevertheless, the fact that the Matarazzo Group never modernized made it vulnerable to sharp downturns in the business cycle, and neither its size nor its long history could keep it from the brink of disaster. The Matarazzos took desperate measures to keep the business from collapsing. In 1988 they entered into a joint venture whereby they supplied the land, on which the flagship operation of their mighty industrial empire had once been located, for yet another chic shopping center in Sao Paulo. In 1989 the family engaged in an unseemly dispute with Sao Paulo officials when they tried to sell their mansion on Avenida Paulista, a thoroughfare that had once been lined with the ornate residences of coffee barons and industrialists and was now hemmed in by a phalanx of glass and steel high-rise office buildings. Property values along the avenue are said to be the highest in all Brazil. With members of the clan selling off personal possessions to keep the business afloat, the prospect of receiving $120 million for the premises was alluring, but Luiza Arundina, the socialist mayor of the city, declared the mansion a historical monument. Undoubtedly Arundina was seizing an opportunity to address what she viewed as historical wrongs perpetrated on the working class during the golden era of Sao Paulo's industrial growth as well as during the more recent miracle. She claimed she would expropriate the palatial structure, which had once been modified by an architect who had done work for Benito Mussolini, and turn it into a museum of worker culture. The Matarazzos vowed to resist. When dynamite was discovered on the premises, the police, the Haves, 151, set up a 24-hour watch to protect the mansion from being destroyed by its owners. Brazil's style of corporate governance has been a constant problem for the country's private sector for a very long time. The founders of powerful family companies were tireless, intuitively intelligent men who devoted their lives to the creation of industrial empires. But many of them not only refused to relinquish power during their lifetimes but also failed to prepare their heirs for the succession that would one day have to occur. Indeed, consulting groups now do a thriving business offering courses in business administration for offspring who have inherited businesses and have no idea what to do with them. Companies' tendencies to maintain family control as well as autocratic management have frustrated the top-notch executives who were not members of a business clan. Those with talent tended to move on, taking with them managerial skills that family firms could ill afford to lose, especially as it became increasingly necessary for Brazilian companies to compete in a global economy. Just as families relied on their patriarch to administer the businesses they owned, so private firms relied on the state to fill the role of patriarch for Brazilian entrepreneurial ventures. This relationship helped businessmen with ambition and talent to build empires that were instrumental in the industrialization of the country, but at the same time it created a system highly susceptible to corruption. It was never a secret that doing business with the government at the national, state, or municipal levels could necessitate the payment of outright bribes or percentage kickbacks to high officials, just as it was a matter of common knowledge that high officials enriched themselves by accepting these payments and sometimes also by dipping freely into the public till. Indeed, perhaps the most notorious practitioner was Sao Paulo politician Adhemar de Barros, who campaigned openly, and successfully, under the slogan "He steals, but he gets things done." The scandals that brought down Fernando Collor gave Brazilians a long, hard look at how the system operates. They produced a moral crisis of sorts, as opinion polls revealed loss of confidence in the country's institutions, as well as a loss of self-esteem among the Brazilians. Ordinary citizens who recognized that important elements of Brazilianness were at the root of the problem. One of the casualties of the scandals was Votorantim, the largest industrial complex in Brazil, which was forced to split up because of the matter. The investigation of Paulo Cesar Farias, the Collor intimate whose corrupt practices eventually implicated the president and forced his resignation, brought to light payments made to the notorious PC by the giant conglomerate. Although Antonio Emprio de Moraes was called on to admit to and explain these payments, the person responsible for them was his older brother, José Emprio de Moraes Filho. In the wake of this public embarrassment, the Votorantim group split apart, and the heirs of the patriarch José Emprio went their separate ways. As the 1994 presidential elections approached, it became clear that Brazil's business community had no obvious candidate to place in the field against Lula, the Workers' Party nominee who was once again raising the banner of the left. Paulo Maluf, who in 1992 had won a surprise victory in the São Paulo mayoral contest, was willing to put himself forward again, but he attracted his usual modicum of national support. With Lula leading in the early polls, Brazilian entrepreneurs had no choice but to back Fernando Henrique Cardoso, a lifelong social democrat whose academic publications utilized Marxist analysis and seemed to place him firmly on the left side of the political spectrum. Fernando Henrique, however, was now running on a platform Brazil's haves felt comfortable with, since he was promising to hold down inflation, loosen government controls on business, reduce government spending, and privatize sectors of the economy previously under state ownership. When he won a resounding victory, those at the top of the pyramid of power in Brazil breathed a sigh of relief. But Fernando Henrique, as a convert to the cause of the free market economy, was in fact proposing to challenge Brazil's entrepreneurs by introducing the country to bona fide capitalism. He was advocating the reduction of tariff barriers that had traditionally protected local industries, a free trade policy that would subject Brazilian businesses to competition from powerful multinational. The haves. 153. Corporations. His program also left no room for the type of government largesse to which Brazil's haves had grown accustomed. It remains to be seen, first, whether Fernando Henrique will actually implement all the measures he has advocated and, if so, how Brazilian entrepreneurs will respond. Business as usual in Brazil has long meant no risk and easy access, for personal gain, to the levers of political and economic power. To force a change in this mindset would truly be revolutionary. Chapter 6. Controlling Brazilian Minds. A case study of the Globo network. An article in the Los Angeles Times once called him a South W American Citizen Kane, but the differences that separate Roberto Maranhão from the title character in the Orson Welles classic, as well as those that distinguish him from the real-life tycoon who inspired Welles's masterwork, are much more interesting than the resemblances. Indeed, comparing Maranhão with Charles Foster Kane and William Randolph Hearst can illustrate the pitfalls of viewing and interpreting Brazilians through an American lens. Each in his own way, the three men have become symbols of the all-powerful media baron. Hearst and Kane, his on-screen counterpart, used inherited wealth to build communications empires that spanned the United States. They put together chains of newspapers, magazines, and radio stations, and reigned as peerless practitioners of the art of yellow journalism from the late 19th century until well into the 20th. Roberto Maranhão, who inherited a Rio newspaper from his father, turned out to be a much later bloomer. Although for many years he wielded some influence on the national scene, he remained very much a secondary figure, outshone by other media luminaries. But when opportunity beckoned in the 1970s, he converted the national television network he had created a decade earlier into a virtual monopoly, and thereby reached an apogee of power far beyond that attained not only by his Brazilian rivals but also by William Randolph Hearst. Hearst and Kane were egocentric individualists who embraced progressive views early in their careers. They were quintessential. Controlling Brazilian minds. 155. Outsiders, gadflies to the establishment, and indifferent to the hostility generated by the unpopular stands they occasionally took. Hearst was an active politician who served 2 terms as a United States congressman and was a candidate for mayor of New York City, governor of New York State, and president of the United States. When he was not seeking public office for himself, he worked ceaselessly to influence office holders. Roberto Maranhão is an egocentric conservative who has long served as a pillar of Brazil's power structure. Though not in the least reluctant to use the vast means at his disposal to advance his political and economic agendas, long a hallmark of Brazilian journalism, he has always cultivated the image of a very private person, the epitome of the serious businessman, and has remained as far removed from the public eye as his position permits. Hearst, tall and handsome, impulsive yet painfully shy, had a long, notorious liaison with film star Marion Davies and even founded a movie studio to further her career. In Citizen Kane, Charles Foster Kane, the character played by Wells, builds an opera house to promote his paramour's career. Both men did not hesitate to fill the pages of their newspapers with unrestrained adulation of their respective protégés. The short, bald, dour-faced Marinho engaged in a winter romance with a Rio socialite who had won the Miss France Beauty contest in 1938 and became his third wife. The affair might provide excellent grist for one of the telenovelas, serialized dramas, his network has become famous for, but, of course, he would never countenance such a production. The original title of Citizen Kane, as well as the name Hearst gave to some of his newspapers, was American, a reflection of both the self-image and the pith of fictional character and flesh and blood magnate alike. Roberto Marinho shares with them a staunchly pro-American outlook, although at the same time and in many respects he has remained archetypally Brazilian. Zero Globo, the Rio de Janeiro daily with the largest circulation in Brazil, is undoubtedly Roberto Marinho's personal favorite among the various components of the empire he has created, which also includes finance, insurance, publishing and recording companies, cattle ranches, and shopping centers, because Marinho considers the Brazilians himself first and foremost a print journalist by profession. But what makes him the most powerful man in Brazil is the crown jewel in the $1 billion Marinho family conglomerate, the television network that reaches almost every town in the country, occasionally posts viewer ratings of 100%, has attracted advertising revenues in excess of $600 million, and has exported programs to 128 countries. The origins of the Marinho family fortune date back to the last decade of the 19th century and the first decades of the 20th. Newspapers and periodicals during this period were sprouting like dandelions after a summer rain. Indeed, in 1912, some 1,377 of them were published in the country, and 1,275 of these had come into being since the proclamation of the Republic in 1889. The ferment that had roiled the country during the struggles for abolition and the institution of a republican form of government continued unabated during the formative years of the new regime. The public debate between monarchists and republicans provided a powerful stimulus for the founding of new publications, and a revolt, to be described in detail in chapters 9 and 13, by religious Northeasterners who refused to accept the authority of the newly formed republic inspired sensational, distorted reportage aimed at inflaming public opinion against the rebels. This was the birth of yellow journalism in Brazil. Coincidentally, at about the same time that much of the Brazilian press was hysterically urging the Brazilian government to make war on the rebellious Backlanders, the Hearst newspapers were using the same style of reportage to exhort the American government to make war on Spain. The press throughout this period served primarily as a vehicle for opinion. Most journals were outlets for intellectuals who had particular political axes to grind. Indeed, a symbiotic relationship developed between the press and the government, as a number of public officials came from the ranks of those who had previously edited or written for newspapers. But journalism soon began to evolve, becoming less an outlet for ad hoc pamphleteering and more of a profession. In addition, the larger metropolitan dailies underwent the same process of growth and modernization that much of the rest of industry was controlling Brazilian minds. 157. Experiencing, and their preoccupation with the pursuit of profits began to mirror that of other commercial enterprises. One result was the slanting of articles and editorials in response to direct or indirect payments or favors from business groups or government officials seeking to influence public opinion. Individual reporters were poorly paid and hence were particularly susceptible to blandishments. Newspaper owners were no less likely to succumb to bribes. One of the new breed of professional journalists was Irineu Marinho, a hard-driving Rio de Janeiro reporter who founded his own daily, A Noite, The Night, in 1911. He innovated by using lengthy feature articles and illustrations, and his newspaper built up a substantial circulation. Marinho subsequently lost control of A Noite, but he then launched another new daily, Zero Globo, The Globe, in 1925. A scant 21 days after Zero Globo first appeared on the streets of Rio, Irene Marinho died. The newspaper passed into the hands of Roberto, his eldest son, a 20-year-old university student at the time. The journalistic career of Roberto Marinho had begun 1 year earlier when his father published on the front page of Zero Globo a letter of political commentary Roberto had written from Portugal to a friend. Roberto continued his studies after his father's death and also performed various subordinate jobs on the newspaper. In 1931 he took over active, full-time management of Zero Globo. Ownership of a large Rio daily gave him some degree of political influence, but it was minor compared to the power and prestige that was being accumulated by one of his rivals. Indeed, Roberto Marinho soon found himself in the long shadow of another man who was well on his way to becoming Brazil's foremost newspaper and magazine publisher, and who was often referred to as the Hearst of Brazil, Francisco Assis Chateaubriand Bandeira de Mello. Chateaubriand, Marinho's senior by 12 years, could not have been more unlike his young competitor in a number of ways. On the one hand, Chateaubriand was a typical Nordestino, deeply imbued with regional traits such as a violent disposition, unbridled the Brazilians, machismo, and an unswervingly authoritarian bent. On the other hand, in many respects he was an original, flamboyantly eccentric, precocious, mercurial, shockingly crude, and keenly intellectual. This unique makeup set him apart sharply from Marinho, the shadowy, reclusive, deliberate, late-blooming Carioca. Born in the state of Paraíba, Chateaubriand as a boy had to overcome rickets and a painful stammer. He worked as a journalist to help support his family while he studied law at the University of Recife, and grew to love the profession, especially as it provided him with the opportunity to engage in polemics, a pursuit for which he displayed considerable talent. In 1917 the diminutive Paraibano followed the example of other bright, ambitious Nordestinos and moved to Rio de Janeiro, where he continued his career as a journalist, for a while serving as editor-in-chief of the daily newspaper Jornal do Brasil, and at the same time practiced law. During this period he represented the interests of foreigners who were seeking to acquire an iron mining concession in Brazil. Serving these clients was consistent with his firm belief that Brazil could not achieve its potential without opening its doors widely to investment from abroad. He also used his contacts within the local business community to raise the money that enabled him to purchase Zero Jornal, a conservative morning newspaper. While Roberto Marinho was struggling to make a success of Zero Globo, Assis Chateaubriand went about the business of creating a media empire. He soon acquired a São Paulo newspaper, a second Rio daily that appeared in the evening and featured sensationalist news that made it popular among Rio's lower classes, and the magazine Zero Cruzeiro, inspired by life. Zero Cruzeiro not only pioneered the art of photojournalism in Brazil, but also became the country's. The name Chateaubriand was legally adopted by his grandfather, who had founded a school and named it after the French author and statesman Vicomte François René de Chateaubriand. The locals began to refer to the grandfather as José de Chateaubriand, often mispronouncing the French appellation, and he grew fond of the sound of it. Later in life Assis Chateaubriand would embrace the conceit that his forebears were Normandy pirates, controlling Brazilian minds. 159. First nationally circulated magazine. For 3 decades it would serve to define Brazil's image of itself. Other newspapers around the country gradually came under the control of Chateaubriand, who named his group the Diários Associados, Associated Dailies. He wielded absolute control over what went into his publications, and for many years he wrote editorials and columns that appeared simultaneously in all of them. This enabled him to carry on personal feuds and satisfy personal whims. Invective was his stock in trade. He used his media empire to heap abuse upon figures such as the Francisco Matarazzos, Sr. and Jr., and José Hermílio de Moraes. The line imposed by Chateaubriand upon his publications promoted private enterprise and foreign investment. They vigorously opposed totalitarianism of both the right and the left. Chateaubriand was an early backer of Getulio Vargas * turned against him when Vargas's authoritarian tendencies surfaced, and then made peace with the dictator. Chateaubriand, unlike Marinho but like William Randolph Hearst J, dabbled in politics. In 1952, after a whirlwind campaign, he was elected senator from Paraíba, and in 1956 he switched states and won a Senate seat from Maranhão. In Brazil, as in England, a candidate for the National Congress need not reside in the state he seeks to represent. He resigned the latter post in 1957, when President Juscelino Kubitschek appointed him ambassador to Great Britain. In many ways Assis Chateaubriand reflected a manic Brazilianness. He was very individualistic, very extroverted, totally Chateaubriand was so eager to take an active part in the Revolution of 1930 that he attempted to reach the insurgents in Rio Grande do Sul by an overland route. When he reached a small town held by the rebels, he was mistaken for a government spy and arrested. His captors did not believe he was Assis Chateaubriand and were about to execute him when one of them remembered that there was a correspondent for the Diarios Associados in the town, and that the owner of the chain signed every press card. A comparison of the prisoner's signature with that on the correspondent's press card saved Chateaubriand's life. Chateaubriand resembled Hearst in one other interesting respect. Both recognized at a very early stage the tremendous potential of aviation. Indeed, Chateaubriand became the first Brazilian to fly in an airplane in Brazilian airspace when he accompanied a French aviator on a flight over Recife on June 10, 1913. The Brazilians. Predictable, loud, outrageous, erratic, and always issuing orders with no concern for details. Working for him was like performing on the flying trapeze, was the way one ex-employee put it. The people close to him had to be on constant alert to keep him from doing irrational things. Once at an airport in southern Brazil he ran into an Zero Cruzeiro reporter who was carrying with him photographs and material for an important article for the next issue. Chateaubriand insisted that the reporter forget about his assignment and accompany him on a trip to Belém, in those days a long journey, even by air, because he didn't want to go by himself. The reporter excused himself to go to the men's room and then slipped out of the airport to escape his employer. Chateaubriand never held such acts of constructive insubordination against his underlings. While Assis Chateaubriand towered over his competitors, Roberto Marinho was content to remain with the rest of the pack. Zero Globo continued to follow an ultra-conservative line spiced by a vitriolic brand of anti-communism. Zero Globo's owner acquired no other newspapers, and it was not until 1944 that he launched his first radio station in Rio de Janeiro. He did demonstrate a characteristic that would prove essential later when he built his TV empire: a willingness to associate himself with highly competent people. For example, Herbert Moses, who helped Irene Marinho found Zero Globo in 1925, remained intimately involved with the paper for nearly 40 years. Known as the Electric Mosquito because of his slight build and enormous energy, Moses was a prestigious journalist and tireless fighter against government censorship of the press. Like most other publishers, including Chateaubriand, Roberto Marinho used his newspaper to promote business interests with which he had ties. In the case of Zero Globo, this meant helping out Rio's Portuguese importers and merchants, who controlled a substantial amount of the retail trade in the region. Thus the paper supported orthodox economic policies that called for balancing the budget, restricting the money supply, and eliminating restrictions on foreign capital. Controlling Brazilian mines. 161. Having adjusted to playing second fiddle to Assis Chateaubriand, in the 2 decades after World War II Roberto Marinho found himself outshone by another press superstar, Carlos Lacerda. The meteoric Lacerda did not build a publishing empire to compete with the Diarios Associados and Zero Globo. Instead, as if he were living in the earlier age when the two professions overlapped, he became the country's foremost journalist-politician. A charismatic carioca with a flair for invective, Lacerda was a cutting-edge conservative who in the 1950s and 1960s played one of the leads in the political dramas that gripped the country, and who managed to relegate to supporting roles not only Marinho but also Chateaubriand. Lacerda had been an outspoken opponent of the Vargas dictatorship during the late 1930s. With youthful exuberance and courage, he worked closely with the Communist Party, which he came close to joining, in the struggle against fascism in Brazil, and ended up behind bars on a number of occasions. Later, after suspending his political activity, he became a star reporter for Chateaubriand's Zero Jornal, of which he was named city editor in 1943. When his superiors refused to print an interview he had conducted with a respected politician who was harshly critical of the regime, Chateaubriand was reconciled with Vargas at the time. Lacerda left the Diarios Associados and began contributing a regular column to a rival daily. He also returned to politics, as Getulio Vargas loosened his grip on the nation and permitted free elections in 1945. By now Lacerda was as anti-communist as he was anti-Vargas, and he made fiery radio broadcasts that tore into his foes. In 1946 he was elected to the City Council of Rio de Janeiro. 3 years later he launched his own newspaper, Tribuna da Imprensa, Tribune of the Press. Commingling the professions of journalist and politician, Carlos Lacerda went on to accomplish the extraordinary feat of bringing down, or being instrumental in the bringing down of, 3 Brazilian presidents, Getulio Vargas, Jânio Quadros, and João Goulart. Yet he failed to realize his burning ambition to place himself in the presidential palace. The Brazilians. When Getulio Vargas made his comeback and was elected to the presidency in 1950, Lacerda targeted him with a steady stream of acerbic attacks in newspaper columns, as well as radio talks, even to the point of encouraging the military to intervene. Marinho and Chateaubriand did the same. The drum fire continued unabated throughout Vargas's term. Lacerda became so much a symbol of the anti-Vargas forces that friends of the president, unbeknownst to Vargas, organized an assassination attempt on the editor. Lacerda was wounded but not fatally. In the resulting uproar, Vargas came under such pressure that he committed suicide. Having served 2 terms in the Federal Chamber of Deputies, Carlos Lacerda decided to run for governor of the state of Guanabara, the city of Rio de Janeiro, in 1960. At the same time he supported the presidential candidacy of the eccentric Jânio Quadros. Both men were elected. But the alliance between them did not survive Jânio's first year in office. The president's erratic behavior, his pro-Castro leanings, and his alleged ambition to become a Brazilian de Gaulle turned the governor against him, and in August 1961 Lacerda violently attacked Quadros in a radio address. Shortly thereafter Quadros suddenly and unexpectedly resigned. Lacerda's third victim was João Goulart, Jânio's vice president, who took over leadership of the country in spite of opposition from Lacerda and other powerful right-wing elements. A populist politician who had served as Vargas's Minister of Labor, Goulart survived the threat of civil war and a constitutional amendment that for a while limited his authority as president. But he proved incapable of dealing with increasing social unrest and an economy beset by inflation, and he eventually fell victim to a military coup that Lacerda and his allies encouraged and abetted. As governor of Guanabara, Lacerda ordered his state security apparatus to participate in the repression that followed the 1964 coup. He clearly expected that the military would soon step aside and restore the political process. His eyes were on the prize, and he made no secret of his intention of running in the scheduled 1965 presidential elections. But the generals had other ideas. They first postponed the elections and then decreed that the Congress would select the next chief executive, which meant that the military would dictate the controlling Brazilian minds. 163. Choice, since Congress was now under its control. Lacerda joined the opposition. His term of office had expired, and he no longer owned the Tribuna da Imprensa, but he still enjoyed the paper's support and also was able to use television to publicize his views. In 1967 the regime barred him from TV, and 1 year later it suspended his political rights. He died of a heart attack in 1977. Meanwhile, Roberto Marinho, like the rest of the conservative newspaper owners, opposed Goulart and welcomed his overthrow. Zero Globo then became an enthusiastic supporter of the military government. At the same time, Marinho took an entrepreneurial initiative that would make him one of the wealthiest men in the world. He decided to create a television network. His would not be the country's first TV network. Assis Chateaubriand, who introduced television to Brazil in 1949, had put together a chain of TV stations in Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Belo Horizonte, Brasilia, Recife, and elsewhere. But the Chateaubriand people were slow to take the new medium beyond its infancy. Television programming continued to target only those wealthy enough to purchase sets, and little effort was made to cultivate a mass audience. Moreover, existing technology did not yet permit simultaneous telecasts. Even with the advent of videotaping in 1962, it was still necessary to ship recorded programs from city to city, and the enormous size of Brazil made this a cumbersome process. As Roberto Marinho set about building his Globo network, fate intervened on his behalf. Assis Chateaubriand suffered a cerebral thrombosis that confined him to a wheelchair. The old captain, as his friends liked to call him, had begun to withdraw from the active management of his media empire some years before the disabling stroke. Rather than keep the business within the family, he attempted to pass control of it to a group of associates. But his sons squabbled because they wanted to safeguard what they felt was their patrimony. Scandal-tainted disputes over transfers of shares in the business, and the decentralized nature of the enterprise led to chaos. The vulnerability of the Chateaubriand empire left an opening on which Roberto Marinho was able to capitalize. But it would be the Brazilians. Wrong to credit the subsequent success of Rede Globo, the Globo network, entirely to luck. Although the collapse of the competition helped, it was Marinho's business acumen that contributed most to his meteoric rise. In his excellent doctoral dissertation on the Brazilian television industry, Joseph Straubhaar points to 6 factors that impeded the development of national networks in Brazil in the early 1960s, a total focus on local markets, a lack of discipline among member stations, a failure to use network-wide advertising, an ignorance of what a mass audience of viewers wanted to watch, the limited availability of financial resources, and poor financial management. When he took the plunge into TV, Roberto Marinho addressed the first 4 factors himself, and he obtained outside help to deal with the other 2. A study of the industry in its current form convinced Marinho that he should establish a presence in the country's major markets, link together a chain of stations with centralized rather than local management, and take full advantage of the potential for selling advertising on a national level. He made several brilliant hires and delegated to his managers the authority to develop programming with the widest possible audience appeal. As he moved forward in accordance with a carefully conceived plan, Roberto Marinho clearly distinguished himself from Assis Chateaubriand, who had always relied on improvisation in reaching business decisions. Marinho, making careful calculations about how to maximize his profits, was acting like a modern North American, European, or Japanese entrepreneur. His particular genius was in sensing the vast earnings to be made in the sale of TV airtime to advertisers, especially during periods of economic expansion. He was also shrewd enough to think in long-range terms, which led to his decision to plow profits back into Rede Globo, a strategy his competitors failed to employ. His perspicacity has been underappreciated by many of his compatriots, however, because of the loud and bitter controversy that erupted over his effort to obtain financial and technical assistance from abroad. What would come to be known as the Time Life affair had its genesis in a decision by Roberto Marinho to seek the help of controlling Brazilian minds. 165. Foreign investors in creating his TV network. Long an admirer of the United States, he wanted to take advantage of American capital and know-how, the latter of particular importance to him as he prepared to go beyond what then existed in Brazil. He therefore negotiated an 11-year deal with Time Life Broadcasting Incorporated, which had not been able to put together into a network the TV stations it owned in the United States but was eager to gain a foothold overseas. Time Life would provide the newly organized network with funding and technical help, in return for a 30% share of Globo's annual profits. But there was a legal problem to be confronted. The Constitution prohibited foreigners from owning, in whole or in part, mass media enterprises. A cautious sort, Marinho not only obtained opinions from his own attorneys but also consulted President João Goulart personally about the contract. After the 1964 coup, he then contacted the new president, Army Marshal Humberto Castelo Branco, and explained the terms of the arrangement. Neither Goulart nor Castelo Branco voiced any objections. Marinho and Time Life went ahead quietly with their deal, and in 1965 Globo acquired a Rio de Janeiro television station, the first step in the forging of the Globo network. Ironically, it was then Governor Carlos Lacerda who blew the cover off the Globo network's link with Time Life. During Lacerda's stormy political career, Zero Globo had occasionally chided him for his temperamental excesses, but Lacerda had long admired Marinho, even to the point of nominating him in 1956 for Columbia University's Maria Moores Cabot Award, given to Latin American journalists. But his respect for Marinho did not prevent Lacerda from confirming what many had suspected for some time. As part of a continuing post-coup crackdown on suspected subversion, Lacerda's police arrested a Cuban who they said was a Castro agent. He turned out to be a Time Life employee assigned to work with Globo Television in Rio. Under questioning, he revealed the details of the arrangement, which Lacerda then denounced to the Ministry of Justice in Brasilia. Before long, the matter became public knowledge, and Roberto Marinho found himself at the center of a swirling controversy. Prominent politicians and much of the nation's press attacked him. The Brazilians. For violating the constitution and facilitating foreign control over Brazil's mass media. Both the Ministry of Justice and the Congress conducted investigations into his dealings with Time Life. The brouhaha was an intertwining of economic and political elements. Some of the loudest accusers were Marinho's competitors. His aggressive talent raids on existing Rio TV stations had stirred considerable resentment, especially from the Chateaubriand chain. Moreover, the launching of a Spanish-language edition of Life magazine in Latin America had seriously damaged the earnings of the Spanish edition of Chateaubriand's Zero Cruzeiro, because powerful U.S. companies doing business in the region switched their advertising from the Brazilian publication to its American rival. Thus the Chateaubriand people also had a score to settle with Time Life. A federal deputy who was also a director of the Diarios Associados led the assault on the Globo deal. The old captain himself, still able to contribute occasional pieces for his newspapers, lashed out in print at Marinho, whom he called incurably feeble-minded, and Roberto the African, the latter a reference to Marinho's dark complexion. Chateaubriand conveniently overlooked his lifelong championing of the cause of foreign investment in Brazil. He also kept secret the fact that just prior to the publicity given to the Time Life contract with Marinho, he had sent a representative to the United States to sound out the American Broadcasting Company about the possibility of a similar deal. This was one of the more startling disclosures made by Fernando Moret in his excellent biography Chato, Zero Rei do Brasil, Chato, the King of Brazil, published in 1994. At the same time, left-leaning politicians who had not been purged gave vent to their repressed anger at the 1964 coup, which most of them believed could not have succeeded without help from the United States. The regime permitted a certain amount of free expression during the first phase of the dictatorship, and what remained of the left took full advantage of it. Since they could not criticize the military directly, they targeted the Globo network and its American associates. In addition, many of the critics were sincerely concerned about foreign penetration of their country's mass media. There had already been controversy about the economic and cultural effects of controlling Brazilian minds. 167. The sale of publications such as the Portuguese-language edition of Reader's Digest in Brazil. The power to shape ideas and attitudes. Indeed, Brazilianness itself seemed at stake. The strong sense of nationalism at the core of their political beliefs matched the equally passionate nationalism of conservatives such as Carlos Lacerda. As a result, Marinho took hits from all points on the ideological spectrum. One of the harshest broadsides came from the typewriter of Carlos Lacerda. Entitled "The A1 Capone of the Press," the article appeared in Chateaubriand's Zero Cruzeiro. Much of the debate was legalistic. Did the arrangement between TV Globo and Time Life give the latter part ownership of the former, a setup that would have violated Brazil's constitution, or was the arrangement more in the nature of a loan? Reacting to his opponent's charges, Marinho altered the terms of the deal in 1965, so that Time Life purchased the building out of which Globo Television operated, in exchange for a share of TV Globo's profits, instead of a fixed amount of rent. This arrangement did not satisfy Marinho's critics, who kept on the offensive. The military regime saw nothing wrong with what Marinho was doing, but at the same time the leaders wanted to put an end to the controversy. In the end, the generals opted for procrastination, which provided Marinho with enough time to extract as much as he could out of the deal. By 1969, both Time Life and Marinho concluded that it was in their best interests to part company. Up to that point, Time Life had received no profits from the Globo Network's operation, since Marinho had been reinvesting earnings. Marinho paid back the loan, which best estimates put at around $6 million. To do so, he had to borrow from a Brazilian bank, which required him to put up virtually everything he owned as security. His son once told an American magazine that as part of the deal he had to co-sign a declaration to the effect that his father was of sound mind. He later denied having said this. The elder Marinho in fact knew very well what he was doing. He was subsequently able to pay off the note, as a result of the success of his network. Today it is commonplace for Brazilians to credit the meteoric rise of the Globo network to the Time Life contract. In part this may reflect the sense of inferiority that often shapes their self. The Brazilians' estimations. In their view, no Brazilian could possibly achieve what Marinho and his associates did, therefore, the Globo people must have been dependent on outsiders. This belief flies in the face of facts. As Joseph Straubhaar has convincingly demonstrated in his dissertation, the Brazilian contribution to the triumph of the Globo network was substantial and indispensable. The money from Time Life certainly helped, and the advice the Americans offered with respect to financial management put Globo on a much sounder footing than any of its competitors. But it was the creative work of Brazilian executives that shaped network programming, and it was Roberto Marinho who had the good sense to give his people free rein and to reinvest corporate earnings. The net result was a highly professional, polished, modern operation. The Globo network did not really take off until after the termination of its relationship with Time Life. By that time Marinho had already acquired stations in São Paulo and Belo Horizonte, and thus he covered the most important market areas in the country. TV Globo was already scoring impressively in the ratings, and the two Brazilian executives Walter Clark and José Bonifacio de Oliveira Sobrinho, who were most responsible for the network's programming strategy, were already in the fold. By 1968 TV was consuming 44.5% of mass media advertising expenditures, up from 24.7% in 1962. But these factors merely set the stage for what was to follow. On December 13, 1968, in response to growing political and social unrest, the military government issued the notorious Institutional Act No. 5, or AI-5, as it was called, which ripped away most of the democratic veneer the generals had left in place after the coup, and initiated a period of harshly authoritarian rule. Under AI-5 and subsequent institutional acts and decrees, the regime purged Congress of dissident deputies, destroyed what was left of the independence of the judiciary, and imposed stringent censorship on the media. One of the policies to which the dictatorship gave particular emphasis was national integration, mainly as a means of securing the country against what it saw as the threat of subversion from controlling Brazilian minds. 169. Within and from without. The most visible aspect of this grand design was a road-building program intended to link the far north and northwest, in the Amazon basin, with the rest of the nation. A less obvious but equally important measure was the inauguration of a system of microwave links between cities and regions that would permit the simultaneous transmission of TV signals to all parts of the country. The Globo network turned out to be the only private group fully capable of utilizing this technological advance. Roberto Marinho remained a fervent supporter of the military regime, even in its most repressive phase. He earned the gratitude of the generals, and they in turn rewarded him handsomely. Not only was the Globo network allowed to transmit via microwaves, but Marinho's company also was favored when the government handed out licenses for new TV stations. This special treatment enabled the Globo network to expand, as it acquired outlets in Brasilia, Recife, and elsewhere. By 1980 the network had 36 affiliates. During this same period, television was becoming the country's primary means of mass communication, which should have come as no surprise in light of the high rate of functional illiteracy in Brazil. After a decade of regular telecasting, the Jornal Nacional, National Journal, the evening news program Globo Television, inaugurated in 1969, had attained the status of a national institution, earning the distinction of being the country's most widely shared single source of information. The tilt taken by the program was inevitably and unfailingly favorable to the regime. The fact that the government was a repressive dictatorship and censored the media, even to the point of cutting or prohibiting some of the Globo network's own programs, did not unduly perturb Roberto Marinho. The regime, meanwhile, was making low-interest loans available for the purchase of TV sets, and the number of homes reached by television skyrocketed, especially when the economic policies adopted by the military produced the so-called Brazilian miracle of 1969–73, described in more detail in the introduction. The generals also encouraged the development of color TV, in order to enable Brazilians to view in living color the quadrennial World Cup. The Brazilians soccer tournament from West Germany in 1974 * Globo Television was the only Brazilian network with sufficient resources to be able to switch immediately to color transmission. The programming strategies conceived by Clark and Bonifacio de Oliveira, or Boni, as he came to be known, were achieving remarkable results. With increasing reliance on Brazilian talent and shows produced by Globo, rather than tapes imported from the United States and programs put together by independent producers, the Globo network attracted an enormous audience and used North American marketing techniques to sell time to advertisers eager to reach viewers. The telenovela, or serialized drama, contributed heavily to the extraordinary success of the Globo network. The phenomenon of the telenovela merits an in-depth look, which will be provided in Chapter 18. Although this type of programming did not originate in Brazil, it underwent, mainly at the hands of the Globo people, a process of Brazilianization that made it wildly popular among Brazilians and one of the staples of the network. Roberto Marinho's TV operation was highly disciplined and centralized, with its Rio headquarters exercising close control over all the affiliates. At the same time, Marinho gave Clark and Boni substantial leeway in carrying out their ideas, in contrast to what often occurred in family-owned enterprises, where family members often interfered in day-to-day business matters. Success bred success. The highly professional atmosphere and excellent facilities of the Globo network made it easy to lure many of Brazil's finest entertainers, actors, writers, and directors. The enormous audience shares posted by the network attracted even more advertisers. The competition floundered, as the disintegration of the Chateaubriand chain continued apace and no other groups emerged to give Globo more than a token run for its money. Centralization was one of the military's most cherished tenets, so the leadership saw nothing amiss about the development of a media monopoly. The hope was that the nationwide euphoria produced by the Brazilian victory in 1970 would be repeated, to the indirect benefit of the dictatorship. Unfortunately, the team failed to cooperate, because it was eliminated in the semifinals. Controlling Brazilian minds. 171. By the time the generals decided to relinquish power and permit the restoration of democratic government, Roberto Marinho's empire was securely in place. In 1980, more than 14 million Brazilian households had TV sets, and about two-thirds of the entire population was believed to have access to television. Globo was attracting from 60 to 90% of the nation's viewers. Television was now consuming more than half of all mass media advertising expenditures, of which the Globo network attracted the lion's share. The decade of the 1980s was a time of transition and turbulence for the country, as civilians took the reins of power from the military and full democracy returned to Brazil, while at the same time social unrest intensified and the economy stagnated. For Roberto Marinho, it was the period during which his power and prosperity crested. He found it as easy to develop beneficial relationships with the new government as he had done with the military regime. He also used his vast influence to help swing the balance in Brazil's first free presidential election in 30 years, and he greatly expanded his network's global reach by selling its telenovelas to more than 50 countries and purchasing a TV station that transmitted into the Italian market. Marinho had set himself apart from the rest of the pack of Brazilian businessmen by relying to a considerable degree on private sector initiatives to expand the Globo network, rather than by placing himself in a position of near total dependence on the largesse of the government. But this did not mean that he ignored the substantial benefits to be gained from ingratiating himself with high government officials, to the point of not permitting the use of the term military regime on the Globo network until the evening of the indirect election of a civilian president on January 15, 1985. When the generals returned to their barracks, Marinho skillfully cultivated their successors. One of his first moves in this direction was to support the presidential candidacy of Tancredo Neves. Although Neves emerged from the ranks of the opposition, he was a cautious, mainstream politician. Moreover, the official candidate, Paulo Maluf, was not very popular, even within the military, and therefore the Tancredization of Globo, as people liked to call it, reflected pragmatic good sense, and self-interest, on the part of its owner, the Brazilians. When Tancredo triumphed in the indirect election, Marinho was instrumental in assuring that the crucial, to him, post of Minister of Communications would go to a close friend, Antonio Carlos Magalhães, the ex-governor of Bahia and an old-fashioned political boss. José Sarney, upon assuming the presidency after the sudden, untimely demise of Tancredo, kept his predecessor's cabinet choices. As a result, Roberto Marinho made some profitable business deals with help from the government. Sarney enjoyed strong support from the Globo network, and a Bahia TV station owned by the family of Magalhães became a part of Globo Television. Brazilian law has limited Marinho's ability to influence direct elections, in which candidates are chosen by the public at large rather than the Congress. When a campaign officially begins, all candidates receive a certain amount of free time on every television channel, and no political advertising is permitted on TV. Therefore, the Globo network has had to confine itself to the slanting of campaign news. Similar restrictions do not apply to newspapers and magazines. In his home state of Rio de Janeiro, Roberto Marinho has been notoriously unsuccessful in imposing his will on the electorate. Veteran populist Leonel Brizola has twice won the governorship despite the intransigent opposition of Zero Globo, Marinho's daily paper, and the Globo network, which generally treats Brizola as a non-person. Brizola, on his part, has found political capital in attacking Marinho, and has inspired crowds of his supporters to chant slogans against the network. Marinho has had more luck on the national level. In the 1989 presidential campaign, the Globo network was an early and enthusiastic supporter of Fernando Collor de Mello, who began the contest as a little-known but highly photogenic politician from the northeastern state of Alagoas. As Collor's luck would have it, Marinho had once made some real estate deals with his father, and, better yet, Collor's family happened to own an Alagoan TV station affiliated with the Globo network. Globo's favorable coverage helped Collor pull away from the pack in the first round of voting. During the runoff between Collor and Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, the Globo network did little to controlling Brazilian minds. 173. Hide its bias in favor of color. On the crucial night before the final vote, Globo edited footage of a color-Lula debate to eliminate the strongest points made by Lula, as well as a gaffe committed by color. This was done per the explicit instructions of Roberto Marinho, who circumvented TV Globo's news director. The news director resigned shortly afterward, but his assistant, who had done the actual editing, was later rewarded, first by the new color administration, which gave him exclusive interviews and information, and later by Marinho, who put him in charge of Globo's news division. The influence of Roberto Marinho and his Globo network may be measured in cultural as well as political terms. Globo programming reaches almost every town in Brazil. It has shaped the way Portuguese is spoken throughout the country, the way people dress, and the way people behave. In so doing, it has diminished regional differences. Some would say it is homogenizing Brazil. A scene from the film By Brazil captures this phenomenon superbly. As a tent show caravan pulls into a small town in Amazonia, its loudspeaker proclaims the arrival of the troupe, a ploy that normally fills the streets, but this time there is no reaction. The streets remain empty. The owner of the show notices TV antennas on the rooftops, fishbones, he calls them, and ruefully realizes he is no match for this kind of competition. By 1987 Roberto Marinho began to appear on the list of the world's billionaires published by Forbes magazine. His TV network embraced 54 affiliated stations, employed more than 7,000 people, and exported programs to 128 countries on 5 continents. He also owned an 80% interest in the European Italian language network Telemonte Carlo. His radio network included 16 AM/FM and 4 shortwave broadcasting stations. Globo was also producing records and videotapes. Its publishing house was churning out 45 different magazines and nearly 200 books a year. Zero Globo continued to be one of the country's most influential newspapers. The family fortune also included finance companies, cattle ranches, and shopping centers. The creation of the Roberto Marinho Foundation in 1977 provided vivid evidence of Marinho's ability to borrow North American models. His rival Assis Chateaubriand had been an avid collector of paintings and had been instrumental in developing the Brazilians stocking the São Paulo Museum of Art. While Chateaubriand's philanthropic initiatives had mirrored those of certain North American multimillionaires earlier in the century, Marinho took a more modern, pragmatic approach and opted to channel his major charitable activity through a foundation that would bear his name. The Roberto Marinho Foundation has as its goal the promotion of education, culture, and sports at the community level. It uses telecommunications as well as other media to foster social development and to improve the quality of life for Brazilians. Rede Globo gives more than ample publicity to the work of the foundation. Roberto Marinho has never been afflicted by an excess of modesty. Indeed, in some respects Zero Globo is his own vanity press. The newspaper always refers to him as journalist Roberto Marinho, or our comrade, as if he were just one of the boys. When Marinho writes a major piece or receives an honor, members of Brazil's political and economic establishment dutifully send him letters of congratulations, which Zero Globo then reprints in full asterisk. Marinho sired 4 male offspring by his first wife. All bear the name Roberto. Roberto Irino, João Roberto, and José Roberto work for the Globo Empire. Paulo Roberto died in an auto accident in 1969. In 1989 Marinho divorced his second wife and wed a wealthy widow prominent in Rio de Janeiro's high society. Like many other entrepreneurial success stories in Brazil, the Globo Empire is to a considerable degree the work of one extraordinary individual. However, this achievement has been so overwhelming that it has resulted in the creation of a near monopoly in an area where it would be in the public interest for there to be vigorous competition producing a diversity of perspectives. In 1993 Marinho's prose gained him entry into the Brazilian Academy of Letters, a group of 40 intellectuals who call themselves the Immortals and meet once a week for tea and discussion in an ornate building in downtown Rio. They have their own mausoleum and fill vacancies in their ranks with elections that have the trappings of the selection process for an elite club. They take themselves very seriously, and on ceremonial occasions they don uniforms with plumes, sashes, and fancy buttons. Controlling Brazilian minds. 175. Tives. In other words, Rede Globo has been too good for the good of Brazil. The authority wielded by Roberto Marinho puts at risk the functioning of democracy in Brazil. He has been very straightforward in admitting that he calls the shots for his TV network and his newspaper. "Yes, I use this power," he once told a New York Times interviewer, "but I always do so patriotically, trying to correct things, looking for the best paths for the country and its states." The problem is that not everyone in Brazil has the same conception of patriotism and the national interest that Roberto Marinho does, but unlike everyone else, Roberto Marinho can make his views known to the nation whenever he pleases on the Globo network. One solution to the problems created by Globo's hegemony is to bring in competition. To a certain degree this is beginning to happen. Silvio Santos, the one-time Rio street vendor who put together the SBT, or Sistema Brasileiro de Televisão, Brazilian TV system, has seen his network grow steadily until it is now second only to the Globo network. The host of a Sunday variety show that features hour after hour of games, giveaways, interviews, and specialty acts, Santos has built up an enormous following among Brazil's lower classes. The son of a Turkish-born mother and a Greek father, his real name is Senhor Abravanel, Santos reaches an estimated audience of 30 million with a program awash in bad taste and triviality. Indeed, Globo and the other networks have virtually abandoned Sundays to him. A shrewd businessman, Santos has set SBT's sights beyond Sundays and now competes vigorously with Globo by televising high-quality foreign films, shows, and telenovelas. SBT has also upgraded its news division. But whether it can prevail against Globo's head start and economic muscle remains to be seen. Another threat to Globo is the mortality of Roberto Marinho. As has happened with the Chateaubriand Empire and with many other large enterprises that are monuments to the genius of an individual, the disappearance of the founding father very often results in the eventual collapse of the business. This is because the founder, while alive, monopolizes power and prestige, symbolizes the enterprise, and holds it together. Roberto Marinho, like the Brazilians, Chateaubriand before him, totally dominates his conglomerate. His three sons hold high positions within the organization, but they remain in their father's shadow. Thus, despite its modern trappings, Globo possesses a Brazilian characteristic that may over the long run be a cause of its unraveling. Chapter 7. The Have-Nots. *7f There is one site that succinctly captures the stark contrast between the Brazil of the haves and the Brazil of the have-nots. It is the view from the roof of the Hotel Nacional in São Conrado, a seaside nook hemmed in on three sides by dramatic hills that isolate it from the rest of Rio de Janeiro. Along the beachfront, near the ultra-modern glass cylinder that is the hotel, deluxe apartment buildings fringed by tennis courts, swimming pools, and a golf course provide a backdrop for daredevils on hang gliders as they swoop earthward from nearby peaks and drift gently to earth on the glistening sand. Yet if one gazes inland, toward the north and slightly to the east, a different reality intrudes. The shacks of Rocinha, which perhaps as many as 300,000 Brazilians call home, spill down the side of the rocky barrier that separates São Conrado from the chic neighborhood of Gavia, and come to a halt at the edge of the highway that emerges from the nearby tunnel that provides swift and direct access to the rest of Rio de Janeiro. Rocinha and São Conrado are two distinct worlds. The inhabitants of both may speak the same language and occasionally mingle on the beach or on the streets near the Hotel Nacional. They may even root for the same soccer team and watch the same programs on television. But the apartment dwellers of São Conrado enjoy privileges of wealth and social status that permit them to live comfortably behind secure walls and fences, and to enjoy access to decent sanitation, healthcare, and education. They would never dream of venturing across the highway into the sprawling slum that the Brazilians stares them in the face. They would never risk the steep climb to Rocinha's crest, from which they might contemplate the wall of luxury high-rises that block what would otherwise be a magnificent view of the sea. If they did, they would encounter a community of survivors, some clinging stubbornly to traditional values and striving to lead honest, decent lives, others accepting their status as social outcasts and engaging in various forms of extra-legal or illegal activity, all of them trapped in a society that makes upward mobility a Sisyphean struggle, and in an environment hardly suitable for human habitation. Rocinha dates back to the 1920s and the founding of a modest settlement near some small farms in forest clearings at the foot of the hill, next to a road that wound its way upward, over the crest, and then down to Gavia. Only in the 1950s, when migrants from the drought-stricken northeast sought living space reasonably close to the city and began to pour into the area, did Rocinha become a favela, or shanty town, one of countless such settlements in and around Rio de Janeiro. The migrants invaded unused land, first at the base of the hill and then on its slopes. The homes they initially erected were transient structures of wood, cardboard, and metal, materials easy to dismantle and move in the event the authorities decided to terminate the illegal occupation. Everything was improvised in helter-skelter fashion, with no thought given to consequences. Rocinha just grew. And grew. And grew. Today Rocinha represents the classic Rio hillside favela, unusual only because of its enormity. The lowest part of the neighborhood is the most developed, having been settled first and having benefited from improvements such as the installation of a system of running water. Once the municipality made these investments in the community, residents could be certain that City Hall would not summarily remove them, so they made renovations of their own, and concrete structures with solid foundations began to replace jerry-built shacks. Indeed, a few owners have added upper floors, on some buildings as many as 7, which they rent out to tenants. At the bottom of Rocinha there are stores, bars, pharmacies, a bank, several churches, and community centers, alive in a loud buzz. The have-nots. 179. Of ceaseless activity. Commercial enterprises serving the needs of the residents are for the most part informal, in the sense that the power of the government does not reach them. For example, next to a technical school stands a butcher shop, where the proprietor keeps pigs in pens on the roof and slaughters them on the premises, without concern that health inspectors might one day darken his doorway. Vehicular traffic can transit the narrow streets at the bottom of the favela, but only foot traffic can ascend the hill, up a labyrinth of narrow passageways that flank sewage flows. The presence of chickens, pigs, dogs, and cats intensifies the stench. The houses are so close together that certain corridors remain in dark shade for most of the day. It is easy to understand why the police seldom venture beyond the lower reaches of Rocinha, and why firemen could never bring in equipment to fight a blaze. The higher the elevation, the more dilapidated the dwellings are, a testament to the difficulties of the climb and the lack of access to public utilities. The air drafts at the top of the hill make it a perfect spot for kite flying, a major diversion for Rocinha's children, and a method criminal elements customarily use to signal the commencement of police activity in the favela. Life in slums like Rocinha is an exercise in social Darwinism. Health hazards are as varied as the tropical vegetation, and include assorted diseases caused by excessive humidity, deficiencies in nutrition, vermin bites, and a lack of elementary sanitation. The high density of the population and the fact that large family groups often live together in a single room facilitate the spread of many of these illnesses. Because most residents need to work long hours at menial jobs that don't pay a living wage, they seldom have the time to seek proper medical attention or money enough to purchase medicine. Moreover, when slum dwellers seek medical treatment, they confront a public health system mired in a perpetual state of chaos. Clinics and hospitals that attend the urban poor are overcrowded, understaffed, badly equipped, and poorly maintained. They often provide indifferent care and more than occasionally subject patients the Brazilians. To additional risks, such as infection from contaminated blood. The situation in the countryside is even worse. Another peril faced by favela dwellers is the flooding that occurs during the heavy rains that often lash Rio de Janeiro. The narrow walkways become conduits for streaming water, sometimes several feet deep, which gathers garbage and other debris in a wild downward plunge. Frantic mothers snatch up their children, who could easily be swept away by the raging streams, and take shelter in their homes. But the shacks on Rio's hills have no foundations, so the danger that they might wash away, or that neighboring structures might topple down on them, remains constant. Every hillside favela, including Racinha, has experienced this sort of disaster on various occasions. The physical risks associated with crime are also an integral part of contemporary life in the slums. This is a relatively recent development, as gangs involved in drug trafficking have put down roots in Rio's favelas during the past decade, a phenomenon explored more fully in Chapter 9. When two or more such groups vie for control of an area, bullets fly and the death toll rises. Upon eliminating its competition, a gang will often guarantee the security of favela inhabitants, except during raids by the police, who often generate considerable random violence of their own. A unique feature of Rio's slums is that many of them nestle near the downtown or the beaches. This location provides residents with service jobs easy access to a source of employment. But many other favelados, favela dwellers, must live in settlements far from the center of the city and its industrial parks, so they must rely on public transportation to reach their places of employment, commuting on overcrowded trains or buses for 1 or 2 hours each way. The rail system has become so dilapidated that it is undependable and occasionally unsafe. The poor people forced to use it risk accidents and long delays, which can cost them work time. As if physical hazards did not sufficiently test their mettle, favela dwellers must also endure being held in contempt by many of their more fortunate compatriots. The class bias that pervades Brazilian society oppresses the poor in infinite ways, subtle as well as crass. Whenever they venture out of their slum and have to deal with their social superiors such as doctors in health clinics, teach. The have-nots. 181. ERS in public schools, bureaucrats in government offices, or upper or middle class families for whom they work as servants, they risk experiencing some form of degradation that reinforces their sense of inferiority. Racinha provides one of the most visible symbols of the poor circumstances in which a majority of Brazil's city dwellers now find themselves. The problems faced by inhabitants of urban slums everywhere have many similarities, although the topographies of the slum areas, and the words used to denominate them, may differ from region to region. Thus, in Rio de Janeiro and its environs, poor people live in clusters of shanties known as favelas. These bidonvilles may peer down on scenic neighborhoods such as São Conrado, Ipanema, or Copacabana, or on elegant mansions tucked away in a fashionable corner of Botafogo. They may cover the grimy hills of the north side of the city, or they may extend to the horizon on the steamy flatlands of the Fluminense lowlands, a desolate area once rendered uninhabitable by malaria and yellow fever. In São Paulo, the poor live in enormous ghettos that form the city's periphery neighborhoods like Vila Brasilândia, on the hilly northern edge, where a pollution-laden haze obscures the view of distant office buildings and apartments, although their lights are visible at night, or in shabby, overcrowded tenements called corticos, beehives, near the center of town. The shanties, or mucumbos, of Recife form neighborhoods like Nova Descoberta, on a clay hill where residents can escape the misery that surrounds them by looking out on the placid waters of the Atlantic. Those even less fortunate inhabit smaller clusters of mucumbos perched on stilts over riverbanks. There they can participate in what nutritionist José de Castro once dubbed the crab cycle, by feeding on crabs that have fed on human excrement. And with this meat, made out of mud, de Castro wrote, they build the flesh of their bodies and the flesh of their children's bodies. What their bodies throw off is returned to the mud, to be made into crab meat again. In Salvador, squatters have invaded valleys in a hilly area on the edge of town. Here, in a settlement pattern quite the opposite of what has occurred in Rio de Janeiro, the poor set up their shacks. The Brazilians. In gullies, with no view of the nearby bay and no access to its cooling breezes. The force of gravity makes garbage removal from these inhabited pits virtually impossible, much to the delight of the local rodent population. Other big cities, such as Fortaleza, Manaus, Belém, Belo Horizonte, Curitiba, and Porto Alegre have their own extended patches of poverty. Even in the Federal District, where Brasilia stands as a monument to Brazil's faith in the future, desolate slums form a satellite ring far enough removed from the carefully planned metropolis that they cannot be seen by the naked eye, but close enough to cast an invisible pall on the sleek capital. As bad as conditions may be in these urban hellholes, one must keep in mind that many of the people inhabiting them migrated to the cities to escape even worse conditions in the countryside. In the vast reaches of the interior of Brazil, wherever people live off the land, peasants survive as they always have, despite often abysmal poverty. Simplistic explanations often mislead, but a persuasive case can be made that the root cause of rural destitution in contemporary Brazil is woefully inequitable land distribution, a phenomenon that dates back to the colonial era. When the Portuguese crown opted for the system of captaincies, a few privileged settlers gained control of enormous expanses of territory. Like the venereal diseases introduced among the native population by the European invaders, this pattern of land tenure spread rapidly throughout the colony. It led to the creation of large sugar plantations in the coastal areas and even larger cattle ranches in the interior. The ensuing concentration of property ownership fueled a demand for cheap labor, a need satisfied by the importation of African slaves on a grand scale. The net result was the emergence of a society based on an ethos of exploitation and rigid distinctions, first between masters and slaves, and then between rich and poor. The abolition of slavery brought about only nominal changes. In Brazil's immense countryside, the relationship between landowners and a multitudinous peasantry composed of ex-slaves and the descendants of slaves remained feudal in almost every respect. Peasants were totally dependent on and submissive to the rural up. The have-nots. 183. Per class. Their mindset remained passive and fatalistic, qualities fortified by traditional Roman Catholic doctrine, which taught acceptance of one's lot in life on earth as a means of gaining eternal salvation. Rural wage earners received meager salaries and were often trapped in debt peonage because they were forced to purchase necessities on credit at plantation stores that charged exorbitant prices. Living conditions were often primitive, although in much of the country the abundance of tropical vegetation provided some sustenance and helped the poor to survive. Opportunities for even rudimentary education bordered on the non-existent. Some peasants were able to rent small plots of land. They paid the owner in cash or crops, or by working several days a week without pay for the landowner. Theirs was an insecure existence, inasmuch as the landlord could expel them whenever he pleased. In some of the more backward areas, the landlord could also force his sexual attentions on laborers' wives and daughters whenever he pleased, and with impunity. Peasants who journeyed into the vast interior of Brazil and settled on unoccupied land experienced a host of legal and bureaucratic difficulties when they attempted to establish ownership. Neither the Portuguese crown nor the Brazilian imperial regime took effective steps to encourage the development of a class of small farmers in the vast interior of the country, and the republican governments that followed continued to neglect this possibility. Wealthy individuals with political connections could easily manipulate the judicial system and assert claims backed up by the police or by their own private gunmen. Lower-class settlers had scant hope of prevailing in these unequal contests. In the middle of the 20th century, Brazil remained what it had always been, a primarily rural society in which the great majority of those who lived in the countryside were ill-housed, ill-fed, illiterate, disease-ridden, and underproductive. Farming was labor-intensive, which made it profitable for landowners because they were able to continue paying starvation wages. This kept workers at a great disadvantage, for their paltry share of the owner's earnings from agricultural production had to feed many mouths. The Brazilians' family units could survive only by spawning enough children to work in the fields and otherwise contribute to the income of the household. The economic need for large families, along with an ignorance of birth control methods, and the opposition of the Roman Catholic Church to all forms of contraception, led to a high birth rate. Although a high rate of infant mortality tempered population growth to a certain degree, rural areas often suffered from the presence of too many poor people. As long as Brazil's peasants had no voice and no political representatives, there was no possibility of reform in the economic and social structure of the countryside. The political arena was hardly a level playing field. Under the constitution of the First Republic, illiterates were not permitted to vote. Rural workers and sharecroppers who could meet the legal qualifications for suffrage traditionally obeyed the dictates of their employers or landlords when they went to the polls. It was not until the termination of the dictatorship of Getulio Vargas in 1945 that the breezes of change began to reach the peasantry. The Communist Party, newly, but only temporarily, legalized, made some tentative efforts to organize farm laborers. Nothing changed, however, until the late 1950s and early 1960s, with the formation of peasant leagues and rural unions in the Northeast and elsewhere. The organizers were a diverse lot, card-carrying communists and miscellaneous Marxists, intellectuals and students, Catholic priests and laity, often in vigorous competition with one another but united both in their judgment that the deplorable conditions in the countryside were symbolic of Brazil's backwardness, and in their call for a radical change in the landowning system. Inspired by the Cuban Revolution, they raised the banner of agrarian reform, although they differed on specifics. The Constitution presented serious obstacles to any redistribution of privately owned land, so it was abundantly clear that without a political transformation there could be no social or economic restructuring in rural Brazil. The military refused to countenance any such serious threat to the established order, so on March 31, 1964, the army seized power and put an emphatic end to all agitation in the countryside. The have-nots. 185. Union leaders as well as peasants were arrested and occasionally tortured. The nascent rural labor movement was reduced to shambles. The new president, Army Marshal Humberto Castelo Branco, was a Nordestino by birth. He understood the realities of life in the interior and had no particular brief for the landowning elite. One of the first initiatives of his regime was the promulgation of a new land law that aimed to bring about a more even-handed distribution of land by facilitating the expropriation of unused and underused properties. But political interference by large landowners, bureaucratic inertia, and the government's failure to allocate sufficient funds for the implementation of an extensive land reform conspired to stall the initiative. In addition, those who stood to benefit from such a program could not support it in any organized way because the military continued to repress those who spoke up on behalf of Brazil's have-nots. As a result, the inequitable pattern of land tenure in the countryside remained intact. Indeed, while paying lip service to the need for agrarian reform, the military regime adopted policies that actually upped the numbers of landless peasants. By emphasizing increased productivity in the agricultural sector, and by subsidizing the manufacture of alcohol fuel from sugarcane in response to the worldwide oil crisis, the government encouraged the use of labor-saving modern technology, which in turn cast more peasants off the land. Many of those who remained in the countryside became itinerant laborers, boias frias, or cold lunches, living in temporary shacks on the outskirts of villages and waiting for wage contractors to hire them to work a harvest. Whole families formed part of a new rural proletariat, wandering about from place to place, often earning less than the minimum wage, itself an illusory standard, since it generally takes 3 minimum wages to provide a livable income. Some boias frias joined unions that helped them in struggles to enforce wage contracts, which employers often refused to honor, and labor conflicts ensued. But the fact that these workers were constantly crossing state lines made it difficult to organize them. The Brazilians into unions based in a single state, and Brazilian law did not permit the formation of interstate syndicates. In more remote areas of central Brazil and Amazonia, rural workers continued to risk falling into the trap of debt peonage. Their salaries, often well below the legal minimum wage, did not cover what they were said to owe their employer for transportation, lodging, and the purchase of food and other necessities, and armed guards prevented them from escaping. A report issued by America's Watch, a human rights group, documented a number of cases of forced labor occurring as recently as 1989 and 1990. Gains in agricultural production served to boost shipments of farm products abroad, so that by the beginning of the 1980s Brazil had become the fourth largest food exporter in the world. But at the same time the country was failing to feed its own people and had reached sixth place on malnutrition indices, behind only India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, the Philippines, and Indonesia. There was another development that made the sorry plight of many peasants even more desperate. From 1979 to 1983 a severe drought, yet another in a regular, deadly cycle that has been a part of life in the region ever since the first settlers penetrated the area, ravaged the heavily populated interior of the Northeast. It not only forced hordes of peasants to migrate elsewhere but also inflicted untold hardship on those who remained. The catastrophe forced Brazilians once again to direct their attention to a neglected region that has long been a metaphor for their country's backwardness. To tell the story of Brazil's have-nots without including a description of Northeast Brazil would be like the cliched staging of Hamlet without the Prince of Denmark. If it were an independent country, the Northeast would be the third largest and second most populous nation in South America. In 1935 the number of inhabitants in the region was nearly 20 million. By 1970 it passed the 30 million mark, and in 1990 it exceeded 42 million. A majority of Nordestinos live in abject poverty. Indeed, the area contains the largest concentration of wretchedness, both rural and urban, to be found anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. Occupying the easternmost bulge of the continent, Northeast Brazil extends westward to the tropical forests of the Amazon BA. The have-nots. 187. Sin and southward well into the remote central highlands. It embraces a number of coastal cities, including Recife and Fortaleza, a humid strip of sugarcane fields not far from the coast, a hilly and subtropical zone, known as the Agreste, further inland, and, last but hardly least, the Sertão, immense, arid backlands covered with prickly, stunted trees and brush the Indians called Caatinga, or the White Forest. Originally explored by adventurers looking for precious metals, the Sertão soon attracted a tough breed of permanent settlers, including runaway and freed slaves. They were hardy souls, willing to confront hostile Indians and endure an inhospitable climb. They had to live with a pattern of land holding that was no different there than elsewhere, with a few wealthy families owning large cattle ranches and riverbank cotton plantations. In addition, these backlanders, called sertanejos, had to endure the unique curse of the northeastern interior, cyclical droughts that devastate the region on an average of about once every decade, and sudden, heavy rainstorms that cause widespread flooding and soil erosion. Some of the extended dry spells took horrendous tolls. One of the first struck in 1692 and killed most of the cattle in the northeast. 1/3 of the population of the state of Pernambuco died in the drought of 1790–93. In the Great Drought of 1877–79, it is estimated that half of the people in the state of Ceará perished. Despite the massive outmigrations provoked by these periodic natural disasters, the population of the Sertão has remained surprisingly dense. Sertanejos tend to be hard-working, honest, primitively religious, suspicious of outsiders, and given to anachronistic speech patterns. They identify so strongly with their environment that many of them stolidly endure whatever tribulations nature imposes on them. If they are forced to emigrate, they never forget where they came from, and they will often return home upon hearing news of rainfall in the Sertão. The interior of the Northeast has produced a remarkably singular culture, marked by religious fanaticism, banditry, blood feuds, folk traditions, music, and a hierarchical social structure dominated by local landowners, the coronéis, or colonels, who are a law unto themselves. Brazilians from other parts of the country tend to look. The Brazilians. on the unique aspects of life in this region with considerable awe, and often through eyes glazed by romanticism and feelings of guilt. The saga of Antonio Conselheiro, for example, remains firmly fixed in the national consciousness. This Backlands prophet, with his long hair, flowing beard, tattered blue robe, and hypnotic stare, provoked tens of thousands of humble sertanejos to rise up in a bloody and ultimately unsuccessful rebellion against the national government at the end of the 19th century. He is discussed further in chapters 9 and 13. The long tradition of banditry in the Surtao is best exemplified by the adventures of Lampiao, the bespectacled leader of a gang of outlaws who defied local, state, and even federal authorities as they roamed the interior during the 1930s. They clad themselves in distinctive leather outfits and acquired a reputation roughly equivalent to that of Robin Hood and his band. These cultural phenomena have inspired creative works that have enjoyed national success and have further perpetuated the mystique of the Northeast. Graciliano Ramos's novel, Vidas Secas, Barren Lives, captures brilliantly the anguish of sertanejos in the grip of a drought. Ariano Suasuna, in his Auto de Compadecida, The Compassionate Virgin's Play, brings to life the earthy wisdom and ingenuity of the Backlander. The life and times of Lampiao have provided the grist for a number of popular films. Both Bandits and Prophets provided the inspiration for Glauber Rocha's Cinema Novo, New Cinema, Classics Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol, Black God, White Devil, and Antonio das Mortes. Droughts in the Northeast traditionally provoke out-migrations of what are popularly referred to as flagellados, or the scourged ones, to other parts of Brazil. During the 1877–79 catastrophe, flagellados journeyed by boat to the Amazon basin, where they became rubber tappers. A serious dry spell in 1958 encouraged a flow of refugees to the Central Plains, where they helped build the new capital, Brasilia. The 1877–79 drought produced for the first time a response on the part of the government that would become a tradition, the solemn promise of help. Dom Pedro II declared he would sell all the crown jewels if that was what it would take to put an end to the have-nots. 189. The suffering. He never did. Subsequent droughts produced similar pronouncements, but there have been no substantial inroads made on either the human suffering or its causes. The federal government's usual response was to set up a program of public works in the Surtao to combat the effects of drought. Reservoirs would be constructed to facilitate irrigation, but landowners would use their political muscle to have these projects located not on the basis of rational, equitable planning but rather in a way that promoted their own immediate enrichment. Little benefit ever reached the peasants who worked on the newly irrigated soil, and their marginal existence remained unchanged. Poverty in the Northeast extends beyond the backlands and into the overpopulated coastal areas where sugarcane is grown. Called the Zona da Mata or wooded zone, after a forest that vanished long ago, this subregion is home to an industry that has been in a state of crisis since the mid-17th century, when the Dutch, having been expelled from their foothold in northeastern Brazil, exacted revenge by creating their own sugar industry in the New World colonies that they managed to retain. Economic and political power in the Northeast has always been concentrated with those who controlled sugar production. At first the plantation owners held sway. Later, as new technologies permitted the construction of large sugar refineries, the mill owners attained a position of dominance. To produce sugarcane and operate the mills, both groups relied on slave labor, and, after abolition, a surfeit of available cheap labor. The wages mill owners paid remained minimal and failed to keep up with rising food prices. Until well into the 20th century, there were no legal protections, such as minimum wage laws, to which rural workers could resort. Theirs was a wretched lot, made bearable only by the comfort provided by cachaça, a strong alcoholic drink made from sugar cane. The mill owners, on the other hand, lived lives of conspicuous consumption and did not reinvest their profits. As a result, Sugar production in the Northeast remained remarkably inefficient and could not compete on even terms with other sugar growing and refining operations either in Caribbean countries like Cuba or in the state of Sao Paulo. The Brazilians. The northeastern producers resorted to using their political influence to persuade the state and federal governments to subsidize them. At times they would employ a crude form of blackmail, arguing that if they did not receive help, they would have to shut down and thousands of peasants would starve to death. Of course, when financial assistance was forthcoming, almost none of it trickled down to the peasants, who remained in a state of semi-starvation. Hard times in the Sertão and in the sugar zone inevitably forced peasants to outmigrate, and the major pole of attraction for them was Recife, the capital of the state of Pernambuco, one of the oldest, most attractive, and largest cities in the country. The modern history of the most important urban center in the region dates back to the seizure of the Northeast by the Dutch in the 17th century. Instead of occupying Olinda, the capital of the captaincy of Pernambuco, the invaders installed themselves in Recife, a fishing village that took its name from a protective reef just offshore. They then set about modernizing the hamlet in a systematic way, the first effort at city planning in the hemisphere. The Dutch built the continent's first astronomical observatory and its first zoo in Recife, erected several palaces, and encouraged the work of scientists as well as painters. But before they could finish carrying out their plans to transform the village, they were expelled from the Northeast. Recife still managed to grow into a proud regional capital, the Brazilian Venice, as some have called it, because of its location at the confluence of three rivers that flow into the Atlantic, boasting busy docks, Brazil's oldest newspaper, a fine university, and a vigorous intellectual life. Its proximity to Europe, North America, and Africa made it an important port of call for shipping, and later a point of departure for international flights. But Recife could never escape its debt to the have-nots of the region. The blood and toil of the peasants made possible the wealth that allowed plantation and mill owners to lead elegant lives in Recife, but eventually the have-nots themselves migrated to the city, especially during droughts or economic downturns. The 1950s were especially tough years for sertanejos and workers in the sugar zone. Recife, which had always had its share of poverty, found itself overwhelmed by the influx. The have-nots. 191. It was not just the slums, the unemployment, the hunger, and the sickness that gave Recife its new nickname as the Calcutta of the Western Hemisphere, or, as one poet aptly described it, a vast well of the suffocated. The city came to develop a distinctive kind of wretchedness not found anywhere else in Brazil. Perhaps the most dramatic aspect of Recife in the 1950s and 1960s was its infestation of beggars who pawed and tugged prospective donors in the busy downtown district. Their bodies were often grotesquely misshapen, as if by some mad practitioner of the plastic arts, far more ghoulish than anything that has come from the imagination of Hollywood horror film directors. The forms their bodies assumed could suggest all kinds of images: the question mark, with his curved spine; the number 4, with one leg permanently twisted over the other; the frog, a woman whose trunk was folded against her thighs, keeping her close to the ground as she hopped from place to place; the snake, a man with no nose and twisted limbs slithering sideways along the sidewalk; and, worst of all, the lump, a human blob with flippers, perched on a wheelchair on the Mauricio Nassau Bridge, grunting at passers-by. Another distinctive feature of Recife was the widespread prostitution that catered not only to domestic needs but also to the appetites of the many sailors, both Brazilian and foreign, who looked forward to shore leave in Recife. Reliable numbers are difficult to come by, but in 1961 a French monk who researched the subject extensively estimated that there were some 30,000 practitioners of the world's oldest profession in Recife. He calculated that 20% of them worked at it full-time, while the rest held regular jobs in bars and restaurants, or even were employed as maids in private homes. There were stories that organized rings were luring young girls from the countryside to the city with false promises of respectable jobs, and then forcing them into prostitution. Creating the sort of contrast one often finds in Brazil, Recife's main zona, or red light district, was located in the business district, not far from the docks, where banks and other commercial enterprises plied their trades by day, and where noisy bars and brothels installed above or next to them served swarms of patrons by night. The Brazilians. The government eventually closed the downtown zona when it expanded to the point where it could not easily be controlled. The drought of the late 1950s combined with depressed economic conditions in the sugar-growing regions to create, for the first time, serious signs of unrest among rural workers and tenant farmers, and the formation of peasant leagues, which evolved from modest mutual assistance societies to politicized groups advocating radical agrarian reform. Although they were never a real threat to the power structure of the region, they contributed to the social ferment that caused the Brazilian military to stage their 1964 coup. The have-nots of the Northeast continued to suffer under the new regime. Although attempts were made to use tax incentives to encourage the creation of new industries in the region, the factories that were constructed tended to be capital rather than labor-intensive, and did not make much of a dent in the unemployment problem. Moreover, the land reform policies adopted by the generals neither redistributed property to any significant degree nor increased agricultural productivity in the region. The dry cycle seemed to come more frequently, and in 1979 the Northeast suffered one of its worst droughts ever, an unmitigated disaster that lasted 4 years and adversely affected the lives of 10 million people. No one knows for certain how many died. Estimates range from 250,000 to well over 1 million. The capacities of Recife, Fortaleza, and other coastal cities strained to the breaking point with the arrival of hordes of desperate flagellados. Food riots in interior towns were not uncommon, and one heard stories of starving backlanders eating rats to survive. In 1990 another extended dry spell began to spread throughout the Northeast, and by 1993 it was afflicting more than 50% of the region. Although not so serious as the previous drought, it generated the same kinds of horror stories. Starving farmers occupied government offices in Recife, and the federal government solemnly issued statements about doing something about the problem. Of the human toll exacted by poverty in the Northeast, the long-term effects of malnutrition in the region are perhaps the most gripping. Deficiencies in daily food consumption in the region have been documented over an extended period of time. A 1957 study. The Have-Nots. 193. By the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization revealed that the average daily food intake in the Northeast was only 1,990 calories, considerably below the recommended minimum requirement of 2,500. A 1967 investigation in the southern part of Pernambuco's sugar zone uncovered the fact that peasants there were consuming only 1,299 calories per day. A 1983 report by a Brazilian government agency calculated at 1,713 the average daily consumption of calories in the Northeast. A 1983 study by the Institute of Nutrition of the Federal University of Pernambuco found that about 70% of families living in the Sertão consumed less than half the vitamin A the human body requires. A United States government task force in 1963 demonstrated one result of the chronic underconsumption of nutrients in the region: the body weights of northeastern boys and girls were 10% lower than the standard heights and weights for American children of the same age group. Men and women above 45 years of age in the Northeast showed a steady decline in body weight. The tendency in the United States is the opposite. Dr. Nelson Chavez, a Brazilian professor, has written, "The population of the Northeast is of low stature, anemic, and, in the sugar zone, is on the way to dwarfism." A UNICEF study tends to confirm this. It estimates that in the Northeast as many as 3.5 million children may be affected by stunted growth. Another affliction related to hunger is mental debility, which can result from the undernourishment of children in their first year. A study of infants in the sugar zone disclosed that only 4.4% received milk from their mothers after they passed the age of 6 months. The most common reason was simply that the mother had no milk for breastfeeding. Once deprived of this source of nourishment, these infants were fed a diet seriously lacking in vitamins and proteins. These deficiencies, in turn, produce fatigue, nervousness, a limited attention span, inadequate muscular development, and possible mental retardation. The infant mortality rate in the Northeast has always been high, especially for the first year of life. In her study of this phenomenon, Professor Nancy Shepherd Hughes has documented its impact on mothers in a town in the sugar zone of Pernambuco, the Brazilians, where the average woman endures 9.5 pregnancies, 3.5 child deaths, and 1.5 stillbirths. Children born weak, sick, and unlikely to survive are left alone, a Darwinistic practice mothers justify on the ground that these babies want to die. When nature takes its course, deaths are accepted with stoicism and without the shedding of tears. One anthropologist has called this passive infanticide. In a society where triplicates of every form are required for the most banal events, Shepherd Hughes writes, the registration of infant and child death is informal, incomplete, and rapid. Neighborhood children carry the body to the cemetery, where it is buried in an anonymous grave and quickly forgotten. On one level, mothers are merely replicating the indifference of their government, which has traditionally left the poor to their own devices, and of the Catholic Church, which has traditionally preached the virtue of patient acceptance of God's will, and which continues to oppose all forms of contraception. Yet there is something sublimely tragic about circumstances that force women to sublimate or suppress maternal love and condition them to shut themselves off from grief. The recurring images of wretchedness emanating from the Northeast coexist with indicia of the progress the region has made in the last decade and a half. The economy of the region has been consistently outperforming that of the country as a whole by about 10%. There has been a remarkable expansion of industry in the Northeast. Irrigation has permitted once barren land to yield crops for export. A new generation of entrepreneurs has elbowed aside the traditional Northeastern sugar mill and plantation owners, who have retreated to the sidelines and taken with them their white linen suits and autocratic ways. Tourism is flourishing. Moreover, the face of Recife itself changed dramatically. Gleaming high-rise apartments now stretch for miles along a sandy Atlantic beach, where 20 years ago there were but 3 tall. This phenomenon does not affect rural women exclusively. In her book Hillside Women, Frances O'Gorman tells the story of a Rio slum dweller whose baby died while being taken to a hospital. To come home by bus, the mother said, I had to pretend that the baby was alive, because it's against the law to transport a dead person. I couldn't even cry. The have-nots. 195. Buildings, hotels, restaurants, and shopping centers signal the explosive growth of Boa Viagem, once a sleepy seaside neighborhood on the outskirts of the city. Yet the signs of progress throughout the Northeast and the new Recife mean only that a considerable degree of economic progress has bettered the condition of the region's haves, who were able to take advantage of the 1969-73 Brazilian miracle, the tax incentives that facilitated the creation of new industry in the region, and the opportunities Brazilian financial markets provided for investing money. What trickled down to the have-nots was hardly enough to make a meaningful change in the lives of a substantial number of them. Thus, Recife's once vibrant downtown has been totally abandoned by the upper and middle classes and has become a gigantic bazaar, taken over by ambulance, street vendors, 30,000 according to one estimate. It is a world of its own, where only the fittest survive. Every conceivable kind of merchandise is peddled, cheaply, without regard to quality, and often on the sidewalk in front of stores that sell the same goods. The ambulants pay no taxes or licensing fees, but they are susceptible to shakedowns by criminal gangs as well as poorly paid policemen and government functionaries. They constantly face the risk of violence at the hands of competitors and thieves. The labyrinth of narrow streets also provides a setting for CA-melds, or pitchmen, who use colorful language and seductive sales techniques to peddle wares such as folk medicine, including cures for impotency, an item with special appeal to elderly men. One can encounter other remarkable sights, for example, a whole row of abandoned automobiles that have been converted into workshops for the repair of used products such as electrical goods and watches. And, of course, the usual complement of beggars and homeless people clutter the area. The plight of the downtown, our Bedford-Stuyvesant, as one former resident put it, is a visible symbol of the grinding poverty that still afflicts what Ralph Nader once called the shadow city of Recife. Other aspects include an unemployment rate that may be the highest of any city in the country, the chronic hunger that forces people to pick through the city's garbage dumps in search of food, and to consume popcorn as a stomach-filling staple, the Brazilians. Spread of infectious diseases because of the closing of clinics where those with illnesses such as tuberculosis could be interned during their contamination period, the steady deterioration of basic municipal services, that were never adequate to begin with, and a spiraling crime rate attributable in large part to the exigencies of survival. Those trapped in the web of penury occasionally resort to desperate measures. A local dentist told of a man who obtained some anesthesia from him, to castrate his dog, he said. The guy kept coming back for more, so I got suspicious and investigated. It turned out he was injecting it into the hands of some of his friends and then hitting their hands with a hammer, so that they could qualify for Social Security disability benefits. Conditions in the Sertão and the Sugar Zone produce a steady influx of migrants to the city of Recife. Most of these newcomers make their homes in mucumbos on the sides of hills or on the banks of a river. In 1989 it was estimated that there were 520 of these settlements within city limits *. What has happened to Recife and its have-nots may be worse than developments in other major cities, but it is no different in kind. Street vendors, for example, have become pervasive in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, where men who had made their way upward into the lower middle class found themselves once again without jobs and back in society's cellar. Urban rot transformed the downtown of Salvador into a depressed area where tourists wander at their peril, although the recent $12 million renovation of the historic center of the city should revitalize the area. Moreover, city slums formed as a result of the influx of peasants during the past decade and a half share a lack of a sense of community and identity, because immigrants from different parts of the country have problems communicating with one another. This is why immigrants often try to settle with others from their home state. The names bestowed by slum dwellers on newly formed neighborhoods reflect a surprising degree of awareness of current political and cultural events. They include Iran, Iraq, Skylab 2, and the Planet of the Apes. The have-nots. 197. The picture of Brazil's have-nots is undoubtedly a bleak one, but it is not totally devoid of glimmers of hope. Efforts at self-help are visible in slums throughout the country, suggesting that the poor are abandoning the idea that they must depend on someone in authority to take care of them. They are beginning to struggle collectively to take charge of their own lives, and they are making small but visible improvements in their communities. In part this progress is owing to the work of grassroots organizers, middle-class idealists, some connected to the Catholic Church, others committed to helping the poor but cut off from the possibility of engaging in political activity during the military dictatorship. They have turned their energies inward and worked at the grassroots level to help the poor help themselves. But major credit must go to the participating slum dwellers themselves, since they have assumed positions of leadership in these efforts and have provided the necessary manpower and enthusiasm. The most active participants tend to be women, who are the fiber that holds together both slum families and community initiatives. The mutual assistance groups that have mushroomed in urban slums include health clinics, such as one operating in Vila Brasilândia, on the outskirts of São Paulo, where women are trained to teach preventive medicine to other women from the neighborhood, daycare centers, such as an operation in the Rio favela of Santa Marta, where youngsters, some of whom are unaccustomed to the light of the sun because their working mothers used to leave them home alone in darkened shacks, are able to play on a rooftop with a glorious view of the Sugarloaf, Guanabara Bay, and the Rodrigo de Freitas Lagoon, and alternative educational centers, such as the Imaginative Homework Bank in Rocinha, where school children have the opportunity to do their daily assignments under supervision and in a reasonably comfortable setting. In addition to participating in these kinds of specific projects, urban slum dwellers have organized neighborhood associations to deal with matters that require contact with municipal or state authorities. The installation of municipal services, the construction of ramps or funicular carts that permit the removal of garbage from the upper levels of hillside favelas, and the improvement of the Brazilians' community relations with the police are among the issues that these groups have addressed. The magnitude of the social and economic morass represented by Brazil's urban slums makes these modest efforts at incremental improvement seem like an exercise in self-delusion. When I first came here, a foreign priest who worked in Rocinha has observed, I thought the only solution was to tear everything down and begin again. Now I'm convinced of the opposite, the only solution is to find new forms of urbanization for these poor neighborhoods. In other words, the challenge is to take existing slums as they are, and to channel even more energy, imagination, and public expenditures into the awesome task of bringing them up to a level of decent habitability. The story of Brasilia Teimosa suggests that this may not be an impossible task. During the 1930s, the Brazilian government filled in some land on the northern edge of Boa Viagem, at the mouth of the Jequié River and facing the Recife waterfront. The original plan was to build an airport, but there was not enough space either for landing strips of the length required by international regulations or for future expansion. Then the land was turned over to the Navy, which hoped to build oil storage facilities, but this project was never realized, and the Navy let fishermen establish a colony on what was first called Areal Novo. In 1958, when a drought in the Sertão forced tens of thousands of peasants to migrate to Recife, a group of refugees broke through the fence the Navy had constructed around the property and erected shacks on the empty land. The police, with help from some of the fishermen, kept expelling the invaders, but the latter refused to acquiesce and kept returning. The occupation became a political issue, as the settlement took the name Brasilia Teimosa, stubborn Brasilia, in honor of the new capital under construction in central Brazil and the tenacity of the intruders. Finally, the government allowed the migrants to stay and divided the settlement into lots. Brasilia Teimosa became a fetid slum, beyond the purview of travelers along the highway that crossed the Pina Bridge and connected Boa Viagem with the downtown of Recife. Its unpaved streets turned to mud during the rains, and twice a year at the time. The have-nots. 199. Of the highest tides, the shacks nearest the beach would be swept away. By the mid-1960s there were about 20,000 people living in the settlement. Despite the hunger, disease, high infant mortality, widespread unemployment, and fear that they might one day be expelled, the residents of Brasilia Teimosa maintained their characteristic perseverance. With the help of some Catholic priests, they organized and succeeded in convincing the government to install water mains and build a public school. The military regime's crackdown on dissent in 1968 put a damper on the community's efforts to pressure City Hall, but only temporarily. In the mid-1970s, rumors that the neighborhood was to be dismantled began to circulate. This time they had some substance. Within a short time the mayor announced a plan to relocate Brasilia Teimosa's inhabitants, now numbering 30,000, and to build apartment buildings on the site. The community reacted with demonstrations, which were now possible under the country's more relaxed political climate. City Hall was forced to pay heed and announced it would consider any alternative development plans the dissenters could present. The Residents' Association obtained help from some sympathetic city planners, even Oscar Niemeyer, the architect who designed the original Brasilia, contributed to the cause, and Project Little Teimosa was born. The association proposed that residents obtain titles to their homes from the government, that no one could own more than one lot, and that the city rebuild Brasilia Teimosa's water supply system and pave its streets. In 1979 the mayor, well aware that Brazil was back on the road to democracy and wanting to do something for the common people of the city, adopted the plan, and 2 years later implementation began. The process was not a smooth one, but during the early 1980s Brasilia Teimosa underwent an astonishing transformation. It ceased being a slum and became a tidy, totally urbanized neighborhood, with modest yet sturdy houses instead of temporary shacks. Unemployment remained a problem, but there were enough residents with jobs as drivers, vendors, and domestic servants to create an atmosphere of stability. The Brazilians' Of course, the situation of Brasilia Teimosa is far from typical. It had an effective residents' association that was in the right place at the right time. The municipal government wanted a pilot community development project, and Brasilia Teimosa provided an ideal site. Nonetheless, the fact that the project succeeded is enough to nourish the possibility that urban Brazil may not have to be on a one-way trip to hopelessness. Chapter 8. Lula and the Workers' Party. Who speaks for the voiceless? 7 1989 A bearded ex-metal worker named Lula won 32%/million votes, 47% of the total valid ballots cast in Brazil's first direct presidential election in 3 decades. Although he lost, the thought that the candidate of the Workers' Party had come close to capturing the nation's highest office sent paroxysms into the nerve endings of the elite, which had never before had to confront the possibility of being obliged to relinquish real power to an authentic representative of the country's have-nots. How Lula became viably presidential is the most recent chapter in the saga of the Brazilian working class, composed of men and women who have provided the muscle behind the country's industrial expansion, faced repression when they first tried to make their voices heard in matters that affected their lives, and, finally, have organized themselves into a force potentially capable of uniting the nation's impoverished majority. The formation of Brazil's urban working class dates back to the late 19th century, when many of the slaves who had won their freedom as a result of service in the war against Paraguay opted to settle in Rio de Janeiro rather than return to the countryside. They occupied some of the hills in the north zone of the city, where they built the first favelas. The flow of Afro-Brazilians into Rio and other urban areas increased at the turn of the century, first because of the abolition of slavery in 1888, and then as a result of the government's decision to encourage immigration from Europe and Japan in response to the Brazilians. The demand for labor created by the coffee boom. Instead of using the pool of rural workers made available by emancipation, Brazil's leaders looked abroad to fill the need. In part this reflected an effort, described in Chapter 2, on the part of the country's rulers to whiten its population. Thus, many ex-slaves had no choice but to migrate to the cities. A few Afro-Brazilians possessed skills that enabled them to find employment as artisans, but the great majority took menial jobs as laborers or domestic workers. When Brazil began the process of industrialization, members of the native-born lower class in Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo found themselves competing with immigrants who had either entered the country to work on coffee plantations and then made their way to metropolitan areas, or come directly to the cities in search of employment. By 1920 there were some 275,000 factory workers in Brazil, mostly in small workshops, mostly involved in the production of textiles. About one-half of the workforce was located in either Rio de Janeiro or the state of São Paulo. Wages generally remained at or below the subsistence level. Living conditions were appalling, and municipal services lagged far behind the needs of the growing urban population. The government continued to facilitate immigration, in order to maintain an abundant supply of cheap manpower. The foreign-born elements of Brazil's nascent working class now shared with their black and mulatto comrades the brunt of policies that sought to advance only the interests of the upper class. In addition, if employees resorted to protest in an attempt to improve their wages or working conditions, they risked repression at the hands of the police, who customarily treated the poor with unchecked brutality. The earliest efforts to organize workers produced mutual aid societies designed to provide financial benefits for members in the event of accident, illness, or death. Later, European immigrants brought with them and transplanted anarcho-syndicalism, a revolutionary worker ideology that advocated direct action, in the form of strikes and boycotts, by unionized employees. The worker syndicates enjoyed a modest degree of success in mobilizing workers and shutting down individual factories. Between 1917 and 1920 they even managed to stage a number of Lula and the Workers' Party. 203. General strikes in major cities. Alarmed, the government reacted by deporting foreign-born militants, and by enacting some modest pieces of social legislation. During the 1920s internal disputes held back the progress of the labor movement. The success of the Russian Revolution inspired the creation of the Brazilian Communist Party, which then became part of the Comintern, the name given to the international communist movement under the control of Moscow. Some anarcho-syndicalists refused to join and opposed the communists. Later in the decade, Unionists who preferred the ideas of Leon Trotsky also abandoned the party. These theoretical disputes had limited resonance among rank-and-file workers. Arguing over ideas might have appealed to intellectuals, and perhaps even to some first-generation European immigrants who came to Brazil in search of jobs. But the majority of Brazil's urban have-nots were native-born, uneducated, and basically rural in outlook. Among the values they or their parents had brought with them from the countryside was a tendency to view all relationships, including those with individuals exercising authority, in personal rather than ideological terms, an outlook reflected by customs such as tenants and workers choosing their landlords or employers to serve as godparents for their children. Such practices were a reflection of the dependency that characterized interactions between the powerful and the powerless. Getulio Vargas succeeded brilliantly in capitalizing on this mindset. Upon assuming the presidency after the Revolution of 1930, he set about creating a relationship of dependency not only between government and private enterprise, as described in Chapter 6, but also between government and labor. This relationship turned out to be a mirror image of the traditional tie between haves and have-nots in rural Brazil. Peasants who moved to the cities encountered a social structure quite different from the one to which they were accustomed. They had to live in amorphous slums and, as Brazil industrialized, to toil in impersonal workplaces. Thus, it was easy for Vargas to substitute the government as the authority figure that would take care of the needs of employees, just as the landlord or employer had done in the countryside. The Brazilians. Before Vargas, government policy had treated labor problems as matters for the police. Getulio had the cunning and foresight to perceive that the economic development he sought to achieve would increase the importance of labor, and that co-optation, rather than repression, was the most effective way to control the working class. One of his first acts was to create a new Ministry of Labor. His first Minister of Labor, Lindolfo Culler, the grandfather of Fernando Culler, was instrumental in drafting a 1931 decree putting the labor movement under the thumb of the government. The Ministry of Labor had the exclusive authority to grant legal recognition to unions, which would then be organized into state federations and national confederations. It also had broad supervisory powers over union finances and governance and could replace union officers at will with appointees of its own. The new framework was borrowed from the contemporary regime of Benito Mussolini in Italy, and would one day appeal to Argentina's Juan Perón. Many existing unions resisted, denouncing the decree as a step in the direction of fascism, and the government had to resort to heavy-handed tactics in an effort to impose its will on recalcitrant workers. At first the Communist Party joined in the struggle and kept the unions it controlled from seeking recognition by the ministry. Later, as part of the Popular Front policy adopted by the Soviet Union, the party took a more conciliatory line and permitted some of its unions to attain legal status. In 1935 the Communists organized a movement called the National Liberation Alliance, which drew support not only from the left and politically conscious members of the working class, but also from middle-class voters disillusioned with Vargas. The alliance advocated such progressive measures as land reform, social insurance, Brazilian control over public utilities, a minimum wage, and trade union independence. It also militantly opposed a growing number of Brazilians who dubbed themselves integralists, wore green shirts, and espoused fascism with the samba beat. Dismayed by the success of the alliance in mobilizing opposition to his regime, and by the increasingly revolutionary rhetoric of its honorary president, Luiz Carlos Prestes, whose trajectory as Lula and the Workers' Party. 205. An authentic Brazilian hero will be described in Chapter 17, Vargas outlawed the new movement. In a bizarre miscalculation of the breadth and depth of their support, the Communists then precipitated an armed revolt against the Vargas regime in late November of 1935. It was the first time that a Communist party, with the support of Moscow, ever attempted the violent overthrow of a government in the Western Hemisphere. The army easily suppressed the uprising, and Vargas had a pretext for cracking down harshly on the communists as well as anyone suspected of supporting them. Congress granted the president emergency powers, which he used to place a tight lid on political activity. In response to both pressure from the integralists, who wanted him to become their Führer, and the threat of subversion from the left, which the regime itself cultivated by releasing a number of militants who had been imprisoned after the 1935 revolt, Vargas decided to put a formal end to democracy in Brazil. In 1938 he masterminded a bloodless coup that cancelled elections scheduled for that year, and installed what was termed the Estado Novo, or New State. The president thus became the de facto dictator of Brazil. Labor unrest, and the possibility that the extreme left might continue to exploit it, persuaded Vargas to crack down on the Communist Party in a frenzy of repression described vividly by Jorge Amado, during his Stalinist phase, in the 3-volume novel Os Subterrâneos de Liberdade, The Freedom Underground, and at the same time to take some modest steps to meet the pressing needs of impoverished workers. His regime reorganized and enlarged the elementary social security system that had been set up earlier in the decade to provide health care and retirement benefits. It also decreed a minimum wage for the urban workforce. At the same time, the Ministry of Labor tightened its grip on the unions by bureaucratizing them to an even greater degree and making them more dependent than ever on the government. The president's propaganda apparatus began to hail Vargas as the father of the poor and the benefactor of the working class. The celebrated benefactions turned out to be rather modest. The minimum wage remained at such a low level that a worker could barely survive on it himself, let alone support a family. The Brazilians. Employers who were supposed to contribute to the social security system found ways to circumvent their obligations. With the coming of World War II and Brazil's participation on the side of the Allies, dissatisfied workers had to postpone their demands in deference to wartime exigencies, a situation that communists readily accepted because of the party's commitment to the needs of the beleaguered Soviet Union. The victory of the Allies spelled doom for the Estado Novo and the Vargas dictatorship. Having sent troops to fight in Europe for the preservation of freedom and democracy, the regime lacked the moral authority to continue its undemocratic grip over the Brazilian people. But the president was not prepared to retire gracefully from the political scene. He arranged for the creation of the Partido Trabalhista Brasileiro, PTB, or Brazilian Labor Party, which he would use as a personal vehicle after the military deposed him in 1945. Insofar as it stood for anything substantive, the PTB supported the paternalistic labor policies of the Estado Novo and opposed communist penetration of the union movement. The Communist Party, meanwhile, achieved legal status in the immediate post-war period. It enjoyed remarkable success in the 1945 elections. Its candidate for president took 10% of the popular vote, 14 communists were elected to the National Chamber of Deputies, and won. The legendary Luiz Carlos Prestes captured a seat in the Senate. But the Communist Party found itself in the uncomfortable position of participating in the democratic process at the very moment when Brazilian workers were militantly pressing wage demands that had been suspended during the war. As the number of strikes increased, the communists had no choice but to support them. The government intervened and as part of the crackdown once again outlawed the Communist Party. The elected government that replaced the Estado Novo declared a new Brazil and convoced a constituent assembly that rewrote the nation's constitution. But the new supreme law of the land left intact the legal mechanisms that enabled the government to control the labor movement. It also preserved the literacy requirement that excluded from the electorate the great majority of the Lula and the Workers' Party. 207. Country's poor people, who composed more than half the population of Brazil. Vargas's successor, General Eurico Dutra, was a conservative who viewed reform with suspicion if not hostility. He slowed down the process of industrialization and opened Brazil to a flood of manufactured goods imported from abroad. As a result, the country's gold and foreign exchange reserves dwindled and prices rose. Labor unrest, inevitable under the circumstances, was severely repressed, and the government ousted a number of militant union officials. This paved the way for Vargas to make an astonishing comeback in the 1950 presidential election. Adapting his Estado Novo philosophy to the new political climate, he raised the banner of social welfare, worker participation in the democratic process, and economic nationalism, the latter encapsulated in protectionist policies that encouraged local industry and in an expansion of government control over the country's natural resources. Running as the candidate of the PTB and playing the political game like a virtuoso, Vargas won a stunning victory and returned to the Cadet Palace, then Brazil's White House. Having campaigned on a populist, pro-labor platform that attracted a large following among lower-class voters, Vargas now had to make an effort to translate promise into performance. The economic nationalism he espoused struck a sympathetic chord with urban workers, who supported his policy of increasing the number and importance of state-owned enterprises. But there was still the matter of meeting the bread and butter concerns of the poor. A political magician adept at compromise and balancing the demands of various constituencies, Getulio found himself unable to make headway against the country's economic ills. The real wages of workers had actually dropped during the Dutra years, and now spiraling inflation served to exacerbate social tensions. The president had to loosen the government's hold on the unions, but this permitted communists and left-wing radicals to assume positions of leadership within the labor movement, and intensified agitation for wage increases. By mid-1953 the economic situation had deteriorated even further. In response, Vargas shuffled his cabinet in a way that the Brazilians distanced his decision to set aside the caution that had always tempered his approach to governance. The most dramatic of the new appointments placed João Goulart, at the time the head of the PTB, in charge of the Ministry of Labor. Darkly handsome and only 35 years of age, the man who would soon become known to Brazilians simply by his nickname Jango was viewed with suspicion not only by businessmen but also by the military and many middle-class voters. He was said to be too willing to deal with communists and radical union leaders in return for their political backing. Moreover, he was a friend of Argentina's Juan Perón, whose authoritarian regime rested on a vertebral column of trade union support, and there were those who accused Goulart of wanting to install the same kind of government in Brazil. The fact that he was a prosperous rancher did not lessen the worries of his detractors, since contradiction was not unusual within the context of Brazilian politics. His special status as a back-home neighbor and personal favorite of the president made him even more dangerous in their eyes, since it enabled him to claim the mantle of Getulio's protégé. Even before he took over the Ministry of Labor, Goulart was a lightning rod for vitriolic attacks by anti-Vargas forces, and his performance in office served only to produce more froth on the lips of his enemies. He took steps to increase the minimum wage and helped settle a national maritime strike in which the communists played an active part. He also feuded openly and bitterly with high-level union bureaucrats who owed their positions to previous labor ministers, and reduced government restrictions on the unions, thus making it easier for communists to participate in their governance. In less than a year criticism of him reached such a crescendo that the military forced Vargas to appoint a new Minister of Labor. Jango remained a dominant force within the PTB, and when Getulio suddenly took his own life in 1954, Jango stepped into his mentor's shoes. With strong support from the labor movement and the left, including the communists, Goulart negotiated a deal that gave him the vice-presidential nomination on a slate headed by Juscelino Kubitschek, the candidate of the Social Democratic Party. Lula and the Workers' Party. 209. PSD. Their victory at the polls provoked calls for a military coup by those who had convinced themselves that the Kubitschek-Goulart ticket was a communist front. But powerful elements within the army opted for supporting the election results, and the pair took office in 1956. The PTB at this point continued to lack a coherent philosophy and a comprehensive program, which made it indistinguishable from every other political entity, except the Communist Party, in Brazil. It remained personalist and flexible, content to support the developmentalism of Kubitschek. The new president adopted a generous wage policy for urban workers, and in return the vice president used his trade union contacts to keep the labor movement in line. During the euphoric years of the Kubitschek administration, the urban workforce expanded to accommodate the process of industrialization Juscelino had intensified. But wages remained low, and the inflation caused by the government's practice of printing new money to pay for its grandiose projects put a cruel squeeze on the poor. The gap between haves and have-nots widened. In 1957 one-fourth of Rio's residents inhabited favelas. Those on the left who claimed to represent the interests of workers and peasants generally embraced some form of economic nationalism that called for state ownership or control of basic industries and vital natural resources, restrictions on the profits that could be taken out of the country by foreign-owned businesses, and resistance to foreign creditors who were urging Brazil to adopt a stabilization program that would reduce social spending by the government and thereby place even more financial burdens on the poor. They also tended to be anti-American, at least in the sense that they harshly criticized what they saw as Brazil's subservient relationship to the United States. These spokesmen for the poor tended to come from the middle or upper classes. Many were intellectuals. Very few could claim to be authentic urban or rural workers. The mainstream politicians who espoused some or all of these views are best described as populist. They appealed to the urban masses, who were becoming more numerous each year and who responded positively to anyone who pronounced that they should. The Brazilians receive a larger share of Brazil's wealth. The haves looked with increasing anxiety on what they viewed as dangerous demagoguery promoting a not-so-hidden agenda, the Bolshevization of Brazil. Yet populism was not the exclusive property of the left. Politicians with a conservative outlook or with no agenda other than self-enrichment could play the same game and play it well. Exhibit A was Adhemar de Barros, the scion of a well-to-do São Paulo family, who parlayed a colorful personality, political acumen, and the uninhibited use of patronage to attract the support of the lower and middle classes and win the governorship of Brazil's wealthiest state. Politicians like Adhemar proved that in free elections they could compete very well against the left. João Goulart continued to present himself as a nationalist populist in the mold of Getulio Vargas, hardly a leftist, but he now seemed to be leaning much more to the port side of the political spectrum. What his political beliefs really amounted to remains unclear even to this day. As vice president and titular head of the PTB, he accepted the support of the left and from time to time advocated its line. At the same time he maneuvered cautiously within the political system and demonstrated that he was not averse to making deals with his opponents. In the 1960 presidential elections Kubitschek was constitutionally barred from seeking re-election, but the prohibition did not apply to the vice president. Goulart ran again for his old office and won, even though the candidate at the head of his ticket went down to defeat. Brazilian law allowed voters to split their ballot in choosing a president and vice president. The new president was Jânio Quadros, a quirky, charismatic anti-politician who several years earlier had defeated Adhemar de Barros in a race for the governorship of São Paulo. Campaigning as a reform-minded outsider, he had capitalized on widespread dissatisfaction with the status quo. In the presidential campaign, his symbol was a broom, and his slogan was simply "Jânio's coming." Once again, voters seemed drawn by the dynamic force of personality. Jânio's long, black hair and hypnotic eyes helped create a mystique that obscured his failure to offer any concrete programs. Lula and the Workers' Party. 211. To address Brazil's economic and social ills. On August 25, 1961, after less than a year in office, he suddenly and unexpectedly resigned, blaming occult forces that were frustrating him, forces that Wags identified as several brands of Scotch whiskey to which the president was known to be partial. João Goulart then assumed the presidency. The controversial Jango, who was visiting the People's Republic of China when Jânio stepped down, not only evoked memories of Getulio Vargas but also bestirred great enthusiasm on the left, all of which made him anathema to both conservatives and elements within the military and gave concern to the middle class. Many on the right urged the army to intervene, and a full-blown crisis erupted. In the end, the Brazilian capacity for compromise prevailed. Moderates within the military and the Congress agreed on a solution that pro- and anti-Django elements grudgingly accepted. Goulart would become president, but under a parliamentary system of government in which the powers of the chief executive would be reduced. In 1963 there would be a popular referendum to decide whether to maintain the new structure or return to the old one. What ensued were nearly 3 years of tumult, as Goulart sought to govern with limited powers and at the same time to convince voters to restore full presidential authority. He faced unyielding opposition from the same conservative forces that had frustrated Vargas in 1954. Now, with the Cuban Revolution a reality, his enemies could invoke the communist menace and link the president to what they claimed were subversive groups, most prominently including the Communist Party, that supported him. The left on its part was hardly of one mind about the tactics it should follow. On one extreme were those who advocated violent upheaval. A more moderate radical sector sought to mobilize workers and peasants by organizing them into state federations and national confederations, to bring about a far-reaching land reform. 2. The most plausible explanation for Jaño's resignation was that he hoped Congress would be pressured not to accept it and to give him additional presidential powers, à la French President Charles de Gaulle. If so, this strategy proved to be a gross miscalculation. The Brazilians nationalize certain foreign-owned enterprises, and to change the constitution to allow illiterates to vote. At the other end of the spectrum were the moderates, who favored more gradual change by working within the system and forming electoral alliances with middle-class voters. Goulart, at heart a cautious politician, fell within the third, moderate, group, but he was unable to restrain those who were arguing for immediate and radical measures to transform Brazil. His own brother-in-law, Leonel Brizola, who had been elected governor of Rio Grande do Sul, was perhaps the most insistent of the firebrands who were pressuring him. The tumult over the direction of the country led to a prolonged period of social unrest, which aroused considerable anxiety not only among the haves, but also within the middle class and, most significantly, in the high echelons of the military. What made matters worse was the economic crisis Goulart had inherited from his predecessors. The inflation sparked by the cost of Kubitschek's ambitious projects continued to worsen, and the political turbulence in the country discouraged both domestic and foreign investment. Moreover, Brazil found it difficult to attract new, badly needed loans from abroad, as creditor nations, led by the United States, pressed for economic stabilization as a prerequisite for furnishing further aid. Although in January of 1963 Goulart convinced a majority of Brazilian voters to restore the presidential system, he was not able to prevent a rapid polarization of the political process and a mobilization of the forces that both opposed and supported him. The indecision he displayed in the face of political and economic crisis gave him an appearance of weakness, which became more pronounced as he began to yield more readily to pressures from the left. On March 13, 1964, overconfident leftists persuaded Goulart to sponsor a mass rally in Rio de Janeiro, at which he gave a highly charged speech announcing a series of decrees that would nationalize all private oil refineries and expropriate vast amounts of underutilized land. Televised coverage of the event conveyed to viewers the image of a sweating president, barely able to keep his emotions in check. Lula and the Workers' Party. 213. The last straw came at the end of the month, when he permitted his Minister of the Navy to grant amnesty to a group of sailors who had gone on strike to support the formation of a union of naval enlisted men. Coming on the heels of other efforts by the left to organize non-commissioned officers and enlisted men, this was viewed by most high-level military officers as an intolerable affront to discipline and a serious challenge to their authority. For some time politicians and businessmen who opposed Goulart had been secretly conspiring to oust him from office, and they had been seeking to enlist the support of the armed forces. Now powerful elements within the military were ready to move against the president, and on March 31, 1964, they struck quickly and decisively. Goulart fled the country, and a new era dawned in Brazil. The left crumbled in disarray. The masses in whose name it spoke were neither prepared to resist the forces lined up against them nor disposed to offer even token protest. The improvisation at the heart of Brazilianness had shaped attempts to organize peasants and workers. In the wake of the coup and the subsequent persecution of leftists, real and imagined, the lack of substance behind the revolutionary rhetoric became painfully evident. Leftists consoled themselves by blaming the United States for the coup. Although Washington applauded the military intervention and even had naval forces on alert not far from the coast of Brazil, the fact is that the overthrow of Goulart required no outside aid. Those who place responsibility on the Yankees are merely reflecting Brazil's inferiority complex, the conviction that Brazilians can accomplish nothing of real significance on their own. The new regime purged the labor movement of subversives but left intact the structure originally imposed by Vargas, so the government could intervene at will in union activities. At the same time, the regime assigned to the unions responsibility for managing medical and dental programs, in order to keep their leaders occupied with administrative matters. In addition, Brazil's military rulers coerced Congress into enacting a law making virtually all strikes and other forms of work stoppages illegal. The crackdown on the unions was a logical corollary of the economic program adopted by the regime, which put into effect measures designed to stem inflation, to attract foreign capital, and to the Brazilians encourage domestic investment in productive enterprises. Among the measures included a lid on salaries and the repeal of a law that gave tenure to employees who had worked for more than 10 years in the same employ. The strategy succeeded, but only up to a point. In 1968 there were two major strikes, one in Contagem, a suburb of Belo Horizonte, the other in Osasco, just outside the city of São Paulo. Both represented protests against the regime's wage policy. The army and the police used violence to suppress the strikes, although the Contagem workers subsequently received a 10% increase from the Ministry of Labor. These work stoppages combined with student demonstrations against the government and other manifestations of social and political unrest to give military hardliners the pretext they needed to persuade the regime to tighten its authoritarian grip on the country. Staging a coup within the coup, they secured the promulgation of a series of decrees, called institutional acts, that imposed censorship on the mass media, purged the universities of suspected subversives, destroyed what limited independence the judiciary still enjoyed, and placed further restrictions on political activity. These measures set the stage for the Brazilian miracle of the early 1970s, a period of sustained, spectacular economic growth. Industrial development boomed, causing the workforce to expand. The new factories that produced automobiles and automotive parts in and around São Paulo rode the crest of the wave, and the skilled employees who manned production lines became a privileged segment of the working class, earning enough to purchase cars, refrigerators, and television sets. The great majority of Brazil's workers, however, saw their purchasing power decrease during these fat years, although this turned out to be a period of significant wealth redistribution in Brazil. Employers put tremendous pressure on workers to increase productivity, which in turn caused the incidence of industrial accidents to skyrocket. The unions lacked the legal authority to do anything to improve the plight of their members, the censored press could neither speak out nor inform, and the political process had been reduced to a rubber stamp. Moreover, sporadic outbreaks of terrorist activity and guerrilla warfare on the part of radicalized students, intellectuals, and military personnel, described in More. Lula and the Workers' Party. 215. Detail in Chapter 9, failed to bestir the workers and peasants, on whose nominal behalf the actions were undertaken. These uprisings were easily crushed by the armed forces. Yet at the same time Brazil's have-nots were beginning to stir in the festering slums that had mushroomed in and around the nation's cities. The foci for this grassroots activity were Comunidades Eclesiásticas de Base, CEBs, or ecclesiastical base communities, a phenomenon explored at greater length in Chapter 13. The CEBs were originally designed to provide opportunities for religious reflection by lay Catholic groups in urban slums and rural areas affected by the shortage of priests in Brazil. But they soon became the vehicles that enabled poor people to organize themselves and take collective action to improve living conditions in their own communities. Workers who could do nothing about their situations in the workplace now had a mechanism that allowed them to do something about their situations at home. What was novel about the CEBs and other community associations that began to take shape in the slums was that they were organized from the ground up, with an active rank and file that participated in decision-making and chose its own leaders from within the group. This was a novelty in Brazil, true democracy in action, albeit on a small and local scale. The workers who participated learned important lessons. In addition, the trade union movement was undergoing an important transformation during this period. By purging militant leaders, the regime had opened space for a new generation of young workers to take over the direction of the unions. By outlawing strikes, the regime had forced individual unions to address bread and butter issues. This in turn forced labor leaders to develop and maintain close contact with the rank and file members they were representing. Thus trade unionism in Brazil began to manifest many of the features of the participatory democracy that was developing in grassroots community organizations. By the late 1970s the regime had loosened its grip and had embarked on a process of liberalization that would one day bring an end to military rule. The young men who had risen to positions of leadership in the labor movement now felt secure enough not only to call strikes and to speak out on behalf of union independence. The Brazilians. From the government, but also to demand a voice in what was becoming a national dialogue over the reconstitution of democracy in Brazil. It was the first time in Brazilian history that workers became players in matters of national policy. It was also the first time that a bona fide worker would rise to political prominence as the spokesman for his peers. His name was Luiz Inácio da Silva, but everyone called him by his childhood nickname, Lula. For most of Brazil's have-nots, to look at him was to gaze into a mirror. His experiences were their experiences, his suffering was their suffering, and his life was their life. The remarkable success he enjoyed made him a symbol of a type of upward mobility that the country had never seen before. The story of Lula begins in Garanhuns, a moderate-sized city in the southern highlands of the state of Pernambuco. He was born there in 1946, the sixth of 23 children who could trace their parentage to Aristides Inácio da Silva, a poor but fecund farmer. Shortly after Lula's birth, Aristides abandoned his wife, Eurypdice, and ran off with a local woman. Like countless other Northeasterners, the couple went south, settling in Santos, the busy port near São Paulo, where Aristides worked loading sacks of coffee onto cargo vessels. In 1949 Aristides brought his new woman and the 2 children he had sired with her back to Garanhuns. He remained for 20 days, time enough to impregnate the accommodating Eurypdice once again, after which he departed, taking with him 2 of Lula's elder brothers. 3 years later, Eurypdice received a letter, ostensibly from Aristides, asking her to bring the family to Santos. The epistle had in fact been written and mailed by one of her 2 boys, who missed his mother and the rest of the family. She packed Lula, his siblings, and their worldly goods into an open wooden flatbed truck, one of the paus de arara, or parrot's perches, that customarily carried impoverished Northeasterners on their migrations to other parts of the country, and they inhaled clouds of dust during the grueling 2,000-mile trip. Recovering from his surprise at their arrival, Aristides at first installed Eurypdice and her children in modest quarters and divided Lula and the Workers' Party. 217. His time between the 2 families. By 1955 Eurydice had had enough of this arrangement, so she took her brood to São Paulo *. Lula and 7 of his brothers and sisters, along with their mother and 3 cousins, moved into a 1-room apartment in the back of a bar, and they had to share a bathroom with the tavern's patrons. Lula soon went to work on the mean streets of the city, peddling peanuts and pastries. Later he got a job in a dry cleaning shop. He also managed to complete his primary education, the only one in the family to do so. At 14 he found work in a factory that produced screws, and at the same time he gained admittance to a state technical school, where he studied to be a mechanic. Working the night shift, he had difficulty finding a place to sleep during the day, which contributed to the momentary drowsiness that overcame him one day while he was working at a machine press and that cost him the little finger on his left hand. Lula lost his job as a result of the recession brought on by the economic policies of the military regime, and he had to look for another. He found one as a metal worker in a large factory in São Bernardo do Campo, just outside São Paulo. His brother José, known as Frei Chico, or Friar Chico, because of his monk-like haircut, was a committed member of the Communist Party, which was operating clandestinely at the time, and tried to interest him in becoming involved in the union, but at this point in his life Lula preferred to play soccer. In 1969 Lula married a neighbor who worked in a textile factory. 2 years later she died during childbirth, and the son she was delivering did not survive. Lula's curriculum vitae was now a fairly accurate reflection of life near the bottom rung of Brazilian society. It gave him a foundation upon which he would build his career as a trade union official. Lula's entry into the labor movement was gradual. He had never been a politically aware person. Indeed, his family had supported the various candidacies of Adhemar de Barros. But at the Aristides remained with his other woman until 1968, when she finally left him. He died from the effects of chronic alcoholism in 1978. The Brazilians. Same time he was not blind to what was happening around him, and he understood that he and his fellow employees were being exploited by the company, which had modified the workplace to raise the productivity of individual workers without increasing their salaries. Therefore, his brother's efforts to enlist him finally bore fruit, and he not only joined the local metal workers union but also ran for office in it. Lula found he had a talent for union work, and he managed to avoid the temptation to become one more union bureaucrat. He brought no political preconceptions with him to the job and even displayed a certain amount of naivete in speaking his mind. But he also established close contact with the rank and file, whose language he spoke, and he instituted a number of changes within the union. In 1975 he won the presidency of the Metal Workers Union of São Bernardo do Campo and Diadema, which drew its membership from a pool of about 100,000 workers. 3 years later he was re-elected to office, just in time to play a key role in events that were to transform the country. During the miracle of rapid economic expansion in Brazil in the early 70s, the regime had tied increases in the minimum wage to the inflation rate. When the worldwide petroleum crisis brought the miracle to an unexpected end, prices began to shoot upward. The government's response was a barefaced falsification of the rate of inflation. Since annual salary adjustments were calculated to reflect increases in the cost of living, by a statistical sleight of hand the military regime could defraud the Brazilian labor force of wage increases on a grand scale, and thereby save industry the cost of paying laborers a living wage. Calculations released by the World Bank eventually exposed the fraud and gave unions the grist for a wage restoration campaign, which they launched in 1978. Lula and his metal workers were at its forefront. In a country where political activity had been severely restricted for nearly a decade and a half, Lula was a breath of fresh air. The media gave ample coverage to the novel spectacle of the swarthy young union leader with the close-cropped beard, stooped shoulders, and slight paunch as he harangued huge assemblies of workers and spoke out, at times brashly, at times with earthy humor, on a range of issues. Lula and the Workers' Party. 219. Although strikes were still illegal, the working class became increasingly emboldened, first in staging slowdowns and sit-down strikes, and then in carrying out full-scale stoppages. In 1979 an estimated 3 million workers engaged in strike activity in every region of Brazil, as unions took advantage of the regime's decision to loosen its grip on the reins of power. The country had by now embarked on the long, cautious, and arduous process of redemocratization. A general amnesty permitted political exiles to return, and the artificial two-party system the regime had decreed in order to create the appearance of representative government was scrapped in favor of a multi-party system. The professional politicians began to engage in their customary maneuvers in the expectation that the country would soon return to politics as usual. The names of the parties might be different, but the game would remain the same, with the emphasis on self-serving accommodation and scant attention paid to ideology or principle. But Lula and many of his comrades had other ideas. Much to the dismay of both the generals and those politicians who thought they could count on the electoral support of the labor movement, the young workers joined with intellectuals, grassroots Catholic activists, and miscellaneous left-wingers to form the Partido dos Trabalhadores, PT, or the Workers' Party. The PT, like Lula himself, was a novelty item in Brazilian politics. It represented the interests of a particular segment of society and stood for principles and programs that promoted those interests. It was unabashedly socialist but rejected foreign models of socialism. Although the party began as a vehicle for urban workers and drew its main strength from the industrial suburbs around São Paulo, it made efforts to broaden its base to include not only rural workers but also poor people from all parts of the country. The PT might not have been the first political party in Brazil to appeal to the working class, but it broke new ground by presenting itself as an organ founded by workers rather than politicians purporting to speak for workers. This enabled it to compete successfully with the Brazilian Communist Party, which was now beginning to try to reclaim its role as the authentic voice of the Brazilians. Working class in Brazil, and the Communist Party of Brazil, a Maoist splinter group. The regime reacted with horror, exacerbated by discomfort, at the increase in strike activity all over the country. The government did its best to remove the troublemakers from positions of leadership within the union movement. The regime even went so far as to arrest Lula and other union militants for inciting an illegal strike in the automobile industry. A military court sentenced them to 3.5 years in prison, a move that under the law would also disqualify them from running for elective office. Public protests against the verdict reached a crescendo, and a higher military tribunal set aside the sentence. Lula emerged from confinement to a hero's welcome. It was at this point that he made the transition from union leader to politician. As the brightest star in the new Workers' Party, he was a natural choice to bear its standard before the electorate. In 1982 he ran as the PT candidate for governor of São Paulo. Given the massive numbers of workers and poor people among the state's voters, he and the rest of the leadership of the fledgling party were optimistic about his chances, especially when PT rallies attracted large crowds. Worker, vote for a worker was the dominant PT message. The campaign proclaimed Lula a Brazilian just like you. The election results came as a shock to the PT. Lula finished fourth and captured less than 10% of the vote. Apparently the great majority of São Paulo's have-nots believed that one needed a university degree to qualify for the governorship. Perhaps reflecting a sense of their own inferiority, they might have agreed that Lula was just like them, but in their hearts they knew that they were not qualified to govern the state. The 1982 elections were not a complete disaster for the novice political party, since it did elect 6 candidates to the National Chamber of Deputies and 9 to the legislature of the state of São Paulo. Though discouraged, the PT resolved to remain active in the legislative arena. It decided to broaden its appeal to voters, and although maintaining a working class orientation, it abandoned its worker, vote for a worker slogan and took a less sectarian approach to politics. People who were not urban workers began to run as PT can. Lula and the Workers' Party. 221. Didats. Moreover, in subsequent campaigns the party softened its tactics and also began to make more effective use of television. In the 1985 elections, the PT presented candidates for mayor in all but one state capital and did surprisingly well, capturing the city hall of Fortaleza in the important northeastern state of Ceará. In 1986 the Workers' Party tripled the seats it held in the Chamber of Deputies and elected state legislators in 13 states. Lula himself garnered over 650,000 votes in a successful race for the National Congress, gaining more votes than any other candidate. Benedita da Silva, a black community activist from a Rio favela, joined the PT bloc of deputies in Brasilia and became one of its most effective members. In 1988 Luza Arundina, a social worker originally from the Northeast, surprised everyone by defeating Paulo Maluf in the 1988 São Paulo mayoral race. Other PT candidates won elections for mayor in Porto Alegre, Vitória, the capital of the state of Espírito Santo, and the important São Paulo cities of Campinas and Santos. The PT by now enjoyed a reputation as Brazil's only principled political party. Yet a track record in fidelity to principles had disadvantages as well as advantages. On the plus side was the unique aura the PT was developing. Its elected officials were known to be committed to the party's platform and ideology rather than to the pursuit of self-enrichment, and honest administration became a PT trademark. But the PT was so tied to its principles that it eschewed alliances with other parties. Indeed, it had even refused to support Tancredo Neves in the 1985 indirect election, preferring instead to abstain. While refusal to compromise may have guaranteed party purity, it also made the PT less effective in advancing the programs and policies it espoused. Moreover, the Workers' Party encountered difficulties in making the transition from opposition to incumbency. During the last years of the military regime, the PT positioned itself in the vanguard of the struggle against the dictatorship. But once democratic rule was restored and the party opted to engage in electoral politics, it not only had to play by the rules, it also had to confront the consequences of success. In the legislative arena at both the federal and state levels, PT lawmakers could still engage in a certain amount of oppositionist the Brazilians' rhetoric, but they also had to take specific positions for which they might be held accountable by voters. The party faced its most difficult challenges in the municipalities administered by PT mayors. They had to govern, and the limited resources generally available to Brazilian mayors made it difficult for PT chief executives to satisfy the competing demands of their constituents as well as other members of the citizenry. Anti-capitalist rhetoric would no longer suffice. Specific programs had to be fashioned and carried out, and tangible results would have to be achieved. On the whole, after some initial stumbling, the party did as well as might reasonably have been expected on the local level, and in the presidential election campaign of 1989 it put forward Lula as its nominee. His chances for success were boosted by the failure of the other parties of the left and center to produce strong candidates. In addition, health problems forced the early withdrawal of Jânio Quadros, the right-wing populist ex-president, who appealed to much the same constituency as Lula. As the contest came down to the wire, the PT found itself battling with Leonel Brizola, the charismatic brother-in-law of João Goulart, who had established in the state of Rio de Janeiro a political party that advocated a populist line but served primarily as a vehicle for Brizola's gubernatorial and presidential ambitions. There was no love lost between Lula and Brizola. The PT candidate once declared that his rival would step on his own mother's neck to get elected president. Brizola ran second to Collor in the early stages of the campaign, but he failed to pick up any momentum, and Lula made a late charge. When the first round ballots were tallied, Fernando Collor was an easy winner, with 28% of the votes, and Lula narrowly edged Brizola for the runner-up spot by fewer than 450,000 votes out of about 72 million cast. Since Collor did not win an absolute majority, he would have to face Lula, mano a mano, in a second-round showdown. The one exception, interestingly enough, was Roberto Freire, the communist candidate, who came across as the most articulate and intelligent of the lot, but whose party affiliation repelled most voters. Lula and the Workers' Party. 223. In the face of united opposition from Brazil's elite and with a fraction of the funding available to his rival, Lula mounted a spirited, creditable effort. He refused to respond in kind when Collor engaged in smear tactics, the highly publicized production of Lula's ex-lover, who claimed he had urged her to abort their daughter, despite the availability of counter-ammunition. Collor himself had sired an illegitimate child, but this fact was not disclosed during the campaign. Lula could take great satisfaction at having received the votes of 31 million of his fellow citizens. It is ironic that Lula and the avowedly socialist PT came reasonably close to capturing the presidency of Brazil at a time when socialist movements were in shambles elsewhere on the planet. The collapse of the communist regimes in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union threatened to create the impression that Brazil's Workers' Party and its supporters were swimming against the tide of history. On the one hand, Brazilian leftists steadfastly refused to abandon their major idols Fidel Castro and the Sandinistas despite overwhelming evidence of deteriorating conditions in Cuba and Nicaragua. On the other hand, they insisted they could govern without reproducing those conditions in Brazil. During the election, Lula gave repeated assurances that he would impose no foreign models on his country. He supported the privatization of certain state-held entities but maintained that the government should continue to own basic enterprises such as the power and oil industries and should continue to play a decisive role in the economy, for example by formulating and executing an industrial policy. Despite the presence of an ultra-left faction within the party, the Shiite or Apocalypse Now group, as some dubbed it, the PT remained generally responsive to its rank and file, which gave backbone to Lula's verbal commitment to democracy. After the election, Lula withdrew for a short while from active public life, but he continued to serve as head of the PT. With the fall of Collor, Lula's national prestige rose, and he became a leading candidate for the presidency in the election scheduled for 1994. He could now count on the support of a party that could boast of an impressive growth curve over the prior 11 years. In 1982, the Brazilians. The PT had elected 6 federal deputies. Over a decade later it had 34. In January 1993, 54 PT mayors were in office, an increase of 19 since the last municipal elections. Moreover, the party had progressed from its original incarnation as the political wing of certain trade unions to a much broader-based movement. Yet any optimism by PT enthusiasts should have been tempered by the realization that Lula won only about 17% of the vote in the first round of the presidential elections. Most of the support he received in the runoff was more in the nature of opposition to Collor and less an expression of a positive preference for him. In addition, in his head-to-head race against Collor he did poorly in the state of São Paulo, supposedly a PT stronghold. One explanation posited this result as an expression of dissatisfaction with the performance of the incumbent PT mayor of the city of São Paulo. The fact that the PT has yet to win a state governorship suggests a possible weakness in the scope of the party's electoral appeal. Another problem facing the PT became evident in the defeat of its candidate Benedita da Silva, profiled in Chapter 2, for mayor of Rio de Janeiro in 1992. Although she had been running strongly in the second round, she lost momentum as a result of a beach riot perpetrated by teenagers from the slums. Her explanation for the riot, stressing the social and economic roots of the despair felt by these young people, might have been sociologically accurate, but it was unacceptable to the frightened middle-class voters suffering the immediate effects of the crime wave in Rio. Benedita's defeat suggested that the Brazilian electorate, at least in the big cities, was so concerned about the problem of physical security that candidates seen as unwilling or unable to take strong measures against crime would lose support. Lula, who shared Benedita's views about the causes of crime in Brazil, ran the risk of alienating even lower-class voters who perceived him as soft on the crime issue. As events came to pass, however, it was on economic issues that Lula proved vulnerable in the 1994 presidential campaign. He and the PT underestimated how much the sharp drop in the inflation rate delighted voters of every social class, and they were on. Lula and the Workers' Party. 225. Able to fashion an effective response, other than to claim that the government was manipulating economic indicators for political ends. Moreover, Lula and the PT were running on a platform that was totally at odds with the economic approach then being taken in Argentina and Chile, whose governments had drastically reduced state controls over the economy and had adopted free market policies that seemed to be producing very positive results. The resounding triumph of Fernando Henrique Cardoso in the October 1994 elections opened the way for a new era in the economic life of Brazil. The fate of the nation's have-nots now seems to depend on whether the new administration will push for the type of reforms that will further impoverish the lower and middle classes, as occurred in the 1970s, or whether the new president's social democratic instincts will prevent him from forgetting the existence of social and economic injustice in Brazil. Lula and the PT have reason to take pride in the constructive role they have played in the restauration of democracy in Brazil. Theirs has been the voice of Brazil's voiceless, and with a new phase in the country's history apparently about to begin, they will be needed more than ever to provide a counterbalance to those who think that the solution to the nation's woes is to make the rich richer. What they face is the challenge of fashioning what may be termed a postmodern political strategy that can remain faithful to the goals of social and economic justice without ruining the productive capacity essential to Brazil's survival. Part Pounderi. The Curse of Violence in Brazil. Chapter 9. The Culture of Brutality. 7. In a society marked by a dramatic gap separating the wealthy % and the powerful from those at the base of the social pyramid, the cordiality that Brazilians exude has made a deep impression on foreign observers. From the Reverends D.P. Kidder and J.C. Fletcher, American clergymen who visited the country in the early 1850s, came the following observation of the conduct of Brazilians traveling on horse-drawn trolleys: each person, as he rises to depart, lifts his hat, and the compliment is returned by every individual in the omnibus, although all may be entire strangers. No one ever enters a large public conveyance in Rio without saluting those within and receiving in return a polite acknowledgement of his presence. Very frequently a pinch of snuff is offered to you by your unknown neighbor. Stefan Zweig, the Austrian novelist, wrote in 1941, "As soon as one enters this country, it is one's first pleasant and ever-recurring surprise to find in how friendly and peaceful a way people live with each other sick within this immense space." He went on to wax eloquent about the native tolerance of the Brazilians, their desire for peace and humanitarian behavior. The impression that Brazilians were a congenial, gentle, endearing people gained remarkable currency. The warm, lovable, non-threatening Brazilian became a deeply entrenched stereotype, fortified by the public personae of attractive figures such as Dom Pedro II, Carmen Miranda, and Pelé, and by fictional characters such as the sweet Brazilian millionaire who falls in love with Audrey Hepburn in the film Breakfast at Tiffany's. The Brazilians. But over the past 3 decades, this image has joined the myth of racial democracy in history's dustbin, and a new, diametrically opposite stereotype is beginning to evolve, that of the violent Brazilian, the product of a society that has desensitized itself to brutality. The shift in Brazil's image began in the 1960s and 1970s, when the military dictatorship resorted to terror, torture, and other forms of repression to impose its will on dissidents. Although the extent of the violence did not match what occurred later in Argentina during the Dirty War of 1976–78, it was still shocking enough to elicit protests from abroad, especially in response to egregious cases such as the murder of a priest in Recife in 1969, and the army's torturing to death a São Paulo journalist 6 years later. In addition to the government's resorting to force as a matter of policy, there were other types of reported violence that began to affect foreigners' perceptions of Brazil during this period: the activities of the death squads that were exterminating suspected criminals in the slums of Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo, the killing of rural labor leaders and peasants during conflicts over land in Amazonia, the killing of Indians by settlers and others bent on taking profits from tribal lands, the killing of wives by husbands who claimed they were defending their honor, the increase of criminal assaults in Brazilian cities, and the dispensing of vigilante justice by citizens fed up with crime. Over the past several years, the media in Brazil as well as abroad have become obsessed with the subject of Brazilian violence, and there has been a plethora of reporting on the subject. Causes célebres include the 1993 execution-style murder of 8 Rio Street children, American Samoa. They slept on a downtown sidewalk, followed shortly thereafter by the killing of 21/VE/TF dwellers. Both massacres were attributed to policemen. The fatal asphyxiation of 18 prisoners in a São Paulo jail in 1989. After foiling an attempted escape, police stuffed 51 of the participating inmates into a tiny windowless cell and locked the door for 3 hours. This tragedy was surpassed 3 years later when Sao Paulo police invaded a different prison to stop a gang fight and slaughtered 111 prisoners. The culture of brutality. 231. The cold-blooded murder of Chico Mendes, the leader of the rubber tappers of Western Amazonia, at the hands of gunmen hired by a local landowner, and the videotaped frenzy of members of an angry mob in a rural town in Mato Grosso, as they poured gasoline on and set fire to a trio of kidnappers who had thrown down their arms and surrendered to the authorities. It is, of course, evident that the economy has played a major role in generating violence in Brazil. The Brazilian miracle of the early 70s produced a massive enrichment of the rich at the expense of the poor, and the lost decade of the 1980s not only placed even greater burdens on the backs of the poor but also expanded their ranks. The repression unleashed by the military regime was a necessary concomitant to the adoption of economic policies that worsened inequities that already existed within Brazilian society and might otherwise have generated political and trade union opposition. The armed forces therefore elevated torture and other forms of brutality to the status of unofficial policy. Eventually the suffering inflicted by the regime stretched beyond the breaking point the endurance and patience of those on society's bottom rung. Moreover, the chaotic growth of Brazil's urban centers had spawned fetid slums that lacked the social controls found in the Brazilian countryside and now became fertile ground for the growth of lawlessness. A factor that contributed to crime was the frustration and despair engendered in many of the poor when they became aware that they would not be able to obtain the consumer goods that they saw advertised on television. Some of the so-called marginal people began to react violently, which in turn produced even more violent counter-responses. Brazil's violence is not rooted in the recent economic crisis, however, the current epidemic is only part of the larger history of violence that began with the founding of the colony. Certain elements of Brazilianness contribute significantly to the phenomenon. Indeed, the notion of the peaceful Brazilian is yet another example of a foreign misperception of Brazil. It is possible to find Brazilianness in all the complex, interrelated strands of contemporary violence. Chapter 7 described the indirect violence suffered by the nation's have-nots, who live. The Brazilians. A daily existence defined by the constant risk of physical and emotional harm from disease, hunger, thirst, accident, and ignorance. Chapter 10 focuses on a specific group of victims, the nation's children, while chapters 11 and 12 explore another aspect of violence, the destruction of Brazil's natural environment. This chapter examines violence in its most direct forms. It focuses on a complex system in which the government at the national, state, and local levels uses force against the governed, the haves use force against the have-nots use force against people from every social class, including their own, and victims from every social class use force to protect themselves. These forms of violence have fed off one another, making brutality both routine and ordinary. Adding to the mix and the dynamic are more intimate types of brutality, such as the battering and killing of wives by their husbands, and self-inflicted violence, the consequence of extremely reckless behavior on the part of many Brazilians. As has been suggested, violence in Brazil has always been an integral part of the historical and social fabric of the country. Indeed, from prehistoric days to the era of Portuguese colonization, and from the dawn of independence to the present, violence has been omnipresent in one form or another, at times lurking beneath the surface, and at other times bursting brutally into view. Despite this reality, the myth of the nonviolent Brazilian gained wide currency. A closer look at the myth reveals that it has served the interests of those holding the levers of power in the country. A people made to believe in its own pacificity is hardly likely to rise up in revolt against its rulers. The ruling elite in Brazil, during the period of empire and the first several decades of republican government, propagated the images of cordiality and nonviolence in order to fortify the status quo. The myth has also drawn some sustenance from a selective reading of the country's history. Very little blood was shed when Brazil won its independence from Portugal, and when a republican form of government replaced the empire, especially if one compares these transformations with the brutality that similar struggles. The culture of brutality. 233. Generated in Hispanic America. Displaying a taste for and skill at compromise and conciliation, Brazil settled its outstanding border disputes at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century by negotiating with neighboring countries, rather than by warring with them. The same approach to conflict resolution surfaced at other key moments in history, such as the abolition of slavery. Yet in fact one can find countless examples of extreme violence threading its way throughout the history of Brazil. As has been described in Chapter 3, the use of force against indigenous peoples has been a constant, whether in the form of outright warfare, or entrepreneurial initiative, by the bandeirantes of the 17th century and gold miners of the 20th, to cite but two examples. As is pointed out in Chapter 2, the institution of slavery brought with it not only an inherent brutality but also the use of unrestrained barbarity by slaveholders suppressing revolts by freedom-seeking blacks. Colonial society, with its highly authoritarian, patriarchal structure and rural, often isolated setting, required the use of force to maintain itself in the face of both internal and external challenges. In the sugar zone and the interior of the Northeast, active as well as passive violence has long been a way of life. Large landholders maintained private armies of gunmen who protected their interests during conflicts with other owners. Bitter and long-lasting family feuds were not uncommon, and some have continued to the present day. Northeasterners traditionally use force to defend their personal or familial honor. Indeed, in 1993 the governor of the state of Paraíba put 3 bullets in the face of an ex-governor who had accused him of corruption. The haves of the Northeast used paramilitary might to subjugate the ample pool of peasants and rural workers needed to work the farms and keep up the large estates. These hapless souls found themselves forced to endure starvation, wages, disease, and periodic droughts. There were have-nots who rebelled against their lot, most commonly by forming or joining outlaw bands and waging open war against the people who oppressed them. These bandit backlanders employed a counter-violence that was no less implacable than what the Brazilians they themselves had been made to suffer. Jorge Amado, who normally romanticizes the struggles of the poor, describes the cruelty they perpetrate with shocking frankness in his novel Seara Vermelha, Red Harvest, especially in one memorable scene involving a gang of outlaws who capture a small town and force its inhabitants to attend a dance at which various forms of humiliation, violence, and sexual degradation are visited upon them. One of the bloodiest episodes in Brazilian history, discussed in more detail in Chapter 13, occurred in the interior of the Northeast during the last decades of the 19th century, when a charismatic prophet named Antonio Conselheiro attracted tens of thousands of sertanejos to a form of primitive Christianity that eventually challenged the authority of the newly installed republic. The sect took over the town of Canudos in the backlands of Bahia and created their own settlement. Aided by bandits who rallied to their cause, the followers of Antonio Conselheiro repulsed several attacks by the police and the army but finally succumbed to the superior firepower of federal troops, who slaughtered all but 4 members of the settlement. The rise and fall of Canudos has been immortalized in one of the preeminent works of Brazilian literature, Os Surdos, Rebellion in the Backlands, by Euclides da Cunha *. Several preliminary hypotheses emerge from this long history of violence. First of all, large quantities of blood have been shed in Brazil during class or social conflicts. Attempts to disrupt the hierarchical order of things seem inevitably to provoke extremely violent responses. Those defending the status quo have proved as ruthless and violent as those trying to disrupt it. This history of bloodletting in turn belies the myth of the cordial Brazilian. As Dante Moreira Leite has pointed out in his excellent Zero-Character Nacional Brasileiro, the Brazilian national da Cunha was himself a victim of violence in 1909. His honor having been sullied by an affair his wife was conducting with an army officer, he confronted his rival with a drawn pistol and was mortally wounded in an exchange of gunfire. 7 years later da Cunha's son attempted to avenge his father's death and suffered the same fate. Courts acquitted the officer for both killings on grounds of self-defense. The culture of brutality. 235. Character. Brazilians behave cordially toward one another when an interaction poses no threat to the social standing of the participants. A person from the upper class will display warmth toward a social inferior as long as the latter respects the differences between the two. A person from the lower class will display a deferential congeniality toward social superiors as an indication of his or her acceptance of the class division between them. Thus cordiality serves to mask condescension on the one side and subordination on the other. It also helps to preserve the status quo, so we begin to see why the paradigm of the cordial Brazilian has also been a useful ideological construct for those who benefit from the way power is distributed in Brazil. A second hypothesis explains violence in Brazil as a result of the low value placed on human life by Brazilians. One explanation for this devaluation of life is that it is one of the obvious legacies of the institution of slavery. Moreover, the persistence of rigid divisions between landowner and peasant, employer and worker, and rich and poor have undoubtedly contributed heavily to the notion that inferior beings count very little in the scale of things. The have-nots have been conditioned to accept this devaluation of their worth by the fatalism the Portuguese brought with them from the Old World, the Roman Catholic teaching that the endurance of suffering in this life is a virtue that can lead to eternal salvation, a sense of impotence before the awesome forces of nature in Brazil, and a conviction, born of long experience, that attempts to make meaningful changes from below in the structure of Brazilian society are Sisyphean at best. It follows, then, that whenever the dispossessed break free from these psychological constraints and in utter desperation enter into open conflict with the forces that oppress them, they feel they have nothing to lose and strike out with unrestrained savagery. Another factor contributing to the Brazilian disregard for human life is the cloak of impunity that has always protected the powerful in Brazil. Those who do not have to answer for their deeds are more likely to have few compunctions about either inflicting harm directly on others or engaging in conduct that places others at risk. The notion that corrective justice extends to every Brazil. The Brazilians. Ian citizen, no matter what his or her social station, has been very slow to make the transition from theory to practice. Impunity has bred attitudes of irresponsibility and gross neglect that have contributed to another form of violence, the mass disaster, or near disaster. They include the capsizing of an overloaded tour boat in Guanabara Bay on December 31, 1988, in which 54 passengers drowned, the collapse, due to faulty construction and disrepair, of a retaining wall of the upper deck in Maracana Stadium just as a championship soccer game was about to begin, causing spectators to plummet into the reserved seating section, a Sao Paulo skyscraper fire that took 188 lives and injured 400, and the importing of powdered milk contaminated by radioactivity that had escaped from Chernobyl. These hypotheses do not apply to the violence that has long been endemic to another region of Brazil, the south, where geographical and historical factors produced a type of brutality that was unique to Brazil. It is worth taking a brief look at this phenomenon, since it provides a useful illustration of Brazil's complexity. The history of Rio Grande do Sul, a cattle-raising, wheat-growing state in the extreme south of the country and on the borders with Uruguay and Argentina, is soaked in blood. The earliest inhabitants found themselves in constant conflict with warlike Indians, as well as with Spaniards who contested Portuguese control over the sparsely settled region. These ongoing struggles made violence a part of everyday life, a reality brilliantly captured by Érico Verfsimo in the first segment of his epic novel Zero Tempo e o Vento, Time and the Wind. They also produced a tough, belligerent, freedom-loving breed of settler in whose veins mingled the blood of soldiers and adventurers, Portuguese colonists and runaway slaves, Spaniards and Indians. The region's horsemen, known as gauchos, were rugged, fearless fighters who worked the countless herds of wild cattle that roamed the immense southern grasslands. The tradition of violence in Rio Grande do Sul did not fade away once the borders between the Portuguese and Spanish colonies had been permanently fixed in the late 18th century. During the regency that ruled Brazil after the abdication of Dom. The culture of brutality. 237. Pedro I. A number of regional revolts erupted in various parts of the country. At the end of the 19th century, a savage civil war between two political factions tore the state apart. All kinds of atrocities were committed by both sides, the most gruesome involving captors using knives to slaughter prisoners by slitting their throats from ear to ear, the manner gauchos used to kill sheep. The violence marking the history of southern Brazil was qualitatively different from violence occurring elsewhere in the country. It did not arise from class conflicts. The clashes with the Spanish, and even the struggles against the Indians, were in the nature of battles between equals. Nor did the violence have anything to do with the institution of slavery, inasmuch as relatively few slaves were imported into the region, whose economic well-being did not require an abundance of cheap labor. It is difficult to link the bloodshed that occurred over the centuries in southern Brazil with the current epidemic of violence. The urban crime to be found in Porto Alegre, the capital of Rio Grande do Sul, is no different from the criminal anarchy afflicting other large cities, and the land disputes in the interior of the state follow the same pattern as conflicts in Amazonia and elsewhere in rural Brazil. In one egregious episode in 1989, crop-dusting planes dropped liquid pesticide on an encampment of landless peasants, including children, 4 of whom were fatally poisoned by the spray. The victims of the attack, 1,200 families in all, reacted by invading the nearby Santa Elmira farm. This particular group had been wandering about the interior of Rio Grande do Sul for several years and had previously occupied other private properties. On those occasions state officials had persuaded them to leave with promises of future grants of land. This time, however, unmarked airplanes assaulted the invaders with concussion bombs and tear gas, and then a large contingent of state police, augmented by several hundred armed men belonging to an association of rural landowners, swept through the encampment. They took prisoners, beating or otherwise abusing some of the peasants. Several of the occupiers were made to sit on ant hills. Perhaps the brutality intrinsic to southern Brazil comes out of a unique phase in the country's development, much like the Vio. The Brazilians' lens that grew up in the American West. Civilization has brought an end to the more primitive forms of violence and is replacing it with new forms. One of the common features of rural conflicts throughout the country is the involvement of the state, either acting on its own or in conjunction with private interests, on the side of those seeking to protect the existing pattern of land ownership in Brazil. The history of Brazilian violence, as has been suggested, reveals numerous instances of official brutality directed against those thought to be threatening the status quo. The state-sponsored brutality that has been evident over the past several decades has contributed in a major way to the climate of violence in Brazil today. However, the suppression of dissent during the military dictatorship engendered a much more prolonged, focused, and systematic use of violence than any previously employed by a Brazilian government. During its most repressive moments, the Vargas regime had treated political opponents harshly, but the armed forces in the late 1960s and early 1970s far exceeded the levels of savagery to which the Estado Novo had descended. The military coup of 1964 encountered no resistance worthy of note, in large part because of the overconfidence of those who were pushing for radical change. What the military and conservative elements had perceived as a serious, imminent threat by leftists plotting to install a socialist regime in Brazil collapsed in shambles once army troops left their barracks and moved to oust the administrations of President João Goulart and certain subversive governors. The violence accompanying the coup was relatively mild. There were mass arrests, but no summary executions, nor was torture widely employed by the armed forces and the police. The physical abuse that did occur in isolated instances was consistent with the treatment Brazilian law enforcement officials customarily dole out to suspects. However, by 1969 the human rights situation in Brazil had deteriorated badly. Elements of the left had decided to take up arms against the dictatorship, and the armed forces met the threat of force with overwhelming counterforce. Sporadic terrorist actions occurring in the years immediately following the coup had given the culture of brutality. 239. Way to organized guerrilla warfare. on a modest scale but nonetheless sufficient to alarm the military. This was the era of the two Pamaro insurgents in Uruguay, Che Guevara's botched campaign in Bolivia, and the beginnings of left-wing violence in Argentina. Brazil, with its vast empty spaces and overpopulated cities, offered what seemed at first glance to be a ripe opportunity for revolutionary action. The initial stages of what never amounted to more than an embryonic insurrection involved a series of bank robberies and raids on military facilities, generally for the purpose of stealing weapons, and the assassination of a U.S. Army captain in Sao Paulo. Those participating in the movement were mostly middle-class students and intellectuals. Ideological differences have always factionalized the left, and this movement was no different, but its members also clashed because of their own individualism, an ineradicable element of Brazilianness. At the same time they faced the difficulties inherent in coordinating activities during relentless military repression. The appearance of an armed resistance gave a faction within the military an excuse to push hard for the elimination of the trappings of democratic government that had been permitted to remain in place since the coup. Worker and student protests that had begun to spread gave the hardliners additional arguments for mounting a crackdown. Finally, the regime was about to embark on economic programs that would produce a massive redistribution of income from the poor and middle classes to the rich, and social peace would have to be preserved at all cost for this policy to succeed. So the regime unleashed its iron fist. On the anti-subversion front, this meant widespread arrests and the methodical use of torture both to extract information and to create a climate of terror. Victims suffered an array of torments, documented in detail in a report based on the regime's own records and subsequently published by the Archdiocese of Sao Paulo, Electric Shocks, the PAR. In an imaginative caper, guerrillas stole a safe from the house of the mistress of Sao Paulo's notoriously corrupt governor Adhemar de Barros, and inside they found $2.5 million in cash. The Brazilians. Rotsperch *, in which a bound subject was suspended by the limbs from an iron bar, the use of insects, snakes, and chemicals in torture, the beating of children in their parents' presence, and the sexual abuse of female prisoners. The guerrillas then resorted to kidnapping diplomats in an effort to pressure the regime into trading hostages for prisoners. Although the guerrillas achieved a modicum of success, the military intensified its repression with more arrests and more torture. The leaders of the armed resistance movement soon found themselves targeted by intense manhunts. Most were captured and summarily executed. By 1975 what had passed for an insurgency in Brazil no longer existed. Nonetheless, the regime continued to condone torture by the security forces as a mechanism for social control. An argument can be made that what the military regime did was to democratize violence. The authorities had always used brutality to suppress the lower classes. When middle and upper class students and intellectuals engaged in what was considered dangerous subversion, the military and the police merely subjected them to the same forms of physical abuse they had inflicted as a matter of routine on poor people suspected of criminal activity, or caught in flagrante delicto. In one sense, the violence perpetrated by the military regime had historical roots. But it also set a tone and provided an impetus for the age of physical insecurity in which Brazilians now live. The brutal treatment meted out to political prisoners from the upper and middle classes merely democratized the low value placed on the lives of poor people in Brazil. The cynical view that those with power need not account for their actions, no matter how vile, had always existed in Brazil. It gained further force when Brazilian society failed both to reach a consensus about the excesses of the military regime and to bring to justice those responsible for human rights abuses. In 1979, as part of an amnesty that permitted political exiles to return to the country, the military regime made certain that there would be no accounting for the unspeakable barbarities that in 1993 a monument honoring torture victims and depicting a prisoner suspended from a parrot's perch was unveiled in downtown Recife. The culture of brutality. 241. Had been committed in the name of national security. Unlike what happened later in Argentina, there would be no investigations, no trials. Indeed, the military saw to it that individuals who served prominently in the military dictatorship during its most brutal years would have no difficulty continuing their careers in public service and even in winning elective office under the newly restored civilian rule. Another form of violence that plagued Brazil during the dictatorship specifically targeted marginal elements among the poor. What came to be known as death squads may have originated with special police units created in 1958 by the Rio de Janeiro police chief to deal in summary, extra-legal fashion with suspected murderers and bandits in the city's slums. But the term itself came into being in the wake of an incident that occurred during the first year of the dictatorship, when a criminal nicknamed Horseface murdered a Rio police detective. The victim's colleagues swore revenge and commenced a manhunt that ended in the town of Cabo Frio, where a large contingent of law enforcement officers cornered Horseface and riddled him with more than 100 bullets. The police later announced that the suspect had committed suicide to avoid arrest. The elimination of Horseface was only the beginning. Soon the bodies of marginal people thought to be involved in criminal activities began turning up in abandoned fields, along unlit roadways, or in slum neighborhoods. Often the victims were handcuffed, had nylon cords tied around their necks, and showed marks of torture. Those responsible signed their handiwork with a skull and crossbones and the initials E.M, standing for Esquadrão da Morte, or Death Squad. There was no doubt that the authors of these killings were off-duty or retired policemen, acting with impunity because of the tacit complicity of the authorities, who either refused to investigate or saw to it that investigations were never brought to a successful conclusion. Before long the phenomenon had spread to São Paulo and other large cities. The emergence of death squads reflected in part a growing sense of frustration with the inefficacy of the judicial system, because of antiquated procedures, underfunding, and inadequate. The Brazilians' manpower. The fact that police departments in Brazil were, and are, improperly trained, understaffed, ill-equipped, and poorly paid undoubtedly also contributed to the frustration. The authoritarian climate imposed by the military regime was certainly conducive to encouraging the dispensation of summary justice by civilian police. Indeed, the work of the death squad seemed to intensify during the late 1960s and early 1970s, when the dictatorship moved into its harshest phase. In an extraordinary bit of linkage, the army enlisted the leader of the São Paulo death squad to interrogate political prisoners and help hunt down urban guerrillas. It soon became apparent, however, that the public-spirited ideals that some attributed to the death squads did not always explain the motives behind the actions of their members. Some of these supposed dispensers of justice were found to belong to narcotics gangs or prostitution rings, or to be engaged in extorting protection money from gangsters. Others used the death squads to settle private grudges, or even to give vent to their psychopathic tendencies. These disclosures, in addition to the bad publicity the death squads were attracting abroad, as well as the discovery that on a number of occasions innocent persons had been executed, led the military regime to denounce parapolice activities, and state governments to launch investigations of them. Yet very few of the vigilantes were ever brought to justice, and the infrastructure of their organizations remained intact. It was during the heyday of the death squads in the early 1970s that the urban crime rate in Brazil began to soar, first in Rio and then elsewhere. The police found themselves overwhelmed by the magnitude of the problem. The court system, creaky to begin with, could not keep pace with the increase in criminal prosecutions. The prisons were soon bursting at the seams. By 1979 Rio had become the 9th most violent city in the world, according to a report published in the New York Times. A Gallup poll revealed that between 1979 and 1984, 34% of all Brazilians had experienced a criminal assault, a figure that placed Brazil second only to Colombia. These distinctions were achieved. The culture of brutality. 243. In spite of the death squads. In the first 3 months of 1980, nearly 300 corpses were attributed to freelance executioners in Rio. But the vigilantes were having little effect on crime in the city and its suburbs. Indeed, they may have been contributing to the general climate of anarchy, thereby encouraging violent crime. Personal security soon became the paramount concern of urban Brazilians, as the poor among them stole to survive, the hopeless killed as a means of expressing radical social criticism, drug traffickers fought with rival gangs for control of slum neighborhoods, kidnapping served as a lucrative enterprise for professionals and amateurs alike, and random gunfire put everyone at risk. The primary victims of crime in Brazil were, and are, Brazilians from the lower and middle classes. Riding buses, a necessity for many, means confronting the constant danger of being held up, and also the occasional risk of being hurt in the crossfire when armed riders or drivers defend themselves against assailants. On city streets, urchins strip the clothing and footwear from unattended middle and upper class children and rob the elderly with impunity. Violent crime can strike at any time and in any place. Crowded city streets offer no refuge, as muggers prey on pedestrians and occupants of motor vehicles while onlookers go silently about their business. Those not wealthy enough to convert their dwellings into fortresses can never be certain that one day intruders might not force their way in and commit violence against them. Aggressive reporting by the media has brought this vividly home to Brazilians. The magazine Veja, for example, published a dramatic photo of two young criminals who had gained access to a middle-class residence in Rio and were holding hostage a 15-year-old boy and an 11-year-old girl in her night dress, while the criminals tried to negotiate with police. The look of desperation on the faces of the assailants and the terror in the eyes of their helpless victims, as well as a subheading that read "Portrait of the Banality of Evil," spoke volumes about Brazilian reality. The omnipresent risk of random violence has made urban life ever more frightening. One incident that hit Cariocas with particular force was the 1992 death of a well-known stage and TV actor. The Brazilians' director, who was sleeping in his bed in the fashionable Copacabana district when a stray bullet from a nearby hillside favela killed him. Upper-class Brazilians have espoused the theory that responsibility for the crime explosion in Brazil rests with left-wing radicals who resorted to kidnapping and bank robberies and then served time in prisons, where they taught common criminals the skills they had developed. But this explanation is somewhat facile and does not bear all the weight that it has been given. There is evidence that political prisoners were held together with common convicts in the prison at Ilha Grande, an island off the coast of the state of Rio de Janeiro, in the late 1960s and early 1970s, and that the latter learned from the former not only how to organize and defend their rights within the penitentiary but also some of the subtleties involved in planning and executing bank robberies and kidnappings. Moreover, this was the period when inmates founded the Red Command, a network that enabled organized crime to take virtual control of major prisons in the state of Rio de Janeiro and eventually to draw into its ranks some of the major drug traffickers in the region. But the left-wing prisoners surely have not inspired hardened criminals to rob banks. At best they may have improved the techniques criminals used. Indeed, some young gang members have learned elements of their trade by enlisting in the army, but this hardly makes the military responsible for Brazil's crime wave. Blaming left-wing students and intellectuals conveniently diverts attention from the responsibility the Brazilian elite bears for failing to address the social and economic ills that have produced the crisis. The increase in violent crime marks a watershed in the country's social development. Previously, most impoverished Brazilians had accepted their lot with resignation and surprising good humor. Foreigners who observed this phenomenon could not help marveling at the capacity of the poor to bear suffering and degradation without protest. But in the early 1970s things began to change, as an increasing number of marginals reached a point of such desperation that they abandoned their traditional passivity and resorted to violent crime. This proved that the capacity of the culture of brutality. 245. Supposedly easygoing Brazilian to cope with whatever hardships were heaped on him had its limits. There is another way of looking at the crime phenomenon. If the military regime can be said to have democratized the torturing of suspected criminals, Brazil's have-nots may be credited with democratizing the violence they encountered in their everyday lives. With the spread of urban crime, all Brazilians have come to share in the physical insecurity that heretofore had been reserved exclusively for the poor. In response, the dictatorship tolerated the existence of death squads, which at best were meant to fight fire with fire. Just as when the government sanctioned the brutal repression of dissent, the moral message emanating from the state on the topic of death squads was that ends justify means. But unlike the army, which had annihilated the threat of subversion, the death squads were unable to make any real headway against the urban crime wave that swept forward as a direct result of the savage capitalism the regime had unleashed. The crime problem has produced further adverse reactions. Its actual and potential victims have become so frustrated by the government's inability to protect law-abiding citizens that many of them have expressed approval of the work of the death squads. Even lower-class Brazilians, who bear much of the brunt of criminal violence, have seemed willing to applaud the brutal elimination of those among them suspected of engaging in lawlessness. Moreover, small businessmen in slum neighborhoods have not hesitated to pay for the services of vigilante law enforcers. Resorting to extra-legal measures at times has become a life-or-death necessity for ordinary people. One middle-class carioca related the story of a friend who found that his automobile had been stolen. A stranger approached him and told him he knew where the car was and would let him know for a price. The man denounced the stranger to the police, who arrested the man, beat him, and secured a confession. Sometime later the stranger telephoned his accuser and promised to take reprisals on the man's children at some unspecified time in the future. The recipient of the threat sought protection from the police, and a policeman replied that there was only one sure way to ensure that his children would be the Brazilians protected, but it would cost money. Payment was made, with the understanding that off-duty policemen would take care of the situation. No one ever heard from the stranger again. Another offshoot of the crime problem has been an increasing tendency for groups of citizens to take the law into their own hands and mete out rough justice to actual or alleged lawbreakers. Lynchings have occurred in slums as well as posh neighborhoods such as Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, and in cities as well as villages in the countryside. At times enraged crowds have set upon suspects in the immediate aftermath of a crime. At other times avengers have hunted down suspects and committed acts of deliberate retribution. Groups of taxi drivers, for example, have occasionally tracked, pursued, and killed persons they believed were guilty of murdering colleagues. Impatience with the ineffectiveness of the police and the judicial and penal systems has provided much of the impetus for law enforcement by ordinary citizens. Radio talk show hosts have intensified the climate of violence by voicing loud support for the death squads and public lynchings, and by calling for the institution of the death penalty in Brazil. The chronic economic crisis has not only fueled Brazil's crime rate, it has also provoked another kind of private violence on the part of those at the bottom of the social ladder. From time to time slum dwellers have rioted and sacked food stores. This phenomenon has occurred during extended droughts in the interior of the Northeast, when starvation drove flagellados to raid food supplies. Now it is beginning to happen in urban centers like Rio and Sao Paulo. Looting by the poor has also become a common occurrence whenever heavy rains flood the Avenida Brasil, the main artery into and out of Rio, and trucks laden with cargo are immobilized by the rising waters. Over the past few years, there has been only one real break in the climate of physical insecurity that blankets Rio de Janeiro, and that occurred in June 1992 during the U.N.'s Earth Summit. The army occupied downtown Rio and those parts of town where meetings were being held or delegates were being lodged. Some 15,000 heavily armed troops, along with personnel carriers and troops, took up strategic positions in an unusual show of force. 4. The culture of brutality. 247. About 2 weeks cariocas could walk the streets of certain sections of the city in total safety. They enjoyed this tranquility while it lasted, but as soon as the soldiers were withdrawn, violent crime resumed. The lesson to be drawn from this has ominous implications for the future of democracy in Brazil. The private violence inflicted by ordinary criminals, citizen vigilantes, and looters, as described up to now, is random and disorderly, in contrast to the systematic violence committed by the state. However, there is another form of non-governmental violence that has assumed a more structured form and has become increasingly widespread in contemporary Brazil. Organized crime, especially in the area of narcotics trafficking, has reached alarming proportions and has put down deep roots in urban slums. The history of organized crime in Brazil begins with the birth of a remarkable institution at the end of the 19th century, when Baron João Batista Viana de Drummond founded Rio de Janeiro's first zoo. To attract patrons, he instituted a lottery system. Each entrant received a ticket that had on it a drawing of an animal, which represented a number, and daily drawings produced winners. The lottery, which was called the Jogo do Bicho, or animal game, eventually separated itself from the zoo and took on a life of its own. By the middle of the 20th century, the Jogo do Bicho had become a permanent fixture of Brazilian life. Everybody knew the names of the 25 animals, beginning with the ostrich and ending with the cow, and representing 4 consecutive numbers. Lower-class Brazilians were particularly fond of the lottery because it cost very little to place a simple bet, which paid off at 18 to 1. Although the government made sporadic attempts to close down or take over the animal game, it remained in private hands. Moreover, it maintained such a spotless reputation for fulfilling its financial obligations to participants that many Brazilians maintained that it was the only honest institution in the country. Yet the Jogo do Bicho was an illegal operation, under the control of organized crime. The men who ran it were called bankers. They divided Rio and its environs into baronies and formed a loose confederation. There were occasional turf wars, but since the Brazilians was in everybody's interest to settle disputes as quickly and amicably as possible, these disturbances did not last very long. By the late 1980s, the animal game had become a vast national enterprise employing over 700,000 people and grossing more than $150 million a month. The state of Rio de Janeiro was the domain of 300 bankers who had 45,000 people on their payrolls and controlled some 3,000 locations where bets were taken. The sight of men and women with animal game betting slips operating openly at their posts on city sidewalks has always been an indelible part of the Rio street scene. The game has remained illegal, but payoffs to policemen and their superiors have kept things running smoothly. Candidates for public office have routinely sought support from the bankers, who are known to contribute heavily to political campaigns. With the wealth they were amassing, some of the bankers invested in their customers' communities. In addition to donating money to charities, they underwrote neighborhood samba schools, to be discussed further in Chapter 19, and they even purchased professional soccer teams. Rio's leading bankers have enjoyed considerable prestige among the people whose gambling needs they serve. A handful of them have attained the status of folk heroes. Yet under this veneer of respectability one could still find traces of blood. In 1981 the Rio police reported that over the past 14 years 50 murders, 7 attempted murders, and 2 kidnappings involved suspects with links to the Jogo do Bicho. In 1985 another police investigation found about 140 unsolved cases of homicide or disappearances that implicated bankers or their underlings. The animal game continues to compete successfully with government-sponsored lotteries, in large part because the low cost of betting makes it affordable for all but the poorest of the poor, in part because of its deep roots in the Brazilian psyche, a legacy of Brazil's Indian and African heritages, with their beliefs in supernatural ties between animals and humans. But in recent years the bankers have had to confront a pair of challenges that pose serious threats to their status. The first comes: the culture of brutality. 249. From the new face of organized crime, with the emergence of narco-traffickers in Brazil's urban slums. The second is the more recent animosity toward them, which has gained momentum because of the contemporary wave of public revulsion against all aspects of corruption in public and private life. The extent to which bankers themselves have been involved in drug trafficking is a matter of some uncertainty. The vast sums at their disposal must have made investing in what would be an even more profitable venture rather tempting, despite the higher risks involved. What is clear is that the bankers have not expanded into drug dealing in any massive or systematic way, at least not at the local level. This has left the door open for others to do so, with the result that thriving narcotics operations, specializing in cocaine and marijuana, have placed a substantial number of the slum neighborhoods of Rio, Sao Paulo, and other major cities under the dominion of gangs armed with automatic weapons. Many of the new drug lords are young and black or mulatto. They are products of the slums and have learned their trade on the streets, in detention centers for juveniles, or behind prison bars, where they have come into contact with the Red Command. They do not hesitate to use violence or even to engage the police in an occasional gun battle. They are clearly a breed and a generation apart from the animal game bankers. The drug traffickers have had a heavy impact on the lives of the slum dwellers. When gang warfare erupts, everyone in the area is put at risk, but once a single gang establishes its control over a favela, an atmosphere of security and tranquility descends. The drug dealers look down on the petty thieves and muggers who live in their neighborhoods and will often see to it that they ply their trades in the outside world only. More recently, the dealers have begun to invest in social services. Unlike the Yago do Bicho bankers, who have given money for schools, daycare centers, and other large-scale, visible projects, the drug dealers tend to dispense largesse irregularly, in the form of medicines, food, and clothing. However, the traffickers expect something in return, for example, hiding places whenever large contingents of police make forays into the slum. The Brazilians. The presence of confident young men carrying weapons, wearing distinctive articles of clothing, baseball caps were popular with them at one point in time, answering to colorful nicknames, and flashing large amounts of cash sets a powerful tone within the slums. The traffickers contrast sharply with hard-working, honest men and women who toil long hours to make miserable wages and must also put up with all kinds of humiliation for their efforts. The message is not lost on the children of the poor. Indeed, the pressures on children to join the gangs are constant. Some are enlisted directly from the alleys of the neighborhood. Others are recruited while serving time in detention centers for juvenile delinquents. The traffickers use young boys to deliver cocaine to customers and to signal whenever the police enter the neighborhood. Involvement is like stepping into quicksand. Once a youngster begins to work in the drug trade, he cannot quit, because he knows too much. Just as bandits from the backlands and later bankers from the animal game have achieved a certain cachet as folk heroes, the drug traffickers have likewise begun to gain admission into the pantheon of the dispossessed. The Robin Hood aura surrounding some of them has best earned affection in the hearts of people accustomed to being exploited and humiliated by their social betters. When the drug lord of the Rocinha favela in Rio was captured by the police, slum dwellers staged a protest that temporarily closed down the heavily traveled highway tunnel at the foot of their hill. One drug dealer to gain hero status was the slender, bespectacled José Carlos dos Reis Encina, known to all as Escadinha, Little Ladder, whose gang controlled the Morro de Juramento, Oath Hill, on Rio's north side. Famous for his frequent flights from jail, once he dressed as a priest, another time as a guard, he outdid himself on December 31, 1985, when he staged a spectacular escape by helicopter from an island prison off the coast of the state of Rio de Janeiro. He later assumed the leadership of the Red Command. 2 weeks later, when Senator Edward M. Kennedy descended in a helicopter to visit a school in one of Rio's slums, some mischievous children began to shout, "It's Escadinha!" The culture of brutality. 251. One of the more unusual traffickers was Floripes de Souza Oliveira, nicknamed Brazilandia Nene, who ran an extensive drug-dealing operation in Vila Brazilandia on the northern periphery of Sao Paulo. In a land where machismo is pervasive, Nene proved that women, too,